Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 266, Naruto, the Otsutsuki. Chapter 266, Reflecting Fire Reincarnation. The assassins returned to the village and split up, each moving to carry out their bloody work. The first house was breached without mercy. Woof! 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 The guard dog barked frantically, only to be silenced in an instant by a hail of shuriken. Who are you people? The homeowner, jolted awake, shouted in terror. Slash! A ninja blade flashed, blood splattered across the window frame. Please, spare my child. He's only 3 months old. A woman, clutching her swaddled infant, curled up in a corner, begging for mercy. Slash! Slash! The blade showed no pity. Both mother and child were cut down. Their bodies, along with the homeowners and the dogs, were dragged into the courtyard, piled together in a grotesque tableau. Just then, another of the attackers dragged out the corpse of an elderly woman from the side room, tossing it atop the others. They set fire to the house, flames devouring the evidence as they prepared to leave. Sob. Suddenly, a muffled whimper drifted from the inner room. The killer paused, turned, and strode inside. He glanced around, then crouched by the bed, finding a little girl, hands clamped over her mouth, eyes brimming with hopeless tears. He grinned, a butcher's smile. He seized her by the hair and yanked her out from under the bed. Wah! The girl's terror burst forth in a wail. Slash! The ninja blade fell. The crying stopped, abruptly and forever. By now, flames roared through the whole house. The murderers left, cold and unfeeling, stepping over the ruins of an entire family. Ah! The tiny village, barely 100 households, had become a living hell of screams. If you wish to know the world's calamities of blade and blood, listen to the slaughterhouse at midnight. All of this carnage, sparked by a single Byakugan, was spiraling out of control. Unaware of the massacre, Ari was tending to the unconscious Madara. She carried a basin of hot water, heading outside to pour it out, only to see flames licking the sky. Alarmed, she froze. Then, a neighbor's agonized scream shattered the night, making her drop the copper basin with a clang. Ari. What's happening? Startled, Ari's father and brother scrambled out of bed and rushed to the courtyard. Her father grabbed his fishing spear, her brother, a sickle. They're back. Ari stammered in terror. Who? That group. The ones after Madara, they've come back, they're ninja. What? Footsteps echoed outside the door. Ari, quick. Wake Madara, take the back door, her father barked. Madara is still unconscious. Ari cried. Then go yourself, now, her father urged. No, I can't leave you and Madara behind, she protested. Bang. The courtyard gate rattled violently. Her father's eyes reddened with desperation. He charged the door, fishing spear in hand, years at sea had forged him strong as an ox. Bang. The spear punched through the door, impaling the intruder's chest on the other side. A ninja is still flesh and blood, pierced by steel, they die like any other. But the attacker's comrade, startled for only a moment, let out a cold snort and hurled a kunai laced with an explosive tag. Boom. The gate exploded, Ari's father fell, blood pooling beneath him. Father. Ari screamed in despair. Sis, wake Madara, maybe he can get you out, her brother shouted, hefting his sickle and charging. But how could a civilian match a ninja? He was cut down within moments. Swallowing her grief, Ari turned to flee. Whoosh! A shuriken struck her ankle. She crashed to the ground, crawling forward despite the pain. The ninja leered, advancing, but was suddenly seized by the ankle. It was Ari's brother, clinging to life for one final act. Without mercy, the ninja drove his blade down. Slash! Her brother's hand went limp, life fading away. Now the ninja, blade dripping red, stalked toward Ari, a cruel glint in his eye, relishing the prey's last struggles. If you want someone to blame, blame yourselves for meddling, harboring a ninja. You have no idea what that man's eyes are worth. A Byakugan. Oh, commoners like you wouldn't know, but those eyes are priceless. Enough to cost every one of you your lives. He pressed his foot hard on Ari's leg. Ari turned, glaring with defiance. You'll get what's coming to you. Retribution. He laughed, as if hearing the world's best joke. He raised his blade and plunged it toward her back, right where the heart should be. Slash. Blood spilled, staining the steps crimson. The ninja cackled madly. Ha 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 ha. Retribution. Where? Let it come. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Sasuke, adrift on a small boat, suddenly clutched his empty left eye socket. What's happening? Why does my left eye still ache? Hiss. A blur of images flashed through his mind. What is this? From a first-person view, he saw a courtyard, a woman lying in a pool of blood, a man nearby, face twisted in terror. The vision moved forward. The men scrabbled backward, desperate. But the focus didn't shift to him, it stayed on the dying woman. Madara reached out, brushing the woman's cheek. Ari's gaze, unfocused, finally saw his face, familiar, yet now so strange. Madara's earlier coma had been the prelude to his memories returning. She knew the man before her was no longer the gentle, simple Madara. Can you tell me your real name? Ari asked. Slowly, Madara replied, Uchiha Madara. A wraith who should have died long ago, yet still clings to this world. A wistful smile touched Ari's lips. I see. You must have suffered a lot. Madara asked, do you regret it? If you'd let me die, none of this would have happened to you. I regret. I regret not listening when you warned me about the quack doctor, bringing trouble to you, to my father and brother, to everyone. But saving you, loving you, I don't regret that. Not even if it means dying. You're a fool. Madara smiled faintly. But I won't let you die. You're different, your heart's on the right side. Rest. I'll take care of the rest. Whoosh. Green chakra glowed in Madara's palm, enveloping Ari's wound. The ninja, who'd been cowed by Madara's aura, now grew bold again at the sight. He swallowed hard, then hurled a kunai. Madara didn't even lift his head. Clang. The kunai stopped, 3 meters away, blocked by an invisible wall. The ninja stared, dumbfounded. What? How? Whoosh. Madara looked up. Through the gap in his long bangs, the left eye he'd taken from Sasuke blazed, the 6-tomo Rinnegan had awakened. Huff, huff. Thousands of miles away, Sasuke slumped over the boat's edge, gasping for breath. The Hashirama cells Kabuto had transplanted surged toward his ocular pathways. His reflection wavered on the water's surface. He parted his fingers from his right eye, just a sliver. Sizzle. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pattern rippled outward, morphing into the 6-tomo Rinnegan. In that instant, a surge of power crashed through his mind. Sasuke collapsed, unconscious. Somewhere in the void, a voice murmured in awe, such a thing is possible. Both reincarnations of Indra, both with all the conditions for awakening, and, by fate, each possessing one eye of the same pair. Only then could such a resonance occur. When one awakened, so did the other. Land of Water, the village courtyard. Having healed Ari's wounds, Uchiha Madara rose, his gaze cold and contemptuous. The way one looks at ants. The ninja before him, trembling, forced bravado. Why, you'd better not do anything crazy. Our boss's backer is. Slash. In the next instant, Susanoo's blade sliced him clean in two. Slash. The sword wave carved a deep trench through the earth, surging forward into the night. That thunderous display shocked every ninja mid-slaughter, they turned, faces blanching. Advancing, Uchiha Madara spoke coldly, anger simmering beneath each word, tragedy isn't my style. I'm just here to wash this place clean with the blood of scum, nothing more. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 267, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Chapter 267, Dark Dawn. Madara strode through the firelit village, his Susanoo looming around him like a wrathful god. This Rinnegan, Sasuke's eye, sees even more sharply than my own ever did. He pulled out a mirror, studying his reflection. So that's it. 6-tomo on top of the 3 ripple rings. Looks like the Rinnegan has levels. This one's a class above what I had before. He slid the mirror away, murmuring, still, wielding it is as natural as breathing, no different from the original owner. Well, we are both Indra's reincarnations, after all. The invading ninja, hearing the commotion, rushed over, but stopped dead at a distance. Not one dared to approach. Madara's eyes swept over them with icy disdain. What's wrong? Before, you all strutted around like kings. Where's that swagger now? Panic rippled through the crowd. Who the hell are you? My name. You're not worthy of knowing it. Slash. With a single sweep of Susanoo's blade, the front ranks were cut in half, literally. The lower halves, bloody and twitching, remained standing. Monster, a monster. 2, who'd collapsed to the ground earlier, survived by sheer luck. 1 scrambled to his feet and bolted. Universal pull. Gravity yanked him back. Susanoo's skeletal hand snatched him up. Spare me, please. The man's terror was so great, he wet himself. Disgusting. Madara's lip curled. Susanoo's fingers squeezed, the man popped like an overripe fruit. Thud, thud, thud. The other survivor dropped to his knees, forehead thumping the ground as he begged for mercy. Madara asked suddenly, how many did you kill? The men shivered violently. Don't be afraid. Tell me, how many? Madara smiled, crescent-eyed. S6, 6 people. 6, huh? Then I'll cut you into 6 pieces. Slash, slash. Susanoo's blade flashed. When it was done, the men lay in 8 bloody chunks. Madara frowned, counting. 2 too many. You must have lied. He moved on. Elsewhere, a ninja was backing away, clutching a hostage. Stay back. Or I'll kill him. The hostage sobbed, help, help me. Madara advanced, cold as death, seemingly indifferent to the hostage's fate, but his gaze flickered to a roadside Jizo statue. The ninja, desperate, tried to kill his hostage, only to find, suddenly, that the body in his grip had turned to stone. The Jizo statue now stood in the hostage's place. Madara covered his left eye, muttering, so this is it. Ameno Tajikara, the power in this eye. Where the statue had stood, the freed hostage stared at Madara in shock. Are you? Madara. Madara recognized him, Daizu, a member of the Solon dance troupe. Lazy, but not a bad guy at heart. Straighten your tongue and tell me, how many survivors? Daizu used his hand to help his speech. T20-something. They heard the noise and hid in the fish-drying cellar. Why didn't you hide too? It was full, couldn't fit. And someone had to lead the killers away, so the rest wouldn't be found. Take Ari and hide. When I'm done, I'll lead the survivors away from here. What about you? Will you come back? Madara didn't answer. He walked past, cold and silent. The men called Aban was gone forever. He was now Uchiha Madara, the storm of the shinobi world. No fleeting bond could hold him. Ahead, a ninja clutched the Jizo statue, shrieking, stay away, or I'll kill it, ha. Watching Madara's back, Daizu knew, in every sense, that the old Madara was never coming back. He mustered his courage and shouted, sorry for before. I shouldn't have whistled behind you when you were peeing, just to watch you squirm. Crack. Susanoo's greatsword pierced the Jizo statue, and the ninja holding it, straight through. Madara glanced back at Daizu's fleeing figure, muttering, humph, lucky brat. If it were the old days, I'd have sent you to dance Solon for the king of hell. Whoosh. He vanished, and the ruined village was swept by a storm of blood. The hunters had become prey, and were being slaughtered without mercy. Outside the village, in the woods. Nagato frowned deeply. None of his men had returned. Could something have gone wrong? He'd survived the bloody mist era of Kirigakure. After Yagura's fall, he'd left the village. Thanks to his connection with the daimyo's advisor, he hadn't been branded a missing nin. On the surface, he was a doctor, but in the shadows, he trafficked in human organs and hired rogue ninja from every village, men who'd kill for coin. That long-haired guy might be tough, but there's no way he could take out so many. 10 more minutes passed. Still, no one returned. Unease gnawed at him. He pulled out the bottle containing the Byakugan. Now, it felt like it was burning his hand. Was he an elite jonin before he lost his memory? No, impossible. There were former jonin in my crew. Even if he was an elite, he couldn't survive this. He can't be on par with the Mizukage, can he? He tried to reassure himself, but the village gate finally stirred. Nakafu's heart leapt, until he saw the nightmare approaching. The long-haired man walked forward, cloaked in an unknown chakra avatar. Behind him, a wooden dragon dragged a grisly train of corpses, his men. The ex-jonin had only half a head left. All those years of bloodshed in the bloody mist meant nothing. Terror paralyzed Nakafu, he couldn't even run. He realized, too late, that he'd misjudged everything. His foe wasn't an elite jonin, but a monster the Mizukage couldn't hope to match. All his former pride turned to abject fear. I'll give you back the Byakugan. Just spare me. He placed the bottle on the ground, retreating in tiny steps, then tripped over a stone. Madara shot a cold glance at the bottle, stepped on it, and crushed the priceless Byakugan underfoot. Nakafu was completely broken. Desperation made him babble, I have a powerful backer. My cousin, Nakafu Otsubaki, is a second-class advisor in the Water Daimyo's mansion. He's among the top 20 in the land of water's power structure. If he hears I'm dead, you'll be in big trouble. The daimyo's mansion, is it? Madara murmured. Thinking he'd finally scared his enemy, Nagato grasped at hope. I'll pay compensation for everyone who died, 1 million, no, 10 million ryo per head. Just let me go, and you'll be rich beyond. Slash. Madara used the sickle left by Ari's brother to lop off Nagafo's head. Susanoo faded. Amaterasu's black flames ignited, consuming the ninja corpses. Whoosh. Madara spun the sickle, slinging it across his back. He looked back at the ruined village. If he left now, Ari and the survivors would have nowhere to go. Good or evil, Madara always finished what he started. He would eliminate every lingering threat, for Ari, and for the living. Land of Water, Daimyo's mansion. I'll flatten it myself. With that, Madara set off for the main city of the Land of Water, sickle on his back. An hour later, Hashirama finally arrived at the marked location. He saw the devastation and was heartbroken, blaming himself for being late, and assuming Madara was responsible. But after hearing the truth from Daizu and the others, he hurried off in pursuit. At dawn, he intercepted Madara on the road. Madara, your eyes. Though glad to see his old friend, Madara had business to attend to. Hashirama, your timing's terrible. Step aside. I've somewhere to be. Where? Land of Water. The daimyo's mansion. I'm going to raise it. I know what happened in that village, but you can't drag innocence into this. Innocence? What do you know? I don't know all the details, but the daimyo is the ruler of a great nation. If he dies, the country will fall into chaos. Power struggles, bloodshed, every nation has an unwritten rule. If the daimyo is killed, the current Kage must commit suicide in atonement. Don't you understand the consequences? So what? I'm not a saint like you. Madara's gaze grew distant. And don't think I forgot everything just because I lost my memory. We're still enemies, Hashirama. Then I have no choice, I'll stop you here, Madara. Buzz. Hashirama's Sage Mode markings appeared as he flew through hand seals. Sage Art, Gracious Deity Gates. Boom. Red Torii gates crashed down from the sky. Hashirama figured, Madara was still recovering. He shouldn't be as fast as before, he can't dodge this. But Madara just smirked. As the gates fell, his left Rinnegan locked onto Hashirama. Amenota Jikara. Whoosh. Their positions swapped, Hashirama, utterly unprepared, was pinned under his own Gracious Deity gates. How? A dojutsu. Hashirama gasped. Sizzle. On Madara's chest, Hashirama's face appeared, marked with Sage Mode. In the battle at the Immortal River, he'd once been drained by Black Zetsutobi Rama, but Madara's Sage power was self-cultivated, he could enter Sage Mode at will. Hashirama, this time, I really tossed you to the other side. Madara formed hand seals as he spoke. Sage Art, Gracious Deity Gates. Clang. 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 Gate after gate crashed down, stacking atop the first, completely pinning Hashirama. Madara, you. Madara glanced back. Land of Water's daimyo mansion, I'm going to destroy it. Tell Naruto for me. Without another word, Uchiha Madara strode on. This man was determined to raze the daimyo's mansion to the ground. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 268, Naruto, the Otsutsuki. Chapter 268, Strategic Planning. Half an hour later, Tobirama sensed that Hashirama hadn't budged for quite some time. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he teleported over, only to find Hashirama pinned immobile beneath the crushing weight of the Gracious Deity gates. Big brother, what on earth happened to you? Tobirama blurted out in shock. Hashirama beamed, cheeks flushed with excitement. It was Madara's dojutsu. You wouldn't believe it, little Toby, details omitted for brevity. Oh. Never mind that, hurry and get me out of here. Something big's about to go down. You and Madara really are a pair of tragic brothers, both getting caught by your own signature jutsu, one after the other. Talk about embarrassing. Tobirama shook his head, freed Hashirama from under the Gracious Deity gates, and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking them both back to the hidden rain village. Naruto wasted no time convening an emergency meeting. After laying out the events in the Land of Water village, Hashirama was visibly agitated. Madara is planning to target the daimyo of the Land of Water. We have to stop him, or the entire nation will descend into chaos, and that could become the spark that triggers another great ninja war. This was no exaggeration. The balance among the 5 great nations was already precarious, a single upheaval could set off a chain reaction, with other countries seizing the opportunity to strike. Hashirama's expression was grave. Now that Madara has the Rinnegan, only you can stop him, Naruto. Naruto stroked his chin, calm and thoughtful. Since this happened on Water Country's territory, it wouldn't be proper for us to intervene unilaterally. Here's what we'll do, send confidential letters to both the Daimyo's mansion and Kirigakure, explain the situation, and let them prepare in advance. Hashirama shot to his feet. But Tobirama placed a steadying hand on his brother's shoulder. Relax, big bro. If Naruto isn't panicking, why should you? Sigh. Hashirama could only sit back down, defeated. Tobirama continued, there's no point worrying about this now. What's done is done. After the meeting dispersed, Tobirama found Naruto in private, getting straight to the point. Playing by the rules like this isn't your usual style. What's your real plan? Naruto smiled. Of course we're going to intervene to keep the ninja world from descending into chaos. The real question is when and on what terms. Our involvement needs to be above reproach. He leaned against the railing, gazing into the cloudy sky, his eyes deep and calculating. If we just bail out the land of water, not only will they fail to appreciate it, they'll brand us as meddlers in their internal affairs, helping them for nothing and getting blamed for our trouble. Tobirama nodded. That's actually pretty logical. Naruto's eyes sharpened. So, we let them come to us for help. Once they formally request our aid, we can set the terms, money, land, resources, whatever benefits us. One thing's for sure, we're not doing this for free. Tobirama eyed him meaningfully. And if they refuse to offer anything? Would you really watch them burn? Naruto grinned. Of course not. For the sake of the bigger picture, I'll step in no matter what. But as long as they believe we might leave them to their fate, our leverage is secure. Tobirama looked away, a hint of admiration in his tone. You really are shrewder than Big Brother. Serving as the head of Little Old Hidden Rain is beneath you. Once things settle down, you should return to Konoha as Hokage. Both Big Brother and I would back you. Naruto waved him off with a laugh. I've already achieved my dream of being Hokage. This time, let someone else chase that dream. Tobirama said nothing more. On the way back, Tobirama asked, how confident are you in stopping Madara? Naruto considered. 70%. Tobirama frowned. That's 20% less than I'd hoped. Naruto explained, with the Rinnegan, Madara can contest me for control of the Geto statue. Tobirama countered, isn't that overthinking it? Neither of his original Rinnegan are in his possession, they're both with you. Naruto shook his head. I'm not the original owner, so the ocular power is diminished. Both eyes together might barely equal one of the originals. But Sasuke's Rinnegan is a superior one. It's not quite the equivalent of 2, but at least 1.5. Madara, as Indra's reincarnation, is essentially the original owner. So, 1.5 versus 1, unfortunately, I don't have the upper hand. That missing 20% is the scenario where Madara seizes the Geto statue. Tobirama pressed, so you're just leaving this vulnerability unchecked. Naruto replied, I've taken some precautions. Obito used Kemui's spacetime jutsu to reinforce the 4 red yang formation. At the very least, Madara can't just summon the statue away. Of course, nothing's foolproof. If his ocular power is strong enough, cross-dimensional summoning is still possible. He half-closed his eyes, voice low. If I want to seize absolute initiative, I need to awaken my own Rinnegan. In another month, the White Snake Sage will be off traveling. Indra's original blood is still sealed in that mountain wall. She's hinted that when she leaves, I can go claim that blood myself. That's my best shot at gaining Indra's power. Tobirama mused, so for the next month, the ninja world will be teetering on the brink of war. Naruto replied, yeah. The tides of the world, long divided must unite, long united must divide. Whether we wish for it or not, the turning point is right in front of us. All we can do is fight for every advantage. Screech. Messenger hawks, swift as lightning, crossed great nations in a day. The confidential letters arrived in no time. Land of Water, Daimyo's mansion. Daimyo Usuji Kenshin summoned his advisors for an emergency nighttime council. Seated on a southern cushion, fan in hand, his small eyes swept the room. Just now, Hidden Rain sent an urgent message, claims that Uchiha Madara is coming for your heads. Well. How credible do you find this? The advisors exchanged bewildered looks, muttering among themselves. One finally spoke up. Daimyo-sama, with all due respect, that letter is utter nonsense. Usuji Kenshin had already made up his mind, but feigned uncertainty. Oh. Why do you say that? After all, this way, if things went wrong, he wouldn't have to take the blame. The advisor continued confidently, that Uzumaki Naruto is a rogue ninja from Konoha, usurped the Hidden Rain leadership, caused terror in the Land of Lightning, and is widely recognized as a villain. Rumor has it he's the current Akatsuki leader. Why trust anything he says? Yusuji Kenshin covered half his face with his fan, feigning doubt. That's true, but I can't see what he'd gain by lying so obviously. The advisor replied, it's simple, spread panic here so he can exploit the chaos. That's his benefit. The other advisors chimed in. Exactly, that's how it is. And besides, Uchiha Madara has been dead for ages. How could a corpse crawl out of its coffin? Pure delusion. Daimyo-sama, there's no need to worry. The mansion is heavily guarded, and Kirigakuru's elite jonin are on standby. The Mizukage herself is at your disposal. Even if Madara were some ancient demon, he wouldn't stand a chance. Yusuji Kenshin didn't immediately respond. Instead, he glanced toward the end of the table at Nakafu Atsubaki, who had remained silent. Nakafu, don't you have a relative named Nakafu? Nakafu Atsubaki's face twitched, but he quickly composed himself. No, I don't. Nakafu is a common water country surname. Lots of people have it. Oh, is that so? Yusuji Kenshin continued, the letter says this all started because a Nakafu led a massacre in a village, and now they're coming for payback. I thought maybe it was aimed at you. After all, I've heard rumors about you abusing your position, but I just listen, nothing more. Such slander. My loyalty to you in the land of water is unwavering. If I've done anything shameful, may lightning strike me down. Nakafu Atsubaki declared, though his legs were trembling under the table. He cursed his cousin for making a mess and ignoring his warnings. Yusuji Kenshin nodded. Well. I still think the letter is alarmist, but just to be safe, let's send a squad of personal guards to check things out. Half an hour later, a shocking report arrived. What, all annihilated? Clatter. Yusuji Kenshin's fan dropped to the floor. Every advisor fell silent. Where's the Mizukage? Get her here to protect me, now. It'll be dawn at the earliest before she can arrive from Kirigakure. Daimyo-sama, a personal letter from the Mizukage has arrived. Hurry, let me see it. The letter read. To the Honorable Yusuji Kenshin. By the time you read this, I will have already set out with a rescue team. But if the threat truly is Uchiha Madara, I fear even I will be powerless and can only stand with you to the end. I urge you to seek refuge at once, and to request immediate aid from Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Rain Village. When Kirigakure was in crisis, it was Naruto who saved us. In this moment of life and death, do not hesitate. 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi. After reading, Yusuji Kenshin barked, send word, no, beg the Rain Village Chief Uzumaki Naruto for help. Tell him that whatever he wants, money, land, manpower, I, Yusuji Kenshin, will agree to anything. Hidden Rain Village. Upon receiving the daimyo's desperate plea, Naruto stood and began to pack. Konan eyed the letter, her brows furrowing. The daimyo's promise is awfully vague, money, land, people, but no specifics. Shouldn't we settle the terms before acting? That vagueness is perfect. It means we get to name our price, high or low, as we see fit. Naruto donned his flame-patterned cloak. Konan stepped forward to straighten his collar. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed outside the tower. A fierce grin spread across Naruto's face. Let's go. It's time to meet Aban. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 269, Naruto, the Otsutsuki. Chapter 269, Commanding the Storm. Beyond the looming mountain ahead lay the territory of the Land of Water's daimyo. Madara slung his sickle over his shoulder, summoned his perfect Susanoo, and prepared to leap straight across. With the immense power of his 6-tomo Rinnegan, even a single eye was enough to unleash the full might of Susanoo. Of course, the color of Susanoo always reflected its wielder's soul, so it remained Madara's piercing blue, not Sasuke's deep violet. Suddenly, a surge of familiar chakra came racing from behind, stronger even than Hashirama's. Who else in today's shinobi world could it be but Naruto? What must come, comes in the end. Madara smirked. Susanoo turned, and in its hands, a Menenohoko, Sasuke's divine bow, materialized. Without hesitation, he loosed a massive arrow straight toward the horizon, exclamation point. Naruto's eyes narrowed. From the chakra cloak of Kurama surrounding him, one of the fox's gigantic hands shot out and caught the arrow midair. Naruto landed on the plain, Kurama's golden, colossal form unfurling behind him, staring down Madara from afar. Madara sneered, you and that fox seem to be getting along pretty well these days. Naruto grinned, yes, surprisingly well, actually. I should thank you and Obito, after all those schemes, even Kurama couldn't stand watching you two any longer. Kurama grumbled, Naruto, do you have to talk about this stuff in front of outsiders? Madara's smile faded as he spoke coldly, if you want to fight, I'm game. But let me finish cleaning up those bastards on the other side of the mountain first. 5 minutes, no, 3. That's all I need. You didn't come all this way just to say you can't wait that long, did you? Naruto replied with perfect composure, I can wait. But before you go, can you give me just 1 minute to talk? Madara chuckled, I'll give you 2. Speak. Naruto's expression turned serious. The first Hokage told me about that village. I don't know your exact reason for targeting the Daimyo's mansion, but I can guess, those bandits must have been in cahoots with someone high up in the land of water, right? Madara's face darkened. Seeing he'd hit the mark, Naruto pressed on, you're only going after the Daimyo's mansion for Ari and those villagers' sake. But revenge doesn't have to mean a bloodbath. The hidden rain village can shelter Ari and the survivors, give them protection. Doesn't that solve the root of the problem? You don't have to go on a killing spree. Oh. Madara arched an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Didn't think you'd be so good at playing the good guy. Naruto waved it off, it's not about favors. I just sympathize with those folks. If I can help, I will. But Madara wasn't having it. Save your breath. A flick of my finger and I can wipe out every last threat, no need to owe anyone, no need for half measures. Naruto's tone hardened. All you'll wipe out is the villagers' immediate danger. But you'll bring down a disaster on the land of water, and that disaster will ripple through the entire shinobi world. In the end, Ari and those villagers still won't be safe. This isn't just your problem anymore, Madara. Reincarnation of the same soul, and still you preach. Madara muttered, then raised his voice, his presence overwhelming. But what if I insist on wiping out everyone beyond that mountain? That's not up to you. Madara. Naruto's voice rang out, Susanoo no Mikoto. Whoosh. The Susanoo artifact that Naruto had given a soul to in the Battle of the Undying River, Susanoo no Mikoto, manifested. Originally a flaming sphere, now, with its own soul, it had a face and features, like a miniature sun. It appeared and proclaimed, my father who outshines the sun, command me with your radiant will. Naruto ordered, use that move. Roger. Susanoo no Mikoto spat out a grey tomo. The tomo spun through the air. Parlor tricks. Madara's first instinct was that the tomo was headed for him. Susanoo's greatsword came down in a casual swipe. But the tomo suddenly veered off, looping around, sticking out a tongue and making a face at Madara, nye nye, can't catch me, can't catch me. Nanny. Madara was momentarily dumbfounded. The tomo zipped to the foot of the mountain. Whoosh. Naruto and Kurama instantly teleported out from the tomo's flying thunder god mark. This was Susanoo no Mikoto's mass-produced flying thunder god tomo. Madara caught on. So that tomo, and the smelly cloud Hashirama rode last time, both your handiwork. That's your eternal Mangekyo-s new dojutsu, giving objects souls, huh? Trust the netherworld Naruto to awaken such a spooky eye power. Naruto protested, hey now, the dojutsu may be from the other side, but I, Uzumaki Naruto, am very much alive. Madara replied coolly, whatever. Living or dead, you're all headed for the morgue. Note, during war, even shinobi set up temporary morgues, don't confuse with the modern meaning. Seriously, I didn't add this just for the rhyme. Buzz. The markings of Sage Mode appeared on the Hashirama face at Madara's chest. Clap. He pressed his palms together, Sage energy crackling like a storm. Sage art, would release, true several thousand hands. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal wooden cannon erupted from the earth, towering into the clouds. Madara stood atop its head, encased in his perfect Susanoo. Naruto said, opening with your trump card already. Fine, I'll do the same. Kurama grumbled, are you nuts? At this range, the mountain behind you'll get flattened, and everyone behind it will be crushed. Naruto glanced back, sure enough, that was the case. Madara roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Smart as anyone when you want to be, but when you're dumb, you and Hashirama are two of a kind. Who told you to back yourself into such a tight spot? Now you can't even use your own big moves. Perfect, I was planning to wipe out those scum behind the mountain with this anyway. If you can't reach them, I'll just crush them from here. Unable to use true several thousand hands safely, Naruto instantly cloaked Kurama in a suit of grey Susanoo armor. Madara raised an eyebrow. Oh. Going for the beastly approach. But we've already proven in battle, my true several thousand hands still wins out. Naruto countered, depends whose hands it's in. Whoosh. Kurama opened his jaws, condensing tailed beast balls one after another. But instead of firing them, he lined them up in front. Sizzle. Naruto's eyes flashed. Futsu no Mitama. Each tailed beast ball sprouted a face, imbued with its own soul. Madara was genuinely surprised. You gave souls to tailed beast balls. Naruto commanded, sound off. 1, 2, 3, 4. 18. A total of 18. Naruto said solemnly, sorry. From the moment you were born, your fate was to charge toward death. The tailed beast balls answered as one, it's our honor. Naruto thumped his chest. I'll remember you, brave warriors. The tailed beast balls chorused, for our great father, we fight. Madara thundered, a bunch of pitch-black takoyaki balls, what could they possibly do? Top transformed Buddha. The tomo from Susanoo no Mikoto embedded itself in the tailed beast balls, fusing them into a single destiny. Naruto swept his hand forward. Go. Show him takoyaki balls aren't to be messed with. Charge. The tailed beast balls surged forward in a glorious, reckless charge. Uzumaki kamikaze style, Susanoo 18 Heroes Barrage. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 270, Naruto, the Otsutsuki. Chapter 270, The Realm of Invincibility. The colossal fists of the top transformed Buddha blotted out the sky, making the 18 kamikaze-tailed beast balls look hopelessly outmatched. But Naruto hadn't given those tailed beast balls souls just for brute force, they were meant for cunning maneuvers. The tailed beast balls tried to weave through the barrage, looking for gaps, but the sheer coverage of those fists left them nowhere to run. So, Naruto drove Kurama to unleash a wild volley of tailed beast balls skyward, each one embedded with a tomo from Susanoo no Mikoto for extra punch. Boom. 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 The enhanced torrent of tailed beast balls clashed head-on with the fists of the top transformed Buddha, the scene almost a mirror of that legendary battle between Hashirama and Madara at the Valley of the End. Under Naruto's covering fire, the 18 kamikaze-tailed beast balls finally broke through the defenses. Charge. Crack. 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 Like pinballs, they shot through the wooden cannon's body, tearing holes straight through it. Soon, the massive statue was riddled with gaping wounds. Undermining the foundation, huh? So that's your plan. Atop the wooden cannon, within his Susanoo, Madara quickly caught on. Bow in hand, he anticipated the next move, a Menenohoko loosed an arrow into empty space. One kamikaze-tailed beast ball burst out from the cannon's shoulder, only to see an arrow screaming toward it. I'm gonna blow, it shouted. Boom. Arrow and tailed beast ball collided in a mighty blast, shearing off the left arm of the true several thousand hands. But Madara barely flinched. Arrow after arrow, he picked off the tailed beast balls one by one. In less than a minute, more than half had been destroyed. Madara scoffed, humph. Takoyaki balls, nothing special after all. The fists of the top transformed Buddha smashed through the tailed beast ball barrage and hammered into majestic attire, Kurama. Boom. 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 Susanoo's armor shattered and peeled away, and Kurama was driven back, his massive body crashing into the mountainside. The earth shook. Behind the mountain, inside the daimyo's mansion, Usuji Kenshin and his advisors cowered behind cover, trembling. This is madness. Ninja battles are pure madness. Where's the Mizukage? Has she arrived yet? If she doesn't show soon, we might as well commit seppuku. On the battlefield. Kurama was now embedded in the mountain, his Susanoo armor almost completely stripped away. But the true several thousand hands had spent nearly all its arms as well. Naruto, the terrain may have cramped your style, but this outcome was your choice. This is my victory. Crack. The oval plate separated from the main body. True several thousand hands shed its armor, left only with its right arm, which now reached for the exposed Kurama. It's time. A sly smile tugged at Naruto's lips. Crack. Suddenly, the last kamikaze-tailed beast ball burst through the crown of the true several thousand hands. Madara reacted instantly, piloting Susanoo to leap away from the statue's head. Whoosh. But Naruto, with Kurama, teleported from the flying thunder god Tomo embedded in that kamikaze-tailed beast ball. Kurama caught the ball, leapt atop the cannon's head, and shot skyward. The kamikaze-tailed beast ball was slammed by Kurama straight into the chest plate of Madara's Susanoo. Crack. Fissures spread instantly as the tailed beast ball, driven by Kurama, wedged itself deep inside Susanoo's armor. As they fell, Kurama's form dissipated. Naruto landed, voice ringing with conviction, now taste the power of those takoyaki balls you looked down on. The kamikaze-tailed beast ball shouted, remember, I'm number 18. Kaboom. Number 18, filled with pride, detonated inside Madara's Susanoo. Susanoo shattered in midair. Madara used the Rinnegan's Preta-path to absorb the explosion's aftershocks and landed safely. The mountain itself was nearly split in two. Naruto and Madara stood on opposite halves of the ruined precipice, glaring at each other. Sizzle. The sage mode markings on the Hashirama face at Madara's chest faded away. At the same time, Naruto, having only exhausted Kurama's chakra, now activated his own sage mode. He spoke with perfect calm, "Madara, your sage power is spent. But for me, this is just the beginning." Madara's 6-tomo Rinnegan locked onto Naruto, not the slightest hint of fear. "You might have me beat in chakra, but when it comes to ocular power, you've got no edge." Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Then let's see how far you can push Sasuke's dojutsu." Madara's left eye widened. "Brat, don't take that high and mighty tone with me." Mokabeer. Boom. A pillar of deep blue lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking Naruto's flesh dead on. The shattered cliff where Naruto stood was obliterated, leaving only a smoking basin. Naruto sat at the bottom, feeling the pain ripple through his body. He murmured, "So this is Mokabeer. So fast, it's nearly unavoidable, and the power's nothing to sneeze at. Sasuke never awakened this because he got the Rinnegan too early, what a shame." That's right, he'd deliberately taken the hit, just to test it out. Madara saw through him at once, calling down from above, "Why didn't you dodge? With your reflexes, you could have used the flying thunder god to escape." Naruto stood up unhurriedly, his wounds already healing from the Mokabeer strike. He smiled, voice low and teasing, "Why, you ask? Maybe I should ask you, when the tailed beast ball hit your Susanoo earlier, why didn't you use my flying thunder god to teleport away? Instead, you used the Pretapath to absorb it. Don't tell me it was to recharge your chakra. Pretapath's devouring only works on people. Against jutsu, it's really sealing technique absorption, that's sealing, not chakra absorption." Madara finally admitted, "Flying thunder god, every time I use that jutsu, it stains my noble character. So I choose to forget it." Naruto laughed, "So, the taste of seawater wasn't so sweet after all. But even if you fell in again, you wouldn't get hauled out in a net these days. Say what you want. I own my mistakes. But today, you're getting out of my way." Madara drew his sickle and swung it at the air in front of him. "That move. I knew it." Naruto's eyes narrowed. In the blink of an eye, he ducked low. Amenotajikara. Whoosh. Naruto was yanked through space, appearing right in front of Madara. But that seemingly inescapable sickle only grazed a few hairs off Naruto's head. Whoosh. Madara could hardly believe what he was seeing. What? How is this possible? His attack was still in its recovery frame. You think I haven't seen Amenotajikara enough times to know how to counter it? Naruto's gaze was cool and deep. Seizing the opening, he slammed an uppercut straight into Madara's jaw. Crack. That was the sound of a jawbone shattering. Uchiha Madara was sent flying, straight up into the night sky. Thud. When he landed, Madara staggered backward 3 steps, barely keeping his footing, disbelief etched across his face. Why? Just now, in that instant, you're wondering why I didn't just gouge out your eyes, or slice your throat, right? Naruto smiled serenely and sat down cross-legged. The moon's beautiful tonight. Let's stop fighting for a bit and just talk. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 271, Naruto, the Otsutsuki. Chapter 271, Tacit Understanding. This wasn't their first time facing off. Aside from Hashirama, no one else had ever left Madara feeling so utterly at a loss. Deep down, Madara had already acknowledged Naruto, the most troublesome and unique opponent he'd ever encountered. So, when Naruto once again blended hard and soft tactics, balancing force with persuasion, Madara found himself, yet again, shelving his warlike ambitions. He set down his sickle and sat cross-legged. Beneath the moonlight on the barren plain, Naruto and Madara spoke with rare tranquility. Naruto said, "Madara, I was honestly pretty pissed at you before, but now I'm actually kind of grateful." Madara arched an eyebrow. "Grateful? For what?" Naruto smiled. "For helping Sasuke awaken his Rinnegan." Madara's eyes widened. "What did you just say?" Easy. Naruto soothed him. "The Great Toad Sage already told you the truth about the Infinite Tsukumi and Black Zetsu's plot, right? You've given up on the Eye of the Moon plan, haven't you?" Madara nodded silently. Naruto pressed on, "You also know Kagaya's clan is still a threat to the shinobi world. So why won't you join forces with us?" Madara pressed his hands to his knees, voice low. "Because I can't accept it. I can't stand the idea of you calling the shots. You're just parading around with my eyes." Naruto shook his head, a gentle smile on his lips. "So that's it. No matter how many times I beat you, or how I win, as long as your Rinnegan is in my hands, you'll never truly accept it." Madara fell silent for a long moment, then finally spoke. And what good does it do you if I do accept it? The world won't stop spinning without me, will it? A rare moment of honesty. It seemed the blows of reality had finally softened a little of Madara's pride. Naruto replied quietly, the world would keep turning, but it would lose something, lose some of its color. He looked down at his palm. When the time is right, I'll return your Rinnegan to you. Madara clenched his pants, his voice low. You think I'll just accept your charity and feel at peace? You can call it charity if you want. Naruto met his eyes, serious now. But that's the treasure your brother left you, isn't it? Madara's gaze dimmed, and he looked away. Naruto continued, honestly, it's not even charity. Let's call it a fair trade. Sasuke's eyes are also a gift from his brother. Whether it's for the sake of your brother Izuna, or out of empathy for another Indra reincarnate, I hope you'll return that left eye to Sasuke. Of course, there's no rush, just wait until I give your eyes back. Madara's expression shifted. He looked up, fixing Naruto with a deep stare. You. Don't tell me you're planning to awaken your own Rinnegan. Before Naruto could answer, Madara was already deducing aloud, it's true, the pure-blooded Uzumaki can handle the Sharingan, even matching the original's power. And like Hashirama, you're an Ashura reincarnation. If Indra's reincarnation can awaken the Rinnegan through Ashura, then the opposite should be possible too. You really do have the potential. Naruto admitted openly, that's right. I have a way to awaken the Rinnegan, but I'll need some time. About a month from now, when I awaken it, I'll return your eyes. And then, we'll fight, fair and square, with our own eyes. The loser has to let the winner lead, no complaints. Deal. At this point, what more could Madara say? Humph. Now you're talking like a real powerhouse. He gave a rare smile, then eyed Naruto up and down. But let me make this clear, returning the eyes was your idea. Don't expect me to be grateful. When it's time to go for the kill, I won't hold back. Naruto grinned. That's exactly what I want. Then it's settled. We'll call a truce for now. I'll spare the Daimyo's mansion in the land of water. Madara's tone shifted. But there's one person I have to take out. That's my only condition for backing down, no room for negotiation. Who? Naruto asked. He knew full well it wouldn't be the Daimyo, Usuji Kenshin. No matter how rotten the Daimyo might be, he'd never stoop to consorting with common bandits. So, Madara's real target had always been someone else inside the mansion, a certain retainer. In this whole affair, the Daimyo himself was innocent, at worst guilty of poor judgment. Madara said coldly, a bastard named Chimoku Otsubaki. He's the cousin of Chimokugawa, the one who attacked Ari's village. He was the one backing that scum, giving him the nerve to do what he did. Naruto nodded, understanding. So that's how it is. Madara hefted his sickle and stood up. Then I'll go deal with him now. Wait. Naruto stood and blocked his path. Madara frowned deeply. What? I've already compromised, and you're still stopping me. Naruto said, I'm not stopping you. But I was hired by the Land of Water's Daimyo to handle this. If you just storm in and kill someone, I'll lose my leverage to claim the reward. Madara forced himself to be patient. So what do you suggest? Let me negotiate with the Daimyo. As part of the deal, I'll have Chimoku Otsubaki handed over to me legally, then I'll turn him over to you. How about that? A sly grin crept onto Naruto's face. Of course, how you deal with him is your business. I won't interfere. Sound good? Madara's frown slowly eased. Now that's more like it, Uzumaki Naruto. If you really pull this off, I'll believe you're sincere. Until you awaken your eyes, I'll hold my hand and wait. Naruto replied boldly, then it's a deal, Madara. Madara's face shifted. What did you just call me? Ah, just kidding, don't mind me. Naruto chuckled, then turned serious. Really though, let Ari and the other survivors go to the Hidden Rain village. That's the best way to protect them. And you know, if I wanted to use them as hostages, I wouldn't be asking your permission. Madara's gaze flickered, voice low. Ari, those people, and I, we're just passing acquaintances. They helped me once when I was down, and I'm just repaying the debt. That's all. From now on, we go our separate ways, fate will decide the rest. He paused, looking off into the distance. So, if you want to take them in and protect them, that's your business. I won't be grateful, and don't think about using them against me. That's it, do as you please. The night breeze brushed his face. Naruto looked at Madara's profile, a silent understanding passing between them. All right, I'll handle it. Negotiations complete, consensus reached, Naruto headed past the mountain, toward the Land of Water's Daimyo's mansion. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 272, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto. Chapter 272, the night remains unfinished. At the Land of Water's Daimyo residence, Naruto arrived uninvited. Let me introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Naruto, leader of Omega and also the head of Akatsuki, the true organization of justice. With Obito's return, the shadow Akatsuki had become all but defunct. The bright Akatsuki, established to distinguish itself from the shadowy version, no longer had any reason to exist. Akatsuki was simply Akatsuki, and Naruto was its leader. Uchiha Madara has already been repelled by me. All of you are safe now, your security is fully assured. At these words, everyone present finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Yusuji Kenwa smiled warmly. Uzumaki Naruto, what reward do you desire? How about I appoint you as the Grand Ninja Commander and Protector of the Land of Water? Ha ha ha. Naruto only laughed, saying nothing. A minister frowned. For a ninja, that's an incredible honor. Naruto glanced around. Excuse me, which one of you is Chibo Daichuin? All eyes turned to the men in question. I am. After a long pause, Chibo Daichuin stepped forward, nervous and uneasy. Naruto strode over and grasped his hand, as if greeting a long-lost friend. At last. Mr. Chibo, I've heard your name since I was 6 years old, everyone knew you were a shrewd and capable man. Chibo Daichuin stammered, 6 years old. But I only entered government 2 years ago. Naruto grinned, so you started your career at 2. That's truly precocious. To be honest, I'd like to invite you to Omega as an honorary advisor. Chibo Daichuin protested, please, don't joke. I serve the daimyo's office. At that moment, Yusuji Kenwa stroked his beard and said, Daichuin, compared to everyone else here, your experience is indeed lacking. This is your chance, go to Omega and gain some valuable experience. But, Chibo Daichuin tried to object. Relax, Yusuji Kenwa reassured him. Your rank and salary as second-class assistant administrator will remain, and you'll get an extra stipend as Amagekyu's external advisor. This is a rare opportunity. In truth, Yusuji Kenwa couldn't wait to get rid of Naruto, this walking disaster. If Madara could wipe out the daimyo's personal guard, and Naruto could defeat Madara, then this seemingly harmless young man was even more dangerous. As for Chibo Daichuin, he was just a pawn in the daimyo's eyes, easily discarded. His reputation wasn't great, and who knew what connection he had to the troublemaker Chibo Kawa. When in doubt, better to err on the side of caution. This was the perfect excuse to kick him out of the inner circle and avoid the hassle of a deeper investigation. Such was the daimyo's philosophy, governed by doing nothing. If you can't solve a problem, eliminate the problem. What else could Chibo Daichuin say? Naruto smiled. Very well. As for the commission fee, Omega will send someone to negotiate with your office. This was Naruto's policy of energy conservation, never handle personally what could be delegated. When it came to haggling, Kakuzu was far better suited than himself. Before Yusuji Kenwa could reply, Naruto had already placed a hand on Chibo Daichuin's shoulder. With a whoosh, they vanished. Yusuji Kenwa and his ministers were left stunned. Was that the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God Jutsu? I heard he's the 4th Hokage's illegitimate son. Or maybe he's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With a technique like that, he can come and go as he pleases. Ninja are just too dangerous. We should shrink the space they have to operate in, as soon as possible. But we can't act too hastily. This year, let's cut Kirigakure's budget a bit more. Naruto brought Chibo Daichuin straight to Madara. With a smile, Naruto introduced them. Mr. Chibo Daichuin, this is Uchiha Madara. Your cousin, Chibo Kawa, slaughtered an entire village under your name. He's been wanting to thank you properly. Chibo Daichuin was horrified. You're in league with each other. This is a conspiracy. I'll report you both to the daimyo. Madara approached, scythe in hand. Chibo Daichuin shrank back. What are you doing? Don't do anything rash. If something happens to me, you'll get nothing out of this. Naruto lounged with hands behind his head, unfazed. Don't worry. Someone else will take your place, including collecting both of your salaries from the daimyo's office. Sorry, Captain Yamato, your double salary is about to become triple. From now on, you'll have another identity, Chibo Daichuin, advisor to the Land of Water's daimyo and Amagekyu's external consultant. // Madara dispatched Chibo Daichuin with his scythe and a touch of Amaterasu, a physical and spiritual send-off. With that settled, Madara sheathed his weapon and glanced at Naruto. Until we meet again. Whoosh. A black spatial portal opened in front of him. Madara stepped through and vanished without a trace. Naruto murmured thoughtfully, the spatial portal unique to the six-tomo Rinnegan. It took Sasuke over a year to master this ability, but Madara has done it in just a few days. Note, the spatial portal used by Sasuke in the Boruto era is not Yamatsu Hirasaka. Yamatsu Hirasaka is a space-time dojutsu requiring the simultaneous power of the Byakugan and dual six-tomo Rinnegan, or the Rinne Sharingan. The single six-tomo Rinnegan portal is just a degraded version of Yamatsu Hirasaka. Please note the distinction. The business was finished, but Naruto didn't leave right away. He was waiting for someone. 10 minutes later, a blue silhouette came rushing from afar. It was Mizukage Terumi-me, flanked by her ANBU. Swish. She landed in front of Naruto. Her beautiful eyes, framed by flowing hair, regarded Naruto. If you're here, I take it everything's been resolved. An ANBU asked in surprise, Mizukage-sama, who is he? Terumi-me instructed, don't breathe a word about this to anyone. The ANBU bowed. Understood. Naruto said, so it was you who suggested the Daimyo commission me, wasn't it? Terumi-me smiled slyly. When you got the news, you messaged me right away, wasn't that exactly what you wanted me to do? Or did I misunderstand? You didn't really expect a helpless woman like me to confront someone that dangerous, did you? You're not that inconsiderate, are you? The ANBU exchanged glances, shock written all over their faces. Is this really the Mizukage we know? Naruto just turned away, saying nothing. This incident is a concentrated display of the Land of Water's corrupt power and the decay of its ninja. They were simply unlucky, they provoked someone they shouldn't have. He clenched his fists. Those who kill and burn wear golden belts, those who build bridges and repair roads leave no corpses behind. Who knows how many similar cases lurk in the shadows? As Mizukage, don't you bear some responsibility for failing to notice? Maybe look for the cause within yourself. If there's a next time, no matter the reward, I won't step in again. Goodbye. Swish. Naruto vanished into the moonlit wasteland. A man who walks in darkness, yet still holds justice in his heart. That back of his is truly something to long for. Terumi-me murmured, glancing over her shoulder. Later, bring me the list of all those who, since the Bloody Mist era, have left Kirigakuru's jurisdiction but still claim to be legitimate ninja. The moon, a cold and silent temple. A silver-haired man in white robes, empty eye sockets turned toward the blue planet in the starry sky. He could not see, but he could feel. Hinata, princess of the Byakugan, has awakened the Tenseigan before me. Great ancestor, please tell me, how should I fulfill your will and bring an end to the world created by the Sage of Six Paths? Lost, are you, Toneri? A mysterious black shadow appeared behind Otsutsuki Toneri. Toneri tensed. Huh? To approach me so silently, who are you? Like your ancestor Hamura, I am a child of Kagaya. Strictly speaking, I'm your uncle. Who would have thought that, after vanishing since the Shinagawa incident, Black Zetsu would travel countless miles to find Otsutsuki Toneri? Toneri asked, what do you want with me? Black Zetsu replied, I can help you awaken the Tenseigan you've dreamed of, and help you fulfill Hamura's will, to destroy the world created by the Sage of Six Paths. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 273, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 273, Scriptures hard to recite. To awaken the Tenseigan, Toneri needed a pair of pure Byakugan. Within the Hyuga clan, only Neji and Hanabi possessed Byakugan of sufficient purity. But with Neji bound by the branch family's caged bird curse mark, the only viable candidate was Hyuga Hanabi. Regarding Toneri's origins, see Naruto Movie 10, The Last. Also, as stated previously, to use Yamatsu Hirasaka requires simultaneously possessing the Byakugan and either dual six-tomo Rinnegan or Rinne Sharingan power, just like Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Uraseki. Is this really so hard to grasp? Why do some people always miss the point, forcing me to spell out every detail again and again? Inside the moon's temple, Toneri and Black Zetsu sat face to face. Toneri, Hinata, my future wife, has already awakened the power of the Tenseigan. She's incredibly strong. How am I supposed to make a move against her sister, Hanabi? Black Zetsu, that's nothing you need to worry about. I have a hidden ace within Konoha. He'll stir up chaos in the village, enough that Hinata herself will be forced to intervene. That's when you step in, snatch Hyuga Hanabi amid the confusion, transplant her Byakugan, and awaken the Tenseigan you've always dreamed of. In the flickering candlelight, Toneri turned his hollow gaze toward Black Zetsu. Why are you helping me? What is it you really want from me? Black Zetsu, ever the master of reading people, knew exactly what kind of pitch would win Toneri's trust. Having survived clan infighting since childhood, Toneri would never believe in help given for free. Only by laying out his intentions and clarifying the stakes could Black Zetsu put Toneri at ease. So Black Zetsu spoke with rare candor. Let's not beat around the bush. Once you awaken the Tenseigan, you'll synchronize with the great Tenseigan in Hamura's temple. From within the core of this moon, the sealing stone, you'll release my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya's true form. Toneri, you mean, the Geto Mazo. Decades ago, a long-haired wanderer from the surface already summoned the Geto Mazo away. Black Zetsu, the statue is the ten-tailed shell, a part of my mother, but her true body is the rabbit. When the Sage of Six Paths seal was activated, the ten-tail's chakra and body were separated. The Geto Mazo and the rabbit were sealed together, intertwined. And, Toneri, there's a misconception in your understanding. The statue was first summoned away 1,000 years ago. Toneri, how is that possible? Black Zetsu, after sealing mother together, the ambitious Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo, began to fear your ancestor, Hamura. So he summoned the Geto Mazo from the sealing stone, injected the separated chakra, revived the ten-tails, and became its Jinchuriki. Toneri, wasn't Hagoromo worried about Kagaya's resurrection? Black Zetsu, as long as the rabbit remains in the sealing stone, mother can't truly return. The only ways to free the rabbit are by using the Tenseigan to open the moon, or by casting the infinite Tsukuyomi. Later, Hagoromo realized his end was near. He split the ten-tails chakra into 9 parts, giving birth to today's 9-tailed beasts. The Geto Mazo returned to the sealing stone after Hagoromo's death. And then, nearly 1,000 years later, it was finally summoned out by Uchiha Madara, the long-haired wanderer you mentioned, after he awakened the Rinnegan. Toneri, so that's how it is. Black Zetsu, it's natural you wouldn't know the details from 1,000 years ago. Your ancestors may not have known either. Black Zetsu's story was 70% truth, 30% lies, making it all the more convincing. It seems you really are Kagaya's child. Toneri was completely taken in by Black Zetsu's tale, but there was one thing that went against his ancestral teachings, releasing Kagaya. He hesitated. Guarding the sealing stone is one of my ancestors' commands. I do want to fulfill Hamura's will and destroy the world created by the Sage of Six Paths, but I'd rather not violate ancestral law if I can help it. Black Zetsu replied with a gentle smile, Toneri, first let me praise you, you really are a good child. Hamura would be proud to have a descendant like you. But you can't stay a child forever. You need to learn to adapt. Adults know how to be flexible. In this world, no one helps others for no reason. Most people fight alone for what they believe in. To find a reliable partner is a rare blessing. Toneri, are you the same? Black Zetsu, every family has its own hard-to-recite scriptures. If I weren't desperate, I wouldn't have come all the way up here to bother you. In any case, things on the surface are already out of your control. If you don't seize the initiative, people down there will come for you, and take what little you have left. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Uzumaki Naruto is already on his way to becoming the new Sage of Six Paths. He even helped Hyuga Hinata awaken the Tenseigan. Do you really think he doesn't know you exist? Once he and his allies have carved up all the resources on the surface, they'll come for you. You either break your silence with an explosion, or die in it. Toneri, this is a matter of life and death. You can't just sit around stargazing anymore. If you want something, go after it. If you can't stand the Sage's ninja sect, destroy them. If you like Hyuga Hinata, take her, make her bear your children. With power, all of this is yours for the taking. The fastest way to gain power is to work with me. And as for your worries about ancestral law, that's nothing. Revitalizing the moon's Otsutsuki branch is far more meaningful than rigidly following old rules. Wouldn't that make your ancestors even prouder? Besides, I'll help you accomplish all this first. Once you awaken the Tenseigan, then you can fulfill your promise to me. There's no risk to you at all. So what are you still hesitating for? Toneri, may I ask you one more question? Black Zetsu, go ahead. Toneri, why do you trust me to keep my promise after I gain power? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Black Zetsu, because I trust Hamura more than Hagoromo. Hamura's descendants would never go back on their word. Toneri, thank you for your trust. I won't let you down. Inside, Black Zetsu sneered, go back on your word if you want, doesn't matter to me. If I can free Mother's true form through you, great. If not, I'll just move on to infinite Tsukuyomi and revive her that way. Toneri, you're just an appetizer in my plan. 1,000 years ago, your ancestor Hamura helped Hagoromo seal Mother, an unforgivable crime. And you, as his last surviving heir. Of course I'll take good care of you. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 274, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 274, Unfathomable Hearts. After returning to the village, Naruto shared the agreement he'd reached with Madara with the first Hokage and the others. Hashirama finally let out a sigh of relief, the weight on his heart lifting at last. Next, Naruto sought out Captain Yamato to explain the situation with Chibo Daichuin, making it clear he wanted Yamato to assume Daichuin's identity as a second persona. Upon hearing this, Yamato refused righteously. You want me to impersonate someone and collect their salary? My upbringing doesn't allow for that, Naruto. Naruto tried to appeal to his sense of duty. Chibo Daichuin has already been executed, but the daimyo of the Land of Water doesn't know. To keep the peace, someone has to fill his shoes. Yamato still hesitated. Taking a dead man's pay is even worse. Sorry, Naruto, but you'll have to find someone else. Naruto sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. Man, the daimyo's salary is dozens of times what a ninja gets. One official's pay could support a whole clan, not to mention double salary. Well, if you're uncomfortable, Captain Yamato, I'll ask around elsewhere. Wait, hold on, Naruto. Yamato called out, stopping him. Naruto turned, puzzled. What is it, Captain? With a solemn look, Yamato said, I've been freeloading in Omega Kure all this time, and you rarely ask me for help. If I refuse again, it'd just be too heartless. Naruto's eyes lit up. So you'll do it. Yamato relented, a bit helpless. I'll take the job. Think of it as helping you save face. Naruto beamed. Really? That's a huge help. Yamato pursed his lips. Don't thank me. Just be careful with your wood release healing, okay? Don't make it so I can't answer to Lady Tsunade when I finally get back to Konoha. He remembered that Tsunade's original order was to monitor Naruto's use of wood release and make sure he wasn't overdoing it. Naruto thumped his chest. Relax, Captain. Except for that time I took a hit from Moga Betsurai on purpose, I've barely used wood release to heal myself. Yamato scolded, take this seriously, Naruto. This isn't a game. At noon, Kakuzu packed his things, preparing to head for the Land of Water to negotiate. When the second Hokage, Tobirama, heard, he put aside his own tasks and insisted on joining Kakuzu, though he disguised himself as an assistant to avoid causing a stir. Naruto's only instruction, don't kill anyone. After seeing them off, Minato approached Naruto, tactfully requesting that Murasaki be transferred from ANBU to a different post. Inside, Kushina was fuming, Minato's getting bold. If he keeps this up, maybe I'll have an affair with Kurama just to show him, date Bane. Kurama grumbled, can you two leave me out of your marital drama? Sensing the situation was getting out of hand, Naruto put on a serious face. Dad, you're not actually planning to cheat on Mom, are you? Minato was baffled. What? Where is this coming from? Naruto pressed, then why are you so fixated on Murasaki? Just because you saved her once. Minato blinked. I saved her. Turns out, Minato had no idea. So Naruto laid out Murasaki's background in full. Minato suddenly understood. She's that girl from back then. No wonder she seemed familiar. Worried about misunderstandings, Minato quickly explained that, during the Konoha festival, Murasaki had simply asked him to take her to see the fireworks. He added, she's just a kid at heart, not suited for ANBU's bloody work. I only see her as a junior, nothing more. Naruto stroked his chin, but his mind was on something else. So Murasaki went to Konoha that night. Was it really just for fireworks? Wait. Uncle Shikaku had written that Shimura Kabuto was quietly killed, body and all missing. But both Obito and Kamui swore it wasn't them. Could it have been Murasaki? Did she act on her own after hearing me complain? The more Naruto thought, the more convinced he became. Probably childhood trauma turned her this dark. Even darker than Kakashi-sensei in his youth. Keeping her in ANBU can't be good for her mental health. He realized he couldn't ignore the problem any longer. It's time to keep that promise. He'd once promised to restore a soul to Cheyenne body, to comfort Murasaki. Cheyenne, Murasaki's sister, was the female pain animal path. Months ago, when Naruto exchanged Team Hawk and several reanimated ninja with Konoha, he'd also brought back Cheyenne's remains. He summoned Murasaki. Konan led them to the morgue where Cheyenne's body was kept. The spikes had been removed from Murasaki's body, and the wounds repaired. ZZZT. Naruto's eyes shifted into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even on the dead, there are lingering soul spectrums from life. He'd used this as a reference when restoring Rin's soul. Now, he'd do it again. After confirming the soul spectrum, he adjusted the colors, a process so subtle it could only be felt, not explained. Futono Mitama. A beam of light enveloped Cheyenne's body. She opened her eyes and sat up on the morgue table. Her body was stiff at first, but soon her heart began to beat, blood flowed, and she recovered. Whoosh. Her thin covering slipped off. Naked, she approached Naruto, her voice ethereal, "Father." Souls restored by Futono Mitama always retained absolute loyalty to Naruto, they usually called him father. But having Cheyenne call him that was awkward. Koto Ematsukami. Naruto used Koto Ematsukami to implant some memories and had her change how she addressed him. Sure enough, Cheyenne corrected herself, "Master." Huh. That wasn't the title Naruto had intended, but it would do. Murasaki hugged Cheyenne tight. "Sister, I failed to protect you before, but I won't let anything happen to you this time." Cheyenne's eyes shimmered. "Wani-chan." The sisters' reunion was a moment of pure joy. Naruto spoke up at the right time. "Murasaki, take some time off and stay with Cheyenne." Murasaki hesitated. "Time off? But I'm an ANBU squad leader." Naruto smiled. "Someone else will fill in. Your position will be reassigned." Murasaki nodded. "Understood. I'll obey any arrangement Lord Naruto makes. The rest, she kept to herself, even if it means offering up my homeland, my life, or even my chastity." Late at night, in Konoha's underground shelter. ZZZT. Black marks spread across Senju Kakusho's skin. It was Black Zetsu's unique black spore technique, planted during the gap when Kabuto and Sasuke traveled to Shinagawa. The blackness whispered seductively, "When I left Tobarama's body, I gave you the last chakra I'd absorbed. Let it out, Kakusho, unleash all your negative emotions." ZZZT. Senju Kakusho's eyes flared crimson. Clap. His hands slammed together. Would release, advent of a world of trees. Rumble. The earth of Konoha trembled as hundreds, thousands of gnarled trees erupted from the ground. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. In the blink of an eye, panic swept the village, every shadow seemed an enemy, every sound a threat. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 275, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 275, Calamity Without Cause. Would release, advent of a world of trees. A monstrous forest erupted from beneath Konoha, tearing through homes as it surged skyward. Countless villagers died in their sleep, impaled by giant trees before they could even cry out. Konoha's ninja scrambled to assemble, only to spot a lone boy standing amid the ruins. Who is that? Kakusho had been secretly escorted back to the village. Only the Hokage's personal guards and a handful of high-ranking ninja even knew he existed. They got this deep into the village and the barrier team didn't notice a thing. Could there be an inside man, like with the advisor incident? The Hokage will get to the bottom of it. For now, our top priority is to eliminate the enemy. A squad of brave Konoha ninja charged in. But before they could get close, the trees lashed out, coiling around their bodies. They struggled in vain. Their bodies were crushed to pulp, screams cut short by the suffocating wood. The carnage stunned even the reinforcements rushing to the scene. Don't treat him like some ordinary kid. He's wielding the first Hokage's would release. Set up a long-range firepower net. Pin him down until the Jonin and Hokage arrive. The ninja formed a circle, unleashing a barrage of ranged ninjutsu and shuriken laced with explosive tags. The explosions shook the earth, and when the smoke cleared, a battered wood-locking wall stood in the crater's center. That's wood-locking wall. I've seen rogue ninja Yamato use it, but his never took a beating like this. Whoever this kid is, his wood release is way beyond Yamato's. At his age. Unbelievable. But the wall's damaged. Our attacks must have gotten through. In other words, he's injured right now. This is our chance. Capture him, find out who's pulling the strings. There's no way a kid could do this alone. A dozen elite ninja drew their blades and closed in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, golden chains shot out from the wood-locking wall, more than a dozen in all. Ayakak. In an instant, every last one of those elite ninja was dead. What was that? The outer ring of ninja fell silent, paralyzed by fear. That technique, no doubt about it. That's the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains. The speaker was Akimichi Todo, former partner of the 4th Hokage Minato, one of the few who'd seen Kushina in action. The wood-locking wall collapsed. Senju Kakusho's battered body steamed, wounds closing in seconds, injuries that would have killed any other ninja. The Black Zetsu clone covering him whispered, "That's it, Kakusho. Your power is just getting started. Give these people back every bit of suffering they gave you." Kakusho hunched his trembling shoulders, veins bulging beneath his skin. He clenched and unclenched his fists, a raw, childlike roar bursting from his chest. Rafa. The earth beneath him rumbled in answer. A massive wooden golem rose up, towering and unstoppable. Black Zetsu's mad laughter echoed, ha 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 ha. This is beyond my wildest dreams. What a treasure I've found. Whoosh. A wooden dragon snaked around the golem's shoulder. Boom. 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 The golem stomped forward, each step quaking the ground. Fall back. This is no enemy you can handle, it's just pointless sacrifice. Akimichi Toto stepped up. Super expansion jutsu. His huge frame swelled, matching the wooden golem's height. Toto-san. Get out of there. Whoosh. Toto charged, swinging his war club, locking into a titanic struggle with the golem. But then, the wooden dragon coiled around Toto, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. Toto's face twisted in shock. No. This dragon's draining my chakra. Clang. His war club flew from his grip in the next clash. The golem's colossal fist slammed into him, sending him flying. Crippled and drained of chakra, Toto's jutsu faded. The golem pressed forward, stomping down. Akimichi Toto fell in battle, a hero's end. With the path clear, the wooden golem rampaged unchecked. Now that you've unleashed the golem, let's take it up a notch, Kusho. Here's another fun jutsu. Wood release, nativity of a sea of trees. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A new forest erupted, flowers blooming everywhere. Deadly pollen spread, and wherever it drifted, ninja and civilians alike collapsed, powerless to resist. From the moment Kakusho was infected by the black spore to total disaster, less than 3 minutes had passed. There was no stopping it. Black Zetsu's move had struck at Konoha's very heart. Lady Tsunade, it was that child. The guard captain who knew Kakusho's secret reported to her. Atop the Hokage residence, Tsunade watched the smoke and chaos in the distance. She knew, after tonight, her time as Hokage was over. But right now, saving lives comes first. She bit her finger, formed seals with her blood. Summoning jutsu. Poof. Katsuyu's massive form appeared. Tsunade sat cross-legged, activating Sage Mode and unleashing the strength of 100 seal. Katsuyu split into countless clones, swarming into the pollen-choked zone to rescue the wounded. Tsunade frowned. Shikaku and Kakashi both left to explain the advisor's deaths to the Fire Daimyo, and of all times, this happens now. Hey, intelligence gathering is my specialty. Konoha's sharpest mind, Nara Shikaku, and Kakashi, now with both of Obito's eyes, are both out of the village. Tonight's the perfect time to strike. And if I cause mass casualties, Tsunade will have to use Katsuyu, tying up her combat power. Black Zetsu sensed Tsunade's move. Oh. She's already used Katsuyu. Just as I expected. That means, in all of Konoha, only one person is left who can stop Kakusho. The princess with the Tenseigan, Hinata. Once Katsuyu's clones had evacuated the paralyzed wounded. Silver will reincarnation explosion. Boom. A silver storm ripped through the sky, blasting away the choking pollen in an instant. Amid the shattered forest, a clearing opened. Hyuga Hinata hovered in midair, bathed in the golden radiance of Tenseigan chakra mode. Her golden Tenseigan locked onto Kakusho atop the wooden golem, her gaze sharp. That dark chakra surrounding him, could it be? Black Zetsu grinned wickedly. Well, speak of the princess, and the princess arrives. Boom, 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 boom. The wooden golem thundered toward Hinata. Using golden will reincarnation explosion would hurt everyone. I'll play it safe. Whoosh. Hinata formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu, Hamura divine statue. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 276, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 276, The Cold Moon. Through the contract of the Tenseigan, summoning the Hamura divine statue unleashed tremendous power, and the caster remained unharmed. Even if the statue was destroyed, it could regenerate. In a previous life, Otsutsuki Toneri had used this very statue to suppress Naruto's 9 tails. In this life, when Sasuke attacked, Hinata relied on it to clash head-on with his perfect Susanoo in Sage Mode. The wood golem technique could barely match Susanoo blow for blow, so it was no match for the Hamura divine statue. Boom. Fists collided in midair. The wooden golem's arm shattered, forcing it to stagger backward under the impact. The stone statue pressed its advantage. As the golem halted, a wooden dragon coiled around its shoulder, only for the statue to clamp down on the dragon's throat, wrench it violently, spin the golem around, and hurl it far across the battlefield. Crash. The golem slammed into a heap of ruins, splinters raining down. Possessing Kakusho, Black Zetsu couldn't help but sigh. The Tenseigan, which even Mother never awakened, truly extraordinary. In that case, how about this technique? Adamantine Wood Dragon. Senju Kakusho, the great-grandson of Hashirama and Mito, inherited not only wood release from his ancestor, but also an almost pure Uzumaki bloodline. The Adamantine Wood Dragon was a fusion of the Wood Dragon and Adamantine sealing chains, combining chakra absorption and powerful suppression. This time, the Hamura divine statue didn't have such an easy time. The statue tore apart the first 2 dragons with brute force, but the next 7 wrapped around it, locking it in place. Black Zetsu chuckled. "So, what will you do now?" "Ha." Hinata took a deep breath. In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of golden light, rocketing straight for Kakusho atop the wooden golem. "Shouldn't she be cutting those dragons?" Black Zetsu muttered, surprised. "This girl really doesn't play by the rules, does she?" Caught off guard, the one-armed golem swung its fist at Hinata. But Hinata met the attack head-on, channeling chakra into her right palm and striking out. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Boom. The force of her palm blasted the golem's fist aside. Black Zetsu whispered, "That's the Hyuga clan's vacuum palm from the gentle fist." To knock back the wood golem's fist, is the Tenseigan's chakra boost really this insane? Crack. Crack. Hinata clenched both fists. 2 truth-seeking orbs, transformed by the Tenseigan chakra mode, floated to her left and right fists, morphing into vivid silver lion heads. Ha! Suspended in midair, Hinata unleashed a flurry of punches. Silver wheel, twin lion meteor fists. Boom. 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 Her fists fell like a meteor shower. Under the relentless assault, the wooden golem's body crumbled apart, finally collapsing into ruin. Yet, not a single strike touched Kakusho himself. As the lion-shaped orbs burned out, Hinata panted softly, murmuring, "That child is being controlled by dark chakra. Attacking the village isn't his true will. I have to avoid hurting him at all costs." Kakusho, under Black Zetsu's control, lifted his dull gaze. With his perception, how could he not sense Hinata's mercy? TCH, what a Buddha's heart. No wonder Toneri can't get her out of his head. Black Zetsu mused, Kakusho's chakra is nearly depleted, and Toneri still needs more time. Looks like I'll have to fully take over this body. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Blackness flooded across Kakusho's skin, swallowing him whole. Hinata called out, "You're Black Zetsu, aren't you? The child of Otsutsuki Kagaya." Black Zetsu was stunned. "What? You actually know my mother's name?" Whoosh. Hinata warned, "Get out of that child's body. If you don't, I won't hold back." Whoosh. As she spoke, a golden sphere of light formed in her palm. It was the Tenseigan's spirit orb. Black Zetsu hesitated, wary. The Tenseigan's power, it really restrains me. If that hits me, the black spore possession will be broken. Suddenly, a wicked thought flashed through his mind. He snatched up a kunai and stabbed it straight into Kakusho's heart. Blood gushed forth. He sneered viciously, "Ha ha ha. See. He's fatally wounded. If I leave his body now, he'll die within moments. You care about him, don't you? Go ahead, if you want him dead, hit me with your jutsu." Hinata's face was shadowed, unreadable. The next instant, she dashed forward and, with a crisp smack, drove the spirit orb straight into Kakusho's chest. Black Zetsu shrieked, "What, you?" Hinata's voice was gentle but unyielding. "If I do nothing, you'll escape and abandon his body anyway. His chances of survival would be even slimmer." Black Zetsu was blasted out of Kakusho's body. Hinata caught the collapsing boy. "Amaki. Kakik. Leave it to me, mama." Amaki burst from the ground, pressing her hand to Kakusho's chest. Her little palm liquefied and slipped into the wound, repairing his heart from within. "Mother." Black Zetsu stared at Amaki, the aura of the demonic statue radiating from her making him blurt out the word. Amaki grinned wide. "Kakik, I don't have a little sh*t like you." Black Zetsu, SHT. "I'm not SHT. Abai appeared behind him, voice ghostly, "You're about to be." With that, his body opened up. The sh*t slime burst forth, expanding to a monstrous 10 meters. It surged forward, engulfing Black Zetsu's black spore clone entirely. Drowning in the foul stench, Black Zetsu cursed, "Abai, you stinking bastard, I'll kill you one day." The sh*t slime muttered, Abai, how strange, I can't seem to digest it." Abai formed a hand seal. "If you can't digest it, then assimilate it." Shit release, yin-yang shit transformation. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. That part of Black Zetsu's body was fundamentally transformed into sh*t. But unlike the rest of the SHT slime's yellow-brown body, the SHT that Black Zetsu became was dazzling, iridescent black. Black SHT Zetsu, damn SHT. Abai declared, as long as you're SHT, you'll never escape the SHT slime. Accept your fate. Whoosh. Abai opened up again. Heave-ho. The SH*T slime bounced up, transforming into a wave of filth that poured back into Abai's body. At the Hyuga clan estate, Hanabi glared warily at the unfamiliar men before her. Who are you? Toneri approached, a dangerous smile on his lips. Do you want eyes like your sisters? I can make it happen. Nonsense. Hanabi charged, but her strength failed her and she collapsed at Toneri's feet. Of course, it's for my own sake. Toneri removed Hanabi's eyes and implanted them into himself. He opened his new eyes, lifted Hanabi, and vanished into the void, leaving only his chilling words behind. Once I awaken the Tenseigan, this world created by the Sage of Six Paths will come to an end. Then, Hinata, my powerful, beautiful princess, I, Otsutsuki Toneri, will be the only prince worthy of you. We'll soar together, complete the sacred ceremony, carry on humanity's bloodline, and usher in a new era. Wait for me, that day is almost here. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 277, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 277, the ones we hold dear. The chaos in Konoha had finally come to an end. Over 100 ninja were lost, and more than 1,000 civilians perished. It was the greatest calamity to strike Konoha since the Pain incident. But unlike that time, there was no Rinne rebirth to bring the dead back. Those who died this time were truly gone. Investigating Kakusho's origins unearthed the secret that Tsunade had once treated Kabuto in private. Tsunade took full responsibility and resigned in disgrace. The following day, at the memorial service for the fallen, Tsunade attended and laid flowers for the dead. She was met with a barrage of accusations from the bereaved families. It's you. You killed my family. And to think we trusted you. So the rumors were true, Pain's attack on Konoha was a conspiracy you and Uzumaki Naruto cooked up. Your sheltering of rogue ninjas like Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke led to this tragedy. You think stepping down makes it all go away? Get out. You don't deserve the money we sweated to earn. Tsunade, get out of Konoha. Get out. Never come back. Tsunade endured the verbal onslaught in silence. She knew the villagers needed someone to blame, a way to vent their rage, so that Kakashi's coming rule could proceed unimpeded. Lady Tsunade. Shizen watched, heartbroken, as her master was drowned in accusations, tears streaming down her face. Some ninja wanted to speak up, but Shikaku stopped them. He knew Tsunade was prepared for this. Prepared to step down and shoulder whatever consequences came. The memorial ended in gloom. It was, perhaps, the darkest day in Konoha's history. The Hokage's authority had hit rock bottom. Who could have imagined that the much-anticipated Hokage succession, just a few years ago, would end in such chaos? Black Zetsu had struck while Shikaku was away, precisely to avoid the village's sharpest mind seeing through his misdirection. And it proved the right move. Under the cover of chaos, Toneri succeeded. When Shikaku returned, all he could do was minimize the damage. From Hinata, he learned the true mastermind was Black Zetsu. Shikaku quickly proposed that the village announce the attacker, Senju Kakusho, had been executed the night before. After all, whether Kakusho was innocent or not, the families of the dead would never accept him living. He could no longer stay in Konoha. Even if protected, he'd face the same isolation young Naruto once suffered. More importantly, though Kakusho was pure-hearted, he wasn't Naruto, and could never become another Naruto. The village could not go a day without a Hokage. Kakashi was appointed the 6th Hokage. Even though he'd braced himself, the suddenness of it all still caught him off guard. After deep discussions with Shikaku and the Jonin representatives, he made a painful announcement. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, would be stripped of her Konoha ninja status and exiled from the village. At dusk, Tsunade packed her belongings and left by Konoha's rear gate. Shizen was already waiting, clutching Taunton in her arms. Lady Tsunade, I want to go with you. Tsunade smiled gently. Don't say such childish things. Konoha's medical corps needs you. But I. To endure what others cannot, that's the essence of a ninja. Compared to those who've been falsely accused or sacrificed everything for the greater good, what I've suffered is nothing. Besides, I do bear unavoidable responsibility for what happened. Shizen protested, unwilling. But it was an unavoidable plot. Who could have guessed the enemy was hiding so deep? We checked again and again, Kabuto hadn't done anything to Kakusho, and yet we were blindsided by some mysterious Black Zetsu. Tsunade replied calmly, that just means we weren't careful enough. This was a lesson, we must always consider the worst-case scenario. Shizen, don't resent the people of Konoha for my sake. We've all felt the pain of losing someone we love. Wiping away her tears, Shizen straightened. Master, I'll remember your words. Tsunade lowered her head, gently rubbing Tauntaun's pink snout. Eat well, and listen to Shizen. Oink oink, Tauntaun squealed, reluctant to part. Tsunade gave a faint smile, turned, and strode away with her usual, unyielding spirit. Shizen watched her master's receding figure, bowing deeply, and did not rise for a long time. At a crossroads, Shikaku waited with a somber young man at his side. Kusho asked, I killed so many of your people. Why not just execute me? Shikaku replied, everything comes down to reason. You were manipulated into killing, you're innocent. No matter how many hate you, we won't put you to death. You ninja still talk about reason. With power, you decide who lives and dies, controlling others' fates at will. Not all ninja are like that. At least, Konoha's ninja aren't. And neither are the people where you're going next. Kusho looked away, voice low. But I'm not completely innocent. When that shadow controlled my body, the feelings I'd buried deep inside were set free. In that moment, I really did want to destroy everything. Shikaku lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, and smiled. The fact you can say that means your conscience is still alive. With the right guidance, you won't go astray. That person already agreed to take you as a disciple, to teach you ninjutsu, and what it means to be human. Who? The only ninja whose contributions no one can deny, one of the Sannin, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Kusho had heard the name in Konoha's chatter, and knew some of his feats. But, isn't Jiraiya dead? He was. But he came back, very few people know. So where is he? Shikaku stubbed out his cigarette in a portable ashtray, gazing at the faint silhouette in the distance. Your aunt will take you to him. Note, previously, Kusho was said to be the grandson of Hashirama and Mito, but he is actually their great-grandson. Yes, Tsunade would take Kusho with her, to the hidden rain village. Hanabi was missing. But when the bodies were counted, hers was not among them. No clues, no leads. But Hinata realized something. When a naive Naruto had helped her awaken the Tenseigan, he'd also brought with him the memories of the returning Naruto. Hinata already knew everything, including the existence of Otsutsuki Toneri. Even Naruto hadn't expected Toneri to act years ahead of schedule, or to ally himself with Black Zetsu. Hanabi's disappearance could only be connected to Toneri. Realizing this, Hinata could no longer hold back her urgency. In the dead of night, she slipped out of Konoha, racing toward a certain place from her memories. It was the passage that Otsutsuki Himura had once built between Earth and the Moon using the Tenseigan to communicate with Hagoromo. Canon setting, from Movie 10, The Last. She would go to the moon to rescue Hanabi. Oh. Hinata, you really came all by yourself. At the lakeshore, bathed in moonlight, someone had been waiting for her. Hinata covered her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly trust what she was seeing. Naruto, Kuin. Naruto's gaze was gentle, full of affection. How could I let you go somewhere so dangerous alone? But I know I can't stop you, and I don't want to. So, just like before, let's go together. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 278, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 278, Moonlit Beginnings. Within the moon's resplendent temple, Otsutsuki Toneri paced restlessly, unable to contain his excitement. I can feel it, the pulse of the eye. The great Tenseigan is on the verge of awakening. Black Zetsu, whose black spore clone had orchestrated the chaos in Konoha, let out a satisfied laugh. To see everything progress so smoothly, all my meticulous planning has finally paid off. Toneri turned to him, voice reverent. There's no doubt I owe these sacred eyes to you. As promised, I'll open the moon and release Grandmother Kaguya. Black Zetsu waved him off. Good. I'll be heading back now. Why not stay and witness the fall of the Sage of Six Paths world? Toneri asked, his tone almost inviting. Black Zetsu chuckled. Isn't it more thrilling to watch from the surface? That way, I can savor every moment firsthand. Toneri considered this, then warned, once I release Grandmother, I'll synchronize the giant Tenseigan in Himura's temple and crash the moon into the earth. If you're still down there, you might get swept up in the destruction. Don't worry. I have ways to keep myself safe, Black Zetsu replied coolly. In that case, look forward to my performance. Toneri declared. But as Black Zetsu departed, he sneered inwardly, humph, that land is Mother's most precious seedbed. There's no way I'd let you destroy it, Toneri. Besides, with Naruto's personality, he'll come for you, and you'll lose. Still, if you can give Naruto even the slightest trouble, my trip will have been worthwhile. So far, it's all been a prelude. The real show, the holy war I've prepared for Uzumaki Naruto and all those who've schemed against Mother's return, will begin in a month. No sugarcoating, just a full-blown spectacle. Well then, break a leg, my adorable puppet, Otsutsuki Toneri. With those hidden thoughts, Black Zetsu left the moon behind. Days passed. With each surge of chakra, Toneri felt the Tenseigan within him finally awaken. His once empty chambers now brimmed with exquisitely crafted puppets, Tenseigan puppets, to be precise. These constructs required no chakra threads or black rods, moved with a will of their own, and boasted combat prowess rivaling elite jonin. In Boruto, even after losing the Tenseigan, Toneri retained control over these puppets, until Uruseki Otsutsuki seized the ability. Their strength was proven when several puppets forced elite jonin Kankuro into a corner. Before a grand door in the temple, Toneri's azure Tenseigan shimmered with the depth of a star-filled sea. Behind that door, protected by countless seals, lay a colossal golden Tenseigan. According to the last, Naruto the movie, this giant Tenseigan is composed of the Byakugan from the entire Otsutsuki branch family on the moon. While Toneri awakened his own Tenseigan by transplanting Hanabi's Byakugan, manipulating a celestial body required him to synchronize with the giant Tenseigan in Amura's temple. This is canon, not fanon. Yet, just as he was about to fulfill his promise, Toneri hesitated. Should I really do as that man said, and release Kagaya's true form from the moon? With power, I can claim anything I desire, including the right to decide what happens next. Besides, unsealing Kagaya would introduce too many unknowns. Now that I possess the Tenseigan, why risk it? He decided to break the agreement. But then another thought struck him. To destroy the Sage of Six Paths world, I need to crash the moon into the earth. But if I don't break Kagaya's seal, controlling the moon could be tricky. A flash of inspiration. Wait. Why not just ram the entire moon into the earth without breaking the seal? It'll burn more chakra, but it's definitely safer. The impact would be powerful enough to kill the sealed Kagaya, two birds with one stone. But first, before the great cleansing, I need to bring my future bride, Princess Hinata, back to my side. Boom. As Toneri indulged in his fantasies, a thunderous crash echoed through the palace. What's going on? He demanded. A puppet reported, intruders have breached our territory. Through the passageway. Go intercept them. If you can destroy them, do it. Understood, master. Hand in hand, Naruto and Hinata arrived on the moon. But the landscape wasn't barren. At first glance, it looked almost like Earth itself. Naruto explained, we're not on the surface, but inside the moon, a sealed space. The Tenseigan can reshape a planet's ecosystem, providing air, water, and even plants. The sun above isn't real, it's an artificial sun created by the Tenseigan. Hinata nodded sweetly, even though she already knew the truth. Clack, clack, clack. A swarm of puppets swooped down, their movements mechanical yet menacing. Those are Tenseigan puppets, Naruto said. Don't let their looks fool you, they pack a punch. Hinata was ready to strike, but Naruto smiled. No rush. Let's treat this as a warm-up. The puppets, cloaked in exotic garb, lined up in the sky. Their long arms spun in circles, conjuring golden orbs that hovered in a dazzling array, then, with a synchronized push, unleashed a barrage of energy down below. Their ranged attack orbs are no joke, almost as strong as a Raiznon, Naruto commented. He calmly raised his left hand. Almighty push. Boom. 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 A surge of repulsive force detonated the orbs mid-flight in a chain of explosions. Naruto then swung the Bashosen fan from his back, sweeping it wide. Fire, wind, water, earth, lightning, waves of elemental fury crashed into the airborne puppet formation, scattering them like leaves in a storm. The face on the Bashosen grinned. Dad, Mom, did I do good? Naruto laughed. Not bad at all. Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy red. Boom. Above the temple, a surge of immense chakra erupted, a white figure rose into the sky. It was Otsutsuki Toneri, his Tenseigan glaring down with icy arrogance. Hinata, I was just about to fetch you home, and here you are, coming to me, how touching. Hinata didn't waste words. Toneri, give Hanabi back. I'll return Hanabi to you, she can even witness our union. But that nuisance over there, must die here. Toneri sneered. Naruto scratched the back of his head, unbothered. Nuisance. You mean me? Toneri's Tenseigan gleamed with haughty disdain. Uzumaki Naruto, you're the root of everything standing between Hinata and me. You're nothing but a lowly native born on the sage's land, you're not worthy of my noble princess. Tenseigan chakra mode. Whoosh. A spectral green chakra enveloped Toneri as a horn sprouted from his forehead. So that's Toneri's Tenseigan chakra. Hinata murmured. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, golden light radiated from her entire body. Her Tenseigan chakra mode was every bit as dazzling as Toneri's. Seeing this, Toneri clenched his fists, then barked at Naruto, "Fox, if you want to prove you deserve Hinata, fight me one-on-one, like a real man." He wasn't stupid, facing them both would be suicide. This was just a desperate provocation. But Naruto replied with a breezy grin, "Idiot, did you really think I came all this way just to duel you? Hinata is the love of my life, why should I prove anything to anyone?" He spoke these burning words right in front of the enemy, making Hinata's face turn crimson. Her Tenseigan chakra nearly flickered out from embarrassment. Naruto straightened his headband. "To tell you the truth, Toneri, I came here just to beat you up." Lightning release, Kurama chakra mode. A cloak of golden chakra surged around him, crackling with living lightning. "Let's go, Hinata." "Yes." Naruto-kun. The husband and wife tag team charged into battle. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 279, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 279, Mixed Doubles. Two golden streaks, Naruto and Hinata, whirled in perfect harmony, weaving together as they closed in on Toneri. Catching a glimpse of Hinata's slightly anxious profile, Naruto asked softly, "Nervous?" Hinata nodded, voice barely above a whisper. "It's my first time fighting side by side with you, Naruto-kun. I'm afraid I'll just slow you down." Naruto moved closer, gently taking her hand. "Then let's move together, step by step, until we find our rhythm." "Fox. Take your filthy hands off her." Toneri roared, launching his attack. Before his palms, several derivative truth-seeking orbs, each coated in his signature green Tenseigan chakra, spun rapidly, morphing into razor-sharp shuriken that shot toward the couple. Hinata's eyes widened. "That covers a huge area. Don't worry. I've got you," Naruto assured her. He tightened his grip on her hand, leading her in a swift, fluid dance, dodging every last shuriken with ease. Hinata's heart fluttered, Naruto-kun's hand, so strong, so steady. "I feel safe. This is outrageous." Toneri's fury only grew. The truth-seeking orbs before him spun even faster, forming a brilliant silver ring of light. Naruto's gaze was calm. "Silver will reincarnation explosion. You've had that move down for a while, haven't you?" Hinata nodded. "I saw it in the memories you brought me. I studied, practiced, and finally mastered it." She lifted her right hand, mirroring Toneri. A matching silver ring of light whirled into existence. Together, they struck. Silver will reincarnation explosion. Boom. Twin silver tornadoes crashed in midair, their collision stirring up a storm of debris and dust. When the winds finally died, both attacks had cancelled each other out. Toneri's face twisted in disbelief and rage. "Hinata, you may be stronger, but you're no longer the gentle woman I wanted by my side. You're unfit to be my partner in ushering in humanity's new era." With a furious swipe, Toneri raised his arm. Countless truth-seeking orbs spun upward, fusing into a towering golden blade. "Fox, this is your last warning, let go of Hinata's hand." Naruto sighed. "Guess I don't have a choice." He released Hinata's hand. Toneri burst into triumphant laughter, only for Naruto to slide his arm around Hinata's waist, pulling her in close. Hinata's face went beet red. Arg. "Enough, be destroyed." Toneri, humiliated and enraged, brought the golden blade crashing down. Golden will reincarnation explosion. On instinct, Kurama's chakra arms rose from Naruto's back, merging with a resounding clang to catch the blade overhead. Sparks flew, Naruto's eyes narrowed in focus. Susanoo armor materialized, sheathing Kurama's arms in spectral plating. With a mighty squeeze, Naruto shattered the golden blade like it was nothing. If catching the blade barehanded was the ultimate in technique, then crushing it so effortlessly was pure, overwhelming strength. Toneri's strongest attack, neutralized in an instant. Toneri was left reeling, eyes wide in horror. Naruto didn't let up. "Toneri, fighting isn't just about throwing out big moves. You can't win with brute force alone. You're nothing but a patchwork of cheap six paths power. Don't lecture me, the true heir of Hamura's will." Rumble. Toneri's pride lay in tatters. The statue of Hamura erupted from the ground, towering and menacing. But as it lumbered forward, its power rivaling the Nine Tails, Naruto and Hinata just smiled, lost in an old memory. "Hinata, remember the red scarf you knitted for me?" Toneri tore it up right in front of me. I was upset for days. Hinata smiled softly. "We don't need a scarf anymore. The red thread of fate already binds us, across time and space. Even so, I think I'd still like one. Want me to knit you another scarf, Naruto-kun?" No, not just a scarf. What I want is forever, with you. Then, should I leave Konoha and come to you? Yeah. Let's get married. That way, you'll be my wife, and still a Konoha ninja, even if you move to the hidden rain village. What if Konoha is attacked? We'll fight together. Okay. Hinata's answer was gentle but unwavering. Naruto let out a bittersweet sigh. It's funny. I never wanted to drag you into this too soon, but I can't help how I feel. Hinata's voice was calm and bright. We've been inseparable for a long time now. Past, present, previous life or this one, it's always us. Naruto laughed, pure and free. He let go of Hinata's waist, but only so he could hold her even closer. Hinata's Tenseigan flared. She formed a quick seal and pressed her palms to the ground. Boom. Another Hamura statue rose, standing tall against Toneri's. Warm-up's over. Ready for the real thing. Crack. With a flash of lightning, Naruto shot forward. Toneri reacted instantly. Truth-seeking orb cannon. From his right palm, a barrage of truth-seeking orbs, each coated in that eerie green chakra, blasted out like a hail of lasers. It was Toneri's fastest attack. But Naruto just smirked. With a sharp snap, he sidestepped at blinding speed. Toneri gawked. Impossible. You dodged my truth-seeking orb cannon. Swish. Naruto closed the distance, spinning into a flawless roundhouse kick. Toneri barely managed to block, but lightning crackled, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Swoosh. Hinata was there in a flash, slamming him skyward with a gentle fist, vacuum palm. Bam. Naruto followed up, kneeing Toneri in the gut, sending him tumbling again. Boom. Toneri bounced off the ground, only for Hinata to glide in, unleashing a seamless gentle fist combo, blows raining down like falling clouds and flowing water. Toneri saw stars, barely able to muster a silver will reincarnation explosion at the blurry figures before him. But the moment he started, Naruto flashed to Hinata's side using the Flying Thunder God mark. His left palm extended, Rinnegan, Preta Path activated. The silver will attack crashed into an invisible wall, its force absorbed and dissipated. As he absorbed the energy, Naruto's right hand struck out. Almighty push. Bang. Toneri was blasted away. While Naruto was still absorbing the last of the silver wheel's power, Hinata gathered a golden orb in her palm, aiming at Toneri's fleeing form. Tenseigan, gravitational pull. Whoosh. Toneri was yanked back by invisible force. As Naruto finished absorbing, he moved in, his lightning-charged arm snaking around Toneri's neck. Gah. Toneri screamed. Hey. Naruto laughed, spinning and tossing Toneri aside. Hinata stepped up, both palms striking, Toneri tumbled helplessly. Around Naruto, Kurama's chakra split into 8 crackling lightning arms. Lightning cloak, 8 trigrams thunder palm. Hinata's fists, wreathed in Tenseigan chakra, became silver twin lions. Silver wheel, twin lion meteor fists. Back to back, Naruto and Hinata unleashed a perfectly synchronized, two-sided onslaught. Boom. 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 Caught between the twin storms, Toneri was utterly powerless. His Tenseigan chakra mode, gone. The Tenseigan's light, extinguished. Those eyes, reverted to the plain white of the Byakugan. No. Impossible. This can't be happening. Toneri collapsed, broken. A sickly yellow liquid seeped from between his legs. The self-styled noble prince had wet himself in front of his dream princess. Utter humiliation. Toneri's mind shattered. Ha 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 ha. Living in this world, I'm just wasting air. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 280, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 280, A New Wind Rises. Toneri lay sprawled in the ruins, utterly defeated, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Hinata stepped forward, just as she had once before, and gently removed Hanabi's Byakugan from Toneri's eye sockets. But this time, Toneri didn't wail in anguish. Instead, he looked up at her and said, "Finish me. I failed to fulfill Hamura's divine will. Someone like me. I have no right to keep living in this world." Hinata paused, her gaze steady. Hamura never wished for the Sage of Six Paths world to be destroyed. Toneri let out a hollow laugh. Ha ha ha. What would an outsider like you know? With a swift motion, a Tenseigan spirit orb appeared in Hinata's palm, and she pressed it gently to Toneri's forehead. A vision flickered in Toneri's mind, a memory Hinata had drawn forth. In it, the Moon's branch members of the Otsutsuki clan knelt on one knee. The aged Hamura stepped forward, his voice sincere, Princess of the Byakugan, please protect my brother's world. Hinata spoke softly but firmly, that's the truth. You've misunderstood Hamura's will from the very beginning. Toneri stared in disbelief. How? Then everything I've done until now, has it all been a joke? Ha ha ha. I even humiliated myself in front of the girl I love. What's the point of living? I'm done. I'm done. Slap. A sharp slap echoed through the ruins, silencing him. Hinata stood, rubbing her stinging palm. Her voice rang out, clear and resolute. Everyone's life has value. You are yourself, not anyone's shadow. So stop worrying so much about what others think. That includes me. From now on, live for yourself, Toneri. With that, she turned and walked toward the distant temple. For myself. Toneri murmured, then called after her, not long ago, a pitch-black demon who called himself Kagaya's child came to me. He wanted me to release Kagaya's true form, Usagi, sealed inside this moon. Hinata stopped, listening. He was behind the attack on Konoha. I'm sorry. I took advantage of the chaos to kidnap your sister, and that set off all this madness. Before you arrived, that demon left. I think he already foresaw how things would turn out. Luckily, I broke our deal, so nothing irreversible happened. And that giant Tenseigan in Hamura's temple, it was forged from the combined Byakugan of all the moon's branch Otsutsuki. It holds their deepest wishes and the power to move celestial bodies. I, who twisted Hamura's will, no longer deserve it. Princess, no, Hinata, please take that eye. Use its power to protect your world. Consider it, my tiny act of atonement. Hinata nodded, then turned and walked on. At last, Toneri's voice drifted after her, Uzumaki Naruto is a truly worthy man, far better than me. I sincerely wish you both happiness. Naruto emerged from the temple, carrying the unconscious Hanabi. He gently set her down. Hinata approached, returning the eyes to Hanabi's sockets. I don't know medical ninjutsu. We'll need Shizen's help to reconnect the optic nerves once we're back. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Naruto placed his palm over Hanabi's eyes, a soft green glow emanating from his hand. Hinata blinked in surprise. That's the mystical palm technique. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Sakura taught me after I finished the chakra pathway surgery. How's Sakura doing in the rain, by the way? She's good. After everything that happened, she's become much steadier. Lately, she's been researching new medical ninjutsu with Namikaze Naruto. Namikaze. Naruto. Oh, you didn't know. He's my clone who died, but I gave him a soul and brought him back with impure world reincarnation. So, he's basically another me. I see. Once Hanabi's treatment was done, Naruto said, only your chakra can touch the giant Tenseigan in Hamura's temple. Technically, only Hamura's chakra can touch it. In the last, Naruto the movie, Naruto and Hinata destroyed the giant Tenseigan together, shattering it into countless Byakugan. Toneri tried to absorb them to reawaken his Tenseigan, but was backlashed and defeated. Ultimately, those Byakugan were destroyed in the explosion. Hinata nodded. Leave it to me. Naruto mused, actually, I have an idea. Maybe this time, we don't destroy the eye. In the future, a man named Amato invented a scientific ninja tool called a satellite. Sasori of the Red Sand is trying to recreate it using the Rinnegan's Azura path, but he's never succeeded. This time, I don't want to rely on Amato. His background is shady, and he'll do anything to get results. Besides, science tools can't stand up to top-tier Otsutsuki anyway. We need to focus on bloodline power. That's the true path. So, I want to modify the giant Tenseigan, turn it into a Tenseigan satellite. A Tenseigan satellite? Yeah. It'll orbit our planet, monitoring everything that happens. Hinata, if you synchronize your Tenseigan with it, you could keep real-time watch over the entire ninja world. If another schemer like Black Zetsu shows up, there'll be nowhere to hide. Hinata nodded. Okay. I'll do whatever you say, Naruto-kun. They transferred the giant Tenseigan from Hamura's temple. Carrying Hanabi, Naruto and Hinata returned to Earth the way they'd come. Dawn was breaking. Bathed in the soft morning light, Naruto and Hinata gazed deeply into each other's eyes, fingers entwined, holding each other close. After a gentle kiss, their foreheads pressed together. Naruto cupped her blushing cheeks, voice soft but with a hint of possessiveness, consider this chapter sealed with my stamp. When we get back, I'll pick a lucky day. 3 days from now, I'll send someone to formally propose. We'll have a real wedding, a grand one. Hinata's cheeks turned crimson, her heart racing. And no. It doesn't have to be so extravagant. As long as I'm with you, Naruto-kun, I'll be happy. But Naruto grinned. No way. People only get married once, it has to be something special. With Kakuzu off negotiating in the land of water, this might be Naruto's only chance to call the shots. Okay, I'll listen to you. Blushing, Hinata buried her face in Naruto's chest, only to realize. His heart's beating even faster than mine. Back in the hidden rain, Naruto summoned the village's most important figures, led by the first Hokage himself. Seeing such a grand assembly, everyone braced for some earth-shattering crisis. Naruto, what's going on? Naruto kept his head down, silent. Everyone grew even more tense. Don't tell me, the enemy's coming. All right, everyone, listen up. Naruto took a deep breath. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard, holding their breath in anticipation. Uzumaki Naruto dropped the bombshell. I'm getting married. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 281, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 281, The Wedding Day. 3 days later, Naruto's formal proposal arrived at the Hyuga estate, delivered directly into the hands of Hayashi Hyuga, the clan head. The betrothal gifts alone were worth more than 100 million ryo. Hayashi didn't give an answer right away. Instead, he closed the doors and spoke privately with Hinata. Hinata, you already knew Naruto was coming to propose, didn't you? Yes, father. Konoha's been anything but peaceful lately. First you, then Hanabi, both of you targeted by villains. That you both survived is thanks in no small part to Naruto's help. For that, I'm truly grateful. You love each other, so marriage is only natural. He paused, hands gripping his knees tightly. But the times are turbulent. Tsunade has stepped down, and many in Konoha are still in mourning for the fallen. If you get married now, even if it follows all the proper customs, it'll stir up controversy. His voice softened. Could you reconsider? Or maybe postpone the wedding for a while? Hinata looked at him. Is that what father wishes? Hayashi sighed. You're already a kunoichi who can stand on her own. I won't interfere in your life's most important decision. I just want you to weigh the pros and cons. Every father wants his daughter to be happy, but happiness is built on the foundation of a supportive environment. When Tsunade was Hokage, she never labeled Naruto a rogue ninja. Kakashi seems to want to continue that. But to many in the village, he's still a traitor, some even think there's a conspiracy. It pains me to think my daughter will be the subject of so much gossip. Seeing the conflict in his eyes, Hinata felt a pang of guilt. But she spoke her heart, I'm ready to face whatever comes. Hinata had always been gentle and considerate, she'd never want to hurt those close to her, even for love. If Hayashi had firmly opposed the marriage, she might have compromised. But, hearing her resolve, Hayashi's hands relaxed. He slowly stood up. So that's how you feel. I understand. If this is your decision, then as your father and the head of the Hyuga, I'll support your marriage with everything I have. Hinata looked up in surprise. Father. He walked to the window, opened it, and gazed at the drifting clouds, his expression complicated. You've been going out for walks late at night, haven't you? All this overprotection, it's really just a gilded cage. Maybe it's good for you to leave this place for a while. As for the rumors, I believe they'll fade in time. He turned, offering a gentle, fatherly smile. If my daughter has chosen a man, he can't be a bad person. I believe in you. Thank you, father. Hinata's eyes filled with tears as she bowed deeply. After changing into formal attire, Hayashi returned to the reception hall. With all the dignity of the Hyuga, he addressed the hidden rain envoy. Take all these betrothal gifts back. Tell Uzumaki Naruto that the Hyuga have no need for such things. What matters is that he treats my daughter well, more than any gift ever could. If he lets my daughter suffer even a little in the hidden rain, he'll never set foot in this house again. The envoy bowed. Understood. I'll deliver your message. The wedding day arrived. Hinata donned her pure white shiromuku, applied her bridal makeup, and stepped into the palanquin, setting out from the Hyuga compound. The bridal procession wound its way through Konoha's main street. On either side, every house was shut tight. Not a single person came out to watch. But behind closed doors and curtains, countless eyes peeked out, and whispers spread in the shadows. So her heart was never really in Konoha. Even if she protected the village, it was just her duty as a ninja, right? Most of the trouble around here was because of her. Why did the two advisors plot against her? Because she's got that dangerous power, and never told anyone where it came from. Good riddance. Once she's gone, maybe things will finally calm down. These rumors didn't represent everyone. Ninjas led by Kakashi and the Ino-Shikacho trio still offered their blessings, but given the sensitive times, they couldn't do so openly. Instead, they stood quietly along the route, seeing her off in silence. Kurenai Yuhi's baby, Sarutobi Mirai, had been born not long ago. As Team 8's Jonin leader, Kurenai stood in the crowd with Shino and Kiba. Kiba grinned. Didn't expect Hinata to be the first of our class to tie the knot. Shino replied, it's not surprising. If you ask me, Hinata has been blushing around Naruto since forever. Kiba huffed. So what? She can get married first, but there's no way Naruto's beating me to the Hokage seat. The 7th Hokage is gonna be me, Inuzuka Kiba. Shino deadpanned, Kiba, not to burst your bubble, but I don't think you're next in line for Hokage. If you ask why. Kurenai interrupted, look, Hinata is waving at us. Sure enough, the most ornate palanquin cracked its curtain, and Hinata quietly waved in their direction. Shino, Kiba, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Tenten, Niji, Lee, all their classmates, returned the gesture they'd agreed on beforehand. There were no flowers, no applause. But Hinata felt no disappointment. Her father, her clan, and her cherished friends were all supporting her in their own ways. And more than anything, at the end of this road waited the one she'd chosen to spend her life with. The curtain fell. The bridal procession exited through Konoha's main gate. Crossing the forest, they emerged onto open ground. There, the Hidden Rain's welcoming party stretched out like a long dragon. As the two processions met, the sound of drums and festive music filled the air. Departing from the land of fire, the grand convoy rolled on toward the land of rain. Returning from negotiations in the land of water, Kakuzu and Tobirama disembarked and mounted tall horses, taking the road back to the Hidden Rain. Why didn't Tobirama just use Flying Thunder God? Because, when it came to money, Kakuzu insisted on ceremony. And that sense of ceremony kept him from interfering in certain things. On their way, they stumbled upon the massive wedding procession. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. A wedding. Guess we'll have to wait. But by evening, the procession still hadn't ended. Tobirama shook his head in awe. What a lavish parade. Could it be the Fire Daimyo's daughter getting married? Kakuzu's emerald eyes narrowed. If this was my territory, anyone who dared waste money like this on a wedding, I'd break their legs myself. At last, the end of the procession came into view. Tobirama grew curious. Let's follow and see which family this is. Looks like we're headed the same way anyway. Kakuzu snorted. Let's see who spoiled brat is behind all this. So, riding tall horses and hauling hundreds of chests of gold and silver, Kakuzu and Tobirama joined the end of the procession, making their way toward the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 282, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 282, Fruit of Love. 3 nights later, beneath the gates of the Hidden Rain village, Naruto stood tall in a black monsuki, a fresh boutonniere pinned to his chest, brimming with confidence and joy. Hashirama, Mito, Minato, Hiruzen, Konan, and others all joined the wedding entourage. Hashirama grinned, Hiruzen, you're really something. Even after death, you get to witness your own son's wedding. Hiruzen chuckled, and what a ceremony. This is as grand as anything the daimyo could pull off. Minato smiled wistfully, honestly, it all feels like a dream. Hashirama raised his sake cup. No more words, tonight, let's drink until we drop. He shot a cautious glance at Mito as he spoke. Ever since that drunken brawl with Tobirama, Mito had been even stricter with him, no more drinking, no more gambling. Just to remind you, Tobirama uses soul rice cultivated by Naruto to brew sake, which is why even in pure world reincarnation souls can get drunk. Mito relented, today is Naruto's big day. Go ahead and drink, but don't embarrass yourself like last time. Hashirama nodded eagerly. Don't worry, Mito. Even if someone steps on my face tonight, I'll beg them to stop, I won't lift a finger, I promise. Hiruzen, thinking Lady Mito's intimidation is something else. Minato, thinking even the first Hokage can't escape a wife's iron rule. Sometimes, I envy the second Hokage, no family, no strings, living wild and free. But those days are gone. Tonight, let's just drink. Konan suddenly spoke up, if you're drinking, count me in. Minato blinked in surprise. Huh? Konan, I thought you never touch alcohol. Konan replied, it's a day for celebration. Minato teased, you sure don't look like you're celebrating. At that moment, festive music echoed through the village. The wedding procession, having crossed nations, finally arrived from Konoha to the Hidden Rain. Instantly, the place erupted with cheers, a stark contrast to Konoha's chilly silence. Flowers and applause lit up the rain-soaked village, setting it ablaze with joy. After all, Naruto was a hero here, not a rogue. In the hidden rain, he was the pillar everyone looked up to, loved, and respected. The procession halted. Hinata's palanquin was carried to the very front. The curtain lifted, and she stepped out with quiet grace, every movement radiating the poise of a true lady. Naruto, go greet your bride, date Bane. In the spiritual world, Kushina was all smiles. Suppressing his excitement, Naruto strode forward. Under the gaze of all present, he took Hinata's hand and, surrounded by blessings, stepped together into the gates of happiness. So much so, no one noticed the chaos at the back of the parade. Kakuzu's forehead veins bulged, earth grudge fears black threads writhing. Second Hokage, let me go. Tobirama held him down. Calm down, Kakuzu. It's better to tear down a temple than ruin a wedding. Whatever it is, wait until tomorrow. Thud. 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 Kakuzu was fuming, practically steaming with rage. Tobirama struggled to restrain him, thinking, why does this guy have endless strength whenever money's involved? If you don't calm down, I'll call my big brother to sit on you. Fine. Kakuzu finally cooled off. Second Hokage, let me go. I won't settle the score with him, yet. Tobirama released him. Kakuzu got up, grumbling, I knew something was off on the road. It really was that spendthrift. How much money did he blow on this wedding? Tobirama dusted him off, trying to soothe him. Don't forget, we squeezed 10 billion out of the land of water's Daimyo, plus 6 resource-rich islands. Even if Naruto splurged on this wedding, we can cover it. Kakuzu huffed, we crossed the sea, argued with those stingy Daimyo until our tongues nearly fell off, and he spends my hard-earned money on a party. Tobirama clapped his shoulder. Try to understand, not everyone is like us, sworn to bachelorhood. Kakuzu muttered, I was married. Had kids, too. Tobirama froze. What? He felt utterly betrayed. Kakuzu glanced at him. Don't believe me. Tobirama reasoned, I really don't. When you failed to assassinate my brother and got locked up in Otsutsuki Castle by Takigakure, you were already over 50 when you got out. How could you have married? Kakuzu replied, I got married before I went after the first Hokage. Tobirama frowned. Then why go after my brother when you had a good life? Kakuzu shrugged, money, of course. The folks who didn't want the war to end offered a fortune for the first's head, promised half even if you failed, just to get someone to try. Tobirama asked, did you ever get paid? Kakuzu's voice turned cold. No. So when I left Otsutsuki Castle, I killed every last bloodsucker in Takigakure. Tobirama sighed, well, can't blame you. The truth, after Kakuzu failed his mission, Takigakure's leaders, afraid of retribution, tried to wash their hands of him. They promised to use the bounty to develop the village and care for his family. But when he finally got out, nothing had improved, his wife and kids were gone, and his blood-earned money had been squandered by the higher-ups. In his fury, Kakuzu went on a rampage, stole the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, and became a ninja who fought only for money. Late that night, the high tower of the hidden rain village was silent. Everyone else had tactfully stayed away, leaving the happiest night to the happiest couple. Though they shared the same roof, their hearts were in very different places. Naruto, an old soul in a young body, felt the wisdom of ages, he could be a teacher, looking back to move forward. Hinata, knowing the past and the future, but lacking real experience, was a bundle of nerves, shyness, and anticipation all at once. Their wedding had come years earlier than in the previous life. This was Hinata at her most innocent and bashful. Naruto coaxed gently, Hinata, would you mind if I teach you a few things, hands-on? Hinata smiled shyly, I may be clumsy, but I'll do my best to make you happy, Naruto-kun. Naruto caressed her cheek, his voice full of tenderness. Silly girl, happiness is something we make together. Hinata whispered, Naruto-kun's happiness is my happiness. Naruto felt his heart melt. They gazed into each other's eyes, then leaned in for a kiss. Once more, Hinata murmured. Naruto kissed her again. Once more. Once more. Once more. Hinata's eyes grew hazy and full of longing. Naruto-kun, do you think you can help me put my kimono back on when we're done? The night was short, but the journey ahead was long. Outside, the rain continued to fall, but it no longer felt cold or oppressive. Instead, it was sweeter and more refreshing than ever before. Congratulations to Naruto and Hinata for finally finding happiness together. And congrats to our dear reader, Blood Rainflower Explorer, for claiming the top reward on August 25th. Special thanks to Dream Farewell, Otsutsuki Tomato, names are so hard to choose, Ancient Autumn who loves Chinlon Goose, the Mad Squire of the Grand Court, Tired, Powered by Love, Kiryu Upright Arrow Sento Downright Arrow War Upright Arrow Rabbit Downright Arrow, Send Razor Blades, Little Xin Huan, and all our readers for your support. Hee hee. The list of supporters is long, but I've read every name and picked a few at random above. To save space, only a few are listed, but my gratitude is endless. Good night, everyone. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 283, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto. Chapter 283, Lanterns at Dusk. Having avenged his clan, Sasuke parted ways with Kabuto, setting out alone to search for the meaning of his existence. He journeyed by boat, drifting for days across the open sea. Somewhere along the way, in the midst of a strange resonance with Madara, his right eye awakened the Rinnegan, and he promptly lost consciousness. When he finally came to, he found himself washed up on a remote shore. Shielding his right eye, he studied the rippling pattern of tomo interwoven with new rings. Unmistakably, this was no ordinary Sharingan. It's real. I've awakened the Rinnegan. If Kabuto saw this, he'd probably jump for joy. Where is he now, anyway? What's he up to? He shook his head, dismissing these pointless distractions. Accepting his circumstances, he started to assess his situation. This season, this temperature. Subtropical. Looks like the coast of the land of lightning. That means I've been adrift for at least half a month. A chill ran down his spine. He'd been unconscious at sea all that time, one wrong wave and he'd have never woken up. How did I suddenly awaken the Rinnegan? Was it connected to those visions in my mind? What were they, really? And why was I out for so long? He recalled the images, visions triggered by resonance with Madara's left eye. Back in the day, Kakashi and Obito had experienced something similar. The reason Sasuke remained unconscious for so long was simple: he hadn't quite reached the threshold for awakening, but the resonance forced his eye open anyway. More specifically, the Hashirama cells in his body had surged toward his right eye during the process, leaving him completely drained. From his supply pouch, Sasuke retrieved a military ration pill and chewed it. The pill, soaked in seawater, was clammy and hard to swallow. He forced down a few more, feeling his strength slowly return. Rising to his feet, he sprinted toward the distant tree line. His first priority: find civilization and get his bearings. He wasn't here for some survivalist challenge. He wanted to see the world, understand it on his own terms, and, only then, decide what path to take next. And, of course, learn how to wield this brand new Rinnegan. As he moved through the forest, Sasuke paused atop a branch. Down below, a wounded cat was cornered by a snarling jackal. The new generation of Uchiha always seemed to have a strange affinity for cats. Roar roar. The jackal lunged at the cat. A shadow flickered, Sasuke intervened, and the jackal's jaws snapped shut on empty air. It whirled, baring its teeth at him. Cradling the battered feline, Sasuke muttered, "With wounds this bad, it's probably too late." Roar. The jackal sprang again. Zzzt. Sasuke's right Rinnegan snapped open. Crack. The jackal collapsed to the ground, its body torn by invisible force. At the same moment, the cat in Sasuke's arm stirred, its wounds miraculously healed. It was as if their life force had been swapped. Covering his right eye, Sasuke murmured, "I see, so this right eye can exchange the life state of two beings. This power must be the Amenotejikara of my Rinnegan." But then he noticed, the cat's previously injured left eye hadn't transferred to the jackal. Looks like there are limits. Amenotejikara can't swap conditions involving the eyes. The jackal twitched a few times, then lay still. Sasuke focused on the corpse, then the cat. Amenotejikara. Nothing happened. The technique wouldn't activate. He let his hand drop, the mystery of his new ocular power now clear. Amenotejikara can't swap death onto the living. Otherwise, it'd be too easy to kill anyone. Even wishful thinking has its limits. He gathered some herbs and treated the cat's injured eye. Once bandaged, the cat nuzzled his leg, purring in gratitude. Sasuke flicked his last ration pill onto the ground. The cat sniffed it, pawed it around, and promptly decided it was a toy. With a sigh, Sasuke waded to a nearby pond, caught a few fish, grilled them, and set them down. Eat up. I'm heading out. He turned to go, but after only a few steps, the cat followed, grilled fish in its mouth, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. He sighed again, resigned, and let it tag along. Night fell. The forest teemed with predators, but Sasuke didn't want to waste chakra. So he summoned the green snake. "Sasuke-sama, you don't look so good. I ran into some trouble. Take me, and this little one, to somewhere we can rest." The green snake eyed the cat, a flicker of surprise in its reptilian gaze. "Yes, Sasuke-sama." It lowered its head, and Sasuke leapt onto its crown, cat in tow. With the green snake leading, every beast in the woods scattered at their approach. Crossing the forested hills, the outline of a village appeared in the distance. "Sasuke-sama, there's a settlement ahead. Should I take you there?" No need. You can head back. And, give my regards to the white snake sage. The green snake blinked in surprise, then bowed respectfully. As you wish. Please take care of yourself, Sasuke-sama. I'll take my leave. Poof. The snake vanished in a cloud of white smoke. With that fearsome presence gone, the beasts of the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. When Sasuke reached the village, he found it bleak and destitute. Only a handful of houses still had lights burning, their gates were falling apart, and the yard dogs were so thin they barely stirred when he passed. He'd hoped to buy some supplies, but the village had no commerce to speak of, nor did the surrounding area show any sign of a market. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. The land of lightning is supposed to be the richest of the 5 great nations, yet even here there are villages this poor. He knocked on the door of a house. An old woman with a face full of wrinkles answered, eyeing him warily. Young man, are you here selling fans? You've come to the wrong place, we don't need and we sure can't afford She'd mistaken the Uchiha fan on his back for a merchant's wares. Sasuke replied, you're mistaken. I'm just a traveler, hoping to ask about this village, if that's all right. The old woman's cloudy eyes brightened as she fixed on the cat in his arms. Can you give me food? I don't have food, but I have money. She scoffed. What good is money? If you can't spend it, it's just a pile of scrap paper. It doesn't even burn well in the stove. Sasuke was momentarily at a loss for words. The old woman relented, well, you don't seem like a troublemaker. Come in, then, but I'll tell you up front, there's nothing here to offer you. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 284, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 284, Heaven's Wild Mandate. Under the wavering lamplight, the old woman recounted the village's story to Sasuke. A year ago, she said, every man in the village, young and old, had been taken away for forced labor. The fields lay fallow, untended. With no one to hunt, the surrounding forests grew wild, and packs of beasts roamed unchecked, no one dared venture near. Bit by bit, the village was cut off from the outside world. Even proper merchants stopped coming. With no way to produce or buy goods, those left behind could do nothing but wait to die. Anyone able to leave had long since fled. Only a handful of solitary elders remained, clinging to their homeland, unable, or unwilling, to abandon it. Sasuke frowned. Normally, only serious criminals are sent to forced labor. The villagers here haven't done anything wrong, why were they taken? The old woman chuckled. You're still green, boy. You don't understand this country at all. People like us, we're outcasts. She explained that the land of lightning had always enforced a rigid caste system. Royalty. Nobles. Commoners. Outcasts. The daimyo and his kin were royalty. Those who served the daimyo directly, and their families, were nobles. Anyone who could provide long-term, stable service or tribute to royalty or nobility was a commoner. Everyone else was considered an outcast. As for where ninja fit in, it was obvious. Only the raikage of the hidden cloud, those who served the daimyo directly, or the rare few granted the honor of personally protecting the daimyo, were nobles. The rest were subordinates of the raikage, and counted as commoners. In short, even though the hidden cloud boasted the highest military budget of the 5 great ninja villages, its standing within the country was still low. To put it bluntly, they were little more than guard dogs, scraping by for a meal, no different from the mud lying in the old woman's yard. And outcasts. They weren't even worth as much as a dog. The lamplight flickered. Sasuke pressed further. With such a cruel caste system, hasn't anyone tried to overthrow it? The old woman answered candidly, of course. The land of lightning is famous for its fierce spirit. There's never a shortage of people willing to rebel. But they all vanish, gone without a trace, not even a ripple. And if someone does manage to make a splash, the royal family is quick to offer amnesty. One minute you're an outcast, the next you're a noble. Who could resist that kind of temptation? Sasuke fell silent. The land of lightning was the wealthiest nation, but all that wealth was hoarded by a select few. After a long pause, Sasuke said, let's get everyone out of this village. I'll find a way to resettle you. The old woman smiled sadly. If I wanted to leave, I'd have done it long ago. But after guarding this home for half a lifetime, it's not so easy to let go. Besides, I'm still waiting for the children to come back. I keep the light burning so they can find their way home. To be honest, when you knocked, I had a glimmer of hope. But alas. Sasuke asked, can you tell me where the labor camp is? She replied, young man, I advise you not to waste your effort. Sasuke, you know what I plan to do. The old woman, you're a ninja, aren't you? Sasuke. The old woman, that fan on your back, I've seen another man carry one. He was a ninja. Sasuke, who are you, really? The old woman, who I am doesn't matter. I'm just telling you, don't waste your energy. Even if you succeed in rescuing them, you'll only turn them from outcasts into wanted criminals, with even less of a future. At least in forced labor, they get a meal. If you save them, you're just pushing them into the abyss. Sasuke, I can resettle them. The old woman, but there are thousands, tens of thousands, just like them. You can't save everyone. In the end, it's just self-satisfaction. Sasuke clenched his fists. Then what if I take down the root of it all, the Daimyo of the Land of Lightning? The old woman, the Daimyo represents an entire class's interests. Could you topple that whole class? Even if you succeed, as long as this culture is ingrained in the people, everything will repeat itself. Sasuke, so there's no way to change things. The old woman, I'm just an old woman waiting to die. I don't have the answer. Sasuke, thank you for telling me all this. At least let me do what I can. The old woman, why are you so determined to help strangers? You have no reason to do this, and you don't seem like the type to be overflowing with sympathy. Sasuke, honestly. After I finished what I set out to do, I suddenly lost my purpose. So now I want to find direction through experience. This village is my first stop. I don't want to just drift through life. Even if it's something small, let me help. Think of it as payment for broadening my horizons. The old woman, very well. Go chop some firewood for me, I need it for cooking and to keep warm through the winter. Sasuke, that's enough. The old woman, if you think it's not, then when you leave, take that dog in the yard and find it a good home. Sasuke, all right. So Sasuke went out to split firewood. Inside, the old woman picked up the cat Sasuke had left behind. Meow. The cat trembled. The old woman smiled. Don't be scared. I'm not going to eat you. The Uchiha's cat lady was an old friend of mine. ZZZT. Her left eye suddenly transformed, Mangekyo Sharingan, with a clover-shaped pattern. During the wars, there had been a legendary Uchiha woman, a peer of Naruto Uzumaki. The Uchiha, once obsessed with power, had abused Izanagi, plunging the clan into civil war, nearly to the point of destruction. It was this woman who created Izanami, single-handedly turning the tide. Her name was Chiri Uchiha. After Madara left Konoha, the Uchiha were left leaderless. Chiri foresaw the clan's decline, so she too left the village, changed her name, and went into hiding in the Land of Lightning. Her right eye had gone blind from using Izanami, but her left eye remained intact. She sighed, who would have thought, in my old age, I'd meet my descendant like this? Maybe this is fate's arrangement. Crunch. She gouged out her own left eye. Peeling away the cat's bandage, she replaced its left eye with her own. Then she re-bandaged the cat's eye. I hope this power helps you when you need it most. Half a month passed in quiet. The white snake sage was about to set out on his journey. On the cliffside, Indra's bloodline was stirring hearts across the land. But in a hidden corner of the ninja world, a storm was brewing. Since parting ways with Sasuke, Kabuto Yakushi had vanished, until now. He had once declared there was something he absolutely had to accomplish. I've wondered countless times, what is the meaning of my existence? I found the answer, to surpass the one I admired, Lord Orochimaru. I once thought I could achieve that through Sasuke-kun. But I became entangled by emotion, unable to hijack his life as planned. So I got lost again, not knowing who I really was. If this kept up, I'd only be holding myself and Sasuke-kun back. So I hardened my heart and left him behind. Only then could I move forward without hesitation. Good or evil, I won't let anything bind me again. If I can't be remembered for greatness, then let me be infamous. I'll cause a scene so grand, the world will never forget. Kabuto emerged from the depths of his bunker, clad in a black cloak, snake tail dragging, glasses glinting with cold light. His aura of menace, greater than ever before. Boom. 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 Thunderous footsteps echoed behind him. In his wake, a sea of shadowy figures in green uniforms, an endless army. With this army of 20,000 Might Guy clones, I'll make the whole shinobi world remember the name Kabuto Yakushi. Congratulations to our dear reader Dream Farewell for claiming the top reward on August 26th. Thank you to, what should I say, user 30308575, White Song of Lament, Huzanshin, Best Signature, Zwujia Dragon Scroll, Wandering Doe, Anonymous, Old Lady U of Gulen City, Uncle Xiao who loves sand shrimp and braised chicken, Master Men's Bathhouse, Blood Rainflower Explorer, and all our readers for your support. Honestly, my favorite thing before bed is scrolling through those long lists of pages, searching for traces you've left, capsules, love letters, update reminders, razor blades, praise, powered by love, or whatever else. I'm not picky, whatever you feed me, I'll eat. I'm not great at saying mushy things, so. Good night, my little stinkers. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 285, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 285, terrifying beyond measure. It had been half a month since Naruto and Hinata's wedding. After the first few days of newlywed bliss, Naruto's life soon slipped back into its old rhythm. Training remained his unwavering priority. But now, warmth and comfort colored his daily life. At first, Naruto had worried about marrying Hinata so soon. But it was Conan's words that changed his mind. Defending the world from threats beyond doesn't mean you have to live like a monk. Having a family to return to can spark an even greater fighting spirit. And most importantly, Hinata was no longer a delicate girl in need of protection. She was the only ninja in the world with the Tenseigan, a force who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Naruto himself. In recent days, Hinata had settled into life in the Hidden Rain village. As his wife, she cared for Naruto's daily needs and accompanied him in training. That evening, Conan sought out Hinata with a gift. Hinata, this is a uniform I had custom made for you. Hinata accepted the brand new Akatsuki robe with both hands, her voice trembling with delight. Thank you, Conan. Conan smiled gently. Don't mention it. Now that you're part of the Rain's family, we're all kin. There's no need for such formality among us. Blushing, Hinata hugged the robe to her chest. All right then, get some rest. Conan turned to leave. Conan. Hinata called after her. Conan paused. Yes. Hinata hesitated, cheeks pink. Would you like to visit the hot springs together tonight? Conan turned, a bit surprised. Dame, Ka. Is it not okay? Hinata's voice was soft, almost pleading. It's fine, Conan replied, turning back. But haven't you been going with Naruto these days? A blush flashed across Hinata's face. Kazekage-sama is returning to his village tomorrow, so Naruto-kun will be with him tonight. Oh, I see. Conan politely demurred. Sorry, tonight's not the best time for me. Maybe, another day. Hinata persisted, her tone gentle but determined. Tonight would be better. Conan turned fully, gazing at her. Why? Hinata took a breath. I know that before I came, you were the one who looked after Naruto-kun. When he had to stand alone, you gave him a place to belong. I want to thank you for that, Conan. Conan's expression remained cool. We're just companions, moving toward the same goal. There's no need for such gratitude. But it's not just gratitude. Hinata finally spoke her heart. I want to become closer to you, Conan. I want us to be real friends. Conan studied her seriously. Do you mean that? Hinata nodded. Yes. Say what you mean, and do what you say. That's something Naruto-kun taught me. Conan looked down, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. You two really are a perfect match. She looked up again, a faint smile on her lips. As it happens, there's a new private hot spring in the north of town. The owner gave me 2 VIP passes. Let's go together. Hinata's eyes sparkled. Yes. That night, Naruto and Gaara soaked in the hot springs together. Half a month ago, Gaara had traveled a great distance to attend Naruto and Hinata's wedding, and to meet his father, Raza. Father and son talked deep into the night. Raza told Gaara that his mother, Karura, had truly loved him. He apologized for the pain he'd caused, and entrusted Gaara, as Kazekage, with leading the Sand Village toward a brighter future. Gaara wept tears of release. Father and son, at last, reconciled. Now, 2 close friends sat together, hearts open. Gaara made small talk. Naruto, how's married life treating you? Naruto answered honestly. Sweet. Fulfilling. Peaceful. Secure. Being able to spend my life with the one I love is truly wonderful. If I could, I'd want days like this to go on forever. Gaara still knew nothing of the future, or of Naruto's rebirth. But every time they met, he could feel the weight behind Naruto's strength, a quiet, inescapable sorrow. He knew Naruto carried burdens he couldn't share. And even if spoken aloud, some things couldn't be changed. All he could do was walk beside his friend, in silent support. Gaara made a silent wish, may the land know peace, and people find safety. May love endure until hair turns white, and bonds last as long as the earth and sky. Naruto, no matter what happens, I'll always stand by you. As anticipation grew, the White Snake Sage set off on his journey. Naruto prepared to head to Ryuchi Cave, to retrieve the blood of Indra left on the mountain wall. But at that critical moment, Kabuto Yakushi delivered a declaration of war to the Hidden Rain village. He made his intentions clear: he would lead an army of 20,000 Might Guy clones to attack the village. When Naruto first heard that Kabuto had parted ways with Sasuke, he'd had a hunch that something big was coming. But he hadn't expected it to be this big, and at such a crucial time. Indra's blood was the key to whether Naruto could awaken the Rinnegan. Naruto immediately called an emergency meeting. Tobirama said, "Naruto, let us handle things here. You go." "No," Naruto cut him off. Bushy Brow Sensei is the strongest taijutsu user alive. Even if these clones aren't as powerful as the original, they'll still be formidable fighters. You had to hand it to Kabuto Yakushi, he knew how to pick his weapons. A ninja's strength comes down to ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. He knew that even the strongest ninjutsu was useless against Naruto with the Rinnegan. He knew that genjutsu wouldn't work on Naruto with Koto Amatsukami. But taijutsu? That never goes out of style. If it fails, it just means you haven't pushed it far enough. Naruto analyzed the situation thoroughly. The 8 Gates is a taijutsu path that takes years of brutal training. Bushy Brow Sensei spent decades mastering the secret of the Gate of Death. With Kabuto's knowledge of drugs and cloning, maybe he can make these clones learn the 8 Gates quickly. But with my experience, I'm certain the 8th Gate of Death is absolutely beyond them. So, worst case scenario, we're facing 20,000 clones who can use Morning Peacock or even Daytime Tiger. A feral grin tugged at Naruto's lips. Now this is a fight worth having. Naruto chose to join the battle himself, but someone still had to collect Indra's blood. Orochimaru volunteered. "Naruto-kun, let me handle it." "All right, but be careful," Naruto replied. Orochimaru's golden eyes glinted. "Why's that?" Naruto said, "When Madara went to Ryuchi Cave, Black Zetsu went with him, right?" Orochimaru's face darkened. "You think Black Zetsu will make a move?" "We can't rule it out," Naruto said. Madara's cut ties with Black Zetsu, and Sasuke isn't playing along either. Think about it, Black Zetsu's so desperate, it's even trying to use Toneri as a pawn. It doesn't have many cards left. Orochimaru's expression grew grim. "If I have to face Black Zetsu, I can't guarantee victory." But Naruto's gaze was deep. "Don't worry. Go ahead. If Black Zetsu doesn't show, all the better. But if it does, just put on a little show for it. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed sharply. "Naruto, don't tell me." "That's right. I have other ways to get Indra's life essence. As for the sample on the cave wall, let that black pest have its fun." Naruto stared up at the sky, his eyes fathomless. The first Ten Tails Jinchuriki is just a sacrifice to revive Kaguya. We don't have many options left. After thinking it over, I'd rather let the ancients step on this landmine for us. Rumble. Lightning split the sky above the hidden rain, thunder rolling across the heavens. Uzumaki Naruto, truly, terrifying beyond measure. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 286, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 286, A Raid in the Rain. The Hidden Rain's elite forces poured out in full, forming ranks at the village gates. Because the challenge had been formally issued in advance, this was no chance encounter, it was a true battlefield standoff. Half an hour later, Kabuto Yakushi arrived as promised, leading his 20,000-strong army of Might Guy clones. Both sides squared off across the inland lake encircling the Hidden Rain village, the air so charged with tension it could snap at any moment. At the far end of the rain-soaked horizon, a sea of green uniforms stretched as far as the eye could see. Hashirama murmured, "The last time I saw a formation this massive was when the Senju and Uchiha first allied, and every clan rushed to join us." Tobirama sighed, "Too bad this time, we're the ones who are hopelessly outnumbered." Hiruzen shook his head. Kabuto Yakushi actually cloned this many guys. The man's completely insane. Minato quipped, "Beasts of youth, mass-produced into an evil army. Let's call them the Youth's End, Guy's Grand Parade, Kabuto's Legion of 10,000 Beasts." Across the lake, Kabuto's vertical pupils glimmered as he adjusted his glasses. The lineup's just as I expected. Well then, let's begin. Win or lose, I'll carve my name into history with this. Whoosh. The Youth's End, Guy's Grand Parade, Kabuto's Legion of 10,000 Beasts surged forward in a thunderous charge. They're coming. Naruto and Hashirama formed hand seals in perfect sync. Wood release, twin birth of the world of trees. Rumble. Past and present, two gods of shinobi joined forces, unleashing the legendary wood release that swept forward like an unstoppable tide. At the vanguard, 200 Might Guy clones leapt into formation, executing synchronized flying kicks. Dynamic prelude symphony. Crack crack crack. The rampaging forest was smashed apart with overwhelming force. Hashirama's eyes widened. That ninja called Might Guy, is he really this ferocious? Naruto remained calm. This was expected. Even if I faced this army alone, I wouldn't stand a chance. Konan formed seals of her own. Explosive grand flame formation. Rustle. Dozens of explosive tags, disguised in advance, peeled up from the earth and surged toward the enemy lines. At the rear, Kabuto smirked. In a positional battle, traps are a given, but I came prepared. At the front, dozens of Guy clones vaulted high and slammed their elbows to the ground in unison. Leaf boulder drop, meteor crash. Boom. 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 The ground shook violently as their powerful strikes triggered the advancing explosive tags, setting off a chain of massive detonations. As the last explosion faded, beams of green light pierced the smoke, scattering it in all directions. The sight that emerged left everyone shaken. 300 clones had simultaneously opened the sixth gate, Gate of Joy, of the 8 gates. 8 gates, 300 joy formations. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 300 joy gate guys soared skyward, 600 fists shattering the air, unleashing a rain of blazing fire. Mourning peacock, formation breaking dance. This is bad. Hashirama's face tightened. He quickly formed seals and slammed both hands to the ground. Summoning, ninefold Rashomon. Clang. 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 9 massive gates, carved with fierce demon faces and studded with scarlet iron spikes, rose up in succession. Boom boom boom. But the relentless fireballs blasted through the Rashomon, gate after gate, without pause. Whoosh whoosh. Watching the fire reflected in his eyes, Hashirama muttered, they broke through all 9 gates in just seconds. Sizzle. Naruto's eye spun into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his Susanoo formed a half-body, the divine avatar Susanoo no Mikoto manifesting. Use that move. Yes, father. Suddenly, a pair of small hands sprouted from Susanoo no Mikoto's blazing form and began weaving hand signs. Susanoo no Mikoto, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Poof poof. The blazing avatar split into 10 miniature suns. Susanoo, 999. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 10 avatars unleashed Magatama volleys at 10 times the speed, finally suppressing the last of the mourning peacock, formation breaking dance. Poof. The clones vanished, and Susanoo no Mikoto faded, voice dim. Father. I'm out of strength for now. Naruto nodded. Go rest. Thank you, father. Susanoo no Mikoto vanished from sight. Thud. 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 The 300 clones who'd opened the Gate of Joy landed heavily, utterly drained, some unable even to stand. Naruto's eyes narrowed in concern. Hinata, check their chakra. Sizzle. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Note, she can switch between Byakugan and Tenseigan. To conserve chakra, she usually keeps the Tenseigan dormant. Hinata reported, their chakra is unstable and depleted. Compared to Gai-sensei himself, this is what happens after using the Gate of Wonder. As I thought. The clone's shortcut to the 8 gates comes with a heavy price. The Gate of Joy is as taxing for them as the Gate of Wonder is for the real guy. That's why Kabuto's holding back on numbers. This 300 was just a test run. Naruto's gaze darkened as he formed seals. Either way, I need to stop him from cycling his army for endless attacks. Earthwood release, Yomi Swamp. Splash. The ground beneath the 300 clones instantly turned to swamp. They tried to escape, but wooden hands shot up from the mire, gripping their ankles and dragging them under. As he released his jutsu, Naruto's voice was low. Sorry, bushy-brow sensei, but I can't show mercy here. Across the battlefield, Kabuto's glasses flashed white. So, 300 Joygate formations aren't enough to break through, huh? Fine. This time, let's multiply that by 10. Just behind the swamp that had swallowed 3,000 green pillars shot skyward. 8 gates, 3,000 joy formations. Kabuto grinned dangerously. 3,000 mourning peacocks, enough to destroy heaven and earth. Let's see you defend against this. Seeing the new formation, Hashirama acted instantly, entering Sage mode and slamming both hands down. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. The colossal wooden cannon erupted from the earth. Hashirama spoke gravely, I'll use my impure world reincarnation body to maintain the true several thousand hands stamina. That should absorb a good chunk of the firepower, the rest is up to you too. Boom boom boom. The wooden cannon strode forward. As the morning peacock fireballs swarmed in, 1,000 arms lashed out from its back. Top transformed Buddha. Boom boom boom. Fists and fireballs collided in a storm of chaos. Hashirama kept his hands pressed in prayer, exploiting the infinite chakra of impure world reincarnation to endlessly regenerate the cannon's battered arms. But the destruction outpaced the repairs, the wooden hands were soon spent. The morning peacock fireballs, small but overwhelming in number, swarmed like an army of fire ants, devouring the cannon's massive form in an instant. Even Hashirama couldn't escape, his body was consumed in the fiery onslaught. At that moment, Naruto and Minato, father and son, both activated Kurama mode. With both halves of Kurama now in sync, Naruto and Kurama reached a new understanding, unlocking Kurama mode for Minato as well. That's why Minato didn't use it against Madara at the River of the Dead. Yin and Yang Kurama unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bombs, finally holding back the last of the 3,000 morning peacocks. Kabuto sneered, "So you really did manage to defend." Crack. Crack. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Crack. Silver-gray Susanoo armor enveloped his Yang Kurama. Yin Kurama whined, "I want armor too." Minato, "But I don't have any." "No worries, let me help you with that." Obito barged in, both eyes blazing, as jet-black Susanoo armor wrapped around Minato's Yin Kurama. Yin Kurama, "Minato, you're not up to much, are you?" Minato, "But my son and my student are." Obito, "Sensei, that's basically admitting you're not up to it." Kushina interjected, "Whether he's up to it or not, I'm the one who gets to say. Yang Kurama, in this area, I know all the details, believe me. Ahem. Naruto coughed, cutting off the pointless banter. Let's not let Kabuto control the tempo anymore. Time to counterattack, Kurama, Obito, Dad, let's go. Dual forms, beasts ordeal. Congratulations to dear reader, Explosive Sky, Shangxian, for topping the reward rankings on August 27th. Thanks to Collapsed Sky Lord, Village Committee of Head Patting Village, Little Rain Listening to the Tower, God, Bug Exploiting Sky Constant, Uchiha Roll, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze of the West, Dove Searching for Hashirama, Update Quickly. Han Yeshing who loves 1,000-layer meat pies, and all other readers for your support. Special thanks to Min Mengyolan, who at 1836 on the 28th, gave an explosive update celebration, reward worth 26.75 yuan. Unless something crazy happens, today's top spot is yours. Anyone want to slap my face? Cough cough, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Since today's first update was in the afternoon, I'll spare you the bedtime mush for now. Hey, at least this proves the chapters aren't copy-pasted, right? The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 287, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 287, World of War. Two beasts ordeal forms tore across the ravaged battlefield, charging straight at the 3,000 exhausted Might Guy clones who had just unleashed the Gate of Joy. With so many enemies, Minato hesitated, his heart heavy. Naruto, do we really have to finish them off? Even if they're clones, they're still. But Naruto's resolve was ironclad. If their numbers were small enough for us to control, maybe we could try something besides total annihilation. But right now, if we don't wipe them out, we'll be overwhelmed ourselves. Minato was both moved and impressed. Kid, your heart really is made of steel. Leave it to your old man. Crack. The Susanoo's faceplate slid open as Yin Kurama gathered a massive tailed beast bomb in his jaws. Though those 3,000 clones were exhausted, they weren't about to just sit and wait for death. Their formation scattered, each trying to escape the blast radius. Obito raised his palm, embedding a Kamui shuriken into the tailed beast bomb. A spark of inspiration flashed through Minato's mind. Obito's Kamui shuriken fused with Kurama's tailed beast bomb, that seamless, jet-black sphere is a work of art. I didn't create it, I'm just the delivery guy. So let's call this technique OB9 style, Kamui creation celestial wheel, star shifting, my way. Boom. OB9 style, Kamui creation celestial wheel, star shifting, my way detonated at the heart of the Guy clones. It didn't wipe them all out, but seconds later, fragments of the Kamui shuriken scattered from the explosion, spreading across an even wider range. Each fragment triggered a Kamui vortex, sucking in the clones who'd escaped the initial blast. Guy. I'm sorry. Minato's guilt was written all over his face. Trying to ease his father's burden, Naruto quickly changed the subject. That Kamui shuriken even has a splash effect, Obito, only you could have dreamed that up. Obito nodded knowingly. Kakashi inspired me, actually. Sensei, should we remix the name? Minato managed a wry smile. If it's Kakashi's idea, then yeah, we need to rework the branding. How about OB9 style, Kamui Creation Celestial Wheel, Star Shifting, Inspiration King card. Obito grinned. Let's keep playing the card game. How about we target Kabuto next? If we can take him out, maybe we won't have to kill so many guys. Minato agreed. Alright, let's do it. Naruto said nothing, his expression unreadable. Whoosh. Kurama gathered another tailed beast bomb, again embedding a Kamui shuriken. Obito covered his left eye, focusing. This one's a long shot, I'll handle the targeting. Sizzle. His left eye's unique telescope function locked onto Kabuto behind the sea of clones. Boom. The tailed beast bomb arced high into the sky, evading interception, then suddenly veered down at a wicked angle. Minato gasped. How did you pull off that curve? Obito smiled. By spinning the Kamui shuriken inside, I can steer the bomb's trajectory. But suddenly, Naruto's Kurama fired off his own tailed beast bomb, fast and direct. It took the shortest path, intercepting the falling bomb midair. Boom. The explosion lit up half the sky, Kamui shuriken fragments raining down, each one spawning a Kamui vortex. The closest vortex was only 5 meters from Kabuto. Kabuto's face flickered between shock and fury. If not for Naruto's intervention, he'd be dead for sure. Minato turned, stunned. Naruto, you. Naruto answered quietly, Kabuto Yakushi is important to Sasuke. We can't let him die. Whoosh. That narrow escape forced Kabuto to change tactics. He split the clone army in two, one group held the front, while the other fell back to shield him. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his gaze shadowed. Naruto, maybe you don't realize it, but your mercy for your enemies is really just a kind of arrogant condescension. You want me to respect you? Too bad. That trick doesn't work on me. The 6,000 guy clones holding the front crossed their arms over their chests in perfect sync. With his Edo Tensei body restored, Hashirama watched the battlefield. That stance, the 7th gate of wonder of the 8 gates. 8 gates, gate of wonder formation. Boom boom boom. Blue flames exploded from 6,000 bodies, merging into a raging blue storm. The wind pressure alone forced Naruto and Minato's beast's ordeal forms to retreat. Kabuto Yakushi explained, these clones were pumped full of growth hormones from the moment they were created, so they could mature quickly. To make their bodies tough enough for the 8 gates, I used enzymes extracted from Yugo. The price? Their lifespans were slashed to almost nothing. And when they open the 7th gate of wonder, that cost becomes absolute. When the gate closes, their chakra networks will collapse, and within 3 days, every organ will fail, they'll die. So opening the gate of wonder is a true sacrifice. Now, witness the Phantom Daytime Tiger, a technique unleashed at the cost of their lives. Whoosh. 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 The Wonder Gate guys shaped their hands into a unique sign and thrust forward. Phantom Daytime Tiger. Roar. The Daytime Tiger raced forward, trailing countless afterimages. Those afterimages weren't illusions, they were the tigers themselves, each released milliseconds apart, creating a blinding visual barrage. In an instant, the air itself seemed to ignite. Naruto reacted instantly, thrusting both hands forward. Super almighty push. Boom. A devastating wave of repulsive force blasted outward. But it only held back the Phantom Daytime Tiger for 3 seconds. Even Naruto was shaken. Before fighting these guys, I never imagined this move could ever be overpowered head-on. Boom. Super almighty push was smashed aside by the Phantom Daytime Tiger. Crack. Crack. The enormous recoil shattered the Susanoo armor on Naruto's Kurama form, sending both boy and fox flying skyward. Naruto-kun. Hinata cried out, chasing after him without a second thought. Bang. Minato and his Kurama, though spared the backlash, were directly struck by the tiger. They barely lasted a second before being torn to shreds, man and beast both. Obito immediately phased into intangibility, surviving the tiger's rampage unscathed. Hashirama once again unleashed Sage Art, would release, true several thousand hands, planting himself in the path of the storm. For the first time, Hashirama was deadly serious. I never thought the day would come when true several thousand hands would serve as a pure defense. Looks like the move I created finally has its moment. Crack. 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 Every arm of the giant cannon stabbed backward into the earth, anchoring it in place. At the same time, the cannon's divine weapon, the ranking board, shielded Hashirama's perch atop the statue. Protected by the ranking board, Hashirama closed his eyes and began chanting. Meanwhile, the cannon's original hands pressed together in prayer. Hum. A golden aura enveloped the entire statue. Boom boom boom. The Phantom Daytime Tiger crashed into true several thousand hands, raising 1,000 white-capped waves. The golden light flickered, but the cannon sat immovable, enduring the onslaught with divine, unmatched power. Amidst the swirling wood chips, Hashirama slowly opened his eyes, his voice deep and resolute. Immovable Wisdom King, this is the full defensive form of true several thousand hands. If Naruto can master it, its power will be even greater. I'll teach him when this is over. There was no doubt, this moment belonged to Hashirama. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 288, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 288, Immortal Legacy. The impact of the Phantom Daytime Tiger finally shattered the limits of the immovable Wisdom King's defense. As the golden light faded, cracks splintered across the wooden cannon's sacred body, then, with a thunderous crash, it exploded into fragments. In the split second before collapse, Hashirama leapt clear from the shelter of the ranking board. But as he fell, he was still within the tiger's devastating range. Am I still too late? Whoosh! Just then, a cloud swept in, cushioning Hashirama's fall. It was one of the nimbus clouds to which Naruto had granted a soul. Hashirama's eyes lit up. Ayun. What are you doing here? The nimbus cloud chuckled, hee hee, I just love a good show. Wherever there's action, you'll find me. Even after breaking through the immovable Wisdom King, the Phantom Daytime Tiger's shockwave kept roaring forward, straight at the gates of hidden rain. This is no joke anymore. Tobirama lowered his hands from his chest, voice grim. All those revived by impure world reincarnation, follow me. Whatever it takes, even if we have to be meat shields, we must hold this wave. If we don't, the hidden rain village is finished. As he moved forward, hands about to weave signs, a figure landed before him. A lean body cloaked in crimson chakra, forming the mighty Crow Tengu. The legendary Yata mirror hovered, shielding the front. It was Uchiha Itachi, calm and unflinching. The Yata mirror has only ever been broken by Gai-sensei himself, using the strongest taijutsu under the gate of death. That kind of pinpoint destructive force can't be matched by sheer numbers alone. Boom. The leading tiger of the Phantom Daytime Tiger slammed into the Yata mirror, rebounded, and collided with the tigers behind. But a chain reaction didn't occur. The density of attacks was so high that the colliding shock waves built up in front of the Yata mirror, forming a swelling white pressure sphere. As more tigers crashed in, the sphere grew ever larger. The Yata mirror's invincible defense could only reflect what touched its surface. As the pressure sphere ballooned past the mirror's edge, its fluid mass began to seep around the sides, pushing toward the defenders behind. Just as Itachi expected. Lord Second, this isn't something I can handle alone. Please, help deal with the attacks leaking through. Tobirama smirked. The Uchiha do produce a few geniuses, now and then. He formed hand signs. Water release, diving dragon. Whoosh. Spiraling water dragons erupted from swirling vortexes, their supple power neutralizing the lingering force of the daytime tiger. But it still wasn't enough. Hiruzen tossed his Rui staff high. Rui shadow clone technique. Poof poof poof. The staff multiplied into hundreds, interlocking to form a towering fence. Behind the barricade, Shisui activated his Susanoo, bracing the fence with colossal strength. Another layer of defense. The revived ninja, each wielding their signature jutsu, unleashed attacks through the fence's gaps, further whittling down the daytime tiger's remaining force. At last, that seemingly unstoppable assault was halted, just outside the gates of hidden rain, by the united front of the entire force. Thud. 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 And then, as the Gate of Wonder's time ran out, all 6,000 clone guys suffered irreversible chakra pathway collapse. Helpless, unable to use chakra, they fell to the ground, awaiting only death. By now, nearly half of the 20,000 clone army had been lost. Kabuto Yakushi's face was grim. Whoosh. Naruto and Hinata returned to the battlefield, hand in hand. The devastation before them weighed heavily on Naruto's heart. He looked at Kabuto Yakushi, surrounded by a sea of troops, and called out, voice ringing clear, Kabuto, isn't this enough? We stopped the first half of your forces without even going all out. The rest won't be any harder. Kabuto hung his head in silence. He knew, at this point, even if the remaining 10,000 all opened the Gate of Wonder at once, it wouldn't change the outcome. Naruto pressed on, if you really wanted to kill us, you should have had all 20,000 open the Gate of Wonder simultaneously, going for a desperate all-or-nothing blitz. But you never had that kind of resolve. That's why you're losing now. Kabuto sneered, what I've done today is enough to earn my place in history. Naruto shook his head. History is written by the victors. If you fail, no one will remember your deeds. But let me tell you. If you take the remaining 10,000 and switch sides, that would be a feat worthy of legend, something truly immortalized in history. Heh 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 heh. Kabuto let out a low, twisted laugh and raised his head, glasses flashing white. What are you talking about, Naruto? Actually, this situation is exactly what I wanted. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Kabuto Yakushi activated Sage Mode. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Even now, he hasn't given up. Could he still have a trump card? The real bushy-brow sensei has already been returned to Konoha. Kabuto's voice grew darker. The corpses of 10,000 dead guys, whole or mangled, are all still here on the battlefield. Do you know what that means, Naruto? Naruto's pupils shrank. Don't tell me. That's right. This is a natural life mass extraction field. I don't even need to gather them myself. A mad smile curled across Kabuto's lips. Crack. 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 At the front lines, the 6,000 clone guys who'd opened the gate of wonder and barely clung to life all but threw the poison hidden in their teeth, ending themselves in an instant. Then, Kabuto Yakushi wove a rapid series of hand signs. Whoosh. A summoning, impure world reincarnation formation, vast enough to blanket the entire battlefield, erupted. 10,000 in a pit, 10,000 buried, 10,000 dead, 10,000 reborn. Naruto, you inspired me. When I heard how you created Namikaze Naruto at the River of the Dead, I was truly awed by your genius. This impure world reincarnation will burn up all my chakra in one go. I never planned to walk away from today's battle. This is the act that will truly go down in history. Sage art, summoning, impure world reincarnation. Ha 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 ha. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A storm of dust and screams rose as the 10,000 living clone guys were sacrificed as living offerings. And then, the 10,000 clone guys who had already died on the battlefield were resurrected through impure world reincarnation. Every ninja present was struck speechless by the horror. Thud. Kabuto Yakushi collapsed to his knees, utterly drained, but a crazed smile still twisted his lips. Undying bodies, infinite chakra, 10,000 clone guys who can open the gate of wonder endlessly. This is true immortality. Congratulations to our dear reader Killer Bee for topping the August 28th reward charts. I really jinxed myself and got slapped in the face, huh? Thanks to Miku, Min Mengyolan, Can I Raise a Cat, Guanhao of Dragon Spring Valley, Tanjiro of the Dawn Gate, Name Already Taken, Battlefield Dancer, Uchiha Madara, I Only Drink Milk Tea, Dodo Zhuan's Do, Obito Never Hated This World, Waiting for Roll to Let Her Guard Down, and all the other readers for your support. Whenever I see those familiar names on the list, my affection grows deeper. It's strange, Roll, what's happening to me? The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 289, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 289, Hammer of Fate. The worst-case scenario was unfolding right before their eyes, but Naruto stood firm, unflinching in the face of crisis. He quickly realized, Kabuto had just performed impure world reincarnation without implanting the talisman that strips away self-awareness. That meant. Naruto shouted, everyone. If you form the tiger, snake, dog, dragon hand seals, you can break free from this impure world reincarnation. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept across the field, yet not a single soul moved. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but laugh. Come on, Naruto. How many times do you think you've disgusted me with these tricks? When I created them, I didn't give them hearing at all. They don't even know what hand seals are. Save your breath. Naruto muttered, so that's how it is. Kabuto's voice rose, triumphant. They're an unstoppable legion. The only way to kill them is with the Rinnegan's human path. But can you use it 10,000 times in a row? Even if you try to combine adamantine sealing chains with the human path's soul-hooking lock, you could only extract a few dozen souls at a time. There's just no way, you have no chance of victory. Whoosh. All the guys moved in perfect unison. 8 gates, Gate of Wonder, 10,000-man formation. Boom. A sky-shattering shockwave turned the earth into a surging blue ocean. It's hopeless. That was the thought echoing through everyone's mind, even Hashirama's. But Naruto's eyes remained as steady as ever. If that's how it is, then I'll use some unconventional methods myself. Kurama Chakra Mode. A cloak of Kurama's chakra unfurled, transforming into the beast's colossal form. Kurama wove hand seals. Kurama style, super multi-size technique. Kurama's body swelled at an astonishing rate. Everyone's gaze followed, rising higher and higher. He can do that. At full expansion, Kurama was nearly the size of the true several thousand hands. Kabuto sneered, the Akimichi clan's super multi-size technique, the price for that massive form is chakra consumption multiplied dozens of times. It's nothing but a bluff in real combat. Is this your unconventional method? How disappointing. Inside the vast cloak, Naruto was a mere speck. He entered Sage mode. His chakra was so immense, no one could ignore his presence. A thunderous voice echoed, "You're wrong. I don't want size, I want the shadow that comes with it." Shadow. Kabuto suddenly realized, "Don't tell me, you." "That's right, exactly what you're thinking." Naruto called out, "Kurama, did you get my chakra?" Kurama grumbled, "TCH. In the past, I always lent you my chakra. Now I'm the one receiving it." Naruto replied, "Times have changed, Kurama. Kurama, don't get cocky. No matter how the times change, you'll always be serving me." Kurama style, shadow imitation technique. Whoosh. Countless shadows burst from Kurama's feet, stretching toward the enemy ranks. The guys, driven by pure battle instinct, tried to dodge as the shadows closed in. But their formation prevented them from reaching their full speed. Whoosh. Quickly, some were caught. Then more and more. By the time the shadows reached their limit, 4,000 had been ensnared. The remaining 6,000 retreated like a wave, looking to Kabuto for orders. Kabuto flashed a signal, "Destroy them." Whoosh. 6,000 guys surged forward to attack. But then, Senju Hashirama landed forcefully between the two armies. True, several thousand hands activated again, deploying its full defensive form, Immovable Wisdom King. Whoosh. 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 Tobirama and Minato used Flying Thunder God to bring in other revived shinobi. Tobirama, a 10,000-man assault is impossible to stop, but 6,000, we can just barely hold the line. Minato, I think I know what Naruto's planning. I won't let you interfere, Kabuto-san. Then let's see you try. Phantom Daytime Tiger. The battlefield roared with thunder. At this moment, Naruto could only trust his friends completely. He raised his palm, and the 4,000 guys caught in the shadows raised theirs in perfect sync. Yes, Naruto was about to use shadow imitation technique to force them to form the hand seals needed to break the impure world reincarnation. But hand seals require the user to actively channel chakra. Otherwise, it's just a meaningless gesture. These clones can't hear, so if I want them to cooperate. Mind-body transmission, telepathic link. Whoosh. His voice echoed directly in the minds of those 4,000 clones. Bushy brow senseis, from the moment you were born, you've been nothing but tools for Kabuto's twisted ambitions. But I believe you're not the kind to accept being puppets. Because, your genes come from the man who sang with his very life. Youth may be fleeting, but it must never leave regrets. Help me, and help yourselves. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. The seals were formed. Impure world reincarnation, release. Whoosh. All 4,000 broke free from the jutsu. The shadows snapped back. Kurama's colossal body shrank down. The defensive line built by Hashirama and the others was shattered by the other 6,000 guys, but now, the 4,000 on this side had switched allegiances. Kabuto's voice was nearly hysterical. Uzumaki Naruto. Boom 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 boom. 6,000 guys unleashed a combined daytime tiger assault. The 4,000, now free, countered with their own daytime tiger. Boom 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 boom. The 4,000 were clearly at a disadvantage, but it was no longer hopeless. With the tide turning, everyone could see it, Kabuto's defeat was inevitable. Before Naruto, a flock of crows gathered and coalesced into Itachi's form. He was a man who knew the future. He also knew that, in a previous life, it was he who had determined Kabuto's fate. Itachi asked, "Naruto, do you want me to use Izanami on Kabuto?" Boom boom boom. Naruto watched the white tide of battle slowly pushing closer and replied, eyes full of foresight, "Izanami would give the world one more orphanage director. But Koto Amatsukami could mean fewer orphans in the world." Itachi nodded. "Understood. Hinata. I'm counting on you." "Yes, Naruto-kun." Whoosh. The golden chakra of the Tenseigan ignited. Dozens of truth-seeking orbs spun, merging into a single golden celestial sword. Hinata's hand, bathed in golden light, gripped the hilt and brought the blade down in a mighty arc toward the advancing chaos. Golden will reincarnation explosion. Crack. She carved a path through the storm of clashing air currents, but it began closing rapidly behind her. Thunderclap golden body mode. Naruto unleashed his trump card, combining Ninetales chakra with Murasaki lightning chakra mode. Here goes. Crouching low, lightning exploded around him. In the next instant, he shot forward. Thunderclap, 1,000 army breakthrough. He flashed through the rapidly narrowing path, closing in on Kabuto. Having just performed a massive impure world reincarnation, Kabuto was drained of all sage power. He couldn't resist. He couldn't even shield his eyes with a snake's membrane. Uzumaki Naruto, you really are something. Kabuto closed his eyes, picked up a kunai, and prepared to end his own life. Divine command. Naruto ordered, stop. Snap. Kabuto's movement halted instantly. Kabuto, whether for Sasuke or for the future, you shouldn't fall here. Lend me your brilliance, put it to work for me. Naruto pried open Kabuto's eyelids, locking eyes. Koto Ematsukami. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 290, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 290, Hidden Depths. With Kabuto Yakushi subdued by Koto Ematsukami, the catastrophe that could have swept across the entire ninja world was finally halted at the gates of Omega Kure. Kurama had spent an enormous amount of chakra and was already deep asleep. Naruto sat in the ruins, tending a small fire. The warmth seeped through his belly, while Kurama slumbered peacefully within. Kabuto stood respectfully at his side, awaiting orders. Naruto said, Kabuto, after causing such a ruckus at Amagekyu's gates, it's only right that you spend some time in custody. Kabuto bowed, that's the consequence I ought to bear, my lord. He adjusted his glasses and added, to be honest, Lord Naruto, I have an inside contact within Omega Kure. Naruto's expression remained calm. You mean Karen, don't you? Sparks danced up from the fire. Kabuto's shock was impossible to hide. My lord, you. Naruto tossed another piece of wood onto the brazier, voice steady. Karen's only motivation is to protect Sasuke. Kabuto Yakushi asked, then why did you allow her to remain? Kabuto, I imagine your bargaining chips with Karen were pretty similar, weren't they? Sasuke's fallen deeper into the abyss of revenge, and Karen can't bear to see him fight alone. So she's hedged her bets, taking flack from both sides, but always thinking of Sasuke, the very man who once tried to kill her. Naruto let out a wry smile. Honestly, just how obsessed with Sasuke is she? Kabuto was even more puzzled. But if Karen chose to support you, why did I keep getting real intelligence about your movements? Every time I predicted your actions, Karen's intel was spot on. That means every report she sent was true. Naruto countered, what did you expect? That I'd have her send you fake intel directly. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. A mix of truth and lies, real info to avoid alarming the enemy, then a single piece of false intel at a crucial moment to trap your opponent for good. Naruto nodded. That's the usual game. But I didn't recruit Karen to take you down. If I'd used her to send false intel and burn that bridge, how would I get first-hand updates on Sasuke through you? He fixed Kabuto with a look. To keep Karen cooperative, you'd report on Sasuke's status every time you contacted her, right? That's exactly what I wanted. Kabuto suddenly understood. So that's it. The plant I carefully inserted by your side ended up being your window into Sasuke's life. Naruto scratched his nose. Maybe tool is too harsh. If it had been anyone but Karen, I'd have used Koto Ematsukami without hesitation. But a girl who loves Sasuke that much. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. He shifted the topic. But Kabuto, back when you were searching for Senju orphans in the Land of Water, you told Karen you were in the Land of Lightning. After that, we searched every inch of the Land of Lightning and found nothing. It wasn't until Gaara mentioned that Suna Shinobi saw Sasuke at sea while escorting a water country merchant ship that we realized you'd gone to the Land of Water. That time, we had to rely on Suna's ANBU to track you down, costing Gaara 10 of his best men. Kabuto said, I'm truly sorry for that. But at the time, I was convinced the Senju orphan was Azura's reincarnation, the key to Sasuke awakening the Rinnegan. I couldn't afford any slip-ups, so I lied to Karen. I never imagined you were the true reincarnation. Naruto said softly, either way, thank you, Kabuto. Kabuto blinked in surprise. My lord, why thank me? Naruto replied, by letting Sasuke pursue revenge, I've admitted there's a kind of care I can't give him. During this time, your companionship and guidance filled that gap. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Lord Naruto. Kabuto was genuinely moved. Extinguishing the fire, Naruto stood up. What comes next, I'll handle myself. I'll bring Sasuke back, just as he is. He'll become an eagle that truly soars the skies. Yes, my lord. Kabuto couldn't help but sigh inwardly, my lord, if I may, just how deep does your obsession with Sasuke run? Naruto said, go on. Spend some time in Amagekyu's prison, then officially work for me. Whether it's fighting those guys or building a new shinobi world, I'll need your help. Clank. Shackles snapped into place as Amagekyu's ANBU squad leaders, Ryuko and Setsuna, led Kabuto away. Those guys. A new shinobi world. On the way to the cell, Kabuto kept mulling over Naruto's words. What's the real meaning behind Lord Naruto's words? With his cunning and vision, there must be more to it. Bang. The prison door closed, leaving Kabuto lost in thought. He'd finally found a place to belong. But the matter of the 10,000 impure world reincarnation clone guys he'd left behind was a real headache. I'll leave that for you all to figure out. Naruto decisively practiced energy conservation, dumping the thorny problem on everyone else and heading back to sleep with Hinata. Later that night, Naruto was in the middle of some marital communication with Hinata. Just as things reached their peak, he suddenly stopped. Nah. Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's contacting me. Then go, Naruto-kun. Duty comes first. With no choice, Naruto cashed out at the summit. Afterwards, he straightened his clothes. Sorry, Hinata, you get some sleep first. Hinata, cheeks flushed and still basking in afterglow, replied shyly, I'll wait for you to come back so we can finish what we started. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Alright, when I'm back, we'll continue round 2. Whoosh. He vanished from the room. Hinata rolled around on the bed, blushing furiously. What did I just say? Naruto-kun won't think I'm some insatiable woman, will he? Kukuku. That familiar laugh echoed. Since Daddy's not here, I'll keep Mommy company. Roll popped out from the gap at the headboard. Roll, when did you? Probably around the time Daddy said, if one hears the way in the morning, one can die content in the evening. Kukuku. Mommy, can you explain what that means? Hinata desperately wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Near Ryuchi Cave, in a long-abandoned village. Whoosh. Naruto appeared, teleporting via a flying thunder god kunai infused with Orochimaru's chakra. How did it go? Black Zetsu has already obtained Indra's blood. No slip-ups. Relax. Everything went exactly as planned. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 291, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 291, Banquet of the Living World. With confirmation that Indra's blood had fallen into Black Zetsu's hands, Naruto immediately set his contingency plan into motion. This backup plan was exactly what he'd discussed with Orochimaru before departure, a way to obtain Indra's blood through another route. Back when Naruto sought guidance at Ryuchi Cave, he'd learned the true origin of Indra's blood on the mountain wall from the White Snake Sage. That day, he'd already formed a plan. 1,000 years ago, the nine-headed sage serpent, a legendary serpent sage that once rivaled the White Snake Sage, was slain by Indra. In that titanic battle, Indra was wounded, leaving his blood on the stone wall. Naruto explained, so I'm convinced that samples of Indra's blood exist in the fangs of the nine-headed sage serpent. Orochimaru mused, that's a reasonable deduction, but the nine-headed sage serpent died a millennium ago. Where are we supposed to find its fangs? Naruto replied, in the realm of reincarnation. Orochimaru's vertical pupils flickered. You mean the place where you signed your contract with the Rinnegan summoning beasts? Naruto's gaze grew distant. Over the ages, all-powerful summoning beasts that die end up in the realm of reincarnation. Even someone like Manda can enter, so the nine-headed sage serpent should be there too. Orochimaru lowered his eyelids. That only means it might be possible. For you to use the blood on the mountain wall as bait, you must be absolutely certain. Where does that confidence come from? Naruto thought back. When I encountered Manda in the realm of reincarnation, he was terrified of some monster lurking in the depths. Curious, I went exploring with Konoha. Sure enough, we ran into a powerful beast. I could sense a sage energy from it, one that felt like my own. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. You think that monster was the nine-headed sage serpent? Naruto shook his head. No. Looking back, the features didn't match. The creature I saw had only one head, golden horizontal pupils, and the same sage power, clearly a giant toad from Mount Myaboku. So I asked the great toad sage about it and confirmed its identity. The golden-eyed toad, an evil frog of Mount Myaboku, powerful enough to rival the nine-headed sage serpent. Orochimaru pondered. So, the golden-eyed toad's presence in the realm of reincarnation supports the nine-headed sage serpent theory, but that alone isn't enough. Naruto's eyes glimmered. Hey, Orochimaru, snakes and toads are natural enemies. Just look at Gamabunta and Manda. What kind of creature could make the proud Manda lose his composure in fear? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. A peer, one even higher on the food chain. Naruto grinned. Exactly. That makes it almost a sure thing. Orochimaru smiled, impressed. No wonder you had such confidence, Naruto-kun. The blood in Ryuchi Cave was the only way Black Zetsu could get to Indra's blood. Honestly, after leaving Ryuchi Cave, I wanted to secretly leak news of the blood to Black Zetsu. But with how paranoid he is, it's nearly impossible to do so without raising suspicion. Fortunately, not long after, Madara and Black Zetsu visited Ryuchi Cave together, so I just played along. Orochimaru asked, if Kabuto's incident hadn't happened, were you planning to go to Ryuchi Cave yourself? Naruto nodded, I was going to send you anyway, but Kabuto's rebellion made everything look even more natural. Orochimaru suddenly understood. So you had me pretend to fight Black Zetsu over the blood, just to throw off his suspicions. Naruto said, he's a 1,000-year-old monster. If he realized I was manipulating things, he'd change his plans, maybe even target Madara or Sasuke instead. Orochimaru marveled, Naruto-kun, you really don't leave any openings. Naruto replied, it all depends on whether I can find the 9-headed sage serpent. Orochimaru asked, are you planning to enter the realm of reincarnation again? Naruto nodded. No half measures. This time, I'll explore it to the end. The golden-eyed toad, the 9-headed sage serpent, and supposedly, the ancestor of Enma, the Monkey King. Back then, he almost trapped Nagato-senpai there for good. Orochimaru sounded wistful. If I could, I'd love to see it for myself. But with my current strength, I'd only slow you down in a place like that. Naruto's gaze grew deep. If the chance comes, I'll take you. For now, you have something more important to do. Indra will soon return to the living world. He'll be used as the sacrifice to revive Kaguya. And I will resurrect the Ten-Tails. But before that, you need to develop a way to preserve the consciousness of all 9-tailed beasts. Orochimaru, I already have some promising leads on that research. Naruto, oh. That's great news. Orochimaru, but are you sure? If Indra becomes the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his power will be unimaginable. Naruto, I'll gather the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts and reach consensus with them in the deepest spiritual realm. Orochimaru, so before heading to the realm of reincarnation, you'll visit the barrier sealing the demonic statue of the outer path. Naruto's eyes sparkled. I might also need to stop by Sunagakure. I want to ask Gaara for something. Hopefully, I won't have to use it. Somewhere, on a land unknown to most. Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows. Hehehe, I thought I'd end up in a deathmatch with Naruto at Ryuchi Cave. Kabuto, you did well, at least you're more useful than that waste Toneri. Still too soft, Naruto. Just a single crisis at a Megakure and you gave up going yourself, sent that mere Orochimaru to fetch the key to awakening the Rinnegan, and now the blood is in my hands. Ha 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 ha. Truly, heaven favors me. Black Zetsu drew a jutsu formula on the ground and poured the bottled Indra's blood onto it. Crack. Black Zetsu's body split in two. Half remained inside the jutsu circle, half outside. Using my own body for this jutsu. I'm nothing if not creative, hee hee. I'll leave the rest to you, my true self. Rest easy, my clone the day mother is revived, will become one again. In pure world reincarnation. Boom. A savage wind howled. The sacrificed Black Zetsu screamed, Aya. For my beloved mother. Dust and earth whirled around the pitch-black body. A white cloak of the 6 paths, collar adorned with 6 magatama. Long, flowing hair, twin braids hanging by the ears, a cold, youthful face with dark markings at the corners of his eyes, and inverted, short eyebrows. He gazed at the one before him with deep, shadowy Sharingan. So it's you. Even you have grown up. The banquet of the living world. How swiftly time flies. It's been a long time, Indra. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 292, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 292, into reincarnation once more. At dawn, Naruto and Hinata wrapped up their second half. During the injury time, Naruto smiled, Hinata, tomorrow night, let's go adventuring in our dreams. In our dreams, an adventure. Hinata blinked, puzzled. Resting his head on Hinata's lap, Naruto gazed up at drifting clouds and began to explain, unhurried, about the realm of reincarnation. The realm of reincarnation, the domain where the animal path summoning beasts reside. It couldn't be entered at will, only a Rinnegan wielder had a chance to access it in their sleep. In other words, it all depended on luck. Naruto had been back in the ninja world for over a year. Since that one time he'd forced his way in using massive numbers of shadow clones, he'd never naturally triggered the realm of reincarnation again. That showed just how slim the odds were. So, this time, brute force was still the only way. He couldn't help but recall that night with Conan. To enter the realm of reincarnation, he'd used thousands of shadow clones in the rain-soaked clearing. Worried he'd catch cold, Conan had even used her paper clones to hold umbrellas for all his clones. Afterward, Conan caught a fever, and Naruto had rushed to Konoha overnight to fetch Shizune for treatment. A surge of gratitude welled up in Naruto's heart. Back then, when I was all alone, it was Konoha who gave me shelter and cared for me in every detail. Now, with a big family and a thriving life, so much no longer needs my own hands, and so much of that is thanks to her. Hinata asked softly, "Can I go into the realm of reincarnation too?" Naruto replied, "Konoha has a way for us to enter together, but it's late, she's probably asleep now. Let's wait till tomorrow night." Clang. As if on cue, a loud thump came from next door, something heavy hitting the floor. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances. "Looks like she's still awake. I'll go get Konoha." "Alright, go ahead. Naruto-kun, put your clothes on first." 10 minutes later. Hinata led in Konan. "So, you want to enter the realm of reincarnation again?" Konan confirmed. Naruto hopped out the window and soon returned. Outside, thousands of shadow clones were already sitting in the open, each with a wooden umbrella propped up beside them. Konan stood at the window, a little wistful. "I guess you really don't need me to hold umbrellas anymore." Naruto peeled off his damp shirt and sat on the bed. Whether it was his main body or any shadow clone that triggered entry, all clones would dispel at the same time, and the experience would feed back to his true self. That way, Naruto's main body never had to be outside, a lesson learned from last time. Konan closed the window and walked to the bedside. "Let's begin." Naruto closed his eyes, using a meditation technique much like entering sage mode, clearing his mind of all distractions. Zzz. Soon, Naruto was fast asleep, a bubble rising and falling at his nose. Konan couldn't help but ask, "Does Naruto always sleep like this?" Hinata smiled, except when he's really exhausted, sometimes he snores, or talks in his sleep. Konan sighed, "Is that so?" Poof, 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 poof. At that moment, all the shadow clones outside dispelled at once. Konan nodded, "Looks like he's already triggered the realm of reincarnation. Much smoother than last time." "Konan, come up here," Hinata invited. "Standing must be tiring." Konan hesitated. "But this is your wedding bed, wouldn't it be improper?" "It's fine, Konan isn't an outsider." Ever since sharing a hot spring, Hinata and Konan had grown much closer. "Well, standing really isn't convenient for this jutsu." After a brief pause, Konan slipped off her shoes and socks, climbed onto the bed, and sat beside Hinata, both facing Naruto. She produced a special talisman and pressed it to Naruto's forehead. "Put your hand on my shoulder." "Okay." Hinata obeyed. This jutsu works by channeling our chakra into the talisman, connecting us to Naruto's dream. So don't resist. "I understand, Konan." Konan formed a seal with 2 fingers. Paper curse technique, transition. "Close your eyes." Konan slowly shut her eyes, and Hinata did the same. Their chakra poured into the talisman. As the seal character at its center broke, their spirits were drawn together, straight into the realm of reincarnation. Within the realm of reincarnation, beside Naruto, the figures of Hinata and Konan shimmered into being. It was Hinata's first time here, and she looked around curiously, activating her Byakugan. "So this is the realm of reincarnation. Why is it so empty? I can't sense any chakra at all." Konan teased, "That's because last time, a certain restless little guy cleaned the place out, inside and out. Didn't leave a scrap for anyone else." Naruto blushed. "It was my first time, okay. I had no experience, just kept thinking about taking advantage." Konan shot Hinata a look. Was he really inexperienced? Hinata's cheeks turned crimson. And no. Naruto-kun was very skilled. And, Yasashii, very gentle. Naruto looked bewildered. "I feel like we're not talking about the same thing." Konan brought things back on track. "Anyway, if we want results, we'll have to go to the Forbidden Zone. Are you ready? Last time, we barely made it out." Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Exactly. That big guy who gave us so much trouble last time, no way I'm letting it off easy." Truthfully, Naruto could really hold a grudge. The 3 of them headed deeper into the realm of reincarnation. Half an hour later, they halted before a familiar, dense mist. That mist marked the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. Naruto said, voice low, "This is it. I can already feel that restless chakra." Hinata focused her Byakugan on the fog. "So powerful. Even my Byakugan can't see through it." But what the Byakugan couldn't pierce, the Tenseigan just might. Sizzle. The veins at her temples faded, and golden light radiated from Hinata's eyes. Tenseigan, insight mode. Whoosh. The thick fog grew transparent, her vision extending inward, until, suddenly, it was blocked by something massive. That's... Hinata peered closer. Judging by its shape, it was a gigantic toad. The colossal creature sensed her gaze. Sizzle. Golden, horizontal pupils snapped open. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent crashed into Hinata's mind. Crack. Her whole body trembled, and as if by instinct, Tenseigan chakra mode flared to life. Conan's tone was cool. Looks like we're not exactly welcome. Naruto's lips curled into a confident grin. The golden-eyed toad, Mount Myaboku's infamous demon frog. They say even the most venomous sage serpent in Ryuchi Cave can't match half its poison. Does it really think that'll scare me, Uzumaki Naruto? Poof. 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 Naruto pulled 3 gas masks from his scroll. This. Hinata and Conan were momentarily speechless. After strapping his on tight, Naruto said mysteriously, Hinata, Conan-ne, what are you waiting for? Put them on, or we really might not make it out alive. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 293, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 293, living up to its reputation. The 3 of them strapped on their gas masks. Naruto took the lead, with Conan and Hinata right behind him. Within the swirling mist, the golden-eyed toad puffed out its throat sacs, then, with a snap, fired a purple poison arrow straight at them. Naruto flashed through a rapid series of hand seals. Sage art, wood dragon bite explosion. Boom. An even thicker than usual wooden dragon surged up from the side, snapping its jaws around the arrow and crushing it to pieces. A cloud of toxic vapor burst forth, but their gas masks kept them safe. As they sprinted ahead, wind-style and fire-style Rasen Shuriken spun to life in Naruto's left and right hands. He hurled them forward together. Sage art, wind and fire lords dance. The twin Rasen Shuriken curved through the air, approaching from opposite sides before colliding in a burst of searing flame and howling wind. A hurricane of fire erupted. Naruto looked up, eyes sharp. The moment it was about to get hit, it leapt straight into the sky. What insane jumping power, and its senses are even sharper. Whoosh. 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 3 poison arrows shot down from above, 1 for each of them. In a split second, all 3 responded instinctively. Almighty push. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Dance of the Shikigami. Bang. 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 The 3 poison arrows were intercepted almost simultaneously, exploding into clouds of deadly mist. Conan frowned. With poison like this, a regular ninja's gas mask would fail in seconds. Naruto explained, these are different. The masks are fully sealed, no filters. Each one has a talisman inside, sealed with pure oxygen. We breathe from inside the mask, not through it. Hinata gasped, amazing. Conan asked, is this a second Hokage invention? Naruto grinned. Nope. The second didn't have time for stuff like this. You'll never guess who made them. Don't keep us guessing, just tell us. Ruri Amamiya. That kid. Conan blinked. Yeah, she's got a lot of unusual hobbies. But since these are fully sealed, our chakra can't pass through the mask either. So any jutsu that needs your mouth just won't work. Conan shrugged. Doesn't bother me, I never use my mouth for jutsu anyway. Hinata blushed. And me neither. Naruto grinned. Yeah, same here. As they chatted, each of them quietly prepared their next move, waiting for the golden-eyed toad to finally land so they could spring their ambush. But strangely, the toad never touched down. Conan frowned. What's going on? Why isn't it coming down? Naruto said, Hinata, check above. Hinata activated her Tenseigan, scanning the sky. Her expression changed dramatically. Oh my, it's jumping through the air, stepping on nothing. Everywhere it lands, the air ripples like water. Naruto's eyes narrowed. No doubt about it, that's Frog Sky Step. It uses natural energy to create footholds in midair, a legendary technique from Mount Myaboku, long thought lost. What you're seeing isn't air ripples, but waves of pure natural energy. A rough, booming voice echoed from above. Ribbit ribbit ribbit, not bad, brat. You actually know that move. Guess you've got some skills after all. Naruto called up, surprised, oh, you can talk. I thought you were just a big dumb frog. Ribbit ribbit ribbit, kill kill kill. Grandpa's sending you straight to the pure land. Frog Sky Snipe. Boom. A pillar of vacuum sage power blasted down, crushing the ground where Naruto stood. Hinata cried out, Naruto-kun. Rumble rumble rumble. Naruto was driven deep into the earth. Frog Sky Snipe, the ultimate sniper move. Overwhelming natural energy, fired as an inescapable cannon. One shot, one kill. If the great Toad Sage himself used it, I probably wouldn't survive either. Whoosh. Under crushing pressure, Naruto focused and activated Flying Thunder God. In a flash, he appeared at Hinata's side. Are you alright, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, worried. I'm fine. Feels like 2 or 3 ribs are broken, that's all. So cruel. Anger flashed in Hinata's eyes. A truth-seeking ball spun in her palm, morphing into a silver ring. She leapt skyward, Tenseigan locked onto the toad, and slammed her palm upward. Silver will reincarnation explosion. Boom. A silver tornado erupted from the ring in Hinata's hand, piercing straight into the sky. Bang. But the whirlwind shattered and dispersed before it could even touch the golden-eyed toad. Landing back on the ground, Hinata frowned deeply. Konan asked, it didn't work. Hinata shook her head. No. Just as the attack was about to hit, a wall appeared in front of it. My Tenseigan picked up the color, its natural energy, just like Naruto-kun described. Naruto's expression grew serious. That must be Frog Sky Guard. If Frog Sky Snipe was Mount Myaboku's ultimate offense, then Frog Sky Guard was its ultimate defense, natural energy forming an invisible barrier, repelling all close-range attacks. Like a continuous almighty push. Frog Sky Step, Frog Sky Snipe, Frog Sky Guard, these are the legendary 4 divine arts of Mount Myaboku. And we've just witnessed 3 of them, one after another. Konan asked, so what's the last one? Naruto replied, Frog Sky Sound, a genjutsu that combines sound waves and natural energy. It's the ultimate evolution of Toad confrontation singing. Konan murmured, that's the technique Jiraiya-sensei and the 2 Toad sages used on Pain, right? Its full power must be terrifying. Naruto said, let's hope it doesn't know that move. Otherwise, we're in real trouble. But fate always brings what you fear most. Hinata's face grew tense. Its chakra is gathering in its throat. Naruto's pupils shrank. It's coming. Quick, use Flying Thunder God and fall back. We'll regroup. Ribbit ribbit. But the powerful sound wave had already swept down. Unlike Toad confrontation singing, which required a specific melody to ensnare its victims, Frog Sky Sound caught anyone in its path, no escape. Whoosh. In an instant, their minds were assaulted by chaos. Konan's dance of the Shikigami was dispelled. Hinata's Tenseigan chakra mode vanished. Naruto's Sage mode collapsed. A wave of weakness hit, and all 3 slumped to the ground. Ribbit ribbit ribbit, kill kill kill. This time, nobody's saving you. Trespassers on Grandpa's turf, all must die. Whoosh. 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 3 poison arrows shot down. Boom. But suddenly, a golden chakra hand shot up, blocking the arrows midair. Naruto slowly pushed himself up, his body cloaked in Kurama's chakra. At the critical moment, Kurama had awakened from his slumber and snapped Naruto out of the genjutsu. Kurama teased, yo, Naruto, how'd you get yourself in this mess after just a short nap from me? Naruto breathed out, sorry, Kurama, really owe you one this time. If not for you, we'd be toast. Kurama's big ears twitched. Heh, now you know how important I am, huh? Up in the sky, the golden-eyed toad's horizontal pupils trembled violently. The Ninetales Jinchuriki, you're Azuras. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 294, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 295, Adamantine and Incorruptible. SZZZT. As the summoning contract took hold, the golden-eyed toad's eyes shifted, Rinnegan patterns spiraled out, but the golden hue and horizontal pupils of a toad remained. Poof. The golden-eyed toad vanished in a swirl of white smoke. Once Naruto left the realm of reincarnation, he'd be able to summon it as his own beast using the Rinnegan's amplified summoning technique. Both Kurama mode and Susanoo faded away. Naruto, Hinata, and Konan landed back on solid ground. Konan was the first to rip off her gas mask. Finally, that's over. She thought to herself, never want to wear this thing again. Hinata followed, peeling off her mask. Phew, that was tough. Her thoughts, next time, I have to help Naruto-kun more. Naruto was last, removing his mask with a sigh. It's my fault, I should have done my homework. If not for Kurama, we'd have been in real trouble. He thought, next time I read a letter, I'll check both sides. And honestly, this mask looks pretty cool. I kinda want to keep wearing it. The 3 pressed on, exploring deeper into the forbidden lands of the realm of reincarnation. After their run-in with the golden-eyed toad, they moved with a newfound respect, and a healthy dose of caution. One misstep here could mean death. Half an hour passed. Through the mist, the outline of a mountain appeared. Naruto frowned. We've been walking on flat ground this whole time. How did a mountain suddenly pop up? Conan mused, we might not be seeing the whole picture. But yeah, something's off. Let me check it out. Hinata's Byakugan flared, shifting into the Tenseigan. After scanning, she reported, it's definitely a mountain. Nothing unusual. Naruto nodded. Alright, let's keep moving. Logically, the Tenseigan's vision should be the final word. Still, Naruto wasn't convinced. He activated Kurama's golden chakra cloak, keeping his senses sharp for malice. Tap. As they passed the mountain's base, Naruto stopped, eyes narrowing. Enough pretending. Even if you hid your chakra perfectly, the moment you showed malice, you couldn't escape my senses. A deep, mocking voice echoed, yo ho ho, you made it this far alive, not bad at all. Rumble. The mountain shook violently. Scatter. Naruto barked. Whoosh. The trio leapt away, landing 100 meters out, just in time to see the mountain rapidly shrink. Conan gasped, that mountain, could it be? Naruto nodded. Yeah. It disguised itself perfectly as natural terrain. Impressive, a transformation even the Tenseigan couldn't see through. Without my malice sense, we'd have been caught for sure. Hinata stayed silent, but her Tenseigan chakra mode flared to life. The mountain revealed its true form, a mighty ape, draped in a tiger pelt, eyes blazing like fire. It wasn't enormous, but its chakra rivaled a tailed beast. Naruto said flatly, Conan-ne, this is it. No doubt. Conan's face hardened. Yeah, I think so too. The Monkey Demon King, the one who nearly killed Nagato. In the early days, Nagato explored the realm of reincarnation alone. After barely escaping the Monkey Demon King, Conan invented her talisman to keep him safe. Naruto thought, Grandpa Third's summoning beast, Enma, was strong enough to rival a Kage. How powerful must this guy's ancestor be? The Monkey Demon King stood tall, arms crossed, tail swaying, fiery eyes locked on Naruto. His voice rumbled, let me ask, are you here to subdue me, to make me your summoning beast? Naruto didn't mince words. That's right. Otherwise, why would I come here instead of catching up on sleep? Ha 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 ha. The Monkey Demon King's laughter boomed, then turned cold. Years ago, a red-haired little thief with a limp ran for his life after I trounced him in 3 moves. You want to follow in his footsteps? Naruto smiled. Ah, you mean my senior brother, Nagato. But I think he underestimated you. Don't worry, I won't make that mistake. The Monkey Demon King snorted, oh. That's not what I saw. Who was it that got flattened by that stinking toad's genjutsu, huh? Naruto's eyes narrowed. You saw that from here? The Monkey Demon King grinned. Yo ho ho, don't be ridiculous. You're not the only ones with eye techniques. My fiery eyes and golden pupils can see events hundreds of miles away, the greatest observation eyes there are. Naruto chuckled. Impressive, but I wouldn't call them the greatest. What do you mean by that? Whose eyes could be better than mine? Even that little girl's eyes next to you can't see as far. It was true, Hinata's Tenseigan could see dozens of kilometers, but in sheer range, it fell short of the Monkey Demon King's gaze. Naruto played coy. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. No point wasting words. The Monkey Demon King pressed, tell me. I want to know. Naruto said, fiery eyes and golden pupils, huh? That's a first for me. But have you heard of the Senrigan? Senrigan? What's that? Can it really see 1,000 ri away? In his previous life, Naruto had faced a member of Kara named Ada, whose Senrigan could see across time and space itself. Naruto just smiled and shook his head. If you're that curious, come with me to the outside world and see for yourself. The Monkey Demon King rumbled, I'd love to leave this damn place, but not as a pet to be ordered around. The Rinnegan's amplified summoning technique boosted a beast's power, but at the cost of their mind, they became little more than weapons. Naruto said, if you're willing to cooperate, once we're outside, I can give you a new soul. That's better than wandering here forever, isn't it? He wanted to save his strength for the real target, the 9-headed snake sage. The Monkey Demon King scoffed, you think a few words will make me trust you? I'm the ancient lord of Flame Mountain, with an adamantine incorruptible body. Even Azura and Indra had to show me respect. You, a mere reincarnation of Azura, think you can boss me around. Oh. Adamantine incorruptible body, huh? Then let's see what it's made of. Naruto spread his arms as Kurama's chakra surged. A tailed beast ball blasted straight at the Monkey Demon King. The ape didn't budge, letting the sphere slam into him. Boom. When the flames cleared, the Monkey Demon King stood, unscathed. Hey, that's your test. Who do you think you're dealing with? He tanked a tailed beast ball with his bare body. Even Ten-Tail's Jinchuriki needed truth-seeking balls to come out of that unharmed. Naruto's face grew grave. So it's the real deal. Sage mode activated. Naruto formed seals. How about this, then? Sage art, Myojin Gate. The Monkey Demon King glanced up. That's Azura's specialty, can completely suppress chakra. Thud. The Myojin Gate slammed down, pinning him. But my body's strength has nothing to do with chakra. The Monkey Demon King gripped the crossbeam with 5 fingers and squeezed. Crack. Fissures spread across the gate, then, with a crash, it shattered. Naruto frowned. That's strong. Whoosh. Hinata couldn't hold back. She dashed forward, unleashing her deadliest move. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Crack. The golden blade, powerful enough to cleave the moon, was caught in the Monkey Demon King's bare hand. He squeezed. Crack. The golden will shattered. He eyed the shallow cut on his palm. A high-energy cutting attack, huh? Not bad, to break my 1,000 forged skin. But that's as far as it goes. He looked up, dangerous. My custom is to give 3 free shots at the start. 3 moves are up, you can die now. Adamantine Embrace Moon. Boom. The ground shattered as the Monkey Demon King lunged, arms locking around Naruto's waist. Poof. In a puff of smoke, Naruto turned into a log. Substitution Jutsu. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Conan's body scattered into thousands of paper slips, swirling to wrap the Monkey Demon King. Seals appeared on the papers. Paper art, mutually multiplying explosive tags. Boom, 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 boom. A chain of endless explosions swallowed the Monkey Demon King. From the perimeter, Conan watched. With the defense he's shown, even this probably won't work. I just can't figure out how his body could be so hard. Naruto's gaze was dark. Adamantine Body is one of the Otsutsuki clan's high-level abilities. Conan was startled. So the Monkey Demon King is? Naruto nodded. Tracing it back, just like the 3 great sage lands, he's got deep ties to the Otsutsuki's planet, Takamagara. Conan pressed, then, is there any way to break through that adamantine body? Naruto explained, before it's perfected, there's always a vital point, the key is to find it. Conan frowned. How do we find it? Just grope around blindly. Naruto shook his head. Maybe not. Mutually multiplying explosive tags is an all-directional, no blind spot attack. When the explosions end, something should be revealed. Conan worried, but what if his adamantine body really is perfect? Naruto smiled. Impossible. Conan glanced at him. How can you be sure? Naruto clenched his fist. Because even the strongest enemy we ever faced, Otsutsuki Ishiki, his adamantine body was still one step from perfection. This guy. No way. Conan's orange eyes softened. Sorry. I made you think of something unpleasant again. Naruto smiled. It's fine. Running away isn't my style. The explosions faded. The Monkey Demon King reappeared, subtly withdrawing one hand from behind his back. Clearly, he'd just used that hand to shield a certain spot. If he was covering it, that had to be the vital point. Oh. If that's where it is, I'm more than ready. Naruto smiled almost imperceptibly. Hinata, Konan, I have a plan. Work with me. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 295, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 296, Dragons and Serpents in Flight. Conan murmured, so that's where its weak spot was, in such a place. Hinata blushed. It must have hurt so much. Naruto said, this is it, the whole battle comes down to this moment. I'm counting on you. Understood, replied Conan and Hinata in unison. With their plan set, Conan and Hinata moved to either side, taking up their positions. Naruto casually stabbed a kunai into the ground at his feet and strode forward. Thunderclap, Karama Chakra mode. Crackle. Purple gold lightning danced around Naruto, his blonde hair stiffening into sharp spikes, his eyes gleaming with fierce intensity as he stared down the Monkey Demon King. Monkey Demon King, ready to see my strongest taijutsu. The ape bared its fangs. Yo ho ho, never thought I'd meet someone dumb enough to challenge me in hand-to-hand combat. Fine, if you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you. Despite his bravado, the Monkey Demon King could sense the power of Naruto's chakra mode. Purple flames erupted from his fur. Hellfire chakra mode. Let's see you survive this. Boom. The Monkey Demon King charged, fist blazing with hellfire, swinging with overwhelming force. Naruto crossed his arms to block. Boom. A pillar of purple fire exploded from the ape's punch, blasting Naruto back. Ugh, that hurt. And it's scorching. Gritting his teeth, Naruto endured the pain. Lightning arms arced from his shoulders, grabbing the Monkey Demon King's shoulders. Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. In a blink, the Monkey Demon King was teleported to the exact spot where Naruto had planted his kunai. Nani. While the ape was still stunned, Hinata and Konan, already in position, struck at once. Truth-seeking ball chains. Paper God's binding. Hinata's chains, spun from truth-seeking balls, locked down the ape's left arm. Konan's paper ropes bound the right. Crackle. Almost simultaneously, Naruto, cloaked in lightning, slid between the Monkey Demon King's legs. In that instant, crouched beneath him, his hands flashed into a tiger seal, fingertips crackling with razor-sharp lightning, aimed straight at the beast's single, hidden weak point. Thunderclap, 1,000 years of death. Zap. Lightning speared through the forbidden spot, driving deep into the core. Gaia. The Monkey Demon King let out a soul-rending scream as the flames across his body snuffed out. Electricity surged through him. The ape turned, eyes wide with disbelief. How did you know, my weak point? Naruto replied coolly, I just don't miss details. Konan's mutually multiplying explosive tags might not be the strongest, but their full coverage left you no choice but to use your hand to protect that spot. The Monkey Demon King managed a pained grin. Ha ha ha. I can't complain. I lost fair and square. What a shame, I only got to use a tenth of my strength. Rustle. A massive Kurama hand emerged from the chakra cloak, forming a six-paths black rod. Naruto asked, so, how did you die? The ape grunted, you really want to know? Naruto scratched his head. Well. I'm a little curious. The Monkey Demon King cackled. Ha ha ha. You'll never find out. I'll never tell you. It's the shame of my life. The truth? The Monkey Demon King died in a ridiculous accident, slipping while squatting near a cliff to relieve himself, falling into a bamboo grove, and being impaled in the most embarrassing way possible. Pride kept him from telling anyone or treating the wound, which eventually tore open in battle against an ancient ancestor of the Land of Lightning's Uzumaki clan, leading to his death from blood loss. Naruto shrugged. All right, if you won't say, I won't force you. Just give me a quick end. Crack. The six-paths black rod drove into the ape's spine. Withdrawing his hands, Naruto formed a seal. I've memorized your soul spectrum. I'll give you a new soul next time. Reincarnation, summoning contract. And with that, the Monkey Demon King was bound to Naruto by the power of the Rinnegan. Panting, Naruto slumped to the ground. Man, what a handful. If I hadn't known about that adamantine body, I don't know how long it would have taken to subdue him. But how did he die, really? He doesn't look old, so it can't be old age, right? As Hinata and Konan walked over, Naruto asked, what do you two think? Hinata guessed, maybe, illness. Konan mused, could be reckless living. The location of the weak spot says a lot. Maybe he wasn't even a primate, could have been cross-species, like a dog demon king or bull demon king. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow. Konan, nay, maybe I'm overthinking, but you're not talking about something like Ryuko and Setsuna, are you? Konan gave a sly smile. I'll leave that to your imagination. Hinata blinked. Ryuko and Setsuna, aren't those the ANBU captains from our hidden rain village? Did something happen with them? Naruto shook his head, mysterious. Hinata, it's better you don't know. He'd never forget what he saw that night, half a year ago. Hinata thought, I'm so curious. I'll have to ask around later. After a short rest, Naruto stood up. Well, only the nine-headed snake sage is left. Let's track it down and finish this. Meanwhile, deep in the Forbidden Zone's demon lair. It's the scent of prey. Kill them. Yes, kill them. I agree, kill them. Seconded. Seconded. Objection, I don't want to kill any more. Objection overruled. Majority rules. Heck, kill them. How should we do it? I propose beating them to death. I propose tearing them apart. Strangling. Swallowing. Blasting. Crushing. Enough. Life only comes once, if you lose it, it's gone forever. Shut up, you useless tail. Fu. Gentlemen, there seem to be 3 prey. Why not try each killing method in turn? Great idea. Seconded. Seconded. Fu. Then it settled. With the vote complete, the demon in the cave opened its eyes. It had 1 body and 9 heads, 8 in front, and the last head at the tip of its tail. Each head was different, as if each possessed its own will. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the demon burst from the cave, charging toward the scent of its prey. Behind, the tail's head was dragged along, wailing, "You'll get what's coming to you, all of you. There'll be retribution." Tap. As they advanced, Naruto stopped. "So it's coming straight for us." The nine-headed snake sage was on the attack. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 296, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 294, One Shot, One Soul. Hearing the golden-eyed toad's astonished outburst, Naruto muttered, "Kurama, does that guy actually know you and Azura or something?" Kurama grumbled, "That dumb frog from Mount Myoboku didn't tell you the whole story, did he?" Naruto replied honestly, "The letter just said that the golden-eyed toad was a wicked beast from Mount Myoboku 1,000 years ago, on par with the nine-headed serpent sage of Ryuchi Cave, with terrifying poison. The rest, like how the toad ended up dying, the great toad sage never mentioned." Kurama snorted, "That old geezer probably fell asleep halfway through writing. Or maybe he wrote on both sides and you, airhead, only read the front. What? No way I'd make such a rookie mistake, date Bayo. Whatever. Let this old man fill you in." After Kagaya was sealed, the Sage of Six Paths led the Ninshu and took up the mantle of maintaining world order. The three great sage lands kept to themselves, agreeing not to meddle in the outside world. But after the sage's death, the golden-eyed toad went rogue, betraying Mount Myoboku, running wild across the land, killing countless Ninshu disciples and innocent civilians. As the sage's rightful heir, Azura sought permission from the great toad sage and set out to subdue the golden-eyed toad. Kurama added, "By the way, I fought in that battle too." Naruto's eyes widened. "So Azura was your Jinchuriki?" "Not exactly. From Shikaku to me, we were all created by the sage. Azura, as the sage's true successor, inherited the power of the six paths. He didn't need to be a Jinchuriki to draw on our chakra. Back then, all the tailed beasts were still young, so I, Kurama, the strongest, fought on behalf of the others." Even after all these years, Kurama's pride was undimmed. Naruto grinned. "So it's fate, huh? Enemies meeting again after all this time. Golden-eyed toad, ribbit ribbit ribbit, kill kill kill. Damn Azura, you finally fell into Grandpa's hands today." Kurama cautioned, "Careful, Naruto. That thing's no pushover." "I know. I've already had a taste of it." Kurama mused, "No shame in it. Even Azura got caught by that frog sky sound genjutsu. I had to bail him out, too." Whoosh. Naruto spread his arms as Kurama's massive chakra enveloped Konan and Hinata, shielding them from harm. Naruto formed a two-fingered seal. Genjutsu release. Naruto-kun. Hinata and Konan snapped awake. "Take a breather, you two. Leave the rest to me and Kurama." Naruto's eyes spun into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, their crimson glow swirling. A suit of gray Susanoo armor formed around Kurama's chakra cloak. Beast's tribulation. Golden-eyed toad, ribbit. Sharingan. That's Indra's move, how do you know it? Naruto's eyes blazed. "You don't need to know. Because you're about to become my prisoner." Boom. A tailed beast ball blasted skyward. Bang. The golden-eyed toad leapt away using frog sky step, riding natural energy itself. Rumble. The tailed beast ball detonated midair, its shockwave sweeping away the lingering mist, leaving the golden-eyed toad fully exposed. Boom. 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 Naruto unleashed a barrage of tailed beast balls, driving the toad back. Divine artifact, Susanoo no Mikoto. Susanoo no Mikoto materialized, bowing deeply. "Oh mighty father, your child greets you again." Naruto asked, "How's my gas mask?" "Cool, right?" Susanoo no Mikoto, majestic beyond compare. But only when adorning father's noble visage does it reveal its true worth. At that, a sudden poof, Susanoo no Mikoto let out a burst of rainbow-colored exhaust, which floated up and formed a shimmering rainbow bridge in the sky. "What the?" Naruto blinked. Susanoo no Mikoto beamed, "Father, more radiant than the sun itself. This is my latest invention, fart release, rainbow fart, just to make you smile." "Ah, thanks, but maybe hold off on the rainbow farts from now on." "As you wish. I'll seal my fart gate and never fart again." Naruto grinned. "Now, work with me." Whoosh. A massive tailed beast ball gathered at Kurama's mouth. Susanoo no Mikoto embedded a flying thunder god Magatama into it, then fired it high into the sky. Golden-eyed toad, ribbit ribbit ribbit. This kind of attack hitting me. Try again in 1,000 years. The toad dodged the blast and began charging its arm, the telltale sign of frog sky snipe. Naruto narrowed his gaze. It's not the great toad sage. When it uses frog sky snipe, it can't activate frog sky guard at the same time. That's my chance. Shing. In Kurama's mighty hand, a swirling greatsword formed, the divine artifact, Great Sun momentary noble sword. Rumble. The tailed beast ball exploded far above, but before the blast, the Magatama separated from the sphere, hurtling toward the golden-eyed toad. The toad, mid-charge, spotted the Magatama and scoffed, not even worth defending against. Its massive palm slammed down. Frog sky snipe. Naruto's eyes flashed. Now. Rumble rumble rumble. The earth split beneath the frog sky snipe. But at that instant, Naruto and Kurama teleported via Flying Thunder God, emerging from the Magatama right by the toad, Great Sun momentary noble sword in hand, stabbing downward with all his might. Beast's tribulation, Flying Thunder God slash. Slash. The blade pierced the golden-eyed toad's tough hide. The toad's eyes bulged. You dare underestimate Grandpa. All the warts on its skin burst open, spewing a flood of deadly toxins. Even the Susanoo armor began to melt. Adamantine sealing chains. Clang. 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 Golden chains wrapped around the toad's body. To subdue a beast in the realm of reincarnation, you had to drive a 6-paths black rod into it. Within Kurama's chakra, Naruto whipped his arm, several black rods shot out, but the moment they touched the toxic mist, they dissolved. Damn it, this sword hurts like hell. I'll tear you to pieces. Crack. Crack. The toad ripped the chains from its arms and grabbed the sword, trying to yank it free. Got it. Naruto's eyes gleamed as he activated the Rinnegan in his palm. Azura Path, Great Sun momentary noble sword, modified. Clang. 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 The blade transformed, spindle-shaped hooks latching deep into the toad's flesh. Ribbit ribbit ribbit, ow ow ow. The toad shrieked in pain. Clang. Clang. The sword's interior hollowed out, forming a rail from hilt to tip. A 6-paths black rod slid into the slot at the hilt. Within Kurama's chakra, Naruto drew back his arm, grinning wickedly. This one's extra big, brace yourself. Realizing what was coming, the toad's bravado finally cracked. Wait, wait. Let's talk this out. We're both from Mount Mayaboku, we're family. Naruto deadpanned, I'm perfectly calm. And you're not my family. Frog snipe. Bang. The black rod shot into the toad's body. Surrender, golden-eyed toad. Naruto formed a hand seal. Reincarnation, summoning contract. The toad gasped, that's not big at all, you liar. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 297, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 297, Subduing Dragons and Serpents. The 9-headed snake sage sprawled across the earth, its 9 heads swaying and jaws snapping, radiating a murderous aura. What a delightfully intoxicating killing intent. Naruto smiled, hands flashing through seals. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A towering wooden dragon surged from the ground, coiling tightly around the 9-headed snake sage. Wood release, he actually knows wood release. But the wooden dragon couldn't fully restrain the beast. Cracks formed as the serpent flexed, muscles bulging, already on the verge of breaking free. Naruto's eyes sharpened as he shifted into sage mode, forming new seals. Sage art, Myojin gate. Seal the heads. Clang. 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 One after another, the Myojin gates crashed down, pinning the 8 foremost heads of the 9-headed snake sage to the ground. Ugh. I can't move. Damn it, we got careless. What now? We're finished. Of course you are. This technique can suppress even the Tentails, you've got no grounds for complaint. Whoosh. Naruto vaulted skyward, hurling down 6-paths black rods. Stab. 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 The rods pierced deep into the serpent's massive body. Naruto pressed his fingers together, murmuring, didn't expect it to be this easy. Rumble rumble rumble. But in the next instant, the 9-headed snake sage's body shriveled and collapsed, transforming into a gigantic, empty snakeskin. Naruto's eyes widened. It can still shed its skin under these conditions. Hinata's Tenseigan flared as she scanned the earth. Naruto-kun, below you. Boom. A snake head erupted from the ground, spewing a torrent of explosive flames upward. The heat was monstrous, far hotter than even Madara's great fire annihilation. Naruto reacted instantly, raising his palm. Predapath. Whoosh. The Predapath sealing barrier expanded, greedily absorbing the raging flames. Boom. 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 But more snake heads burst through the earth, ready to unleash a combined assault from all directions. Don't you dare hurt Naruto-kun. Driven by fierce resolve, Hinata activated her Tenseigan chakra mode. Truth-seeking balls spun into a golden blade, but this time, she swept it horizontally. Golden will reincarnation explosion, horizontal slash. Slash. A wave of golden light swept across, decapitating every snake head that surfaced. Impressive destructive power, but our regeneration is limitless. Within seconds, 3 new heads sprouted, lunging straight for Hinata. Drained from her last attack, Hinata could only muster a single silver will reincarnation explosion, barely repelling one of the charging heads. But more kept coming. She tried to summon more power, but suddenly, her Tenseigan chakra mode flickered out. Oh no. I've used up too much chakra. Rustle. A wall of paper surged up in front of Hinata. Boom. The snake heads crashed into it, scattering paper everywhere. Konan swept in, paper wings unfurling, whisking Hinata away from danger. Thank you, Konan. No need to thank me, we're family, aren't we? You've done enough. Let the men handle the rest. Enough. Having absorbed the flames, surrounded by snapping heads, Naruto brought his hands together. Chibaku Tensei. Boom 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 boom. He used the 9-headed snake sage itself as the core, unleashing a gravitational pull that tore the serpent from its subterranean lair and hurled it skyward. The earth split. Massive boulders rose, burying the writhing body in stone. Rumble rumble rumble. Thousands of rocks hammered the core, forming a colossal satellite in the sky. Crack. Naruto clenched his fist. The Chibaku Tensei solidified, stray stones tumbling down. Boom. 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 But seconds later, violent tremors rocked the satellite as snake heads punched through the surface, bearing fangs and writhing furiously. Damn you. Did you really think cheap tricks like this could hold the mighty 9-headed snake sage? Humph. Then let's see you handle something bigger. Naruto's gaze chilled. He pressed his hands together again. Rumble rumble rumble. An even larger swath of earth collapsed. More boulders rose, sealing away the rampaging snake heads once more. Finally, Naruto added another seal. Earth release, super added weight rock technique. The Chibaku Tensei's mass multiplied thousands of times, utterly crushing the serpent's last hope of escape. The weight was so outrageous, the satellite plummeted from the sky. Whoosh. Naruto vanished with flying thunder god, whisking Hinata and Konan 100 miles away to the outer edge of the realm of reincarnation. Rumble rumble rumble. Even at that distance, the crash of the falling star echoed endlessly. When the thunder finally faded, Naruto returned with his companions to the battlefield. A monstrous crater had formed, with the super-heavy Chibaku Tensei embedded at its heart. Naruto could sense the 9-headed snake sage's chakra still trapped within. Now, will you finally behave? Konan asked, but how do we get the 6 paths black rods into its body? Without that, they couldn't bind it with the Rinnegan summoning contract. But open the Chibaku Tensei, and the serpent would break free, starting another round of endless regeneration and molting. Whoosh. After a moment's thought, Naruto used the Rinnegan's Deva path to float into the air, palm outstretched. Sasuke once used this trick to draw out the tailed beast's chakra. Maybe it'll work here too. Predapath, star devouring. Rumble rumble rumble. Dense chakra seeped out of the Chibaku Tensei, coalescing into the spectral form of the 9-headed snake sage. But the serpent fought back, its chakra clinging to the stone, refusing to yield. Naruto muttered, so this is the limit of a non-original Rinnegan. In the end, it's a tug of war. Adamantine sealing chains. Crack. 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 9 adamantine sealing chains shot from Naruto's body, latching onto the 9 chakra heads. Above, Kurama manifested, lending his strength to pull the chains taut. At last, the 9-headed snake sage was overpowered, its chakra ripped free from the stone prison. This was pure, undiluted Ryuchi cave sage power, rivaling any tailed beast short of the 10 tails. After thoroughly weakening the serpent, Naruto released the Chibaku Tensei. With a flick of his arm, black rods rained down. It's over. He pressed his fingers together. Reincarnation, summoning contract. The tail head wailed, Aya. I told you, karma's coming for you, but you just wouldn't listen. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 298, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 298, Indra's Dwelling. The nine-headed snake sage, after forging the Rinnegan summoning contract, vanished in a swirl of white smoke. The mission in the realm of reincarnation was a complete success. Every summoning beast I could find in the realm of reincarnation is now mine. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in Naruto's chest. What is the true origin of this mist shrouding the forbidden zone of reincarnation? Is what we've explored really all there is to the realm of reincarnation? Come to think of it, every summoning beast we've met so far was born on our own land. The Otsutsuki clan, there are plenty who possess the Rinnegan. I have every reason to believe the realm of reincarnation isn't exclusive to us. Just imagining that this mist might hide a gateway to an even vaster world made Naruto's heart race with excitement. One step at a time, let's leave it at that for now. Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes. Drip. Drip. The patter of rain. A familiar room. Sitting together on the same bed, the three exchanged a knowing glance. Naruto grinned. Hinata, how was the adventure? Hinata smiled shyly. It was, really fun. Konan slid off the bed. Guess my work here is done. I'll leave you lovebirds to get some rest. Naruto said, Konan-ne, if you don't mind, stay and sleep here tonight. Hinata froze in shock. Thud. Konan's frog slippers toppled to the floor. Are you serious? Her amber eyes fixed on Naruto, unblinking. Naruto stretched lazily. Of course I'm serious. I need to head out for a bit. Konan's eyes immediately lost their sparkle. She sighed, but her tone was indulgent. You're impossible. Go on, then. I'll keep Hinata company. Hinata clutched her chest, thinking, phew, that scared me. Half an hour later, Naruto and Orochimaru stood in a desolate clearing in the southern land of rain. Summoning jutsu. With a billow of smoke, the nine-headed snake sage descended upon the earth. Unlike before, each of its 9 heads now bore a 6-paths black rod, its eyes glowing with a projection of Naruto's own Rinnegan. Orochimaru was awestruck. So this is the legendary 9-headed snake sage, the Ryuchi cave serpent that rivaled the white snake sage 1,000 years ago. Seeing it now, the legends hardly do it justice. Naruto chuckled. Back then, the white snake sage wasn't even 100 years old, by human standards, still a kid. When I was wrestling for control with the 9-headed snake sage, I saw its memories, including its battle with Indra. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Oh. So that blood on the cliff, Indra's blood, how did it get there? Naruto raised 2 fingers. The tail head of the 9-headed snake sage slithered close, jaws opening wide to reveal its fangs. Naruto pulled off his glove, the Rinnegan in his palm spinning. Azura Path. Clank clank. From Naruto's left shoulder, the mechanical arm of the Azura Path extended, its end refitted into a massive iron clamp. Clack. Clack. The jaws of the clamp snapped open and shut as Naruto walked forward, addressing Orochimaru behind him. It was this tail head that bit through Indra's Susanoo, landing a direct hit on Indra himself. I saw the wound, just centimeters from his heart. Brutal, really. As he spoke, the iron clamp locked onto the left fang of the tail head. He pulled hard, but the fang wouldn't budge. Ugh, tough as ever. Orochimaru, give me a hand. Hidden shadow snake hands. Whoosh. Dozens of snake hands shot from Orochimaru's sleeve, coiling around Naruto's mechanical arm. As they struggled, Orochimaru asked, are you sure there's still Indra's blood on this fang after all these years? Forgive me, but it seems unlikely. Naruto grunted as he pulled. The realm of reincarnation preserves the summoning beast state as they were in life. 1,000 years may have passed for us, but for them, it's only been a few hours. I'm sure there's still a trace. Orochimaru nodded. I see. Together, they managed to loosen the fang, a little. Naruto switched tactics, rocking the clamp back and forth, twisting it irregularly, working the tooth loose until the root was halfway out. One last push. He and Orochimaru heaved with all their might. His right hand flashed into a 2-finger seal. The 8 heads at the front of the 9-headed snake sage all lunged forward, stretching the tail taut, so much so it looked like the whole body might tear apart. Crack. The fang finally came free of the gum, but at its base, black nerve fibers still clung stubbornly, refusing to snap. Naruto gasped, what are these nerves made of? Kurama, help out here. A surge of Kurama's chakra, giant golden hands gripped the clamp. Naruto summoned every last ounce of strength. Aya. If I'd known it'd be this much trouble, I'd have had Obito use Kamui to just twist it off. Snap. 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 The nerve fibers tore one by one, and at last, the stubborn fang came free, born into the world at last. Crash. Both men tumbled backward. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow, glancing at the tail head now left with only one fong. Sorry about that. I'll get you a gold replacement later, we're flush with cash, and Kakuza would love it. The mechanical arm retracted. Naruto pulled his glove back on. Poof. The nine-headed snake sage vanished in a swirl of white smoke. Naruto cradled the nearly man-sized fong in both hands, presenting it to Orochimaru. The rest is up to you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru accepted the fong with both hands, a knowing smile on his lips. Purifying the blood is a simple matter. Once you unlock the Rinnegan, Naruto-kun, would you grant me a slightly selfish wish? For the first time, Orochimaru was making a request. Naruto's expression grew serious. Name it. If it's possible, I promise I'll do it. Orochimaru said, shocking him, I want you to use Futsunamatama to completely remake my soul, to transform me into a woman, down to the very core. Elsewhere, in the hidden darkness, Indra listened as Black Zetsu recounted 1,000 years of karma and fate. When he heard that his descendants had almost vanished, a cold light flashed in Indra's eyes. Those eyes, untainted by blindness or transplantation, were the natural eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha progenitor. Black Zetsu coaxed, what do you say? Once infinite Tsukuyomi is cast, you can end the mistaken cycle your father and Azura created. Indra replied, it all sounds tempting. But with this body, I can't do what you ask. Black Zetsu smirked. No problem. Your two most recent reincarnations are both alive right now. They've even awakened the Rinnegan you once coveted. Find either one, use Rinne Rebirth, and you'll be truly resurrected in an instant. Indra gazed deeply at Black Zetsu. Two reincarnations existing at once. You've been scheming for a long time. I really underestimated you. Black Zetsu just smiled. So, have you decided? Madara, or Sasuke? After a moment's silent contemplation, Indra opened his eyes and looked toward a certain direction. Let's go with the closer one. That was, the direction of the Land of Lightning. Black Zetsu grinned. Ha ha ha. Sasuke, huh? The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 299, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 299, The Night of the Moon's Transformation. In the Land of Lightning, Uchiha Sasuke raced through the darkness. Days ago, after leaving that small village, he'd learned from the mysterious old woman about the Land of Lightning's oppressive caste system. Having weathered countless twists and turns in his life, Sasuke was desperate to find a purpose beyond revenge. Whether it was the Land of Lightning or the Land of Fire, what mattered to him was taking real action, changing something with his own hands. He wanted to use his strength to fight for change, to challenge the status quo. Right now, he just happened to be in the Land of Lightning. That made it the perfect springboard, a stage for him to make his move. The night he left the village, he traversed mountains and valleys until he found a relatively peaceful settlement. There, he chose a trustworthy family to whom he entrusted the dog he'd taken at the old woman's request. He also paid them to temporarily care for the kitten he'd rescued from the forest. Given what he was about to do, bringing pets along would only slow him down. The next night, he struck. He infiltrated a subordinate city of the Land of Lightning, broke into the fortress general's home, annihilated the general's guards, and severed the general's head, then hung it from the city gates. He left his name behind, declaring this was just the beginning. He would keep killing until the Land of Lightning publicly abolished the caste system that had endured for centuries. The old woman had once said that simply saving a group of enslaved outcasts wouldn't solve anything. As long as the rotten culture remained, those he saved would only meet an even more tragic fate. Only by uprooting the source could true change begin. Sasuke agreed with her. He knew he couldn't change culture itself. But he had his own approach. I can't erase the Land of Lightning's deep-seated culture, but I can eliminate those who profit from it. I'll reshuffle the top echelons of the Land of Lightning. If the new rulers continue the same evils, I'll reshuffle again, over and over, until I get the hand I want. Unwittingly, Uchiha Sasuke's quest had become a grand challenge. The struggle between power and culture. He didn't know if he'd succeed, but he had to try. At this stage, even though Sasuke's intentions were noble, his methods still bore the shadow of his vengeful past, a decade of darkness that had left its mark. He moved with ruthless efficiency. In just 7 days, hundreds of nobles and tens of thousands of their cronies in the Land of Lightning fell to his thunderous justice. The entire country was thrown into turmoil. The Daimyo's palace sent envoys, promising Uchiha Sasuke that if he abandoned his path of darkness, he'd be granted legal status and noble rank in the Land of Lightning. So that's how it is. Once again, the old woman's words were proven true. Sasuke killed the Daimyo's messenger, unleashed his full Susanoo, and scattered copies of the Daimyo's letter across every city he passed. The Daimyo, furious, issued a nationwide decree, a bounty of 1 billion ryo for anyone who could kill Uchiha Sasuke, and immediate elevation to the noble class. It's time to light the fires of revolution. Sasuke set his sights on a night assault against the Daimyo's palace. The Daimyo had been expecting this. After all, with Uchiha Sasuke's string of audacious attacks, a direct assault was hardly out of character. He had prepared accordingly, summoning the 4th Raikage and the village's most elite jonin to defend the palace. The Raikage, worried that Kimogakure might be targeted in his absence, left his trusted strategist, Dodai, to guard the village. After the Raikage's departure, Dodai grew more and more uneasy. He was a man who always thought several layers deep. He suspected that Uchiha Sasuke's actions were just a smokescreen, meant to draw attention to the Daimyo's palace while his real target was Kimogakure. He simply couldn't believe a rogue ninja, barely able to protect himself, would risk everything to play savior for another country. What kind of reckless fool would do that? It defied reason. This had to be a conspiracy. Dodai voiced his suspicions to the Daimyo. But the Daimyo dismissed his concerns. Dodai understood, compared to the palace's safety, Kimogakure was just a pawn. If the village was destroyed, so be it. Still, Dodai worked through the night, devising over 20 contingency plans based on Uchiha Sasuke's known patterns. But this time, his cleverness backfired. Sasuke really was going for the Daimyo's palace. Tap. His dash through the darkness came to an end. Uchiha Sasuke strode openly into the territory of the Land of Lightning's Daimyo palace. Kumogakure's barrier core had erected 33 layers of barriers around the palace, the same level of protection as Paradise Island during the 4th Great Ninja War. Back then, it had taken both Naruto and Killer Bee, 2 Jinchuriki, working together to break through. Standing before the barrier, the 4th Raikage, loomed like a living monolith. After 3 months of wind and rain outside Omegakure, he looked tougher than ever. His eyes blazed as he bellowed, thunder rumbling in his chest, "Uchiha Sasuke. I haven't even settled our old score from the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, and now you come waltzing to your death." Sasuke advanced with icy calm, not even sparing the giant before him a glance. "Raikage, you're nothing but the Daimyo's lapdog. I've been wondering where to place you in the coming revolution. Now I see, servitude has seeped into your very bones. No matter who becomes the next Daimyo, you'll always be a harmful element. So I'll execute you, along with that corrupt Daimyo." Outrageous. The Raikage's fury erupted, lightning chakra roaring to life. "Uzumaki Naruto, don't blame me for breaking my promise to you, it's this Uchiha Sasuke who's too damn arrogant." Crackle. Crackle. The Raikage's lightning release chakra surged to new heights, even Sasuke was taken aback by its intensity. Ever since Naruto hit him with the super added weight rock technique half a year ago, he'd mastered his 20-ton body with ease. 2 months ago, he could tear through the 4 red yang formation with his bare hands. Now, he was even stronger. "Uzumaki Naruto, I really should thank you, because of you, I awakened the ancestral power of the Otsutsuki clan." The Land of Lightning had deep ties to the Sage of Six Paths ninja sect, it was the birthplace of Asura's descendants. The Otsutsuki clan was a branch of Asura's line. The Gold and Silver brothers. Both were Otsutsuki descendants. The Raikage threw his head back and howled, "Tonight's a full moon, the time for the Otsutsuki clan to reveal their true form." Whoa. Bathed in moonlight, the Raikage's body began to transform. Sasuke's pupils narrowed sharply. He's transforming. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 300, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 300, Enemy of the Ninja World. Crack. Crack. The Raikage's bones snapped and popped like a string of firecrackers, his entire frame shifting as muscle exploded across his body. Sizzle. Sizzle. His eyes glowed red. Dark fur, marked with wild patterns, erupted over his face, chest, back, and limbs. His hands twisted into claws, his canines lengthened into fangs. A thick leopard's tail sprouted from his tailbone, lashing the ground with raw agitation. He had become a 3-meter-tall beastman. Beastman because, despite his monstrous form, he still retained some human features and stood upright. Rah. The leopard head reared, eyes wide, a deep, thunderous roar shaking from his chest. Crackle. Crackle. The lightning release armor that cloaked his body erupted with such force that the layer of chakra was now over a meter thick. Night Moon transformation, Moon Beast, Thunder Leopard form. Sasuke shielded his face from the howling wind, his right eye locked on the monstrous Raikage. That chakra. It's stronger than the 8 tails. Did he become a Jinchuriki? No, there's no trace of a tailed beast's presence. Then how the hell? The Reikage slipped on a pair of custom goggles, secret tech from Kumogakure, designed to block vision while using built-in sensors and a lightning release-generated magnetic field to detect his surroundings. Ninja tools, built for one purpose, countering Uchiha Genjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke. Prepare to die. Crunch. The Reikage clenched his fist, leopard-spotted arms bulging with muscle. Boom. He stomped the ground to rubble. 50 tons of transformed muscle barreled toward Sasuke, like a runaway semi-truck, only deadlier. If he hits me, I'm dead. No question. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He fell back, hands crossing before his chest. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Trees erupted from the earth, forming a dense forest barricade. Humph, you're not the first Hokage. Don't embarrass yourself with that cheap wood release. The Reikage smashed through the trees like they were paper, unstoppable. Sasuke vaulted back, forming hand seals in midair, then unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Humph. Fire release. That's all Konoha and the Uchiha ever do, these boring parlor tricks. Swish. The Reikage's hand chopped down, splitting the flames in two. He charged ahead, unstoppable, a lion among rabbits, king of the battlefield. That beastly body, plus lightning release armor. He's become a real monster. Seeing the Reikage's overwhelming power, Sasuke turned and sprinted away. The Reikage accelerated, the two of them racing under the moonlight, a relentless, high-speed pursuit. As they ran, Sasuke kept the Reikage in his peripheral vision, noting how the gap between them never closed past 20 meters. Strange. Isn't the Reikage famous for his speed? And that's a leopard form, he should be even faster. Why is he only barely keeping up? Truth was, even though the Reikage had trained to overcome the effects of the super added weight rock technique, his top speed was still a shadow of what it once was. That he could keep up with Sasuke at all was impressive. Is he holding back? Just as Sasuke hesitated, the Reikage pulled a lasso from his ninja tool pouch, spinning it overhead. Sasuke smirked. You think you can catch me with that? Don't make me laugh. Whoosh. The Reikage hurled the lasso at Sasuke's retreating figure. Sasuke read its arc instantly, sidestepped, and easily avoided the landing spot. Humph. How naive. The Reikage grinned, pressing a mechanism on the lasso. Boom. The lasso exploded open midair into a massive net, dropping straight down. What the? Sasuke was caught off guard, and snared in the net. Ahahaha. This trap was made just for arrogant little punks like you. The Reikage yanked the lasso, cinching the net tight and flinging Sasuke high into the air. Sasuke reacted fast, Chidori flaring into a razor-sharp spear that tore the net apart. But he was still airborne, no foothold, no leverage. He'd only recently awakened the Rinnegan, he couldn't manipulate force fields to float yet. Boom. The Reikage leaped after him, extending a massive, leopard finger, lightning sharpening into a 3-foot spear at its tip. Bring out your Susanoo, or whatever else you've got. Let's see you survive this. Heavenly piercing strike, single-point thrust. Slash. A spear of lightning pierced straight through Sasuke's chest. The Reikage's entire arm burst out his back. Sasuke, to die by my full power, you can have no regrets. Out of respect for my promise to Uzumaki Naruto, I'll leave your corpse intact. Swish. The Reikage flung his arm, scattering Sasuke's blood across the sky. But as he fell, a cruel smile curled on Sasuke's lips. His right Rinnegan flashed. Amenoto Jikara. Slash. The Reikage's eyes went wide in disbelief as a bloody hole appeared in his own chest, out of nowhere. This can't be. His transformation unraveled, lightning release armor vanishing. 20 tons of muscle crashed to earth, raising a cloud of dust. Amenoto Jikara, a swap of battle damage states. Restored to perfect condition, Sasuke rose from the ground, gazing coldly at the settling dust. If the wielder of Amenoto Jikara weren't forbidden from self-harm, you wouldn't have even gotten close. Remember this, the name Reikage means nothing before a proud Uchiha. Whoosh. With a flick of his cloak, Sasuke turned and strode toward the Daimyo's palace. Dark purple Susanoo chakra surged around him. What came next would be a massacre. A megakure. Orochimaru injected the Indra blood extracted from the 9-headed snake sage's fang into Naruto's veins. Naruto's pure Uzumaki constitution accepted the blood instantly. The change was immediate. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Tomo warped into straight bars, a trait unique to Indra. Both Madara and Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo took this form. Orochimaru smiled in satisfaction. All the external conditions are set. As for when these eyes will awaken the Rinnegan, I'd say. Naruto nodded, confident. Probably within 2 or 3 days. I can feel it coming. Orochimaru replied, good. Then I'll focus on wrapping up my research into tailed beast consciousness. Naruto said earnestly, I'm counting on you, Orochimaru. At dawn. A single piece of news rocked the ninja world. Konan was the first to bring it to Naruto. The Daimyo's palace in the land of lightning is gone. Sasuke did it. Naruto only asked, what about the wreckage? Konan answered, status unknown. Naruto fell silent. Konan pressed, if this isn't handled right, Sasuke will become the enemy of the entire ninja world. Ha! Naruto took a deep breath. What's done is done. We'll follow Sasuke's lead. Konan couldn't help but worry. This upheaval in the land of lightning could be the spark for the fifth great ninja war. Naruto's gaze turned deep and resolute. Let it come. Even if war breaks out, it'll be like last time, the ninja alliance will form. Because, if I'm right, the true enemy of the ninja world is about to appear. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 301, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 301, High Energy Ahead. The assassination of the Daimyo plunged the land of lightning into chaos. Swords were drawn across the nation as a brutal struggle for the throne erupted. Yet the instigator, Sasuke, had quietly returned to the small village where he'd left his cat. Meow. The cat affectionately licked Sasuke's fingers, its 3 symmetrical whiskers on each cheek instantly reminding him of a certain friend he could never quite let go. That idiot Naruto must have heard about all this by now. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll come looking for me. Not lingering in the village, Sasuke set off with his cat. He planned to keep an eye on the shifting tides in the land of lightning, all while waiting for Naruto to arrive. Deep down, he was already prepared for an all-out clash with his old friend. But the first to arrive weren't Naruto, they were a pair of unwelcome guests. Black Zetsu. Sasuke's gaze narrowed on the cloaked figure of Black Zetsu. Next to him stood a man in strange garb, with small braids hanging by his ears, fashioned completely out of place for this era. But what caught Sasuke's attention most, the man possessed the Sharingan. Sasuke demanded, who is he, Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu grinned slyly. What, you don't recognize your own ancestor, Sasuke? After a moment's scrutiny, Sasuke's expression turned odd. Is that Madara? Black Zetsu burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke, your clueless act is almost as good as Naruto's. The men stepped forward, stoic and unsmiling. I am Indra. Sasuke's pupils shrank. What? Indra spoke in a flat, ancient tone. Due to certain karmic ties, my chakra reincarnates in this world, dwelling within chosen descendants. You are my reincarnation, which means you share some of my qualities. Logically, since you were chosen by my chakra, I should treat you with honesty. But there are things I must do, and this so-called impure world reincarnation body is a hindrance. Sasuke cut him off coldly. What exactly are you after? Indra's gaze sharpened. Use your right eye to perform the Rinne rebirth technique on me. In return, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, I can grant them. What do you say? Sasuke let out a dark, mocking laugh. Heh. Ha 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 ha. I thought you'd say something profound. Turns out, Indra, you're just as delusional as Madara. A chill flickered in Indra's eyes. Reincarnation. I truly didn't want to embarrass you. That's enough. Relic of a bygone age, rest in peace. As his words fell, 6 black horns sprouted from Sasuke's hair, and 8 silver sage snakes coiled around him. Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. Indra looked mildly surprised. Oh. Power from the Ryuchi Cave. Fate really is interesting. Sizzle. Sasuke's right eye snapped open, and dark purple Susanoo chakra erupted skyward. With the infusion of sage energy, even Susanoo's form began to change. Black Zetsu cackled. Looks like some people just won't cry till they see the coffin, right, Indra? Sizzle. Indra's Sharingan shifted into the eternal Mangekyo. The same dark purple Susanoo chakra condensed, forming a complete and towering avatar. 2 colossal titans faced off in the sky. Sasuke sneered, so this is your trump card, Indra. What you have, I have. What you lack, I possess. Aside from an immortal shell, you have no advantage. Indra's eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. Is that so? Let me show you the difference. You can inject sage energy into Susanoo. But I can use Susanoo to perform sage arts. You'll see the difference soon enough. Crack. Indra's Susanoo formed seals with both hands. The sky darkened as natural energy in the atmosphere went berserk. The scale was so vast that every master of sage arts felt it. In the land of fire, atop the valley of the end, Madara opened his eyes, gazing up at drifting clouds. When emotions surge violently, two people sharing the same eyes can resonate, as proven with Kakashi and Obito. Through Sasuke's eyes, Madara saw it all. He clenched his knees, murmuring, "So that's Indra's power." In a Megakure, on the 9th floor of the tower, Naruto stared grimly at the sky. Natural energy was surging toward the land of lightning. It's begun. His hand gripped the armrest tight. Thump. Thump. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, drowning out everything else. Some great transformation was happening. The world had reached its tipping point. Boom. A bolt of lightning split the sky. Ugh. A tremor shot through the depths of his pupils. Naruto clutched his eyes as blood streamed down. Naruto. Konan rushed to support him. I'm fine. Naruto stood. His eyes had transformed. 3 concentric ripples, each embedded with 6 tomo, on both eyes. Uzumaki Naruto had awakened the dual 6 tomo Rinnegan. No time for celebration. Naruto vanished in a flash of flying thunder god. Valley of the End. Uzumaki Naruto appeared before Madara. Madara eyed the dazzling new eyes and slowly rose. Finally. 3 days late, just as you promised. A month and 3 days ago, the two had made a ceasefire before the Water Daimyo's palace. Madara had agreed not to attack Sasuke or the ninja world. In exchange, when Naruto awakened his Rinnegan, he'd return Madara's own Rinnegan, and Madara would return Sasuke's left eye. Madara had kept his word. Naruto pressed urgently, "There's no time. We need to get to the Land of Lightning now, or Sasuke will be in danger." Land of Lightning, battlefield. Natural energy surged like a tidal wave into Indra's Susanoo. The power was so overwhelming that Sasuke's Susanoo couldn't even get close. Sasuke was horrified. All the natural energy in the atmosphere is being absorbed by his Susanoo. Indra's voice was calm and cold. "Why else do you think I went out of my way to master sage arts?" Crack. Crack. All the sage energy absorbed into Susanoo was converted into pure, liquid lightning. The power was monstrous, Susanoo had to morph just to contain it. Sizzle. Indra half covered his right eye. Takamikazuchi. Crackle. Crackle. The lightning plasma seeped out, condensing in Susanoo's hands into a terrifying bow and arrow of pure lightning. Even from hundreds of meters away, the aura at the arrow's tip made Sasuke's hair stand on end. Cold sweat trickled down his face. How? How can the gap be this huge? Because I am Otsutsuki Indra. A savage grin curled Indra's lips as the lightning arrow locked onto the distant Susanoo and shot forth, tearing through the sky. 6 paths, Indra's arrow. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 302, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 302, Breaking Before Rebirth. 6 paths, Indra's arrow tore through the sky. Sasuke knew he couldn't hope to block it, but he refused to sit and wait for death. The instant before Indra unleashed his arrow, Sasuke had already activated the Yamada technique through his Susanoo. 8 armored serpent heads twisted together before him, forming a desperate barrier. Boom. The shield was pierced in a heartbeat, but it was enough. The arrow's trajectory shifted, ever so slightly. That tiny deviation opened the door to survival. Boom. Sasuke's complete Susanoo was swallowed by a torrent of explosive light. The beam shot straight into the heavens, unleashing a cataclysmic storm. Buffeted by the disaster winds, Sasuke tumbled from the sky. Only by raising the Uchiha Gunbai at the last second did he avoid being vaporized. He crashed into a muddy swamp, his skin flayed open, every bone shattered. Meow. The cat crept to his side, licking his bloodied cheek. Sasuke forced his right eye open, gaze flickering as he looked at the cat, now so close. If I use a Menotajikura now, I could swap myself into an uninjured state. But after a moment, his eyes softened. He whispered, "Run, little one." The cat refused to leave, standing guard by his side. Tap. Indra landed, striding forward coldly. That arrow. I only used half my power. His motive was obvious. If Sasuke died outright, reviving Indra would become far more troublesome. Sasuke was waiting, biding his time until Indra stepped into range of his ocular jutsu. Amenotajikura worked even on impure world reincarnation bodies. If he could swap the battle damage, Indra's Edo body would need time to recover, giving Sasuke a chance to counterattack or escape. But suddenly, shoo, black liquid oozed from Sasuke's neck, spreading across his entire body. You're. Sasuke's eyes trembled. Black Zetsu's sinister voice echoed out, "Black Spore Technique, my perfect parasitic jutsu. Even Madara fell to this before you did." When did you? Sasuke remembered, the flying thunder god mark Naruto had left on his neck had been erased by Black Zetsu. You started back then. Black Zetsu sneered, hey, it's already too late, Sasuke. Like Kabuto and Madara, you were always destined to be my pawn. Snap. Black Zetsu forced Sasuke's hands into seals. His right eye snapped wide. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. Whoosh. White radiance enveloped Indra. The characteristic cracks of his Edo Tensei body smoothed away, he was restored. But Indra's eyes remained, after all, in this world, there was no second pair like them. Sasuke's hair turned pure white. His right eye's six tomo faded away, spent, he could no longer use a Menodajikra to escape death. Huff, huff. Sasuke gasped, feeling life draining from his body. Ha 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 ha. You're useless now, Sasuke. I'll be taking that Rinnegan. Black Zetsu grinned, reaching for Sasuke's right eye. Wait, Indra interrupted. I'll handle it myself. TCH, you're always so troublesome. The black spores retreated from Sasuke's body. Indra strode forward. Meow. Meow. The aura rolling off him made the cat's fur stand on end, but it stubbornly refused to leave Sasuke's side. Sizzle. At that moment, the black cloth covering the cat's left eye slipped free. Beneath it, the Sharingan left by Chiri spun, transforming into a clover-shaped pattern, reflecting Indra's form. Death Butterfly Shadow. Whoosh. A blue butterfly rose in a shimmering halo. The butterfly absorbed natural energy, its body swelling, the radiant light coalescing into a figure. A figure identical to Indra, in both appearance and chakra. Both Indra and Black Zetsu stared in shock. What? Death Butterfly Shadow, an ocular technique that records everything about a target in a butterfly, then, by gathering natural energy, recreates a perfect duplicate. In simple terms, copying ocular jutsu. But unlike Pain's mirror attacker, this copy couldn't be killed by any means, only by defeating the original caster could it be dispelled. The cat was merely the catalyst. The true caster was Chiri, hidden 100 miles away in her village. Chiri sat alone in her empty hut. The firewood Sasuke had chopped before leaving still radiated warmth. Old and frail, Chiri was at death's door. She clutched her hollow left eye socket, seeing everything the cat saw. So it's come to this. But my life is nearly over. Whether you survive this trial, Sasuke, is up to your own fate. Boom. Boom. Indra and his copy from Death Butterfly Shadow clashed furiously. Every move, every habit, identical. Boom. After a jutsu collision, both suffered wounds, but the copy's injuries healed instantly. HM. Indra frowned, quickly realizing, there's no point in continuing this fight. Black Zetsu demanded, what about Sasuke's Rinnegan? We need its power to sink the demonic statue, revive the Ten-Tails, and cast infinite Tsukuyomi. Indra replied, you said it yourself, when my power and Ashura's combine, the Rinnegan will emerge. I have my ways. Black Zetsu stared. Don't tell me you still have Ashura's. Indra's eyes narrowed. My other reincarnation, and an unknown ninja, are approaching. That stranger feels dangerously strong. Black Zetsu, you mean Uzumaki Naruto, Ashura's current vessel. He's probably the strongest in the world right now. Oh. Ashura's, huh? Indra's lips curled into a cold smile. We'll meet soon enough. No need to rush. Let's go. Black Zetsu, so decisive, but that's not a bad habit. The two vanished. Sizzle. The cat's left eye reverted to 3 tomo, then both eyes rolled back as it lost consciousness. The Death Butterfly Shadow copy of Indra vanished, leaving only the original blue butterfly, fluttering gently. Naruto and Madara arrived at the scene. Sasuke. Naruto hurled a kunai and flashed to Sasuke's side with Flying Thunder God. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. His hands, glowing blue, pressed down on Sasuke. Forbidden technique, self-sacrificing reincarnation. After learning Black Zetsu had succeeded in collecting blood, Naruto had anticipated this moment. He knew Black Zetsu would push either Madara or Sasuke to use Rinne Rebirth. So, before entering the realm of reincarnation, Naruto had traveled to Sunagakure to retrieve the forbidden scroll for this very jutsu. He was ready for this. Madara eyed the light in Naruto's palms, frowning. That jutsu transfers your life force completely, doesn't it? You planning to sacrifice yourself for Sasuke? Naruto grinned. I've got plenty of life force to spare. I won't die that easily. Madara said, still, your lifespan's bound to be shortened, 10 years, 20, maybe even 50. Naruto smiled wryly. Instead of worrying about my lifespan, you might want to attack me now, my hands are tied, after all. Madara chuckled. Tempting, but I'm not the type to stab someone in the back. Just then, the blue butterfly drifted before Madara. Madara's eyes sharpened. He extended a finger, letting the butterfly rest there. 100 miles away, in a thatched hut. Breath ragged, Chiri closed her eyes, a single tear sliding down her cheek. The firewood burned out. Whoosh. As the butterfly dissolved into points of light on his fingertip, Madara seemed to see those lights coalesce into a purple-haired silhouette, who smiled serenely and waved farewell. He watched her fade, whispering a name sealed in his heart for decades, Chiri. As life force flowed, Sasuke's white hair darkened once more, his vital signs stabilizing. Phew. Naruto stood, wiping sweat from his brow, and turned to face Madara. He clenched his fists, forcibly pressing out the pair of Rinnegan from his palms, handing them back to Madara. Madara, just as direct, removed Sasuke's left eye and handed it to Naruto. Naruto carefully reimplanted the eye, then cradled Sasuke in his arms. Glancing at Madara, now restored, he said, "Wait for me at the usual place." Whoosh. He vanished with Sasuke in a flash of flying thunder god. SSSHHH. With his optic nerves healed and his original eyes restored, Madara's lips curled into a blood-stirring grin. Finally, I can fight at full strength again. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 303, Naruto, the Otsutsuki. Chapter 303, Omonanushi, Master of Great Things. Naruto brought Sasuke back to Omegakure and got him settled. Obito soon arrived after hearing the news. "How's Sasuke doing?" "He's out of mortal danger, at least for now," Naruto replied, "but he's still unconscious." "I see." Obito nodded. "Are you free?" Naruto asked. "What's up?" Obito responded. "I want you to keep an eye on Indra and Black Zetsu. Just observe, don't get involved. Report anything unusual to me right away. From here on, we're racing against time." Obito looked both moved and impressed. "You've really got nerves of steel. The guy who nearly killed Sasuke in one blow, you're actually willing to let him get the Rinnegan, maybe even become the Tental's Jinchuriki. Calling that dancing on a knife's edge doesn't do it justice." Naruto shrugged helplessly. "What else can I do? Someone's got to take the fall. Should I throw Sasuke, you, or Madara out there as cannon fodder again? Now that would be truly inhumane." "Are you heading to the Valley of the End?" Obito asked, not entirely convinced. Naruto nodded. "It's my promise to Madara." Obito stared at Naruto's back, then asked sharply, "Tell me, Naruto, if you really lose to Madara, are you honestly ready to hand over leadership?" Naruto paused, glancing back over his shoulder. "Of course. Everything I do is to protect our future. As long as our ideals are aligned, whoever's most capable should lead. Not just Madara, that goes for you, too, Obito. Anyone who shares our vision. If it turns out any of you have more ability and resolve than me, I'll pass the torch without hesitation." Obito let out a sigh. "You're confident, I'll give you that." Naruto smiled. "Or maybe just arrogant." Obito chuckled. "Confidence with ability is confidence. Confidence without it is arrogance. I believe in you. Go on. I'll be waiting for good news." "Thanks." Naruto turned away, vanishing in a flash of flying thunder god. A short while later, Uchiha Itachi came around the corner. He exchanged a silent nod with Obito, then slipped into the vortex of Kamui. Itachi stopped outside the room, hand hovering in the air for a moment before he took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Sasuke. Valley of the End. Naruto landed atop the head of Senju Hashirama's statue, gaze drifting downward to where Madara stood on the opposing statue. "I'm here." Madara stood bare-chested, the face on his chest exposed, fists clenched in black tactical gloves, long hair billowing in the wind. He slowly raised his eyes to meet Naruto's. "Do we need to confirm the terms of our agreement once more?" he rumbled. Naruto offered a faint smile. "If you're asking, there's no need to confirm. We're both men of our word. Repeating ourselves would just be a waste of breath." Madara snorted, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "You just sacrificed a lot of your life force for Sasuke. You can rest if you want. I don't mind. It's fine. My lifespan's shorter, but it doesn't affect my current chakra or fighting condition. Then let's cut the pleasantries. Let's begin." For the first time in his life, Madara raised two fingers before his chest, not for Hashirama, but for someone else, forming the seal of confrontation. "Come." Naruto smiled back, returning the seal. For a moment, the world held its breath. Then, the wind sharpened. Sizzle. Madara's Rinnegan snapped open. Limbo, border jail. Whoosh. A shadowy Madara from the world of Limbo flashed past like a phantom. Exclamation point. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He dodged in a blur, brushing past the Limbo shadow. Madara's gaze darkened. So you really can see my Limbo after awakening the Rinnegan. But what will you do about 4 of them? Swish. 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 4 Limbo shadows, unleashed by both eyes, attacked in rapid, alternating strikes, almost teleporting. Naruto dodged as best he could, but could only shield his vitals with his arms, taking the unavoidable hits. Thud. 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 The Limbo attack struck with crushing force, leaving Naruto battered and breathless. Madara's eyes burned. Even if you can see Limbo, at best you can dodge. Without 6 paths power, you can't touch them. In other words, Limbo is a burden you can never shake off, it'll keep you too busy to focus on anything else. The markings of Sage Mode appeared on the Hashirama face on Madara's chest. Seeing Naruto press to his limit, Madara formed hand seals. Sage Art, Shinsa Wasenja Deity Gate. Whoosh. A crimson deity gate crashed down from above. Naruto grinned. Coming in hot, huh? I thought you'd start slow. Kurama's chakra arms shot up, bracing the deity gate's crossbeam. In that split second, Naruto's right eye flared open. Whoosh. The deity gate vanished from above his head. Madara's pupils shrank. That's not Flying Thunder God. Could it be his Rinnegan's ocular jutsu? Naruto said seriously, Madara, I'll be straight with you. I know all about your Limbo, but you know nothing about my Rinnegan's powers. To keep things fair, let me tell you what these eyes can do. But Madara interrupted, no need. Figuring out your opponent's abilities is half the fun. Don't spoil my enjoyment, you bastard. Thud. A Limbo shadow kicked Naruto off the statue's head. Falling, Naruto laughed. You're impossible, you know that. A Flying Thunder God kunai appeared in his hand. Madara smirked. Heh. Trying to get close with Flying Thunder God. You can't throw it far enough. Swish. But in the next instant, something unfamiliar appeared in Madara's peripheral vision. He snatched it out of the air, another Flying Thunder God kunai. His eyes widened. How did this get here? Thud. Naruto flashed out of the kunai, landing a kick that sent Madara flying. Splash. Madara rebounded off the water, flipping several times before landing on the surface, ripples spreading. He looked up at Naruto, now standing atop the statue. His mind raced. First he took out a kunai, then the next instant, that kunai appeared beside me. Could it be an ocular jutsu that warps objects, like Sasuke's Ameno Jikara? Then Madara noticed, the kunai in Naruto's hand had never left it. No, that's not it. The kunai he took out never left his hand. He clenched his fist. It's not a teleportation jutsu, it's duplication. He can copy any object he's holding, or even those he's touching indirectly with chakra, and... Madara looked down at the duplicated kunai in his hand, replaying the strange moment. The copied object can be placed anywhere he chooses, and the copy is indistinguishable from the original. It's a real, physical thing. He looked up again, eyes sharp. If duplicating objects is his left eye's ability, then erasing the deity gate could be the reverse, erasure, the right eye's power. Both are part of the same ocular system, aren't they, Uzumaki Naruto? Looks like you figured out my left and right eye powers, Naruto called down. That's right. This is the power of my Rinnegan, called Omonanushi, the master of great things. Omonanushi, huh? I see. Madara mused, thinking deeper. Just like Limbo, abilities that manifest in both eyes often have a combined, amplified effect when used together. Omonanushi should be no exception. Madara declared, show me, use Omonanushi with both eyes at once, and come at me with everything you've got. As you wish. Both of Naruto's 6-tomo Rinnegan blazed at once. Omonanushi. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 304, Naruto, the Otsutsuki. Chapter 304, Toasts and Clashing Blades. Omonanushi. Boom. Without warning, a colossal mountain materialized above Madara's head. Madara gaped in disbelief. Conjuring matter from nothing, are you kidding me? Whoosh. In a split second, he swapped places with one of his Limbo shadows, a hidden trump card of Limbo, border jail, perfect for last-second escapes. Crash. The mountain slammed down onto the water, its massive bulk pressing the 2 statues flanking the waterfall. The statues toppled toward the cascade, splitting the falls into 3 roaring streams. Whoa. Naruto had already leapt into the air, a heartbeat before the statues began to tilt. High above, after switching with his limbo, Madara activated Susanoo, hurling a Yasaka Magatama straight at Naruto below. Hey! Naruto's gaze locked onto the spinning Magatama. Omaninashi. Whoosh! With zero chakra contact, the Yasaka Magatama vanished into thin air. Susanoo faded as Madara landed on the slanted shoulder of his statue, drawing a swift conclusion. So, you can erase objects from existence too. Naruto landed on the shoulder of the tilting Hashirama statue, adding, of course, whether it's creation or erasure, it only works on non-living things, anything without a soul. Madara nodded, understanding. I see. After mastering Futsunamatama, you've gained another incredible ocular power, Omaninashi. Naruto spread his hands with a grin. Now, all our cards are on the table. Umph. Madara let out a dry laugh. Don't act like you showed me on purpose. I figured it out myself. As he finished, the azure skeleton of Susanoo rose around him, morphing into a dual-faced form. Together with his true self, he formed 3 different hand seals. At the same time, Naruto noticed all 4 of Madara's limbo shadows doing the exact same thing. A predatory smile curled on Madara's lips. Well then, warm-up's over. True limbo, heavenly cataclysm reign. The sky darkened in an instant. Naruto looked up, eyes narrowing as massive meteorites plummeted from the heavens, one after another. He muttered, "You're not even an Edo Tensei body. You sure about this? Maybe I should use Flying Thunder God to dodge." Madara laughed with wild abandon. Just a few oversized raindrops. What's there to be afraid of? Fair point, Naruto shrugged. Kurama's chakra erupted, condensing a tailed beast bomb to maximum size. When it rains, you use an umbrella. Isn't that just common sense? Naruto's left eye glinted. Omaninashi. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Using the tailed beast bomb as a blueprint, dozens of duplicates materialized high above, instantly deployed by Omaninashi's ocular power. Boom 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 boom. A wall of mushroom cloud explosions formed an umbrella-shaped barrier across the sky. Clang. 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 Meteorites smashed into the shield and were completely obliterated. Thunder roared, but not a single raindrop fell to earth. Naruto called out, "Not bad for an umbrella, right?" Madara laughed. "The umbrella's decent, but the guy holding it is wide open." Crack. An invisible blade stabbed into the tailed beast bomb in front of Kurama's mouth, the original used for duplication. Rumble 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 rumble. The point-blank explosion obliterated Hashirama's statue, along with the mountain Naruto had conjured with Omaninashi. Everything was leveled. Dragging Kurama's battered body, Naruto crashed down onto the newly exposed water. Through the swirling debris, he saw a chilling sight. Madara himself, clad in a complete azure Susanoo, reigned over the sky. Surrounding him, all 4 limbo shadows had activated their own perfect Susanoo, forming an impenetrable escort. In his Rinnegan vision, Naruto saw the limbo and their Susanoo as gray shadows. It was a limbo Susanoo's greatsword that had just detonated the tailed beast bomb. Naruto's face hardened. Man, this is seriously no joke. A perfect Susanoo was no longer an absolute defense for him. But the combination of limbo and Susanoo. That was a whole new monster. Limbo, Border Jail, Madara's original ocular jutsu. Its principle, 4 shadow clones with the same power as himself, existing in an invisible limbo world. Anyone without 6 paths power couldn't touch the limbo shadows at all. Naruto could see them with his Rinnegan, but couldn't harm them. In his past life, both Naruto and Sasuke had needed the sage's yin-yang power to do any damage to limbo. He thought grimly, yin-yang power is just another jutsu. Maybe when I master 6-path sage arts, I'll figure it out on my own, no need for the sage's blessing. But right now, I've got nothing that works against limbo. Madara shouted, voice ringing with triumph, "Naruto, dance for me. Give it everything you've got. True limbo, Nightblade God's sky dance." Swish 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 swish. A hurricane of slashes swept the valley of the end. Even Madara's own statue was destroyed. Naruto gripped a flying thunder god kunai. With Omaninashi, he duplicated kunai and scattered them throughout the void. Activating lightning roar golden body mode, he supercharged his reflexes and flashed between the kunai at lightning speed. Dodging the relentless slashes, he watched the sky, searching for an opening, and finally, he saw a pattern. Once Limbo activates Susanoo, they can't teleport like before. To beat Madara, there's only one way, break through the Limbo perimeter and strike the real Madara head-on. But that'll take overwhelming speed, and enough defense to survive the attempt. Crackle crackle. After dodging another wave, Lightning Roar Golden Body Mode expanded into Lightning Roar, Ninetales Chakra Mode. At the same time, Susanoo's armor wrapped perfectly around Kurama's electrified body. Lightning roar, beast's tribulation, soul flash. Crackle crackle. Amid arcs of lightning, the beast's tribulation form rocketed through the storm of blades, streaking toward Madara's Susanoo in the sky. Madara saw through his plan. Oh. Going straight for the king. You'll be disappointed. The limbo Susanoo formed a ring, shielding Madara in the center. Their blades swept every direction, creating an unapproachable kill zone, offense and defense, seamless. Naruto tried again and again, but the beast's tribulation armor was shredded, and he hung in midair, battered and breathing hard. He tried getting under Madara's skin. What's with this turtleshell style, Madara? Is this really the guy I know? Madara was unmoved. Humph, spare me the taunts. We fought enough times, I know all your tricks. I'm not giving you a single opening. The best counter to change is constancy. All right then. Naruto pressed his palms together. Sizzle sizzle. Between his hands, a Chibaku Tensei gravity core began to form. But instead of hurling it skyward, Naruto held it in his palms. Uncle Madara, ever had steamed buns? Little balls of dough expand to fist size when they rise. Don't you think Chibaku Tensei is a lot like making steamed buns? Madara's brow furrowed deeply. A contagious grin spread across Naruto's face. Let me tell you one more thing, Uncle Madara. The max number I can duplicate at once depends on the object's size. Imagine tens of thousands of dough balls rising at once, wouldn't that be a sight? Don't you want to see it? Hiss. Suddenly realizing something, Madara inhaled sharply. Wait, he's going to duplicate the Chibaku Tensei gravity cores with his left eye. Clutching the gravity core, Naruto's left eye shone with dazzling light. Ominanushi style, Chibaku Great Black Heaven. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 305, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Chapter 305, only these two. Using the gravity core held in Naruto's right hand as his template, he covered his left eye with his palm, the slits between his fingers revealing a flicker of Rinnegan light as he scanned the battlefield, deploying countless duplicated gravity orbs into the sky. This deployment had its limits. No matter the object's size, he could only reach 300 meters out from the edge, and since the placement was based on line of sight, any obstruction would block the technique. So, Naruto chose to deploy from the outside in, from far to near. Within seconds, the void within a 300-meter radius was packed so tight with tens of thousands of Chibaku Tensei gravity cores that not a single drop of space remained. Madara looked down at the dense, black mass below and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. It's like a giant bowl of caviar. Unlike kunai or other objects, the duplicated gravity orbs could be manipulated by Naruto. Whoosh. He formed a one-handed seal, and tens of thousands of gravity orbs scattered across the sky. Swish. The original gravity orb in his palm vanished. Phew. Naruto took a deep breath and pressed his palms together. Ominanushi style, Chibaku Great Black Heaven. All the Chibaku Tensei gravity orbs flared with white light. The cataclysm began. Rumble 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 rumble. With the Valley of the End as its epicenter, the earth for 100 miles around began to collapse. Mountains, rivers, forests, everything was dragged skyward by an irresistible force. Ahahahaha, this is madness. Madara howled with wild glee, Susanoo's twin blades unleashing a storm of slashes that shattered dozens of gravity orbs in an instant. But compared to the total, it was a drop in the ocean. Finally, the pull became too much, the force of gravity yanked Madara's Susanoo out of the protective ring formed by his limbo Susanoo. Crack! 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 The limbo Susanoo all surged in, grabbing at Madara's Susanoo to hold him back. Snap! A horrific scene, Madara's Susanoo was torn apart by the chaotic gravitational fields above, its shattered remnants dragged skyward. Madara cackled, ha 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 ha, I'm actually flying. Bam! The Susanoo head containing him, along with part of the torso, smashed into the forming satellite, only to be buried beneath an avalanche of stone. ZZT. Naruto's eyes widened. Using the Chibaku Tensei sealing Madara as the gravity core, he pulled the surrounding satellites in, smashing them together. Rumble 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 rumble. When the dust settled, a spectacle 100 times grander than true several thousand hands was born. Naruto didn't bother to add superweighted boulder jutsu. First, there was no need. Second, if this celestial body crashed to Earth in a superweighted state, half the land of fire would be reduced to rubble. He looked up at the motionless limbo Susanoo hovering overhead. He knew Madara would try to escape by swapping places with one of the limbo shadows. If that happened, he'd just recall the trapped shadow and release it again, all of Naruto's effort would be for nothing. If he regroups, everything I did is wasted. I have to score a decisive hit the instant he reappears. But which shadow will he emerge from? If I guess wrong, it's all over. So. Naruto formed hand seals. Ninja art, shadow clone jutsu. Poof. 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 3 shadow clones appeared, each bearing a lightning-clad Kurama form. The divine sword Ohi no Omika no Tsurugi materialized in Naruto's Susanu's hand. He used Omononushi to duplicate the Susanu armor and sword, equipping his shadow clones' Kurama bodies. Alright, all 4 of us, attack together. Whoosh. Naruto and his 3 shadow clones, 4 Thunder Roar, Beast's Tribulation forms, simultaneously charged the 4 limbo shadows. Almost at the same instant, Madara swapped places with one of the limbo. By pure chance, it was the very limbo shadow facing Naruto's true body. Got you. Slash. Naruto, in Thunder Roar, Beast's Tribulation mode, drove the Ohi no Omika no Tsurugi straight through the forehead of Susanoo. Exclamation point. Madara twisted desperately, barely dodging a fatal blow. Slash. The spiral tip of the Omika blade pierced Madara's left shoulder. Ugh. Agonizing pain twisted Madara's face, nearly causing him to lose control of Susanoo. Naruto said, your limbo swap can't be used consecutively, but you do have another option, Flying Thunder God. Madara spat, if you force me to use Flying Thunder God again, I'd rather die. Naruto grinned in admiration. Good. Poof. 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 The 3 shadow clones dispelled at once. After reclaiming their scattered power, Naruto shoved forward, driving the Omika blade through the back of Susanoo, skewering Madara completely. Ha 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 ha. This pain is the highest praise, let's make it even grander. With a savage twist, Madara ripped his entire left arm free, blood spraying as it tumbled into the abyss of the Valley of the End. Rah. Gritting his teeth through the agony, he slammed his right palm forward. Super almighty push. Boom. The colossal repulsive force blasted Naruto's Beast's Tribulation form away. Madara stared at Naruto, hovering far above, thoughts racing, there's still hope. Naruto only has half the 9 tails, he'll run out of chakra soon, and that purple gold lightning release will vanish with it. He glanced up at the sky. There were 3 limbo shadows left, the 4th had been swapped into the Chibaka Tensei. 3, that's not enough, no matter how I cut it. He reconsidered, whatever. Limbo shadows have to return to the body after a set time and cool down before being used again. Judging by the clock, it's almost time. I'll recall them early. Once Naruto's 9 tails chakra runs dry and my limbo's cooldown ends, I'll turn the tables. ZZT. Madara's eyes flashed. All the limbo shadows, including the one trapped in Chibaka Tensei, returned to his body. Naruto's Rinnegan saw it all. Madara has recalled all his shadows, he's gearing up for a final assault. Kurama rumbled, Naruto, I'm running on fumes here. Let's settle this while he's still recalling his shadows. Naruto replied, couldn't agree more. Madara hung upside down, feet planted on the bottom of the satellite. In his inverted view, Thunder Roar, Beast's Tribulation was charging in for the final blow. Unflinching, Madara said, before Limbo recovers, I'll use this move to buy time. He formed a one-handed seal. Sage art, would release, true several thousand hands. Rumble rumble rumble. The 1,000-armed cannon descended to the bottom of the satellite, its sacred form suspended upside down in the sky. Madara roared, come at me, Naruto. Top transformed Buddha. Thousands of cannon arms surged forward. Naruto called out solemnly, Uncle Madara, my deepest respect. Whoosh. Closing the gap to 300 meters, Kurama condensed one final tailed beast bomb, and the Omika blade was plunged horizontally into it. ZZT. Naruto's left eye focused. Omononushi style, Great Sun Heaven Sword Orb. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 306, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Chapter 306, Who else but him? Omononushi style, Great Sun Heaven Sword Orb. Naruto embedded the Ohi no Omika blade into Kurama's tailed beast ball, then, using Omononushi, duplicated and mass-produced the combination, launching them all into the sky in one overwhelming barrage. Boom. 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 The colossal wooden fists of the top transformed Buddha hammered down from above, smashing the tailed beast balls with brute force. The resulting explosions devoured a huge swath of the wooden arms, but the true spectacle was yet to come. The Ohi no Omika sword, a divine weapon famed for its unbreakable edge, represented not only the power to cut through anything, but also the impossibility of being broken. The force of the tailed beast ball explosions didn't destroy the embedded blades. Instead, the blasts became terrifying boosters, hurling the swords outward with unstoppable momentum. Crack. 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 Each high-energy explosion became a high-density cutting attack, further grinding away the top transformed Buddha's fists. Over countless clashes through the ages, true several thousand hands had always held the upper hand against Beast's tribulation in terms of raw power. Even when Naruto had managed to turn the tables in the past, it was always through clever tricks, not sheer force. But this time, Beast's tribulation overwhelmed true several thousand hands in a head-on collision. Watching the top transformed Buddha falter, Madara couldn't help but sigh. To think the top transformed Buddha is actually being overpowered. As expected of the Beast's tribulation I created. Kurama finally vented his long-held grudge. Big body, long arms, so what? I'll tear you apart all the same. The top transformed Buddha's arms were spent. Madara quickly formed a one-handed seal. Sage Art, 5 Elements Guardian. The 5 faces near the crown of true several thousand hands opened their mouths, unleashing torrents of lightning, water, fire, earth, and wind, 5 elemental jutsu surging downward in a devastating flood. Once, Obito had used a smaller true several thousand hands to deploy this very technique, which Hiruzen had countered with his 5-release great combo. But this was the Sage Art version, no ordinary ninjutsu could hope to block it. Boom. Naruto instantly fired the Great Sun Heaven Sword orb he'd prepared as a duplication sample from Kurama's mouth, following up with a barrage of small-tailed beast balls, barely managing to block the onslaught of the Sage Art, 5 Elements Guardian. Kurama rumbled, Naruto, that's it for me. My chakra's completely drained. You're on your own. Naruto nodded. Go on, get some rest. Whoosh. Kurama's massive form faded away, leaving only the empty shell of Susanoo to shield Naruto. Madara muttered, Limbo's not ready yet. I'll have to hold out a bit longer with the main body of true several thousand hands. Crack. The oval plate on true several thousand hands' back broke loose, tumbling into the abyss below. Boom. Now unburdened, true several thousand hands stood up from its lotus position atop the bottom of the Chibaku Tensei satellite. Its hands, previously pressed together in prayer, split apart and clenched into massive fists, ready to strike. Seeing this, Naruto called out, Hey, Madara, should I unleash a true several thousand hands of my own? Madara just laughed. Don't bluff. Your sage power is long gone. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Oh. And how do you figure? Still upside down, Madara looked down past his feet at the celestial body, so massive that even the true several thousand hands couldn't obscure it. His voice grew serious. You used Omonanushi to duplicate the gravity cores for Chibaku Tensei. Aside from the ocular power, you barely spent any chakra. That much is true. But to forcefully fuse all those Chibaku Tensei satellites into one after they'd formed, even you couldn't do it without sage power. That's when your reserves ran dry, am I wrong? Naruto grinned. You saw through all that. Madara snorted. How many battles do you think I've fought? Now your Ninetales chakra is gone too, and my limbo is nearly recovered. Your chances of victory are shrinking by the second. Naruto replied, that's not a given. Madara waved him off. Oh. And what, exactly, are you betting on? Just your Susanoo. Naruto spoke slowly, Uncle Madara, you once took Sasuke's eyes. You should know that not all Rinnegan are created equal. Madara nodded, matter of fact. Rinnegan with Tomo do have superior ocular power. Naruto continued, then you should also know there's a fundamental difference between a single eye and a pair. A deep frown creased Madara's brow. The Susanoo I used earlier was just to fit Kurama's smaller form, not my full strength. Naruto slowly raised his gaze. Only someone who's awakened, superior Rinnegan, in both eyes can manifest the next stage of Susanoo. Madara's breath caught. A higher stage? You mean there's something beyond the complete body? Naruto explained, the term complete refers to the traditional forms of Susanoo, but that's not the limit. As far as I know, there are 2 more forms. Madara's pupils shrank to pinpoints. 2. Naruto revealed the truth, the Susanoo the Sage of 6 Paths once used could rival the Ten-Tails in power. That form is called 6 Paths Susanoo. What I'm about to unleash is a stage between the complete body and the 6 Paths form. Boom. The complete body Susanoo around Naruto dissolved into a wild, flame-like chakra. The hidden power within erupted, and the fiery aura swelled to more than double its former size. Crack. 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 When the chakra solidified again, Susanoo's size was nearly equal to true several thousand hands, now stripped of its plate. Naruto murmured, if it was the higher level, 6-path Susanoo, I could completely cover true several thousand hands. But for now, this'll do. Susanoo, ultimate form. Madara threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. To think it wasn't me, Uchiha Madara, but you, Uzumaki Naruto, who stepped into this new realm first. Good. Very good. Boom. True several thousand hands bent its knees and launched itself from the bottom of the satellite, plummeting down from the heavens. As it fell, the cannon's arms spread wide, descending with a force that threatened to shatter the world. Naruto called out, a palm strike from the heavens. What's it called? Madara replied, Vajra Demon Subjugation. Naruto grinned, and who's the demon? Madara's eyes glinted. Everyone is a demon. Other people are hell. In the hand of Susanoo, ultimate form, a massive shield materialized. Naruto declared, this is the third divine treasure, Yata no Yaegaki. Yata no Yaegaki couldn't reflect attacks completely like the Yata mirror, but it could absorb the majority of incoming force and return it as a shield bash, amplified by Susanoo's own might. If the attack strength exceeded the shield's limits, the overflow would be distributed throughout the entire Susanoo, meaning it could never be broken, unless the attack was so overwhelming it could destroy the whole Susanoo even after being spread out. Susanoo spread its wings, raising Yata no Yaegaki high to intercept the descending Vajra Demon Subjugation. Boom. The instant they collided, the sky erupted with a deafening sonic boom. Crack. Vajra Demon Subjugation's arm shattered on impact. Boom. True several thousand hands was blasted backward, then leapt from the satellite's base to dive again, this time unleashing another Vajra Demon Subjugation with its other arm. Savior of the world, who else but me? Madara's eyes burned crimson. Let's finish this. Earth release, super-weighted boulder jutsu. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 307, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Chapter 307, Dust Settles bonus chapter for Bathhouse Hamadara. The super-weighted boulder jutsu Madara unleashed on the spot multiplied the weight of true several thousand hands 1,000-fold, turning this Vajra Demon Subjugation strike into a blow worthy of the gods. So that's your play. Facing Madara's all-or-nothing attack, Naruto couldn't be sure of victory, but he still met it head-on. Clang. The 1,000-armed cannon's Buddha palm hammered down onto the divine shield, Yata no Yaegaki, sending endless ripples shuddering across its surface. Even after the shield absorbed most of that monstrous force, the leftover power was still savage and unstoppable. Naruto's Susanoo was driven downward, plunging toward the abyss left by the Chibaka Tensei's impact. Crack. Crack. As he fell, fractures began to spread across the armor of Susanoo. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Even after dispersing the excess force through Susanoo's massive body, it still causes this much damage. This move, it's terrifying. In pure physical might, it might only be second to Might Guy Sensei's Night Guy. Madara roared, veins bulging in his bloodshot eyes. Reiaewa. It'll break, it'll break. Madara was certain, if Naruto's Susanoo touched the ground, that instant of stopping force would utterly shatter the Susanoo, ultimate form. At this point, neither of them could be sure of the outcome. Naruto was already planning, if I can't withstand this, what's my next move? Boom. With a thunderous crash, Naruto's Susanoo slammed feet first into the bottom of the abyss. Boom. The ground caved in even deeper, collapsing until it struck the unyielding mineral layer far below, finally stopping its descent. Crack. Crack. The immense shock spread more fractures across Susanoo's armor. Naruto's gaze sharpened. Is this it? Crack, crack. With a sharp, echoing snap, it was actually true several thousand hands arm that shattered first under the pressure. You have to be strong to forge iron, there's no shortcut. Ha 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 ha. Still not tough enough, huh? Madara laughed, grief and pride mingling in his voice. Naruto's eyes flashed. Now's my chance, R-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-H. Bearing the crushing weight, Susanoo rallied, channeling all its own power, and the force absorbed by Yata no Yaegaki, into a single, explosive shield bash. Boom. True several thousand hands' massive body was launched from the abyss, sent flying skyward by the shield, slamming into the underside of the Chibaka Tensei satellite. With a thunderous rumble, boulders crumbled and true several thousand hands was deeply embedded into the satellite's base. Madara had leapt away from true several thousand hands at the very last moment, now sprinting along the bottom of the abyss. 10 seconds, just 10 more seconds and his limbo would be off cooldown. Then he could turn everything around. Beneath the Chibaka Tensei, Naruto frowned. His limbo's almost ready. At this distance, chasing with Susanoo isn't practical. Without hesitation, he dispelled Susanoo, gauged the shortest distance between himself and Madara, gripped a flying thunder god kunai, and focused his left eye. Omananushi. Whoosh. A duplicated kunai appeared 300 meters away, diagonally below. Naruto flashed through it, then repeated the process, teleporting back and forth with Flying Thunder God. After several jumps, he landed on solid ground, now just 310 meters from Madara. Madara counted silently, 7 seconds left. Whoosh! Another kunai appeared 300 meters out. Naruto teleported once more. Madara's back was now within arm's reach. ZZT. But after this use of Ominanushi, the 6 tomo in Naruto's left eye vanished. Left eye's ocular power, exhausted. Snap. Naruto caught the duplicated kunai, leaving it behind, then hurled the original forward. Swish. Madara, alert to every movement behind him, sidestepped the moment Naruto threw, 5 seconds left. Swish. Naruto flashed from the thrown kunai, caught it in reverse grip, turned, and blocked Madara's path. Madara glanced at the kunai left behind. He's calculated everything. If I turn back, he'll teleport for a backstab. So be it, when two warriors meet on a narrow path, courage wins. Retreating now would be disgraceful. Poof. With his single arm, Madara summoned a scythe from a scroll. 3 seconds until Limbo was ready. Whoosh. After a brief face-off, both men charged. The scythe was longer than the kunai, its blade reached Naruto first. Madara's mind raced, 2 seconds left. If Naruto teleports behind me to attack, he'll be too slow. If he blocks with his kunai, he'll miss his chance. So, I win. But then, Naruto thrust his right hand straight into the path of the scythe. Slash. Naruto's right arm was severed at the shoulder, flying skyward. But at the instant his palm touched the blade, his right Rinnegan flashed. Ominanushi. Whoosh. The scythe vanished, erased by the ocular power of Naruto's right eye. Ignoring the pain, Naruto lunged forward. Madara couldn't halt his momentum, frantically counting, 1 second. Thud. Time froze. Madara lay half-prone, right hand braced against the ground, while Naruto pressed him down, a kunai in his left hand poised at Madara's throat. Blood poured from Naruto's severed arm, but his clear eyes never wavered as he asked calmly, "Still want to keep fighting?" At that moment, Madara's limbo power had just recovered. But the kunai was at his throat a split second before. Madara knew, if Naruto had meant to kill, he'd have been beheaded right then and there. This wasn't the first time. In every past duel, Naruto had always held back when he could have delivered the killing blow. Madara wasn't someone who couldn't accept defeat. He just wanted to be truly convinced. In the past, his Rinnegan had been in Naruto's hands, he could never fight at full strength. So no matter how dazzling Naruto's power was, Madara could never fully accept it. But this time, he'd fought with his own eyes, freely, with nothing held back. Thinking deeper. Naruto had so many terrifying techniques, yet he'd only used the native powers of the Rinnegan. Not a single one of those hellish combo moves. He'd changed his fighting style, just to match Madara's taste. In this life-or-death battle, how much courage and resolve did that take? For true warriors, a single exchange is enough to understand another's heart. Madara could feel Naruto's sincerity, plain as day. So, for this outcome, he had nothing left to say. He was utterly convinced. After a long silence, a serene smile finally curled at Madara's lips. I lost. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 308, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Chapter 308, The Seal of Reconciliation exclusively sponsored by Bathhouse Hamadara. I lost. Hearing Madara's admission, Naruto withdrew his kunai, got off Madara, and sat down on the ground. Supporting himself with his remaining arm, Madara sat up. After a moment's thought, he finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him, "Naruto, you're not just some ordinary brat, are you?" Naruto smirked. "Oh. What makes you say that?" Madara replied with conviction, "Your actions and your experience, there's no way they belong to a 17-year-old kid. I thought, at first, that old toad from Mount Maiboku was guiding you. But the more I thought about it, even with a great mentor, your style would still be limited by your age and experience. Actually." Naruto started to say something. But Madara cut him off, "Don't say it yet. Let me guess." Naruto nodded. "All right, go ahead." After a brief silence, Madara said, "You came from the future, didn't you?" The air went still. Naruto's expression was unreadable. That's not really possible, is it?" Madara's gaze darkened. "By common sense, no, it isn't. But when I saw my best friend killed, I didn't know about the existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If my brother hadn't died, I never would have unlocked the secret of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If not for the Uchiha stone tablet, I wouldn't know about the Rinnegan, the god tree, Kagaya, or the infinite Tsukuyomi. People always try to understand the world within the limits of what they know. Instinctively, they dismiss anything that doesn't fit their framework as impossible. And even knowing this, we're still trapped by those same frameworks, always denying possibilities that lie outside them. So, when you told me there were 2 levels above complete body Susanoo, that's when I was almost certain. Tell me, what era of the future did you come from? Are you really Uzumaki Naruto, or someone else? Naruto answered honestly, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, from Konoha, year 128. Madara stroked his chin, eyes lowered. So, more than 60 years from now. Not that far off, really. The years you've lived, added to mine, are about the same. But your combat experience, it surpasses even mine from the Warring States era, when battles were constant. That means the gap between us isn't about the number of fights, it's about the level of our enemies. He looked up at Naruto. So, you've fought those so-called Otsutsuki many times, haven't you? Naruto nodded. Yeah, more than once. No wonder. Madara released his chin and asked, so what kind of people are they? Naruto was deliberately vague. They don't play by the rules. Madara's face remained calm. If even you say that, they must be real bastards. Naruto offered, want to see for yourself? I can project my battles with them into your mind with the Rinnegan. Madara asked, did Hashirama and Tobirama see them? Naruto nodded. They did. I see. Madara replied coolly, then I won't. Naruto was curious. Why not? Madara said, Black Zetsu's tampering with the stone tablet taught me one thing, never live within someone else's framework. Naruto replied, but I'm not Black Zetsu. I'd never twist the truth. Madara smiled faintly and shook his head. It's not about the truth. It's about the root of things. For decades, I treated that stone tablet as absolute, living by the Sage of Six Paths guidance. That blind pursuit is what let Black Zetsu manipulate me. Whether the infinite Tsukuyomi is real or fake doesn't matter anymore. I just don't want to live for someone else's will, nothing more. So, I won't watch those memories. Naruto said seriously, I think you're overcomplicating things. Watching them, extracting useful intel, doesn't mean you're serving someone else. Uncle Madara, I get that you don't want to be trapped in someone else's framework. But that idea itself is just another framework, a framework called self-awareness. Maybe so. Madara's gaze deepened. But if you know too much about your enemy in advance, it takes all the fun out of the fight. And if victory can be decided by intel alone, what's the point? Fine. Naruto didn't press further. He stood up and, without thinking, extended a hand to Madara. You really are a battle maniac. Madara let Naruto pull him up and said, that's just the Uchiha instinct. You're not an Uchiha, even if you've surpassed us in power, you'll never get how we think. Naruto grinned. Wrong. I'm just like you, I crave battle too. Can we spar again sometime? Madara glanced around at the ruined land. Chunks of earth were still floating in the sky as part of the Chibaku Tensei fusion. If you don't mind how little we have left to destroy, I wouldn't mind. Naruto laughed. We can always pick a new spot. How about Obito's Kamui dimension? Obito. Madara murmured. That brat's making a name for himself too, huh? Naruto picked up his severed right arm, pressed it to the stump, and healed it without weaving hand signs. He flexed his fingers, getting the blood and chakra flowing again. Then, he cleaned up every drop of blood he'd left behind. Madara found his own severed left arm among the rubble, reattached it the same way, and cleaned up his blood as well. Naruto dispelled the Chibaku Tensei fusion. For a whole hour, stones rained from the sky. Then he and Madara worked together, using ninjutsu to rebuild the Valley of the End. That took another hour. By the time they finished, dusk was falling. Standing beneath the waterfall, gazing at the restored statues, Madara nodded in satisfaction. Turning, he saw Naruto offering his hand. Madara understood. They'd already exchanged the seal of confrontation. As fellow shinobi who now recognized each other, it was only proper to complete the ritual with the seal of reconciliation. So, Madara and Naruto clasped hands in the seal of peace. After laying everything bare, Naruto beamed, let's head back to Omegakure and plan our next move together. But Madara poured cold water on his excitement. You're misunderstanding something. I never planned to go back to Omegakure with you. Naruto protested, didn't we agree, the winner gets to call the shots? Madara replied, I can stop being your enemy, and even lend you a hand in major affairs. But that doesn't mean I'll be your subordinate. I'm not going to Omegakure. I'll get stronger in my own way, and walk my own path. If that's all, I'm leaving. I've got things to do. With that, Madara turned and walked away. Sigh. Naruto let out a long breath, then called after him, Uncle Madara, whether you stay or go is your choice. But, there's something you should know. Madara stopped and glanced back. What is it? Naruto said quietly, Ari, she's pregnant. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, Shinra Cave Heaven exclusively sponsored by Bathhouse Hamadara. The southwestern frontier of the Land of Lightning. Indra and Black Zetsu trudged through the harsh, sand-laden winds. For the entire journey, Indra remained silent. Unable to bear the oppressive quiet any longer, Black Zetsu finally spoke up, Indra, where exactly are we headed? Indra's Sharingan fixed on the distant horizon. His voice was cold and curt, Shinra Cave Heaven. Black Zetsu frowned. I've never heard of such a place. Indra replied, still detached, it's the alternate dimension formed at the burial site of the Sage of Six Paths after his death, a secret only Azura and I know. Black Zetsu was visibly shocked. Burial. Wasn't that unfilial son, Hagoromo, cremated? Indra sneered. Heh, the cremation was just for show, to make the world believe the sage's body no longer existed. That was Azura's idea. He couldn't bear to consign the sage's body to the flames, but he also wanted to make sure no one, especially people like us, could exploit the sage's corpse. So he devised this little trick. But he couldn't fool me. Black Zetsu's eyes widened in realization. So it was to prevent the sage's body and his Rinnegan from being stolen. That Azura brat, he's more cunning than I thought. Even I was fooled. Indra's tone was icy. Petty scheming. If I'd wanted the sage's Rinnegan, I could have taken it while he was bedridden in his final years. Why wait until after his death? Black Zetsu pressed on, but if Hagoromo's corpse has already become the so-called Shinra Cave Heaven, isn't there nothing left for us? Indra revealed a secret, before his end, Azura entered Shinra Cave Heaven to mourn the sage. He never came out. Azura's remains should still be preserved there. Black Zetsu grinned, I see. Indra eyed him. You brought everything I told you to prepare, right? Black Zetsu gave a sly smile. Don't worry, I've got it all covered. Whoosh. Long after the two had vanished into the wasteland, a strange vortex twisted in the air, and Obito Uchiha stepped out. ZZZZT. Landing where the two had passed, Obito narrowed his gaze. Akimodaryu, past playback. The events that had just transpired replayed before his eyes, including the entire conversation between Indra and Black Zetsu. When the playback ended, Obito's eyes darkened. Shinra Cave Heaven, the sage's burial ground, an alternate dimension. Thereafter Azura's corpse. Afei. The Afei suit on Obito's body replied, I've already sent this intel to the clone waiting 10 kilometers away. It'll be relayed to HQ in no time. Obito gazed into the distance. Good. Let's keep tracking them. I want to see just what this Shinra Cave Heaven really is. A Megakure. Hashirama and Tobirama waited anxiously at the village gates, especially Hashirama, who was pacing circles in agitation. Ah. Why isn't Naruto back yet? What if something's happened? Little Tobi, take me to the Valley of the End, now. Tobirama sighed, calm down, big brother. What are you so worried about? It's not like Madara's going to elope with Naruto. Hashirama fretted, but... Whoosh. Just then, Naruto returned. Hashirama rushed over, barely able to contain himself. Naruto, where's Madara? Naruto just shook his head, signaling that he hadn't managed to persuade Madara. Ah. Hashirama's shoulders slumped, disappointment written all over his face. So he really won't join us after all. But that wasn't the truth. After learning that Ari was pregnant, Madara had reconsidered and decided to stay in a Megakure for a while, at least until the child was born. He hadn't returned with Naruto simply because he needed to retrieve something first. He'd told Naruto not to mention this to Hashirama yet. Cheer up. We've got plenty of time ahead. Naruto patted Hashirama on the shoulder, his tone meaningful. Tobirama turned, watching Naruto's retreating figure. By all rights, Naruto should be the one most upset if Madara wasn't coming, but he didn't seem the least bit worried. Could he be up to something again? Rustle, rustle, rustle. A white Zetsu appeared before Naruto, delivering the intelligence brought by Afei. After reporting, White Zetsu asked in routine fashion, that's the situation. Any message for us to pass along? Naruto nodded. Understood. Tell Obito and Afei to be extra careful. And thanks for your hard work. Here, have some fruit. He pulled out an apple and handed it to the messenger White Zetsu, then walked on by. What's that guy up to? White Zetsu eyed the Big Apple suspiciously. This isn't poisoned, is it? Naruto had originally planned to go home and sleep with Hinata, but after receiving Obito's report, he realized time was of the essence. He went straight to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru greeted him with a sly smile. Naruto-kun, perfect timing. I have good news, I've completed the mission you gave me. Namely, a way to revive the Ten-Tails while fully preserving the consciousness of all nine-tailed beasts. Naruto's eyes lit up. Oh. Tell me, how did you do it? Orochimaru explained, reviving the Ten-Tails doesn't mean the nine-tailed beast's consciousness will vanish. Naruto pressed, how so? Orochimaru replied, their consciousnesses still exist, but are suppressed by the Ten-Tails' overwhelming will. Naruto nodded. I see. Go on. Orochimaru continued, after the Ten-Tails is revived, its own will and chakra will coexist. To lift the suppression, we must separate the Ten-Tails will from its chakra. Naruto asked, so how, exactly, do we do that? Orochimaru smiled. When you controlled Kurama's chakra at the Falls of Truth, you played tug-of-war with him. The essence of that contest was separating Kurama's chakra from his will. This time, we reversed the process. Naruto's eyes sharpened. So it's still a tug-of-war, but instead of chakra, it's a battle of wills. Orochimaru nodded. Exactly. In this mental clash, the loser's consciousness is devoured by the winner. If the Ten-Tails wins, your mind will be consumed, and you'll become a living corpse. If you win, the Ten-Tails will is devoured by you, the suppression is lifted, and the nine-tailed beast's consciousnesses take its place. To make this possible, I've invented a jutsu called the mental power battle method. Once activated, it links both minds for direct confrontation. But to strip away the Ten-Tails' will, we must wait until it's actually revived. The jutsu is ready, Naruto-kun. You can revive the Ten-Tails whenever you wish. Naruto considered. There's nowhere to house the Ten-Tails right now, and I won't be the first Jinchuriki anyway. But with your results, I can move forward with much more confidence. Thank you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's golden eyes sparkled. Naruto-kun, I've completed what you asked. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Use the power of your Futsunamatama to transform me, at the very soul, into a true woman. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 310, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Chapter 310, in Silent Places Extra Chapter for Bathhouse Hamadara. Orochimaru was no longer content with simply changing gender on a physical level, he now sought transformation at the very level of the soul. Naruto didn't fully understand the journey that had brought him to this point, but a promise was a promise. And so, it's time to revisit the Futsunamatama Dojutsu. As a dual-eyed technique, Futsunamatama assigned different roles to each eye, the left eye collects, the right processes. When both eyes are activated together, they can even grant a soul to lifeless things. The soul fields, unconsciously radiated by external spirits that Naruto collects are stored in the soul capacitor of his mental world. Beyond the soul capacitor, there's also a soul factory in his mindscape. The power of his right eye is used to process souls within this factory. Soul spectrum tuning is just one way to process a soul. There's an even deeper level, true modification of the soul. But that requires direct work within the soul factory itself. Naruto spoke solemnly, Orochimaru, you'd better be certain. The soul is fragile. In theory, each soul can only undergo one major transformation, so the result is irreversible. Orochimaru didn't hesitate. I've made up my mind long ago. Naruto-kun, do it. All right. Naruto covered his left eye, then slowly closed his right, gathering his ocular power. Look into my eyes. ZZZZT. The instant Naruto's right eye snapped open, Orochimaru's slit-pupilled gaze trembled violently. The world shifted. A blinding white space filled with intricate machinery appeared. Naruto's projected consciousness materialized here. He explained, this is the soul factory inside my mind. Until the transformation is complete, your soul will be temporarily confined here. He pointed to a platform not far away. Lie down there. Orochimaru complied, his long, elegant hair fanning out across the table. Above, a device slowly descended, injecting a serum straight into Orochimaru's soul. This is a soul anesthetic. It'll numb your spirit so the transformation is painless. When you wake up, everything will be different. Back in the real world, when Orochimaru opened his eyes again, both body and spirit had been utterly transformed. The long, jet-black hair and alabaster skin remained, but the facial features and body shape were far more delicate than before, and now, unmistakably feminine. Staring at herself in the mirror, her beautiful eyes shimmered with unfamiliar emotion. This. Naruto slumped onto the sofa, exhausted, eyes closed. The soul modification is a one-shot deal, it changes your body as well. You won't need to tinker with your body like before. Orochimaru's breath now carried a subtle, orchid-like fragrance. Her voice was soft and ethereal, yet still tinged with that familiar huskiness. So, can I have children? Naruto was momentarily stunned. Of course. You can. Orochimaru confessed, I've always wanted to bear my own child, to truly experience the essence of life. Cloning is never quite the same. Naruto replied, one person alone can't create life. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with longing. I know the process of creating life better than anyone. I could do it in a test tube, easily. But this time, I want to use my own body as the vessel, to feel it for myself. Naruto said, do as you wish. Just don't hurt anyone innocent. Mach iron, of course, outside the window, the rain whispered. Orochimaru turned and smiled, radiating a charm entirely new. After leaving Orochimaru's residence, Naruto walked through the rain. So now Orochimaru's really a girl. Guess I'll have to be a little more careful around her from now on. There was one thing Naruto hadn't told Orochimaru, even if the soul is damaged during transformation, it can be repaired with soul gems. So, in truth, soul modification isn't limited to just once. What does it really feel like to be a girl? I studied the sexy jutsu for ages, but something always felt missing. As he gazed up at the rainy sky, a dangerous thought flashed through Naruto's mind, maybe, someday, I should try that transformation on myself. Unwittingly, Orochimaru had opened a door to a whole new world for Naruto. Deep in a shadowy cave, Madara Uchiha strode forward, holding a candlestick. He was on a mission. He needed to retrieve something. His eyes flickered with a murky light, within that darkness, a sense of urgency. This was a side of him he'd never shown Naruto, or anyone else for that matter. Naruto, your perception still isn't sharp enough. At the time, you were so focused on Sasuke, you missed the secret right under your nose. So what if you're from the future? How much do you really know about me, Madara Uchiha? Sorry, but I'm destined to disappoint you. You can't see it. And I won't let you see it. He muttered, a strange smile curling his lips. Sha. 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 From deep within the cave, an eerie, spine-chilling cry echoed. Hee hee hee, ha 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 ha. Madara's laughter grew wild as he broke into a run, finally arriving at a carefully prepared stone chamber. Sha sha. Sha. A forest cat crouched there, and when it saw Madara, its eyes rolled back and its tail shot straight up, hissing fiercely. Sorry to keep you waiting, my little darling. Madara slid over to the cat, pulled a cat toy from his cloak, and waved it in front of the feline's eyes. Scratch scratch scratch. The cat's claws flew, shredding Madara's face. He lifted the cat up, gazing at the Sharingan in its left eye. Ha 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 ha. You scratched up my face, huh? From now on, I'll call you Uchiha Hanaha. Madara was as giddy as a child. Yes, this was Sasuke's cat. How did it end up with Madara? Here's how. Back at the Lightning Country battlefield, after Indra and Black Zetsu left, the cat collapsed beside the dying Sasuke. When Naruto arrived, he mistook it for a dead cat and paid it no mind. After using his Izanagi, Naruto carried Sasuke away. Madara picked up the cat, found it a place to stay, and only then headed to the Valley of the End. When Madara told Naruto he needed to retrieve something before going to Omega-kure, he meant Hanaha. Madara's love for cats was a secret even Hashirama, his closest friend, never knew. Only one person ever did. That was Uchiha Yuri, the only woman in the clan who'd ever caught Madara's eye, but whom he'd missed for a lifetime. Maybe, in his amnesiac union with Ari, he was subconsciously drawn to her because she reminded him of Yuri, not just in looks, but even in name. And how could he not recognize that the cat's eyes were a gift from Yuri? Cradling Hanaha, Madara stepped out of the cave and gazed at the pale dawn sky. Am I going to be a father too? He needed some time to sort out his feelings. With a heavy heart and his cat in his arms, he walked the ancient road, wind at his back, heading toward the rain. For 1,000 years, no one had set foot on this land. Not even the ninja world's maps recorded its name. Thud. Indra stopped, lifting his gaze to the void. We're here. I can sense that wretched aura, his, and his alone. ZZZZT. Indra's eyes shifted into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His voice rang out, cold and commanding, only the power of the sage can breach Shinra cave heaven. Azura, I'm not some mediocrity who needs his teaching to master it. ZZZZT. A black crescent mark appeared on Indra's left palm. At its core, Yin-Yang is just a technique. And if it's a technique, I can unravel it. Whoosh. A beam of black light shot from the crescent, the symbol of Yin power. In the sky, a doorway slowly opened. Shinra Cave Heaven, open. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 311, Chapter 311, a powerful enemy emerges exclusively sponsored by Bathhouse Hamadara. Shinra Cave Heaven, the alternate dimension born from the burial of the Sage of Six Paths corpse. From above, Shinra Cave Heaven looks like a vast canyon suspended in midair. Forests blanket both sides of the gorge. These trees, grown from the sage's cells brimming with boundless life force, are laden with exotic fruits. Eating them greatly restores chakra and vitality. At either end of the canyon flow two springs, one fiery red, one deep blue. These are the two principal springs, formed from the sage's yang release and yin release chakra. To the east, south, west, and north stand four great mountains, each shaped by the sage's peak lightning, wind, water, and earth chakra, fused with the energy of nature itself. These are the five elements mountains, the sage's five elemental chakras given form. For reasons unknown, the fire release mountain was left behind in the outside world. Indra ignored all the wonders around him, striding straight for the canyon center. There, a stone platform stood. Its surface was carved with the symbol of reincarnation, the very same mark once emblazoned on the sage's brow. Indra halted before the dais, gazing at the skeletal remains seated at its center. With hatred, and some emotion even he couldn't name, he murmured, Azura. Black Zetsu sneered, to watch over Hagoromo like this. Azura, you really were a foolishly filial child. Without looking back, Indra ordered, bring out the sacrifice. Crack. Black Zetsu plunged a hand into his own chest and yanked out a living person he'd been hiding inside his body, a ninja from the land of lightning. Black Zetsu grinned wickedly, the Uzuki clan of the Hidden Cloud, also distant descendants of Azura. Using his own bloodline as a living offering. I wonder how he'd feel if he knew. Indra couldn't care less. He immediately set up the ritual, forming hand seals. True, impure world reincarnation. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Azura's skeleton crumbled entirely to ash, which enveloped the living sacrifice. Boom. Before his true form could even fully manifest, a raging storm of chakra exploded outward. Black Zetsu hastily retreated to a safe distance. Now it's your show, Indra. Indra stood tall and unflinching, staring straight into the wind. From the impure world reincarnation emerged a young man, his youth preserved by Indra's mastery of the technique. His build was similar to Indra's, clad in the white robes of Ninshu, 6 tomo at the collar, a pattern of reincarnation and 9 tomo arrayed on his back. He had close-cropped hair, his forehead wrapped in layers of bandages, with 2 small braids hanging beside his ears. His features were sharp and resolute, his black eyes fixed on the figure before him. Azura spoke, brother, I never thought that even after death, we'd still be fated to fight. Whoosh. 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 Truth-seeking orbs formed behind Azura. Indra's long hair whipped in the wind as a dark purple Susanoo surged skyward. This is the curse passed down by Ninshu. Azura's gaze followed the rising Susanoo, and he shouted, this is Father's eternal resting place, can't we do this somewhere else? Indra glared down coldly. No. Crack. As the word fell, Susanoo's great sword was drawn and came crashing down. Azura flashed through hand seals. Clang. Giant wooden hands rose up on either side, catching the blade. Boom. 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 Susanoo spewed fireballs that detonated around Azura. Azura leapt back with lightning speed. Forgive me, father, this isn't what I wanted. Clap. He pressed his palms together. Sage art, would release, true several thousand hands. The colossal thousand-armed cannon statue soared up behind Azura. Indra's Susanoo activated Sage mode. In this Shinra Cave Heaven, a torrent of natural energy roared into Susanoo's armor. Indra's voice was icy, Azura, the tailed beasts are already where they belong. You can't borrow their power anymore. This time, you're destined to lose. The natural energy absorbed by the armor transformed into pure lightning release. Indra's right eye narrowed. Takamikazuchi. Crackle, crackle. The lightning, transformed by sage power, condensed under Takamikazuchi's ocular might into a thunderous arrow and bow in Susanoo's hands. He drew the bow, notched the arrow, shrill thunder screamed toward Azura atop the true several thousand hands. 6 paths, Indra's arrow. Not good. Azura clapped his hands together. Buddha on the summit. Thousands of arms surged forward, trying to intercept the arrow. Boom. 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 But the overwhelming force shredded them like paper. At the last moment, Azura summoned his truth-seeking orbs as a barrier. Indra smirked, oh. Impressive, you blocked one with just your own power. But let's see how you handle the second. Crackle, crackle. A second Indra's arrow shrieked through the air. Rumble, 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 rumble. A lightning storm that split the heavens engulfed the entire true several thousand hands. Fragments of truth-seeking orbs scattered as Asura was blasted away, half his body already shattered. Indra stepped out of Susanoo. He commanded Susanoo's hand to seize Asura, then hurled him forward with brutal force. Whoosh! As Asura flew, the Een mark in Indra's palm erupted with black lightning, piercing straight through Asura's chest. Asura, I'll be taking your chakra. 6 paths, dark absorption. Asura's chakra surged into Indra's body. ZZZZT. Indra's eyes evolved into dual, 6-tomo Rinnegan. With a flick of his wrist, black rods pinned Asura's body, sealing his chakra points completely. Gazing down with his new eyes, Indra said coldly, Asura, my brother whom I hate to the bone, repent before the sage's tomb, and wait for the death knell to sound. Indra pressed his palms together. Chibaku Tensei. Rumble, 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 rumble. Asura was flung skyward, where rising boulders soon buried him completely. When the dust finally settled, Black Zetsu approached, admiring, as expected of you, accomplishing in moments what took Madara a lifetime. Indra replied coldly, don't compare me to a mere reincarnate. Heh, fair enough. Black Zetsu's tone shifted. Still, instead of just sealing him, wouldn't it be better to wipe Asura out completely? Indra looked up at the sky. There's no need. At this point, he can't change anything. ZZZZT. A sun-shaped white mark appeared on Indra's right hand. Whoosh. 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 At the same time, truth-seeking orbs appeared behind him. Indra declared, now that I've gained Asura's power, I stand equal to the Sage of 6 Paths. Once I obtain the 10 Tails, I'll become 6 Paths, complete form. Black Zetsu grinned, with your current strength, claiming the demonic statue will be child's play. But the statue still lacks the most crucial 9 Tails chakra, which is in the hands of Naruto Uzumaki and his son in Omega-Kure. The gates of Shinra Cave Heaven opened, and Indra and Black Zetsu departed. Whoosh! As they left, the resonance of the Kamui dimension rippled, and Obito Uchiha appeared within Shinra Cave Heaven. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 312, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 312, Ami Asura. Within Shinra Cave Heaven, Obito activated Yamatsu Hirasaka, playback, reviewing the entire battle between Indra and Asura. So that's how it is. Using Susanoo to unleash sage techniques, what a terrifying power. Obito gazed up at the suspended Chibaku Tensei in the sky. And to awaken the Rinnegan instantly after absorbing Asura's power. I have to admit, genius is an insurmountable wall. Indra's talent is on a whole different level from Madara and Sasuke. With a flick, Susanoo appeared, Kamui Shuriken soared skyward. Boom. The vortex exploded, swallowing up the fragments of the shattered satellite. From the breach in the Chibaku Tensei, Asura plummeted to the ground, black rods still embedded in his body. Obito strode forward. Asura quickly warned, don't touch those black rods. They're forged from the power of the truth-seeking orbs. If you touch them directly, you'll die. But Obito only hesitated a moment before reaching out. Whoosh! Kamui sucked the black rods away. Rustle. Obito's right hand, reborn by impure world reincarnation, crumbled to dust from contact with the truth-seeking orbs, but in moments, it regenerated. Asura stared, astonished. You too, this kind of body. Obito replied, Indra hasn't become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki yet, he can't wield the 6 Paths Inyan release. So, I can still recover. Note, this is a common misconception, truth-seeking orbs do not equal Inyan release. In canon, Obito used truth-seeking orbs to kill the Edo Tensei 3rd Hokage before becoming a perfect 10 Tails Jinchuriki, but the 3rd still regenerated. Only when truth-seeking orbs are fused with Inyan release by a perfect 10 Tails host can they erase Edo Tensei bodies permanently. After rising, Asura sized up Obito. Sharingan. You must be one of Indra's descendants. Why are you helping me? Obito answered, I suppose I am, but I serve your reincarnation. Asura smiled. So it's true. I always thought my descendants and his would keep fighting forever. I never imagined there'd be a day of reconciliation. Just as he felt relief, Asura's expression changed. No. Indra is about to do something incredibly dangerous. I have to stop him. Obito said calmly, relax. Every move Indra makes is already within his expectations. Asura was confused. What do you mean? Whose expectations? Obito smiled faintly. You can ask him yourself soon. I'll take you to meet him. Azura looked at his hands. This resurrection technique, binding my soul to a living sacrifice, what's it called? Obito replied, Impure World Reincarnation. Azura nodded. With Impure World Reincarnation, the chakra Indra stole from me will regenerate. But the power my father, the Sage of Six Paths, once gave me, that Indra took, that's irreplaceable. I can't open the gates to Shinra Cave Heaven anymore. Obito said, no problem. My dojutsu can force open the dimensional barrier. But my chakra reserves alone aren't enough, I'll need some of your chakra. Can you lend me a bit? Of course. Azura formed a seal and pressed his palm to Obito's back. Secret transmission, all for one, one for all. Whoosh. Azura channeled his chakra, connecting their spirits. Ninshu is founded on love. By linking chakra, we achieve the ideal, everyone for me, and I for everyone. In the golden age of Ninshu, conflicts between people and nations were eased as never before. But when Indra created the martial branch of Ninshu, he overemphasized the strength of jutsu and neglected the heart. That led to endless war and twisted the original purpose of Ninshu. Obito interrupted, I'm not here for a sermon. Save that for him. Azura grinned, is that so? Then I'll just have to make sure he hears me out. Obito closed his eyes, thinking, gotta keep this guy from getting on a roll, or he'll never stop, just like Madara. ZZZZT. He opened his eyes, focusing on the void. Kamui. Crack. The barrier between Shinra Cave Heaven and the real world shattered under Kamui, a portal opening before them and rapidly expanding as Obito poured in more power. Azura marveled, what incredible dojutsu. If you'd lived in our era, you'd have been a legend. With your help, Indra might have beaten me even at my strongest. Opening this portal was easier than expected. Obito ignored the praise, glancing around. Those fruits on the trees, they look just like the pills I saw in Naruto's memories. Might as well grab a few to take back. Whoosh. With a sweep of his left eye, Obito used long-range Kamui to collect some exotic fruits, then led Azura out of Shinra Cave Heaven and back to the outside world. In the swirling dust, Azura gazed at the familiar landscape. This place, it hasn't changed since my time. Obito explained, we're at the farthest edge of the ninja world. The harsh environment and lack of people kept it untouched. Azura sighed, it's true, humans are what changed the world. Blindly pursuing ninjutsu only spreads conflict and leaves scars that never heal. Only by returning Ninshu to its essence, love, can true peace last. By the way, I never asked your name. Uchiha Obito. Obito, do you long for peace? For a world without conflict between people. Obito thought to himself, now I see why he once defeated Indra, but why Ninshu, despite its focus on love, was still overtaken by the way of war. Strong, kind, stubborn, unable to compromise, such people have a strange charisma that draws others in. But they're rare, and their influence fades after their time is over. Just like Hashirama once was. Just like Naruto in his past life. White, or black, on rare occasions, someone like that can tip the world toward one extreme or the other. But with time, forces beyond any one person's will always return the world to its true color. And that color is gray. Obito grew serious. Azura, let me be blunt, your dream probably can't come true in today's ninja world. The Six Paths Ninshu can't sway the tides of this era. Deep beneath a Megakure, before the demonic statue, Naruto stood alone. Indra had already awakened the Rinnegan. The statue would likely be taken soon. But that was all part of Naruto's plan. He had to act now, gain the approval of all the tailed beasts sealed within the statue, and receive a portion of each of their power. Only then would Naruto be able to master the six-path sage art, the power he needed to face Indra, to face Kaguya. But the closer he got, the more his heart raced. Naruto hesitated. Kurama, what's wrong? Afraid of getting rejected. Naruto, yeah, after all the trauma you put me through. Kurama, humph. That's what you get for not coming clean with me sooner. Naruto, sorry, I'm just terrible at talking about this stuff. Kurama, humph. Well, you're not alone this time. I'll stand with you. Go on, you have to face it sooner or later. Naruto managed a relieved smile, forming a two-finger seal. All right. I'll do it, just like you said. Whoosh. Naruto floated into the air, pressing his palm to the statue's head. Human path, mind dive. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 313, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 313, where sincerity reaches, even stone opens. Human path, mind dive. Naruto's consciousness plunged into the depths of the demonic statue. In the dim, prison-like space within, he found himself face to face with all the tailed beasts, each one shackled tight by chains extending from the cell walls. His gaze swept across their faces. 1 tail, Shikaku. 2 tails, Madara. 3 tails, Isabu. 4 tails, Son Goku. 5 tails, Kokuo. 6 tails, Saiken. 7 tails, Komiai. 8 tails, Gyuki. Their names were carved into his heart, their pasts flashing through his mind. Gathering his resolve, Naruto began, "Everyone, I came here today." Shikaku cut him off with a snort. "Oh. If it isn't the brat who serves that stinking fox, Naruto. You here to bust us out of this hellhole?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I." Shikaku immediately bristled. "Then why are you yapping? Get lost, kid." Whoosh. Behind Naruto, Kurama materialized with a flick of his tail. "Shikaku, your temper's as wild as ever." Shikaku sneered, well, the mighty fox, completely tamed by his Jinchuriki. "Guess I had you pegged all wrong, damn it." Kurama rolled his eyes. "Stupid Tanuki, I'm not about to argue with you." He turned to the others. "All of you, you know what's happened to Naruto. Now that we're all here, it's time to speak up." The tailed beasts fell silent. Naruto tried again, voice earnest. "I want to be friends with you all, like we once were. That's why I'm here." Madara's eyes narrowed. "But you want to revive the 10 tails?" Naruto nodded. "I do. But I'll preserve your consciousness, Orochimaru has already found a way." Isabu cut in sharply, "And if that snake, Orochimaru, hasn't found a way? What then?" The air went dead still. All eyes were on Naruto. He took a long, steadying breath, then looked up, determination blazing in his eyes. "Then I'll revive the 10 tails first, and I'll keep searching, no matter what, until I find a way. I won't give up." Isabu's voice was cold. "That's just selfishness, isn't it? With those words, you've already lost the right to walk with us." Naruto bowed his head. "I'm sorry. But I won't lie to you." Son Goku broke in, "Enough. The kid's at least honest, let's not be too harsh." "Son." Naruto started. Son Goku grinned, "You wanna bump fists? Come here, let me show you where I stand." Excited, Naruto stepped forward. Boom. Son Goku's massive fist sent Naruto flying across the cell. "That's my answer." Satisfied. The kindness Son once showed was now matched by his violence. Panting, Naruto climbed to his feet, took another breath, and stepped forward again. Son Goku snorted, "Still want a beating?" He smacked Naruto away with a giant palm. "We've got nothing to say to your kind. Get lost." The tailed beasts batted Naruto around like a rubber ball. Crack. Crack. Shikaku howled, "If it weren't for these damn demonic statue chains, I'd blast you with a tailed beast bomb right now." Kurama's eyes gleamed red with anger. "Hey. That's enough, all of you." "Wait, Kurama." Bruised and battered, Naruto sank down onto the water's surface. "Madara, had enough yet, kid?" "Isabu, your skin's thicker than my shell." "Son Goku, humph." "Kokuo, stop humiliating yourself." "Saiken, either die, or get out." Komiai, bumping fists. "Out of the question." The only one who hadn't joined in was Gyuki, who eyed Naruto coolly. "You've got the Rinnegan, don't you? No need to beg. If you want our chakra, just take it with those eyes." Naruto's shoulders slumped. "It's because I can't bring myself to do that I'm so torn up inside." "Huh." The tailed beast stared as Naruto stood tall again. "If I use power to take what I want, how am I any different from those arrogant Otsutsuki?" He met their eyes, voice raw and sincere. "I want to protect the future with you, not just use you in the name of protection for my own gain. I really, truly don't want to lose any of you. Even if you hate me, I, Uzumaki Naruto, have changed in 1,000 ways, but one thing's always stayed the same, in every life, I fight to protect the people I care about." The tailed beasts exchanged glances, silent. Gyuki fixed him with a piercing look. "What about B? Isn't he one of your precious people too?" Naruto took another breath, guilt weighing heavy. "I regret what happened to B. I really do." Gyuki didn't let up. "B died at Obito Uchiha's hands. Deep down, you were relieved, weren't you? With him gone, reviving the 10 tails is easier. You didn't have to dirty your own hands or take the blame." Naruto shook his head. "That's not true." But Gyuki cut him off. "So in the end, you're just a hypocrite. All that talk is just pretty words." Naruto lowered his head. No matter what he said, nothing could erase the pain of Killer Bee's death. Kurama spoke softly, "Let's go, Naruto." "I'm sorry." Naruto bowed deeply, then turned to leave. As his lonely figure faded, Gyuki called out, "Wait." Naruto stopped. "Where's Bee's body?" White Zetsu devoured it. Akatsuki always disposes of the bodies. Gyuki pondered. "Then here's how you can prove yourself. Use your Rinnegan, cast Rinne Rebirth, and bring Bee back. Do that, and the past is wiped clean." Kurama exploded, "Are you insane? Using Rinne Rebirth will kill Naruto. If he dies, who'll protect this world?" Gyuki's tone was cold, almost mocking. "The world? What's that to me? I've always hated this world, hated humans. Only Bee was different, he made me believe even among rotten humans, there are some good ones. So don't try to guilt-trip others with talk of the greater good. Not everyone's afraid of dying. Naruto, if you can bring Bee back with Rinne Rebirth, we'll believe you. If not, you'd better rethink your plans." Naruto clenched his fists. "I understand." "Good. Then hurry up and use your Rinnegan to take our chakra." But as Gyuki said this, he stared deeply into Naruto's eyes. Clap. Naruto pressed his palms together. "Rinne Rebirth, huh? Fine. My lifespan's already been cut short, I probably won't live to see that day anyway. I'll bring Bee back, along with the first Hokage and the others. Kurama, when I'm gone, have Orochimaru use impure world reincarnation on me. As for my Rinnegan, give it to the first, he's the only one besides me who can win Madara over. Tell Hinata and everyone. I'm sorry, I'm going ahead. Shikaku, he's serious. Son Goku, Kurama, stop him, now." Whoosh. Suddenly, Gyuki shot out a hand and seized Naruto. "Gyuki, what? That's enough. You've shown us your sincerity. The story isn't over." Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 314, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 314, Crossroads. Gyuki gently set Naruto down on the ground. "We weren't trying to make things hard for you," he rumbled. "We just needed to see whether your resolve to coexist with us would waver in the face of doubt and rejection." He offered a slow, approving nod. "Turns out, you're still someone we can trust." Kurama chose well. Gyuki extended his fist. "Thank you, truly, thank you all." Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he raised his fist to meet Gyuki's. One by one, the other tailed beasts reached out, stacking their hands atop Gyuki's. In unison, they declared, "Go. Do what you have to do." Outside the demonic statue, Naruto opened his eyes and landed lightly from midair. He now carried the chakra of all the tailed beasts, and with it, mastery of sage techniques. The conditions were set, more perfectly than in his previous life. A golden cloak of chakra enveloped his entire body, black patterns lining the inside. On his back, the circular crest of reincarnation, with 9 magatama arranged in formation. Whoosh. 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 9 truth-seeking orbs materialized behind Naruto, forming a perfect ring. He had attained the six-path sage mode. Note, the power the Sage of Six Paths once granted to Naruto and Sasuke was only the yin-yang forces. Naruto's six-path sage mode and Sasuke's Rinnegan both awakened naturally when the conditions were met. This is a common point of confusion. Admiring the full-body style of his new cloak, Naruto murmured, "This six-path sage mode feels even more complete than before. Maybe it's because my mastery of sage techniques has deepened." In his previous life, he'd only learned the sage mode of Mount Mayaboku. But now, like the first Hokage, he could wield sage energy freely. The Sage of Six Paths hasn't appeared like last time. Looks like he has his own agenda. That's fine, our paths have diverged. This time, I'll rely on my own strength. Cross-legged before the demonic statue, Naruto closed his eyes, ready to comprehend the next step on his own. As Naruto gained the tailed beast's recognition and obtained the six-path sage mode, the deeply unconscious Sasuke was experiencing a transformation of his own. Am I dead? Sasuke opened his eyes to the mirror-like surface of a lake, his voice barely a whisper. Reincarnate, you are not yet meant to slumber here forever. An aged voice echoed from behind. Who's there? Sasuke turned, finding himself face to face with a stranger, an old man, suspended above the water, his face deeply lined, his eyes both shining with the Rinnegan, a crimson tomo mark on his forehead. 2 horns jutted from his head, coffee-colored hair and a matching goat beard hanging down to his chest. He wore a white robe with 6 black magatama on the chest, a red spiral on the back, and a grid of 9 magatama below. A black staff hung diagonally across his back, one end locked with a ring, the other a half-open circle, symbols of yin and yang. Floating between him and the water were several truth-seeking orbs, arrayed in a ring. The old man regarded Sasuke with a weathered gaze. You've learned much about your origins. You should be able to guess who I am, shouldn't you? Sasuke studied him for a long moment, then spoke his suspicion aloud. You're the Sage of Six Paths. The sage nodded. Correct. I am Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the one the world calls the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke frowned, deep in thought. I was gravely wounded by Indra, then manipulated by Black Zetsu into using Rinne rebirth. I should be dead. The sage replied, it was Uzumaki Naruto who saved you, using a different resurrection technique, at the cost of his own life force. Sasuke's eyes widened. What? Naruto? How is he? The sage smiled gently. He's still alive. Don't worry. A long breath escaped Sasuke's lips, relief flooding through him. The sage's gaze sharpened. You care deeply about Naruto, don't you? Sasuke clenched his fists. He's the only person I can truly call a friend. He's also the bond one once tried to sever. That's why I hate the idea of being saved by him. The sage nodded. You don't need to feel indebted. After all, Naruto also bears responsibility for your predicament. Sasuke looked puzzled. What do you mean? He allowed Indra to be revived by Black Zetsu. Naruto. Why would he do that? The sage's voice was heavy. Naruto is the reincarnation of Asura. His childhood was filled with hardship, but he never gave in to despair. He should have been like Asura, full of compassion, blessing the world. I had such high hopes for him. But the Naruto of today is no longer the Naruto you knew. No longer Naruto. He is Naruto who has returned from the future to the present. From the future? That's impossible. Do you have any proof? The sage shook his head. No proof, only the facts. It seems the shinobi world's future suffered a catastrophe, everyone perished except Naruto. Sasuke was left speechless, reeling from the revelation. Even as doubt gnawed at him, he pressed on. So why would Naruto revive Indra? He allowed Black Zetsu to revive Indra so that Indra could become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and then serve as a sacrifice to resurrect Kaguya. Sasuke's brow furrowed even deeper. Kaguya. Who is that? My mother. The origin of overwhelming chakra and absolute power, the first god of this world. No shinobi can compare. 1,000 years ago, my brother Hamura and I sealed her away at the cost of everything. But now, Naruto seeks to resurrect her. I can guess his motive, he wants to borrow her power to face some future threat. But that path is wrong from the very start. Naruto's way now is no different from my mother's. Her fate should be his warning, he's lost himself on the endless road of seeking power. That's why I've come to you, Sasuke. You are the only one Naruto would risk his life for. If anyone can bring him back, it's you. Sasuke asked quietly, what do you want me to do? I want you to persuade Naruto, stop him from reviving my mother. And if I can't? Then we have no choice but to seal Naruto, just as I once sealed my mother. Sasuke clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles whitened. The sage raised both hands. This power. I had intended to divide it equally between you and Naruto at the proper time. But with things as they are, I must entrust it all to you. Sasuke, this time, I leave everything in your hands. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 315, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 315, Different Paths, Same Destination. Sasuke awoke on his bed, the six-tomo Rinnegan in his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. In the centers of his palms, the marks of yin and yang were now etched, pulsing with new power. Sasuke, you're awake. You're finally awake, I was so worried about you. At his bedside, Karen's crimson eyes shimmered with tears as she clung tightly to his shoulder. But Sasuke gently pushed her away. Sasuke? Karen asked, confused. Where's Naruto? He said, his voice flat. As Sasuke stepped out into the corridor, he found Sakura leaning against the wall. When he passed her like a stranger, she spoke up, her face expressionless, you've let a lot of people down lately. Tap. Sasuke paused, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. What's that supposed to mean? When you attacked Konoha, you nearly killed Karen. She chased after you all the way to the hidden rain, even betraying her village's secrets to Kabuto, just to find you. When you got into trouble in the land of lightning, Naruto used Chiyo's forbidden technique to save your life, he lost 50 years of his own lifespan for you. And while you've been lying here, Itachi went to the land of lightning to clean up the mess you left behind. That whole country is in chaos because of you. Sasuke's voice was cold. And what's any of that got to do with you? It doesn't, Sakura answered, unflinching. But I'm a hidden rain ninja now, and since we once knew each other, I'll give you this, no matter what you've done, don't waste everyone's efforts. A faint, mocking smile tugged at Sasuke's lips. You're finally starting to act like a real ninja, Sakura. Still, you're as annoying as ever. Sizzle. Sasuke's Rinnegan locked with Sakura's gaze. Tsukuyomi. A cold iron hand pierced straight through Sakura's chest. Thud. She collapsed, heart pounding in shock. That's Tsukuyomi. And it even works on impure world reincarnation. Sasuke turned away, his voice icy as he walked off. Kairin's issues are her own obsession, they've got nothing to do with me. As for Naruto, if you don't know the truth, keep your mouth shut. I'm going to find him now. Deep beneath the hidden rain, before the demonic statue. Naruto recalled his past life's experience and, through his own insight, awakened the power of Yang. Then, by understanding the interplay of Yin and Yang, he unraveled the secrets of Yin as well. Opening his eyes, he looked down at his left palm, where a white sun symbolized Yang, and his right, where a black crescent moon symbolized Yin. A small, knowing smile played at his lips. Just as he'd always believed, Yin and Yang are, at their core, techniques. With the right elements and enough understanding, anyone with the talent can master them on their own. And when you master power yourself, it's yours forever, unlike a gift from someone else, which is always temporary. Naruto stood up. Now, before I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, I've gotten everything I possibly can. Poof. The demonic statue vanished in a cloud of white smoke. To be able to ignore the Crimson Yang formation and the Kamui space-time barrier, and summon away the demonic statue, there was no one else in the current shinobi world who could pull that off. Indra must already be making his move. It's time for us to set our plans in motion, too. Back on the surface, Naruto immediately summoned the fourth Hokage and Konan. The demonic statue has fallen into Indra's hands. His next step will be to revive the Ten-Tails, but he's still missing the most crucial piece, Kurama's chakra. That means Indra will definitely come for us. Personally, I don't want the hidden rain to become the battlefield, so. Naruto's gaze shifted to Minato, who still held the Yin half of Kurama sealed within him. A single look between father and son was all it took, they both knew what the other was thinking. Minato, you want me to hand myself over? Naruto, that's right. But we can't just hand over Kurama outright, that'd make them suspicious of our motives. Minato grinned slyly. Then how about this, I surrender and pledge my loyalty, offering up my half of Kurama as proof. What do you think? Naruto hesitated. But we're father and son, without a good reason, it won't be convincing. Minato continued smoothly, just say that what you're doing now goes against my beliefs as Hokage, so we become enemies. Naruto replied, but would betraying Konoha and siding with Indra really fit the Hokage's ideals? Minato waved a hand. What matters is that Indra believes it. Think about it, didn't he rebel against his own father? He might even empathize with me. Naruto shot back, if anything, he'd empathize with me, the son, not you, the dad. But whatever, let's give it a shot. Who turns down free ramen, right? But if we're going to put on a show, let's make it convincing. He stepped forward, whoosh, and a truth-seeking orb morphed into a black rod in his hand. With a swift, clean strike, he shattered Minato's arm. Oh. Hashirama watched Naruto's new form with curiosity. So this is the new mode born from fusing all the tailed beast's chakra with my sage techniques, six-path sage mode, huh? That power is something else. Hiruzen was awestruck. Those black spheres can change shape at will and erase anything they touch. That's beyond even Inoki's dust release, which fuses 3 chakra natures. This must be a fusion of at least 4. Tobirama's gaze was sharp. The fourth's destroyed arm isn't regenerating. That means even the effects of impure world reincarnation have been negated. This kind of technique goes far beyond ordinary jutsu, it's the source of all ninjutsu, yin-yang release. As the 3 Hokage debated, Minato looked pitiful. Naruto, you really don't hold back, do you? Naruto grinned. That's what father-son conflict is supposed to look like. Don't worry, I'll fix you up later. Sigh. Minato groaned, face full of woe. Tobirama teased, fourth, you're not really going to defect, are you? I won't let you off if you do. Minato replied righteously, what kind of man do you take me for? I've put up with all kinds of crap since I was a kid, my resilience is way above Hokage level. Tobirama muttered, even if you brag about it, all I can do is sympathize. And with that, Minato went off to defect. Naruto continued to analyze the situation. Once Indra becomes the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his next move will be to launch the infinite Tsukuyomi, the ultimate genjutsu, cast on all humanity through the moon. Sure, the infinite Tsukuyomi can be broken, but the coming battle with Indra will be historic. It's the perfect time to reveal the truth about the Otsutsuki to all the world's shinobi. That's why we can't let the ninja fall under its spell. He turned to Conan, who stood ready at his side. Conan, send word to the 5 great ninja villages and every smaller village, tell them everything. If they don't want to fall under the infinite Tsukuyomi, they need to gather in a megakure as soon as possible. Conan nodded. Understood. She felt a deep sense of relief. Was the truth about Naruto finally about to be revealed to the world? Naruto. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Everyone turned toward the sound. Naruto's face lit up. Sasuke, you're awake. Uchiha Sasuke strode forward, ignoring the Hokage and fixing his gaze on Naruto. I won't let you resurrect Kaguya. Naruto turned to face him, his eyes deep and unreadable. So you know. That means you've met the Sage of 6 Paths, haven't you? Sasuke replied, I know what you're planning, and I know what you've done. Stop this, now. Naruto took a long breath, then met Sasuke's gaze head-on. Then let's settle this at our old place, Sasuke. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 316, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 316, Unplanned Accord. The wilds of the land of lightning. The demonic statue materialized before Indra with a thunderous crash. Black Zetsu cackled in delight. Ha ha ha, as expected of you. You actually snatched the statue that Naruto went through all that trouble to obtain. Indra rose to his feet, the 6-tomo Rinnegan in his eyes swirling with an unreadable depth. I'm simply reclaiming what was mine to begin with. Nothing to make a fuss about. But Black Zetsu thought to itself, humph, Indra, that statue isn't yours. Still, I'll let you borrow it for now. Of course, none of this showed on its face as it continued to play the loyal attendant. The one who controls the demonic statue also commands its spawn, the White Zetsu. That's a force you can't ignore. Let's gather them. True. Better to have them than leave them in enemy hands, Indra agreed, weaving hand seals. Outer path, statue summoning. Thousands of miles away in a megakure, every single White Zetsu froze in place. The master of the statue, Lord Indra's will, is calling us. To our master's side. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The White Zetsu army betrayed their current masters, burrowing into the earth and racing toward Indra. 100 miles from Indra's location. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Toby began to peel away from Obito's body, fighting against the summoner's will. Obito, stop me. I can't control myself. Obito grabbed the end of Toby's vine-like body, his right eye narrowing with focus. Kamui. Whoosh. Toby vanished into the time-space dimension. Hang in there, Toby, Obito thought grimly. Traveling beside him, Azura asked, what was that just now? Obito replied, Toby is one of the White Zetsu created by Kaguya during the original infinite Tsukuyomi. All White Zetsu must obey the summoner of the demonic statue, no matter what. That explained why, in his previous life, Toby had followed Madara's orders after his revival, even watching helplessly as Obito was betrayed. Azura grew agitated. What is my brother planning? Obito, take me to Megakure. I need to strategize with the reincarnate about stopping him. But Obito was resolute. My mission is to keep close watch on Indra's movements. Saving you was just a bonus. Mission comes first. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The White Zetsu emerged one after another from the earth before Indra, bowing low. Lord Indra, we have come at your call. Indra surveyed them coolly. Weren't there supposed to be 100,000? Why does the count seem off? Before him stood roughly 90,000 White Zetsu, 10,000 missing. Black Zetsu answered, some were lost in previous battles, and it looks like a portion were brainwashed by Uzumaki Naruto using Koto Amatsukami. Those under the Genjutsu seem to have broken free from the statue's command. Indra's gaze sharpened. Oh. Koto Amatsukami can sever the link between the products of infinite Tsukuyomi and the statue itself. Impressive. Black Zetsu fumed inwardly, damn it. Toby and that bastard, Awan, didn't show up. I wanted to use this as payback for that humiliation in Konoha. Watching the White Zetsu army, Black Zetsu had an idea. Indra, you haven't shown off the dojutsu your Rinnegan awakened, have you? Why not give these guys a test run? Indra glanced sidelong at Black Zetsu. You seem awfully interested in my abilities. Black Zetsu grinned. Of course I am. You're the prodigy I've waited for since 1,000 years ago. Azura, Hagoromo, they're nothing compared to you. Who wouldn't want to witness the power your eyes have birthed? Fine. I'll indulge you. Indra turned away and strode forward. As he walked, his left eye locked onto a White Zetsu. Sizzle. Gah. The White Zetsu shrieked as its body shriveled into a withered husk. Black Zetsu gasped. What is that? Indra said calmly, that was my left eye. Now, the right. Sizzle. His right eye focused on another white Zetsu. Crack. AF. The white Zetsu's body convulsed, then twisted grotesquely as thick tree branches burst out from within, tearing it apart. Splatter. White sap sprayed everywhere, but the remaining white Zetsu didn't even flinch. Indra turned to Black Zetsu. Do you understand now? Black Zetsu analyzed, the left eye absorbs life force remotely, and the right eye releases would release through your gaze. Indra smirked. Not bad. I'll tell you, the dojutsu born from these eyes is called Konoha Ryu. The left eye directly siphons life force from the target, turning it into my own vitality. The right eye is a bit more complicated. It plants undetectable wooden flower seeds in the target, which absorb chakra and rapidly sprout. Used on living beings, as you saw, the growing wood tears them apart from the inside. Black Zetsu was stunned. What a terrifying dojutsu. If Konoha Ryu is used with both eyes together, the results must be unimaginable. Indra's gaze grew enigmatic. That, I'm afraid, is classified. But Black Zetsu was already scheming, I know, Indra. If you use both eyes at once, Konoha Ryu can draw limitless life force directly from the earth itself, converting it into your own chakra. Unlimited, so much so that the chakra absorbed exceeds your body's ability to contain it. At that point, the user transforms into the Tentails, into the divine tree. And how do I know? Konoha Ryu is an ancient power, firstborn within the divine tree. Among Mother's clan, only a rare few could wield it. When Konoha Ryu is combined with wood release, it's truly the stuff of legends. Now that Indra has awakened this dojutsu, I'd better keep my distance and watch for now. Black Zetsu changed the subject, probing, the demonic statue is still missing the power of the Nine Tails, which is with Uzumaki Naruto and his father. Indra, shouldn't our next stop be a Megakure? Indra nodded. Yes, it's time. Let's move out. Just then, one of the white Zetsu spoke up. Lord Indra, there's no need to go, Minato Namikaze is already on his way here with the Nine Tails. Black Zetsu blinked. Wait, Minato Namikaze. Isn't that Naruto's father? Why would he bring the Nine Tails here? The white Zetsu replied stiffly, I only answer to Lord Indra. Black Zetsu scowled. TCH. Indra commanded, answer his question. The white Zetsu responded, because Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Naruto have had a falling out over ideals. They've severed their father-son bond, and he's coming to pledge allegiance to you, great Lord Indra. This white Zetsu looked calm on the outside, but inside it was panicking. Damn it, I was just curious and tagged along, and now I've stumbled into a huge scene. I can only hope to keep in mental contact with the other Koto Amitsukami blessed comrades and pray the others don't catch on too soon. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 317, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 317, Storm Sonata. Half an hour later, Minato Namikaze arrived before Indra, weary from travel yet standing tall. He bowed respectfully. Lord Indra, I've come to offer you half of the Nine Tails. I hope you will accept it. Indra eyed Minato's missing arm. What happened to your arm? Minato's face was icy cold. My unfilial son broke it. Indra raised an eyebrow. Oh. Tell me more. Minato replied, full of righteous indignation, I believe in the will of fire, striving for peace. But my unfilial son actually wants to rule the shinobi world with force. I pleaded with him to change his ways, but he attacked me without a word. If I hadn't been quick, I might have lost more than just an arm. Black Zetsu mused silently, to damage an impure world reincarnation body. That means Naruto's already mastered 6 paths level Yin-Yang release. Did he meet Hagoromo? Black Zetsu pressed sharply, Minato, if you long for peace, why would you join us? Minato answered, you're reviving the Ten Tails to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi, right? At this point, Infinite Tsukuyomi was no secret, so Black Zetsu wasn't surprised Minato knew. Black Zetsu admitted openly, that's right. Minato raised his palm solemnly. I now truly believe that Infinite Tsukuyomi is the path to peace. In a world of sweet dreams, there will be no more strife, an ideal paradise. Sabarashi, how wonderful. Lowering his hand, Minato earnestly continued, Lord Indra, I hope you'll use Infinite Tsukuyomi to create a world where fathers and sons are harmonious, brothers are friendly, and... Black Zetsu interjected, and what? Minato scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Marital equality, no, actually, a world where husbands have higher status than wives. Black Zetsu burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Indra, what do you make of that? Harmony between fathers and sons, brotherly love. Indra's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then his voice turned cold. Release your 9 tails. Minato did as he was told. Kurama's chakra burst forth, forming a golden cloak, and then Kurama's golden body materialized outside him. Because this was the een half of Kurama, the gold shimmered with a layer of black mist, the whole form tinged darker than usual. Half the 9 tails. That's all there is to it. Indra murmured indifferently, forming a 2-finger seal. Outer path, statue chains. Clank. The demonic statue behind him opened its jaws wide. Pale purple chains shot out, wrapping around Kurama's neck. Ugh. An irresistible force yanked Kurama forward. Separated from Minato's body, the beast was dragged by the chains and pulled into the statue. Clank. The statue's mouth snapped shut. The 9 eyes on its head grew bloodshot, blood pouring out in streams. A blood-red moon hung high, the earth trembled. Ruruar. The statue clutched its head with both hands, howling in agony. Countless stones floated up, suspended in midair. Black Zetsu cackled wildly. Ha 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 ha. At last. The 10 tails is finally about to be reborn. But at that very moment, Indra strode forward, cold as ice. Black Zetsu called out, Indra, you. Indra fixed Minato with a chilling glare. Minato Namikaze, answer me, why would you turn against your own child for the sake of some empty ideal of peace? This. For a moment, Minato was at a loss for words. Indra's stride was unwavering, his words ringing out like thunder. Ruling the weak by force is the duty of the strong. What's wrong with that? Those without power, unable to accomplish anything on their own, are forced to rely on others. The strong can achieve anything alone, why bother with the false prosperity of unity? But those who stand on the moral high ground, monopolizing the right to speak, refuse to face the root of the problem. Instead, they deny the independence of the strong and glorify the pitiful huddling of the weak. In the end, the weak are always right, the strong always guilty. And is it all for so-called love? No. That's just dogma disguised as love. Whether it's the Sage of Six Paths or Azura, their childish ideals have stripped the world of its resilience. Because no one truly grows, shinobi strength only declines. Flowers raised in a greenhouse will wither at the first sign of wind and rain. Azura's ninshu is nothing but a gentle trap, a complete lie. Indra's gaze sharpened to a blade. Minato Namikaze, whether you're truly surrendering or plotting something else, you will die here today. With those words, he swept his sleeve, and the truth-seeking orbs behind him shot toward Minato. Minato retreated at top speed. The orbs stopped just ahead of him. 70 meters. So that's the limit of the truth-seeking orbs. Oh. Indra's eyes glinted. So your speed isn't just for show. Minato thought to himself, I never imagined my carefully rehearsed surrender would hit Indra's sore spot. Should I use Flying Thunder God to escape? No. I need to understand Indra's motives completely. He called out, Indra, I can see you're a man of conviction. I have a question, will you answer it? Indra's voice was cold. What is it? Minato, if you believe the world should be ruled by strength, why use infinite Tsukuyomi, such a roundabout method? Indra, the culture of weakness has already taken root in people's hearts. Chronic illness calls for drastic medicine. So, I'm not weaving a dream, I'm using infinite Tsukuyomi to instill the culture of strength into everyone. When that culture takes hold, I'll release infinite Tsukuyomi. That's right, infinite Tsukuyomi isn't escape, it's correction. I'll personally fix the 1,000-year mistake my stubborn father and mediocre brother made. Now that I've answered, you can die. Indra's eyes narrowed. Crack. Lightning exploded around Minato. Ugh. Summoning lightning, he has the same ability as Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo. And the lightning comes from beneath, there's no way to dodge. Paralyzed by the lightning, Minato couldn't use Flying Thunder God at all. Black Zetsu called out, destroy his impure world reincarnation body, then use the Rinnegan's human and hell paths to take his soul. That'll stop him from ever being revived. As if I need you to tell me. Whoosh. Indra charged in like a raging storm. Despair filled Minato's heart. Damn. Am I really going to die here? Whoosh. But at the last possible second, a swirling vortex appeared in front of Minato. Fire release, storm wild dance. Chaotic flames spun outward, carried by the whirling vortex. Staring at the back of the men who'd saved him, Minato's expression was complicated. Obito, you. Obito turned, a sly smile on his lips. Sensei, I never show up late when it matters most. Indra halted, casually dispersing the flames with a wave, his gaze deep and unreadable. So, the rat lurking in the shadows finally shows itself. Whoosh. From the closing vortex, Azura appeared beside Obito. Brother, I won't let you run wild any longer. Indra's tone was icy. Oh. So you escaped from the sage's tomb as well. Roar. The demonic statue's roar shook the heavens. A cocky grin curled at Indra's lips. Well, the Ten-Tails revival still needs a bit more time. This should make for some interesting entertainment. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 318, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 318, The Tides of the World. As Indra indulged in his prelude to the Ten-Tails revival, urgent messages from Omegakure had already reached all 5 great shinobi villages. In Konohagakure, the newly appointed 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, sat at his desk, brows furrowed in deep concern. Naruto, oh, Naruto. You really know how to throw me into the fire. He had no doubt about the letter's contents. What troubled him was how to act on them. Leaving aside whether the village's ninja will believe what's written here. Even if we take the cautious approach, a large-scale ninja mobilization requires the daimyo's approval. Otherwise, it's tantamount to treason. And even if we navigate that, what about the civilians? Do we just leave them behind to fall into infinite Tsukuyomi? Morally, that's just not right. Civilians can't keep up with ninja on the road. If we try to evacuate everyone, our pace will crawl. We might not even make it to Omegakure before disaster strikes. Shikaku Nara spoke up. Kakashi, now isn't the time to dwell on these details. Hesitating over these obstacles will only cost us the initiative. Kakashi asked, so you're suggesting I use Hokage authority to force everyone's hand? Click. Shikaku lit a cigarette, gazing at the shifting clouds outside the window, his eyes sharp as ever. Maybe things aren't as complicated as they seem. Sometimes, if you don't treat a problem as a problem, it stops being one. We keep the letter under wraps. Mobilize the ninja under the guise of a large-scale training exercise. Kakashi pressed, but our destination is Omegakure. Everyone knows that's Naruto's stronghold now. How do we explain that? Shikaku smiled. Omegakure borders the lands of fire, earth, and lightning. We'll say it's a joint drill with Kimogakure and Iwagakure. If we need to pass through Omegakure to reach them, it's only natural, right? Once we're there, the rest will be easier to handle. Realization dawned on Kakashi. I see. Shikaku took a long drag. But don't move in one big group. Break into squads, move in waves, covertly. That way, we avoid alerting the daimyo, and we don't leave the village defenseless for bandits to exploit. Kakashi hesitated. So in the end, we're still keeping the truth from the villagers. Shikaku replied, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If this war engulfs the entire shinobi world, protecting just one village's people won't be enough. We have to think bigger, Kakashi. Kakashi sighed. If we mismanage this, it could tear Konoha apart. Shikaku exhaled a thin stream of smoke. But if we do it right, we might dissolve a lot of hidden friction, make things smoother for both us and Naruto down the line. After some thought, Kakashi made up his mind. Alright, we'll do it your way. And, Shikaku, should I have ANBU quietly escort your family out? Shikaku smiled and shook his head, snuffing out his cigarette in his portable ashtray. I'm already asking so much of everyone. If I start playing favorites, I wouldn't even be able to respect myself. In Kimogakure, the Raikage had suffered grave injuries at the hands of Sasuke's heavenly hand power while defending the daimyo's residence. By all rights, he should have died. But thanks to the sheer bulk of his transformed body, the dramatic wound missed his heart. He survived, barely, and was rescued by Kimogakure reinforcements. Afterward, the land of lightning's daimyo residence fell, the daimyo and his entire court perishing in the chaos. Civil war erupted. Nobles vied for the empty throne, each trying to win Kimogakure's favor. During the Raikage's recovery, Dodai served as acting leader, watching the power struggle unfold, not out of interest in the nobles, but in the true instigators, Sasuke, and Naruto of Omegakure. From every subtle sign, Dodai sensed a storm was brewing, a storm that would sweep not just the land of lightning, but the entire shinobi world. He could smell war on the wind. It was, without a doubt, the prelude to the Fourth Great Ninja War. And sure enough, the letter from Omegakure arrived. Ten-Tails. Indra. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Each word sent chills down Dodai's spine. He wasted no time and reported to the Raikage. Get out. You actually believe Uzumaki Naruto's nonsense. As expected, the Raikage exploded, throwing Dodai and the other ninja out. But once alone, lying flat on his back, the Raikage's fury faded. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto has beaten me more than once. I might not like the guy, but I respect his strength. There's no way he'd sully himself with some low-level bluff. The letter must be true. But I can't just answer his call like a lapdog. Where's my pride? Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto, why do you always have to make things so hard for me? I need an excuse. A way out. Dodai, you're clever, don't let me down this time. Creak. Soon enough, the door swung open. Dodai entered with a squad of burly ninja. Why didn't you knock? Get out. Boss, forgive us for this. The ninja rushed forward, binding the Raikage in iron chains and hauling him out to a waiting cart. The Raikage struggled, half-heartedly. You little punks, trying to rebel. Let me go. Dodai announced, all ninja, attention. We've received intel that Iwagakure is preparing to invade our village. They're experts in earth release and terrain warfare, so staying put is a disadvantage. We'll take the initiative, everyone will mobilize, pass through the land of rain, and strike at Iwagakure. Kumogakure's shinobi erupted in excitement. Damn Iwagakure, I've had enough of them. Let's go, show them the will of lightning. On the cart, the Raikage froze, then fumed. What? That old fossil Inoki is taking advantage of the chaos at a time like this. Konoha and Kumogakure, two villages with deep-seated internal tensions, had each found their own way to redirect those conflicts, and both began to move toward Omegakure. Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure each settled their internal disputes and began mass mobilizations of their own. Suddenly, the entire shinobi world was gripped by a tense, electric atmosphere, every shadow a threat, every whisper a warning. Meanwhile, at the Valley of the End, Naruto and Sasuke, two souls bound by fate, stood once more on opposite sides of the battlefield. The story isn't over. Thinking Face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing Face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing Hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 319, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 319, as if a lifetime had passed. A blood-red moon loomed high above the Valley of the End, where Naruto and Sasuke stood atop the statues of their legendary predecessors, locked in a silent, unblinking stare. Wind swept across Sasuke's brow, his pale face flickering in and out of shadow as he met Naruto's gaze without so much as a blink. The Mangekyo Sharingan of old, honed through the crucible of time, had reached its pinnacle, now the ultimate Rinnegan. But Naruto possessed the very same eyes. Sasuke knew all too well what that meant. His fists clenched, voice edged with a strange irritation. Naruto, you must have gone through hell to get those eyes, huh? Naruto answered with a calm, gracious smile. It wasn't easy to do it without hurting anyone. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, searching. Did you come back from the future? Naruto's reply was almost breezy. That's right. In that future, everyone, including you, died. The enemy was an extraterrestrial clan called the Otsutsuki, their power beyond imagination. So, I vowed to become strong enough to keep that tragedy from ever happening again, no matter the cost. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Otsutsuki. You mean the clan of the Sage of Six Paths' mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki? Naruto nodded. Exactly. Sasuke frowned, confused. Then I don't get it. Kaguya herself was one of them, a threat to all humanity. Why would you go to such lengths to revive someone like that? Naruto adjusted his collar, his tone steady. There are things you don't know. Kaguya isn't like the others. I've seen it with my own eyes, she's a potential ally we can win over. Sasuke's brow furrowed. She nearly destroyed the world. Even the Sage of Six Paths could only seal her away. What makes you so sure you can reach her? Your own eyes can outjudge a millennium of the sage's wisdom. Naruto's answer was unwavering. Yes. They can. Sasuke reeled, then snapped, you're full of yourself. On what grounds? Naruto's voice dropped, low and certain. A long life doesn't mean true understanding. Sasuke shot back, so you think you've got it all figured out? Naruto met his challenge. At least I know exactly what I'm doing. And I can bear the consequences. Sasuke lowered his head, face swallowed by shadow. Then there's nothing left to say. If you insist on going down this path, I'll be the one to stop you, no matter what. A soft laugh escaped Naruto's lips. Sasuke bristled. What's so funny? Naruto grinned, genuine. Sorry, it just feels so new. This time, you're the one trying to stop me. Makes me feel like my life's been worth it. Sasuke trembled with cold fury. That condescending attitude again, like I'm some clueless kid. You're infuriating. Naruto's voice was gentle. No, really, I'm happy, Sasuke. This time, you're not driven by hate, but by your concern for the shinobi world. That's why you're standing against me. Sasuke cut him off sharply. Enough. I'm done arguing with you. Naruto, you have two choices, either stop this madness and join me to defeat Indra, seal the Ten-Tails, and end any chance of Kagaya's return, or... His eyes turned steely. Or you'll end up sealed away, just like Kagaya. Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief. You sound pretty confident, Sasuke. Looks like the Sage of Six Paths gave you quite the power up this time. Sasuke's lips curled into a proud smirk. Yeah. More power than I ever imagined. Is it this? Naruto raised both hands, revealing the yin-yang seals. Sasuke's face went ashen. How do you have both those seals? Naruto lowered his hands, serene. Relax, Sasuke. This power's for Indra. I don't plan on using it against you. A storm of shock, anger, and humiliation twisted inside Sasuke. So what, I'm not even worth your full strength. Naruto's gaze was deep and calm. That's not it. I just don't see you as my enemy, not before, not now, not ever. Sasuke's eyes turned glacial. Enough. I always planned to put you beneath my feet. Truth be told, protecting the shinobi world was only half the story. What truly drove Sasuke was the unyielding rivalry that had burned since Team 7. Even without the sage's gift, he would have fought Naruto, for his own sake. Sasuke's left eye flashed. Magrabetsu Ray. Boom. A pillar of indigo lightning crashed down from the sky, obliterating Hashirama's statue in an instant. But Naruto, sensing the surge of chakra in Sasuke's eye, had already anticipated the attack and leapt from the monument. As he fell, the golden cloak of Six Paths Sage mode flared to life, suspending him midair. Sasuke stared. So that's the Six Paths Sage mode you achieved after uniting all the tailed beast's chakra and mastering sage arts. But I have Six Paths power too. Sasuke extended his left hand, the mark of Yin blazing, and unleashed a burst of black lightning release. His right eye narrowed in focus. Takamikazuchi. Crack. A spear of black lightning shot forward, guided by Takamikazuchi's power. With a thought, Naruto morphed a truth-seeking orb into a spinning black rod, intercepting the bolt. Sasuke observed, those black spheres behind Naruto, just like the sage's, truth-seeking orbs, huh? Let's see how you handle this. He gathered the lightning in his left hand, then vaulted from the statue, his left eye locking onto the transformed black rod. Amenota Chikara. Whoosh. In an instant, Sasuke swapped places with the black rod, his left hand wreathed in black Chidori, thrusting straight for Naruto. But Naruto twisted away with uncanny timing. Slash. The Chidori missed. Sasuke's eyes widened. What? He dodged my Six Paths Chidori with Amenota Chikara. Sasuke, you think I haven't seen Amenota Chikara enough times already? Slash. Lightning crackled around Naruto's right hand as he struck, a brutal Liger bomb, severing Sasuke's left arm. Ugh. But as they passed, Sasuke's right eye flared. Amenosuka Crack. Naruto's left arm snapped apart. Blood splattered onto the water below. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, and scathed, standing atop the cliff. Thoughts whirled, when his right eye's chakra focused, my injury transferred to me. This is a power he never had before, exchanging wounds. So this is the right eye's new dojutsu. He analyzed further, the best use would be to injure himself, then transfer the damage to the enemy. But Sasuke didn't do that, so there must be a limitation, maybe he can't self-inflict. Sasuke declared coldly, Naruto, against Amenosuka, you don't stand a chance. Naruto extended his right hand, using universal pull to retrieve his severed arm and reattach it. His gaze darkened. No, Sasuke, that's not how it works. To use that dojutsu, you have to survive long enough to cast it. If your enemy can kill you before you act, trading wounds is meaningless. But I'd never do that. Not to you. If I can't kill Sasuke, how do I beat him? The only answer, knock him out. A flying thunder god kunai landed in his reattached left hand. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, the sage already told me about Naruto's Rinnegan powers. He even showed me his fight with Madara. Is he going to use Omonanushi? Whoosh. A copied flying thunder god kunai appeared above Sasuke. Naruto flashed in and chopped toward Sasuke's neck. Humph, just as I thought. Sasuke anticipated the move, whipped out his Uchiha fan, and blocked upward. Clang. Naruto's hand struck the fan. A smirk tugged at Sasuke's lips. Uchiha reflection. Bang. A dull thud, and Naruto was sent flying. Regaining his balance in midair, he and Sasuke faced off across the valley. Looks like this isn't going to be easy. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 320, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 320, the heat intensifies. As Naruto racked his brain for a way to defeat Sasuke without truly hurting him, Sasuke was plotting how to utterly overwhelm Naruto. Naruto possessed regeneration that defied logic, even a severed arm would heal in an instant. He had the Flying Thunder God technique, exceptional sensory skills, and the Rinnegan's piercing insight. Getting close was nearly impossible. No, it would be smarter to reshape the battlefield itself. Time to use that move. Sizzle. A dark purple shadow bloomed around Sasuke's eyes, the mark of Ryuchi Cave Sage mode. But this time, there were no horns as before. Feeling the surging power within, Sasuke grinned to himself. With the Six Paths power, my Sage mode no longer changes my appearance so obviously, but the strength of my Senjutsu has soared. Perfect. This technique should be more potent than ever. He swiftly formed hand seals. Six Paths, inorganic reincarnation. Crack. 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 Jagged spikes erupted from the valley walls, stretching and retracting in waves as they stabbed toward Naruto. Naruto darted and weaved, trying to climb higher into the sky to escape the onslaught. But the spikes extended with wild abandon, shooting even higher than Naruto in the blink of an eye, then bending to blot out the sky above him. Left with no choice, Naruto dove toward the water's surface, only for the riverbed itself to erupt with more spikes from below. A full-spectrum lockdown. It was as if the Valley of the End itself had turned against him. No way around it. Naruto launched from the water, halting midair as a truth-seeking orb instantly shifted into a spherical barrier, shielding him within. Slash, 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 spikes from every direction hammered the orb, but none could pierce its defense. Sasuke frowned. That black orb's defense is ridiculous. I can't see through it, and there's no way to pull Naruto straight out. But his hands flashed through new seals. Sage chakra surged from his body, coiling into 18 silver serpents that twisted together, forming a massive white dragon. The spikes of inorganic reincarnation parted, opening a path. The white dragon, clutching a dark red sphere in its claws, roared down the corridor. As it neared the truth-seeking orb barrier, its body coiled tightly around the orb. To avoid getting caught in his own blast, Sasuke summoned his Susanoo, loosed an arrow high into the sky, and swapped places with it using a Menotejikura, bringing his Susanoo along. This one's gonna hurt. He pressed his fingers together in a vicious sign. Six Paths, White Shock. Boom. A blinding eruption of sound and light swallowed the entire Valley of the End in a searing white haze. Madara's statue, and the cliff it leaned against, crumbled in the shockwave. High above, out of reach of the blast, Sasuke's Susanoo drew the divine bow of heaven. A black flame arrow, forged by Kagutsuchi, knocked and ready, aimed at the white wasteland below. Sasuke's gaze was hard. Once you're caught in the white shock, it feels like your bones are being scraped raw. You can't even maintain your chakra, let alone keep that black orb's shape. The instant that shield drops, I'll fire this arrow. This technique lasts a long time. While your vision and movement are still scrambled, there's no way you'll dodge it. Whoosh. Sure enough, within the blinding white, the truth-seeking orb shield opened. Now. Sasuke's eyes sharpened as the Kagutsuchi arrow streaked downward. Boom. But as the white faded, a golden arm, Kurama's, snatched the pitch-black arrow from the air. Sasuke stared in disbelief. What? He shouldn't be able to control his chakra precisely. Naruto's body still trembled, the aftershocks of the white shock rippling through him. He looked to the sky, calm. I trained in Hell Valley, my body's been forged in fire. The white shock hurts, but it's not enough to stop me from using chakra. But that was close. If that had been Indra's arrow instead of Kagutsuchi, I might really be in trouble. Inside, Kurama barked, "Hey, enough monologuing. This arrow's burning hot, do something." Naruto grinned. Alright, Sasuke, time for some payback. Kurama's massive hand gripped the Kagutsuchi arrow, treating it as a sample. Naruto's left eye narrowed. Omaninashi. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Kagutsuchi arrows multiplied, filling the sky. Whoosh. The arrow in Kurama's hand flickered out, chakra spent. Naruto's gaze grew dark and thoughtful. After fighting Madara, my control over Omaninashi is even sharper. The projection range for copied objects is still 300 meters, but now I can designate a beacon with my dojutsu, drawing all the copies to a single target. Sasuke, I bet that wasn't in the Six Paths intel, was it? Swoosh. Naruto leapt high, his left eye locking onto Sasuke's Susanoo in the distance. Omaninashi, beacon. The copied Kagutsuchi arrows trembled, shifted, and all at once, homed in on the beacon, raining down on Sasuke's Susanoo. Boom. 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 In the aftermath of the deafening barrage, Sasuke Susanoo was engulfed in black flames, crashing into the ruined valley below, a wave of heat billowing out. At the center of the scorched earth, Sasuke shielded his right eye, the six tomo spinning, glinting with ominous light. Attacking me with Amaterasu's flames. Naruto, they say you're a veteran fighter, but I'm not impressed. Kagutsuchi. Whoosh. The black flame swirling around him spun under Kagutsuchi's control, transforming into a monstrous black inferno tornado. Crackle, crackle. Sasuke spread his left hand, black six paths lightning bursting from the Ine seal in his palm. Under Takamikazuchi's control, the lightning merged seamlessly into the black flame tornado. Ha 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 ha. Naruto, your only answers to Amaterasu are stripping it away or absorbing it. But now that I've fused it with six paths lightning release, you're out of options. Six paths, flame thunder god black rope grand tornado. Cloaked in Susanoo, Sasuke advanced, the black rope tornado roaring at his heels. His mind raced, once I get within dojutsu range, I'll use a Menodojikura to swap Naruto straight into the heart of the tornado. Looks like Sasuke's finally going all out. Heat waves washed over him, and for the first time, a spark of excitement flickered in Naruto's calm expression. Well. Whatever happens, at least I can enjoy the fight. Remembering how the white shock nearly forced his truth-seeking orb out of shape, Naruto had an idea. Whoosh. A truth-seeking orb floated before his eyes as he focused his gaze. Time to learn how to protect your master, little orb. Futsunamatama. The story isn't over. Thinking face want to know what happens next to the characters. Shushing face eager to explore the untold secrets of this world. Writing hand ready to read more of my wildest stories. Chapter 321, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 321, Unbreakable. Futsunamatama. Whoosh. The truth-seeking orb shimmered, and suddenly, human-like features, eyes, a nose, a mouth, appeared on its inky black surface. Everything was pitch black, even the eyes, so it wasn't exactly easy to tell them apart. But one thing was clear, this truth-seeking orb had a will of its own. It blinked its shadowy eyes and spoke, "Father, please give your child a name." Naruto had granted nearly 100 souls before, but this was the first time one had ever asked for a name. His curiosity was piqued. He asked, "Why do you want a name?" The orb answered solemnly, "A name is proof that I existed. Even if I can no longer serve you one day, my memory will remain in your heart, father." Naruto nodded. "That's a good reason. Then your name will be Kuretaro Uzumaki." "Hee, I'm Kuretaro." Kuretaro spun joyfully around Naruto. From afar, Sasuke scoffed at the scene. What a load of nonsense. This is just ridiculous. Naruto watched as Sasuke, cloaked in Susanoo and trailing the flame thunder god black rope grand tornado, closed in. He thought, Sasuke's probably planning something with that tornado. Is he trying to use a Menodojikura to swap me into the heart of it? While Naruto was predicting Sasuke, Sasuke was analyzing Naruto just as intently. That black orb behind him is a real pain. I need to find a way to separate him from those orbs. Sasuke's gaze flicked to the ruins, where a lone truth-seeking orb lay in a distant corner. It was the one he'd used as a transfer point at the start of the fight. Now, too far from Naruto, it was out of his control. So, Naruto's effective range for manipulating those black spheres doesn't go beyond this. After a quick estimation, Sasuke smirked. That makes things simple. Whoosh. A purple arrow formed in Susanoo's hand, knocked and aimed straight at Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes. A normal Susanoo arrow. He's not trying to attack, he's setting up a transfer point for a Menodojikura. Thwip. The arrow shot forward. Sasuke's left eye flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared where the arrow landed. Naruto thought, just as I expected. But Sasuke's rushing in too fast, he can't swap me into that tornado from this distance. Another arrow flew off to the side. The positions I can swap aren't limited to myself. I can swap any 2 points in space. Sasuke's left eye locked onto Naruto, then flicked to the tail of the second arrow. A Menodojikura. Whoosh. Suddenly, Naruto was swapped to the arrow's location, but the truth-seeking orbs stayed behind. As the distance from their wielder grew, they dropped to the ground one after another with a soft thud. To finish the job, Sasuke's left eye focused on the scattered orbs. Magarabetsu Ray. Boom. A pillar of lightning crashed down, smashing the earth. The orbs were driven deep underground. Susanoo swung its great sword, sending rocks tumbling and burying the orbs completely. Crack. Crack. With a satisfied shake of his head and a wild grin, Sasuke declared, "Now you can't use those black spheres to protect yourself." Whoosh. Sasuke charged, sage chakra swirling into a white serpent that morphed into the dragon of the white shock technique. The Flame Thunder God Black Rope Grand Tornado closed in, opening a gap to envelop Sasuke. The instant before it sealed shut, Sasuke's left eye locked onto Naruto. Ameno to Jikara. Whoosh. Naruto and Sasuke swapped places, the tornado's gap snapped shut. Sasuke formed a two-finger seal. 6 paths, white shock technique. Boom. The white dragon inside the tornado exploded in a blinding flash, trapping Naruto inside and blocking any escape, even with the Flying Thunder God. Sizzle. At the same time, Sasuke's right eye gleamed as Kagutsuchi and Takamikazuchi activated together. Burn to ashes. The Flame Thunder God Black Rope Grand Tornado raged, dojutsu power stirring it into a blazing thunderstorm that swept the sky. Sasuke's eyes were cold. With the 6-path Sage Cloak, this won't kill you, Naruto, but the sustained damage will leave you crippled. After that, I'll break your limbs and seal your power. Just accept your fate. Crack. Crack. Suddenly, from the buried earth, a tiny black sphere burst free. It was Kuretaro, charging headlong into the heart of the thunderous black flames. Kuretaro will protect father. Sasuke was stunned. That thing's soul lets it ignore the manipulation range. Of course, there was still a range limit. But now, Kuretaro could move on its own. Kuretaro transformed into a sharp cone, pierced through the blazing thunderstorm, and reached the core. Instantly, it expanded into a full protective barrier, shielding Naruto inside. Wrapping around Naruto, Kuretaro shot out of the black flames, then opened up and released him, reverting to a tiny black sphere. Naruto grinned, Kuretaro, nice job. Hee hee. Kuretaro blushed with pride. Unbelievable. Fury twisted Sasuke's face. Susanoo's armored band stretched skyward, its core body towering above all. When the armor fully covered it, the ultimate demon was born. Susanoo, perfect form. With dual 6-tomo Rinnegan, Sasuke had mastered this ultimate state. The bow of heaven formed, firing an arrow straight up. Susanoo formed hand seals with both hands. Aim no Ohabari. Clang. 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 A rain of purple arrows poured from the heavens, blanketing the land, no room to dodge. Kuretaro panicked. Father, I'll protect you again. No, you can't block this either. Get to safety, don't get hit. Naruto's eyes snapped upward. Ominanushi. Whoosh. Every arrow in his line of sight vanished into thin air. The dual-eye power of Ominanushi could erase objects from existence, but the cost in ocular power was steep. The arrow rain kept coming. Desperate, Kuretaro scanned the battlefield, then darted away. Sasuke sneered, ha. That's your so-called good child. The moment it realizes it can't help, it runs for its own life. Clang 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 clang. Arrows hammered the ground in a deadly grid, but the spot where Naruto stood remained untouched. Whoosh. Kuretaro, using its tiny, agile form, slipped out of the arrow storm and reached a distant ruin. In one corner, another truth-seeking orb lay, the very same one Sasuke had used as a transfer point at the start. It hadn't been buried with the others. Boom 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 boom. The arrow rain intensified. Naruto's pupils trembled as he erased arrow after arrow above him. Even the strongest ocular power couldn't last at this rate. Seeing this, Kuretaro clenched his teeth, grabbed the lone orb in his mouth, and raced back. Spotting Kuretaro's return, Sasuke's eyes turned icy. What a pest. Hiss. A white snake slithered from his sleeve. Sasuke caught it and squeezed. His right eye locked onto Kuretaro, weaving through the arrow rain. Anything with a soul can be punished by this technique. Die. Aim no Sakate. The injury dealt to the white snake was transferred to Kuretaro. Aim no Sakate can't transfer death directly, only chronic death after severe injury. That's why Sasuke never used it on Naruto at first. If he couldn't finish him in one blow, Naruto would recover quickly. Plus, Aim no Sakate has usage limits. Unless it's a sure win or a last resort, Sasuke rarely uses it. Crack. Fissures split Kuretaro's body. Father, Kuretaro can't protect you anymore. Knowing his end was near, Kuretaro dashed forward with everything he had, until, at last, he faded away completely. But he brought the orb in his mouth within 70 meters, back into Naruto's control. Whoosh. Responding to Naruto's will, the orb flew into his hand. Kuretaro, I'll remember you. Naruto gripped the orb, using it as a sample for replication. Then he looked skyward, eyes blazing with determination. And Sasuke, this farce ends now. Ominanushi style, truth-seeking great black heaven. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 322, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 322, Final Bloom of Fury. Regarding why Sasuke didn't use Aim no Sakate on Naruto from the start, Aim no Sakate cannot transfer death directly, it only causes chronic death after inflicting severe injury. If it can't kill Naruto in a single blow, he'll recover quickly. Plus, Aim no Sake can't be used repeatedly in quick succession, so Sasuke saved it as a trump card for the most critical moment. Omonanushi style, truth-seeking Great Black Heaven. Whoosh. Whoosh. Truth-seeking orbs poured out, filling a 300-meter radius. The number of copies Omonanushi could create depended on the sample's size. Since truth-seeking orbs were larger than the core of Chibaka Tensei, the total was much lower, but even so, thousands filled the sky. The rain of arrows ceased. Sasuke stared at the endless black spheres, his scalp prickling. What the hell are you? Naruto paid his reaction no mind. With a single thought, 9 truth-seeking orbs floated before him, his eyes sweeping over each one in turn. Futsanamatama. Whoosh. 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 Each orb was granted a soul in succession, coming alive, father. Father. To honor the fallen Kuretaro, Naruto immediately bestowed names upon these 9 newborns. In order of their creation, he named them Kurojiro Uzumaki, Kurosaburo Uzumaki, Kuroshiro Uzumaki, Kurogoro Uzumaki, Kurokuro Uzumaki, Kurashikiro Uzumaki, Kurohakiro Uzumaki, Kurokuro Uzumaki, and Kurojuro Uzumaki. Naruto spoke solemnly, "From now on, you 10 brothers will serve as my personal guard, following me into every battle." Kurojiro carefully counted and asked, "Father, there are only 8 of us." Kurosaburo piped up, "You dummy, you forgot to count yourself." Kurojiro blinked. "Oh, but that's still just 9. Naruto said, voice heavy, "Your departed brother Kuretaro is with you all, so you are 10 brothers." The 9 orbs chorused, "Understood, father." With my current 6-path sage mastery, I still can't create truth-seeking orbs from scratch. Omonanushi can only copy objects without souls. So. He gazed at the orb in his hand. "I'll keep this one as a sample for replication." With that, he opened his mouth wide and gulped down the orb whole. After wiping the corner of his mouth, he soared through the sky, gathering the scattered orbs into the 70-meter radius where he could control them. Sasuke's eyes glinted coldly. Controlling so many black spheres must be exhausting. Just look at how sluggish their movements are compared to before. If you really wanted to stop me, you'd do what you did with those Kagutsuchi arrows, mark me as the target and have the orbs attack automatically. Naruto looked up. "If I did that, you'd die for sure." "I won't do it." Sasuke clenched his fists. Still clinging to that naive dream. "You think you can beat me without killing me? You really underestimate Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto's voice was firm. "Enough talk, Sasuke. Show me everything you've got. With the Sage of 6 Paths Yin-Yang power, your strength should be far beyond this." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Fine. If you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you." His Susanoo formed a hand seal. Natural energy from the atmosphere surged in, forming a tidal wave above. Sasuke growled, "Indra could activate Sage mode with Susanoo, drawing in nature energy on a massive scale. Now I can do it too, and my absorption rate is even higher." Whoosh. Susanoo's back armor opened, torrents of nature energy pouring in. Naruto watched calmly. "So, it's Indra's arrow again. Only this time, you're using Sage power from the atmosphere instead of the tailed beasts. But the essence hasn't changed. If that's all, I'm disappointed." "Wait, what?" What happened next caught Naruto off guard. Enormous 6 Paths Yin-Yang seals appeared on Susanoo's palms. "Naruto, Nani." The phantom of 6 Paths Yin-Yang mystery shimmered behind Susanoo. Whoosh. Whoosh. The Sage chakra within Susanoo split, channeling to both hands. Crackle. Crackle. White lightning gathered in Susanoo's right hand, marked with the Yang seal. Black lightning gathered in the left, marked with the Yin seal. Lightning flared, the air trembling with power. Sasuke bared his teeth. "How's this?" "This is my full power, satisfied." "All right, I'll give you that," Naruto muttered. Over his golden 6 Paths cloak, Kurama expanded, and a gray Susanoo armor layered atop. Sasuke scoffed, wearing Susanoo over tailed beast chakra, "What a tired trick." Naruto's eyes darkened. "You said controlling too many orbs made me slow, right? Then let's cut down the number." Whoosh. The thousands of scattered orbs swarmed together, merging into a single, massive sphere that hovered in front of Kurama's paw, spinning rapidly, black wind spiraling off its surface. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. "So you're finally trying to kill me? Too bad, you still can't win." Susanoo spread its wings, both hands gripping lightning forged from Yin and Yang, and lunged at Naruto in a deadly thrust. 6 Paths, Yin-Yang Taiji Chidori. Naruto roared, "I told you, I won't kill you." Kurama's avatar surged forward, pushing the colossal, multi-orb truth-seeking sphere to meet the world-shaking lightning head-on. 6 paths, 3,000 Dao rays non. Boom. 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 At the moment of impact, their powers clashed in a frenzy. Reiwa. Sasuke howled, trying to pierce the spinning shell of the giant orb with the lightning in Susanoo's hands. Crack. Crack. He was actually succeeding. Fissures split the orb's surface. Sorry, Sasuke. I'm about to do something really unfair. Naruto's left eye glinted. Omonanushi. Whoosh. He copied the massive orb at Kurama's paw, deploying the duplicate right beside the original. Then, the two giant orbs fused, swelling to an even more monstrous size. This was the limit, no further replication possible. Sasuke, you've really grown strong. If I didn't go this far, I'd never beat you. Within Kurama's golden chakra, Naruto stretched out his palm. My style, expanding truth-seeking orb. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 323, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 323, The End of Ends. Truth-seeking orbs wield all the power of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements, easily surpassing even Kekii Genkai and Kekii Tota. Yet, they are not classified as Kekii Mora. According to official data from the Book of Formation, truth-seeking orbs fall under the category of ninjutsu. Only when Otsutsuki Kagaya absorbed the chakra of shinobi captured by the divine tree and unleashed the so-called expansive truth-seeking orb, also known as the final truth-seeking orb, did it truly count as Kekii Mora. Still, truth-seeking orbs possess an innate ability to expand. The essence of this expansion is the transformation from a solid sphere into a hollow one, sacrificing density for volume. So, ordinary truth-seeking orbs can only expand so far. But because these orbs can erase matter from existence, even a hollow, expanded sphere remains a deadly threat. Trading density for volume is a perfectly viable tactic. The greater the density or mass of a truth-seeking orb, the larger it can theoretically expand. That's why, by fusing thousands of smaller orbs together, one can create an orb of truly monstrous proportions. However, due to the limits of the technique, it's still not a true, expansive truth-seeking orb. That's why Naruto made a point to distinguish his own approach, to showcase a style that belongs to Uzumaki Naruto alone. My style, expanding truth-seeking orb. Boom. In front of Kurama's massive paw, the truth-seeking orb swelled with blinding speed. The yin-yang lightning in front of Sasuke's Susanoo faded, then was completely devoured by the orb in seconds. Crack. Crack. Susanoo's arms began to disintegrate from the hands up. A wave of black terror flooded the battlefield. Sasuke sensed disaster and tried to retreat with Susanoo, but the orb's expansion was even faster. In a blink, the sphere collided with the armored shell. From a distance, Sasuke's Susanoo, perfect form, looked like a tiny baby, struggling to carry a ball 10 times its size. Naruto's tailed beast avatar soared to a diagonal vantage above the expanding orb. The faceplate of Susanoo's armor slid open, and Kurama opened his golden jaws wide. He gathered a tailed beast bomb to its largest scale, swallowed it, and then unleashed it as a blazing pillar of light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The diagonal beam of the tailed beast bomb slammed into the fully expanded truth-seeking orb, which in turn bulldozed Sasuke's Susanoo straight into the ruins of what was once the Valley of the End. Uchiha Sasuke let out a hysterical scream. No. No way, this can't be happening. Rumble, 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 rumble. Susanoo's back struck the earth with a thunderous crash, and then its entire body was driven underground by the orb's relentless advance. As the orb pressed down, the ground split wide open. Crack. Crack. Deep beneath the surface, Sasuke's Susanoo, perfect form, began to crumble, swallowed by endless darkness. Sasuke's spirit shattered. Why? Why is the gap still so huge? What does it take to beat that guy? Boom. When the orb was half buried in the earth, it finally stopped. Seconds later, it began to shrink, revealing a vast new basin below. By this point, the Valley of the End had been utterly erased. Even if rebuilt, it would never be the same mountain and waterfall. So, Naruto decided, there was no need to rebuild. Let it become history. Whoosh. As the orb contracted, it became a massive sphere 50 meters across, then split into 2 medium-sized spheres, each 30 meters in diameter. This was the form before the two orbs had fused. Finally, each medium orb broke apart into thousands of small spheres, each only 10 centimeters wide, the original form of the truth-seeking orbs, and the direct result of Naruto's replication with Omonanushi. Whoosh. The countless orbs parted, opening a path for the tailed beast avatar to pass through. As he neared the basin, the tailed beast avatar dissipated. Cloaked in his six-path sage mantle and carrying the 9 soul-infused orbs, Naruto landed on the slope, looking down at the battered Sasuke lying at the basin's lowest point. Thud. Sasuke slammed his fist into the ground, stone fragments scattering across his face as he growled, "Why? Why didn't you finish me off with that last attack? Naruto walked down the slope and approached the pit. How many times do I have to say it, Sasuke? I won't kill you. You'll regret your foolish mercy. Sasuke forced himself to sit up. One leg was broken, but the 6 tomo still burned in his eyes. He wasn't finished yet. Naruto's gaze darkened. What must come, will come. There's no escaping it. ZZZZT. Sasuke's right eye locked onto Naruto. Aim no Sakate. Whoosh. Wounds swapped. Naruto staggered, right knee slamming into the earth, but he gritted his teeth and formed hand seals. Sage Art, Myojin Gate. Boom. The Myojin Gate crashed down from above. A smirk tugged at Sasuke's lips as his left eye focused on Naruto. It's over for you. Ameno to Chikara. Whoosh. Position swapped, Naruto was trapped beneath the Myojin Gate. Now standing in Naruto's former spot, Sasuke burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Caught by your own technique, Naruto. I told you, you'd regret this. Under the Myojin Gate, his leg broken, Naruto just smiled and pointed ahead. Sasuke, you might want to check behind you. Heh. Spare me the playground tricks. At this distance, you can't control the orbs. But suddenly, Sasuke realized something. The truth-seeking orbs behind Naruto hadn't swapped positions with him, and those orbs had souls. Whoosh. Shimata. As Sasuke spun around in a panic. Heave-ho. Kurosaburo Uzumaki twisted into a club and bonked Sasuke right on the back of the head. Note, with 6 paths power, Sasuke can touch truth-seeking orbs, just as in the original. Thunk. Sasuke's vision went black, and he collapsed, unconscious. The orb circled around the fallen Sasuke. Heh, got him. What a klutz. Doesn't even check his 6. Dumb little bro Kurosaburo, you didn't kill Uncle Two Pillars, did you? Idiot second bro, I know my limits. At worst, it's just a comminuted skull fracture. What if he gets up again? Should we give him a couple more whacks? Whoosh. While the brothers bickered, the youngest, Kujiro Uzumaki, floated before Naruto. Father, please use me. Always so thoughtful. Kujiro transformed into an awl in Naruto's hand. He used it to pry open a gap in the Myojin Gate, then squeezed his body through. So it's my right leg this time. Naruto looked down at his fractured right leg and opened his left palm. Yang power had always been his specialty in his previous life, so he carved the seal on his dominant hand, his left. He pressed his left hand to the break, and Yang power surged forth. Bones that even Hashirama's regeneration couldn't easily repair mended in moments. Phew. Naruto took a deep breath, steadied himself, and walked toward Sasuke. Since he decided not to rebuild the Valley of the End, Naruto had already resolved, this would be his and Sasuke's final battle. And now, he would convince Sasuke. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 324, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 324, A Twist of Fate. Across the ruins of the Valley of the End, truth-seeking orbs lay scattered everywhere. The 9 Kurojiro brothers were devouring them with wild abandon, gobbling up every orb in sight. These were all truth-seeking orbs copied by Omaninashi. Leaving them behind would be wasteful, taking them along would be a hassle, and granting souls to every single one was out of the question. So, Naruto opted for internal recycling. In the middle of the feast, Kirigoro and Kurokuro both reached for the same orb. I found this one first, go eat somewhere else. Like hell you did. I saw it first. Little brothers should always let big brothers have their way. Nonsense. Big brothers should let little brothers have what they want. Still mouthing off, huh? Stupid little brother, looks like you need a lesson. The two of them tussled, neither able to overpower the other. In the end, they decided to split the orb, only to turn around and see that Kurohakiro had already snatched it away. Watching this from afar, Naruto was completely unfazed. He'd seen it all before. The souls granted by Futsunamatama on a whim were always unpredictable. Aside from their unwavering loyalty to Naruto, their personalities ranged from honest to downright mischievous. He didn't expect much, obedience was enough. After all his ups and downs, Naruto had grown much colder, and he knew it. But when it came to Sasuke, he still held onto that same purity, a near-limitless tolerance and willingness to forgive. By the crackling campfire, Sasuke opened his eyes. Seeing Naruto sitting quietly nearby, he immediately understood what had happened, and turned his face away, sulking. Gentle firelight danced in Naruto's eyes as he tossed another log onto the flames. His voice was warm. Let me guess what you're thinking, Sasuke. You're probably thinking, ugh, here we go again, this guy's about to start preaching at me, isn't he? After a moment of silence, Sasuke clenched his fist. He hated how easily Naruto could read his mind, but he couldn't argue, because any protest now would just make him look like a sulky kid. So, he chose silence. He ignored Naruto and stewed in his own frustration. Naruto, long used to Sasuke's temperament, just smiled. Relax, I'm not going to lecture you this time. You didn't do anything wrong, so why would I? Sasuke turned back, his voice sharp. Easy for you to say. That's just the arrogance of a winner. If you'd lost, would you still be so calm? Naruto replied evenly, if I'd lost, if I'd been beaten by you in this life, it would only mean that's all I was capable of. The future I want to protect would be nothing but a fantasy. Sasuke was quiet for a moment. I can't outtalk you. But I don't agree with your way of doing things, and I never will. With that, he turned away again. Naruto remained gentle. I get it. You heard the Sage of Six Paths explanation, then looked at everything I've done lately, and you just assumed I was the villain in all this. But you know, Sasuke, a lot of people, including every Hokage in history, chose to stand with me after seeing the future I showed them. Among them was your brother, Itachi. At the mention of Itachi, a ripple passed through Sasuke's dark eyes. His clenched fists loosened, then tightened again. His voice came out strained. So you're saying I'm more short-sighted than them? That I made the wrong choice? Then tell me, what was I supposed to do? When the Sage of Six Paths came to me, was I supposed to just reject him, swear I'd blindly support your reckless ideas? Would that have been right? Naruto shook his head. Of course not. I said you didn't do anything wrong, and I meant it. From your perspective, you made the only choice you could. I'm not preaching at you, Sasuke, I just want you to understand what I really think, and why I've done what I've done. Can you hear me out? Fine. I'll listen. Sasuke turned back, finally moved by the sincerity in Naruto's eyes. The fire crackled as Naruto gazed into the past. Where should I start? I guess from the very beginning, when Kaguya, burdened by her clan's mission, first came to Earth. Maybe the sage already told you some of this. But deep down, he's afraid of his mother, Kaguya, so his version is colored by that fear. Mine will be more objective. Listen to both, and you'll get a fuller picture of who Kaguya really was. So Naruto told Kaguya's story, her virtues and her flaws, without embellishment, just as it was. When he finished, Sasuke was silent, lost in thought. At last, he said, in your version, Kaguya really does seem pitiful. But using infinite Tsukuyomi to hurt humanity, that's still a fact. Naruto answered calmly, I used to think the same way. But when I really thought about it, she's from a godly clan. We humans are nothing like her. To be blunt, she sees us the way we see ants. Sasuke, even the kindest person, can they honestly say they've never stepped on an ant in their life? No, Sasuke admitted, falling silent. Naruto continued, from Kaguya's perspective, she was already remarkably kind. She once set aside her pride as a goddess to live peacefully with mortals. At the same time, she bore the pressure of her powerful kin, terrified they'd threaten this world. The choices she made out of fear weren't perfect, but I think they deserve understanding, even forgiveness. Sasuke considered this. She's not one of us. Even if she had her reasons, she still chose to stand against humanity. The Sage of Six Paths had no choice but to seal her. You really think you can change someone like that? I think it's impossible. Naruto smiled. I have to at least try. If it doesn't work, there's always sealing her again. At worst, things won't get completely out of control. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. And just for one attempt, you'd drag everyone into this. To revive Kaguya, you'd have to cast infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto's smile turned bittersweet. Yeah. 20 years ago, I'd probably curse myself for even considering it. But after living through the terror, I can understand Kaguya a little better. Sasuke looked at Naruto searchingly. Are you sure, this isn't just corruption, Naruto? Naruto extended his fist. See for yourself, Sasuke. Decide with your own eyes whether I've fallen. Fine. Sasuke hesitated, then raised his hand and bumped fists with Naruto. Pop. Ripples spread across the lake of his heart. Memories from a previous life, emotions tangled and raw, flooded Sasuke's mind, shaking him to his core. This. His eyes went wide, trembling. Did you really live through all of this? Memories could be faked. But feelings? Never. Lowering his fist, Sasuke was overwhelmed by the shock. Naruto waited quietly for his answer. At length, Sasuke let out a long, heavy sigh. Thinking of everything Naruto had done, he felt deeply ashamed. The proud boy finally faced himself and reality. I was so narrow-minded, Naruto. While you carried the weight of the future, fighting alone, all I cared about was beating you, just to satisfy my own petty pride. The sage's request was just an excuse. I only wanted the power to fight you. Maybe it's too late to say this, but I have to. I lost. Not just this battle, but in every way. Naruto smiled, finally at ease. Then. Sasuke, idiot, are you crying? Naruto, I'm not crying. It's just, too much ocular power, that's all. All was well. Can't, eat another bite, burp. The truth-seeking orbs rolled over to Naruto's side, hiccuping contentedly. Naruto stood up. Sasuke, come back with me. The ninja world's about to erupt in war, I need your help. Sasuke, all right. I'll do everything I can, but... Naruto, don't worry about the land of lightning. Once the war's over, we'll clean things up, no rush. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, guess that's all we can do. Boom. Just as they were about to leave, an enormous barrier surged up, sealing off the ruins of the Valley of the End. Naruto's eyes grew sharp. The Flying Thunder God technique isn't working. This is... Rustle. The truth-seeking orbs buried deep underground during the battle crumbled to ash. From those ashes, a white spirit rose, floating high above to look down at Naruto and Sasuke. It was the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Naruto spoke quietly. So this time, you're going to step in yourself. The sage ignored Naruto, turning to Sasuke. Sasuke, is this your decision? Sasuke spread his hands. That's right. After hearing Naruto out, I've made my choice. I won't fight him anymore. Take back your power if you want. So it's come to this after all. The Sage of Six Paths murmured, then turned to Naruto. Naruto, Indra is about to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. To prevent the worst, I can't let you leave. Until Indra and Black Zetsu are stopped, you'll remain here. Naruto's gaze turned grim. Sage of Six Paths, you were once my benefactor. I really don't want to fight you, so please, just let me through. I can't face you directly. So I'll leave it to the Kage of the past. The sage pressed his palms together. Six Paths, Pure Land Summoning. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 325, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 325, Soul returns to the homeland. With the battle between Naruto and Sasuke concluded, and their confrontation with the Sage of Six Paths underway, the battlefield in the Land of Lightning had erupted into the true prelude of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Crack! A long-range Kamui tore through the defense of a truth-seeking orb. Indra withdrew rapidly, muttering, so that's it. That ocular jutsu called Kamui, the right eye lets attacks phase through your body, and the left can bypass even truth-seeking orb's defense. Beyond that, you possess Yamatsu Hirasaka to manipulate time, and a defensive eye technique, a Menemenekanushi, that grants immunity to all Genjutsu. All these powers, though merely Mangekyo level, rival the performance of the Rinnegan. And with impure world reincarnation, your chakra never actually runs out, amplifying your ocular abilities to the extreme. Ha ha ha. What surprises me most is that, with all these godlike powers, you're not even my current era's reincarnation. Thud, thud, thud. While Indra marveled, Ashura drove his true several thousand hands from a side peak, closing in on the demonic statue of the outer path as it approached its final transformation. His thinking was simple: if he couldn't stop Indra, he could at least destroy the statue and shatter his brother's ambitions. Humph, always up to your sneaky little tricks. Indra snorted, his left eye locking onto the true several thousand hands. Mokahana Kairu. Whoosh. The life force of the true several thousand hands was drained dry by Mokahana Kairu, turning the giant into rotting wood that collapsed before the statue. Ashura plummeted from the sky, shouting, "Brother, please stop this madness." Indra's left eye narrowed again. You shut up already. Mohagabetsurai. Crack. Lightning erupted from beneath Ashura's feet, swallowing him whole. Withdrawing his gaze, Indra turned to Black Zetsu. Kuriko, go keep Ashura busy. I need to finish off that Obito guy. Black Zetsu, fine, but I'm not called Kuriko. Indra, just go. As the lightning faded, Black Zetsu appeared behind Ashura, his pitch-black arms snaking beneath Ashura's armpits to lock him tight. Ha ha ha, Ashura, my mischievous nephew, can't you behave for a second? Ashura snapped, Kuriko, let me go. You're the Kuriko. Your whole clan are Kurikos. Black Zetsu shot back, tightening his grip even further. Off in the distance, Obito and Minato stood side by side. Obito, sensei, please take Ashura back to the village when you can. Minato, why not come with us? Shinobi from every village are already gathering at the Hidden Rain village. Obito, how long has it been since the call to assemble? Minato, about half a day, I think. Obito, then you know most are still on the road. If no one holds Indra back and he casts infinite Tsukuyomi now, all those shinobi will be caught mid-journey, and Naruto's plan will fall apart. I have to stay and buy them time. Minato, I understand, but Naruto is at the Valley of the End, settling things with Sasuke, so. Obito, you mean to say, politely, that it's unrealistic for me alone to stop Indra. Minato, I just don't want anything to happen to you. Whoosh. At that moment, Indra charged straight at them. Obito's left eye spun. Kamui. Indra anticipated the move, arranging his truth-seeking orbs into a dynamic defense. Crack. Crack. Fragments of truth-seeking orbs shattered and fell away. Using the orbs as cover, Indra closed in, terrifying power gathering in his left palm, forming a semi-transparent, vibrating blade. Ashura shouted in alarm, that's the great soul shock sword, it can directly strike the soul. Obito, stay intangible, no matter what. If it hits your real body, you're dead. Charging, Indra muttered, Ashura, you sure talk a lot. His ability is flawless, but every human has a weakness. Whoosh. Indra lunged at Minato. Obito's face tightened. Sensei, get out of here. Minato prepared to use Flying Thunder God to escape, but suddenly, a wave of dread seized his mind. In his spirit, a dark purple chakra formed a monstrous hand that seized his soul. Minato shuddered. Genjutsu. But I never made eye contact with Indra, how? Indra's gaze was cold. You didn't look at me just now. But when you pretended to surrender and approached, I planted the genjutsu then, just set it for delayed activation. Minato struggled. Ugh, this is just a basic binding genjutsu, yet it affects me so deeply even in impure world reincarnation. What terrifying ocular power. Drawing closer, Indra raised the great soul shock sword and stabbed at Minato. This is bad, I have to get Sensei out of here. Just as Obito had the thought, Indra's truth-seeking orbs flew up, blocking him from Minato. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and used Kamui to appear right in front of Minato. Indra smirked. Just as I thought, caring about this man is your weakness. Slash. The great soul shock sword pierced straight through Obito's chest. Buzz. The blade dissolved with a hum, leaving a gaping wound in his soul. From the depths of his very being, agony racked Obito, tearing a scream from his lips, AF. Indra sneered. What now? Can't use your eyes anymore, can you? It's over. Human path. Whoosh. Indra grabbed the rift in Obito's soul and began to tear it out. But Obito, enduring unimaginable pain, clamped down on Indra's arm with both hands. Indra was surprised. Still got the strength to struggle. Your willpower is something else. Seeing this, Ashura roared in fury. Let him go. Rip. One of Black Zetsu's arms was torn clean off. You bastard. Freed from his restraints, Ashura charged recklessly forward. Black Zetsu's severed hand transformed into a truth-seeking orb in his grip. He landed between Indra and Obito, the orb morphing into a blade that sliced off Indra's entire left arm. Ugh. Indra staggered back, face darkening. Ashura pressed his hand to Minato's shoulder. Release. Snap. Minato regained his senses and, in a flash of Flying Thunder God, vanished with Ashura and Obito. Black Zetsu approached. They got us. No matter. His soul's been shattered, he won't survive. Indra looked at his missing left arm. Ashura used a truth-seeking orb for soul severing. That's actually one of his few decent moves. Well, no big deal. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Indra drew on other parts of his soul to repair his left arm, then shrank his body to match the smaller soul. His left arm was restored, but now Indra looked like a tall child, his whole form diminished. Roar. The demonic statue of the outer path howled to the heavens. With a thunderous rumble, it finally completed its transformation. Black Zetsu, the Ten-Tails is finally reborn. Hidden Rain Village, in an open square. Obito, hang in there. Watching Obito's impure world reincarnation body crumble, his consciousness fading, Minato was frantic but helpless. His soul's taken a mortal blow. I'm afraid there's no saving him. Ashura stared at the truth-seeking orb that now contained the soul of Indra's severed arm. This alone isn't enough. Slash. Ashura used the orb blade to sever his own right arm. Then, he sealed both his right arm's soul and Indra's fragment inside the truth-seeking orb. With one hand, Ashura formed a seal. Whoosh. The truth-seeking orb turned pure white. Ashura gripped the white orb in his left hand, reaching toward Obito's chest. Minato, what are you doing? Ashura, I'm using pieces of both my and my brother's souls to repair Obito's shattered spirit. It's the only way to save him, but there's a risk of soul backlash. If his will is strong enough, he might survive, and even gain new power. In the end, everything depends on his fate. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 326, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 326, Standing Upon Thunderous Ground. At the border of the land of lightning, the Tentails was reborn. Indra formed the 6 paths, Tentail's coffin seal, becoming its Jinchuriki. The Tentail's colossal body writhed, liquefying into a torrent that surged into Indra's back. Whoosh! His jet-black hair turned ashen white, and symmetrical horns sprouted from his forehead. The white robe he wore, identical to the Sage of 6 Paths, the pure cloth uniform of the ancient ninchu, suddenly ignited with white chakra flames along its edges the instant he became the Tentail's Jinchuriki. A symbol had become reality. Whoosh! 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 The truth-seeking orbs he'd spent defending against Obito's Kamui were restored, and now, 2 more joined them, for a total of 12. A 13th orb formed by his left hand and transformed into a staff. It was a double-headed staff. One end was a closed ring threaded with 6 shackles, the other, a half-open ring, representing Yang and Yin, respectively. Black Zetsu marveled, truth-seeking orbs can take any form the user desires, but only the staff embodies that way, that cannot be changed at will. When one attains the full power of the Tentails and the 6 paths, the nature of that power manifests in the staff, either a Yang 6 paths staff, or a Yin 6 paths staff. Only those who truly balance Yin and Yang can wield a perfect Yin-Yang 6 paths staff. Indra, that staff marks you as a true inheritor of the 6 paths. Clang. The staff's open ring struck the earth as Indra declared, voice ringing out, so this is the power of the 6 paths. It's only so much. Black Zetsu stepped forward. The Tentails was revived missing half of the 9 tails, so its power isn't complete. To unleash infinite Tsukuyomi, the Tentails must evolve into the divine tree. Indra shot him a sidelong glance. Evolve into the divine tree. Why didn't you mention that before I absorbed the Tentails? Black Zetsu replied smoothly, here's the thing, Indra. For the Tentails to become the divine tree, it needs to absorb a massive amount of natural energy. Minato has already escaped back to the hidden rain village, and I expect Naruto and the others will arrive soon. To avoid complications, it's best to become the Jinchuriki early, there's no downside. Besides, the Tentails can still evolve while inside you, it's just that. Indra pressed, just that what? Black Zetsu explained, you'll need to release the Tentails outside your body, but that's fine. Now that you're the Jinchuriki, even externalizing the Tentails won't affect your synchronization. Once it evolves into the divine tree and you reabsorb it, you'll gain immortal life. Then, as you approach the moon, the divine tree's eye on your forehead will open, and infinite Tsukuyomi will shine down on the world. Of course, there was another way to cast infinite Tsukuyomi, letting the divine tree bloom instead of absorbing it, but Black Zetsu left that unsaid. Because if the divine tree bloomed, Indra's chakra would be lost to Black Zetsu's plans. He wanted to preserve as much chakra as possible for the soon-to-be-revived Kaguya. Indra fixed Black Zetsu with a long, deep look, then turned away. Snap. He crouched, staff in his left hand, pressing his right palm to the ground. Rumble. The Tentails was released directly onto the land. Indra straightened, his voice thunderous, absorb the power of this land. Evolve, to your ultimate form, the divine tree. On the soil of the land of rain. Madara cradled Hanahan in his arms, resting atop a mountain peak, gazing toward the land of lightning. A massive chakra, gathered all at once. There's no mistake. Just now, a Tentail's Jinchuriki was born. This chakra is unpleasant. So, what to do with you, Hanahan? Madara's gaze softened as he looked at the cat he'd finally coaxed to sleep. His attention shifted downward. A squad of leaf shinobi sprinted along a narrow mountain path. At their head was a man with a Hokage hat tied at the nape of his neck, silver hair, and a black mask. Even now, with both eyes Sharingan, Kakashi kept his left eye covered with his headband to conserve chakra. Madara's eyes glinted with intrigue. The silver-haired, masked ninja. That's Obito's old teammate, Kakashi Hatake. The little fledgling from back then is now Hokage. Whoosh. Madara dropped from above, blocking their path. Thud. Kakashi skidded to a stop. Who's there? Behind him, his 2 ANBU escorts drew their blades and stepped forward. Kakashi quickly called out, Yugao, Zo, hold. Yuzuki Yugao and Zo hesitated. Lord Hokage. Kakashi stared at the face identical to the Valley of the End statue, pronouncing each word, he is. Uchiha Madara. What? Yugao and Zo gasped in shock. Yugao, the man who matched the first Hokage blow for blow. Zo, ANBU had intel on his revival, but to meet him here, on this narrow path. Life's full of twists, isn't it? Kakashi, both of you, fall back. If Madara really wanted to kill us, we'd already be dead. So Yugao and Zo carefully retreated to Kakashi's side. Kakashi's mind churned, the latest reports say Madara has reconciled with Naruto, but with war about to break out, why is he here, holding a cat, no less? What kind of violence lies beneath that calm exterior? Still tense but unyielding, Kakashi asked, Madara, may I ask, what brings you here? Madara countered, where are you headed? Kakashi knew lying was pointless, so he answered honestly, war is upon us. Indra plans to use the Ten Tails to launch his campaign. We received orders to rally the entire village at Hidden Rain. Madara understood instantly, so this is that Naruto kid's strategy. The whole village, but why only a few of you? Where's the main force? Kakashi explained succinctly, sudden developments, a dilemma, splitting into smaller groups, and using training as cover. Madara stroked his cat, murmuring, I see. Seems you've got some sharp minds among you. Kakashi pressed, may I ask, what are your intentions? Madara replied offhandedly, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to face the Ten Tails Jinchuriki myself. Kakashi was stunned. Why not wait for the main force to assemble before acting? If I waited, I'd have to follow that Naruto kid's plan, too many restrictions, not enough fun. As he spoke, a rare smile flickered across Madara's usually impassive face. So, want to come with me? You've got a Bito's eye, you might be useful. Kakashi tested the waters. What if I say no? Madara gently stroked the sleeping cat in his arms. That's fine. Just leave the eye behind. My Hanahan is still missing a right eye. Only then did Kakashi notice Hanahan's closed left eye, showing the unmistakable glint of a Sharingan. He was shocked, you actually implanted a Sharingan into a cat. How ruthless can you get? Madara looked past Kakashi, voice low. You, the purple-haired woman, come here. Beneath her mask, Yuzuki Yugao's face showed hesitation. Me. Madara insisted, who else? Come here. So Yugao nervously stepped forward. Madara thrust the cat into her arms. I'm giving you a mission, take good care of this cat. Yuzuki Yugao looked at Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi, Yugao, I'm counting on you. All right. If it's the Hokage's order, I'll watch her for you. Once Yugao took the cat, she quickly retreated to safety. Madara burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Now I can finally fight without a care in the world. Kakashi truly couldn't figure him out, is he a devil or an angel? I really can't tell. Yugao, Zo, keep moving. When you reach Hidden Rain, tell Shikaku what happened here. Tell him to settle on the 7th Hokage candidate early, I might not make it back. And so, the resolute Kakashi and the battle-mad Madara, an unlikely duo, set off together for the Land of Lightning's battlefield. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 327, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 327, Splendor in Rivalry. Author's note, after careful consideration, the previous plotline where Indra and Black Zetsu fell out and sealed each other has been removed. The plains of the Land of Lightning. The Ten Tails was absorbing the energy of nature, slowly transitioning toward the divine tree. Indra hovered cross-legged above the Ten Tails' head, eyes closed in silent meditation, the Yin-Yang Six-Path staff resting across his lap. In front of the Ten Tails, Black Zetsu was deep in thought. Minato Namake's surrender was clearly a ruse, orchestrated by Naruto. But why? Why would Naruto knowingly hand over the Nine Tails, when it was obviously to his disadvantage? Whenever something seems off, there's always a trick. Black Zetsu felt a growing unease. By all logic, if Minato's ploy had been seen through, Naruto should have shown up immediately to clean up the mess. So why hadn't he appeared yet? Could it be, he was just going to stand by and watch infinite Tsukuyomi unfold? No, impossible. What could he possibly gain from that? Forget it. At this point, all he could do was hold steady and adapt to whatever came next. Black Zetsu glanced up at the Ten Tails and Indra, calculating, before it fully became the divine tree, the Ten Tails would undergo 2 more transformations. As long as those stages passed safely, and Indra absorbed the divine tree, nothing could stop the coming of infinite Tsukuyomi. Once the jutsu was complete, Indra would be left utterly drained. Then, with Mother's will inside the divine tree and his own machinations, they could easily seize control from Indra. Right now, the only thing that mattered was staying calm, absolutely calm. At that moment, atop the Ten Tails' head, Indra opened his eyes and gazed toward the far horizon. There, 2 figures approached at breakneck speed, one after the other. Uchiha Madara and Kakashi Hatake. Black Zetsu sneered, well, what a parade. The clown Obito just left the stage, and now our star performer, Uchiha Madara, can't wait to make his grand entrance. Madara couldn't be bothered with Black Zetsu's mockery. In his eyes, Black Zetsu was as good as dead, what living man would argue with a corpse? So that's the Ten Tails, what an abstract monstrosity. Behind him, Kakashi lifted the headband covering his left eye, the 3 tomo spinning into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His left eye's telescope function activated, zooming in across several kilometers to lock precisely onto Indra atop the Ten Tails. That's Indra, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Let's run a simulation. Otonaben. Whoosh. In seconds, 100 simulations played out in his mind, each ending in disaster. The results left Kakashi cold with dread. He called out to Madara's back, "Madara, the enemy's left eye is terrifying. He can drain your life force from a distance." In less than a second, I was sucked dry every time. Madara didn't respond. Kakashi pressed on. The range of that eye technique is about 150 meters, almost the same as my left eye's kamui. Still, Madara said nothing. Thud. 200 meters out, Madara came to a halt, his tone icy. So the left eye drains life force. What about the right? Kakashi sounded a little sheepish. Sorry. I couldn't figure out the right eye's power. Madara's eyes flickered. So, killing you only takes one eye. Kakashi continued, in later simulations, I tried using my left eye's long-range kamui to attack first, but he always predicted it and used those black orbs floating around him for defense. They can morph into any shape for offense or defense, but his control range is about 70 meters, less than half his ocular jutsu's range. So he mainly uses them for defense. Madara analyzed, if he needs those orbs for defense, your kamui still poses a threat. By the way, how did he counter your right eye's intangibility? That kind of phase shifting should be untouchable, even by ocular powers. Kakashi replied, every move he makes stirs up a storm of ninjutsu. The area of effect is so wide, I can't keep phasing. I'm not like Kabuto, I can't maintain it indefinitely. The instant I materialize, I'm basically dead. Madara's face betrayed nothing. Understood. Your intel is valuable, saves me a lot of trial and error. He said it, but in truth, Madara was a little disappointed, knowing the enemy's tricks in advance took away some of the thrill. Still, this opponent was a treasure trove, and this was just the appetizer. At that moment, Indra formed a two-finger seal. Whoosh. The tentails beneath him opened its massive, fanged maw, gathering dark red chakra into a perfectly round sphere. Madara's eyes lit up. Oh. That's the tentail's tailed beast bomb. Boom. The tailed beast bomb surged forward, tearing up the earth with a roaring shockwave. Kakashi shouted urgently, at that scale, I can't warp it away. Madara's excitement was palpable. Ha ha ha. Who said anything about warping it? Whoosh. He finished weaving hand signs and took a deep breath. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Form. A torrent of scorching fire erupted from Madara's mouth, slamming into the tailed beast bomb. Black Zetsu mocked, ha ha ha. Using fire release against the tentail's tailed beast bomb, Madara, are you insane? Indra merely watched in silence, offering no comment. The tailed beast bomb pressed relentlessly against the flames, its advance seemingly unstoppable. Kakashi's face was grim. This isn't enough. Madara poured even more chakra into his jutsu, the flames roaring higher and harder. The fire pillar became as solid as steel. Kakashi gasped, it's actually slowing down. Madara's eyes reflected the inferno. He slowly tilted his head back, adjusting the angle of the flames. And then, something incredible happened. The fire column actually lifted the tailed beast bomb, sending it arcing up into the sky. Kakashi watched in disbelief. The tailed beast bomb's trajectory, it's changing. Boom. The fire column snapped at its tip, transforming into a meteor shower that drove the tailed beast bomb hundreds of meters into the air. Boom. 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 A cataclysmic explosion lit up the night. Madara threw his head back in wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a glorious spectacle. Kakashi was awestruck. So this is the man called Uchiha Madara. Even Black Zetsu was stunned, though he had to admit the truth. Madara, he's gotten even stronger. Interesting. Indra's cold lips curled into a faint smile. Gripping the Yin-Yang six-path staff, he floated down from the tentail's head and strode forward. As my reincarnation, you seem to have inherited my restless spirit. What do you say? You're my reincarnation and my descendant. Why not join forces with me and shake the world? Indra extended his olive branch to Uchiha Madara. Madara's lips twisted into a proud smirk. And who gave you permission to call me your reincarnation? Just because a bit of your chakra flows in my veins. What truly flows in me is the Uchiha's burning battle lust, and that's not something you gave me, ancestor. Indra grinned wickedly. What a shame. In that case, fight to your heart's content, until you fall, my descendant. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 328, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 328, Paling in Comparison. Amaterasu Fire Domain. As Indra advanced, his right eye glowed crimson. The black flames of Amaterasu surged outward, transforming the land into a sea of inextinguishable fire. Kakashi stared in disbelief. Is that the same Amaterasu as Sasuke's? Madara replied coolly, the Uchiha are the embodiment of fire. For the progenitor of the clan not to wield Amaterasu, now that would be strange. The black sea of flames unfurled with every step Indra took, spreading relentlessly forward. Kakashi hesitated. The scale of these black flames is insane. It's become his standard move, there's no way we can even get close. What's there to fear? It's not like we're going to die. But Madara was thinking, the black flames of Amaterasu can be absorbed by the Preta path, but that would split my focus. Against a foe like this, falling into his rhythm is the last thing I want. I need to seize the initiative. Whoosh. Madara's black hair whipped upward as his azure Susanoo towered above, three faces rising in unison. With a flurry of hand seals, all three faces, 6 arms, of Susanoo formed seals simultaneously. Super-weighted boulder, Tengai Shinsei. The sky darkened. Clouds scattered. A colossal meteorite, wreathed in atmospheric flames and streaked with black lines from its immense mass, plummeted earthward, an apocalyptic sight that instantly became the center of the battlefield. Kakashi gasped, if that thing lands, everything here will be wiped out. But Madara remained composed. It won't land. He might not care about himself, but with the 10 tails behind him, he won't let it fall. We can use this to probe his limits. Kakashi's worldview was shattered. You're using a world-ending technique just to gather intel. Madara shot him a sidelong glance. Don't be so dramatic. You still think this is some petty ninja skirmish, spitting water and breathing fire. As the shadow of the meteorite grew, Indra looked up, eyes cool. A meteorite, artificially enhanced to be abnormally heavy. Impressive. A phenomenon-level technique, but still not enough. Swish, swish. The yin-yang 6-path staff spun in Indra's hands, the yang end angled skyward. Rumble. From the sea of black flames, hundreds, thousands, of vermilion wooden Buddha palms erupted skyward, bracing against the meteorite, halting its descent through sheer force. Kakashi was dumbfounded. He stopped it. Is that even possible? Madara's gaze darkened, fixed on the vermilion wooden hands. Vermilion would release. I've only seen that in the gate of the great god before. But for him, this level of wood release is just casual. His fist clenched. If that's the case, even a second one might not work. Rumble. A second super-weighted meteorite crashed into the first's tail, but aside from a thunderous shockwave, the wooden hands didn't budge an inch. Clang, clang, clang. The rings on the yang end of the staff jingled as Indra lowered it, planting the yin end on the ground. His voice was calm as an ancient well, I accept your greeting. Now, allow me to return the favor. Swish, swish. The yin-yang 6-path staff spun again, this time the yin end pointing skyward. Boom. The heavens split open. Pitch-black 6-paths lightning tore through the meteorites, lancing straight down at Madara and Kakashi's position. Madara's pupils shrank. That lightning, this is bad. But Kakashi placed a hand on Madara's shoulder. Don't move. Boom. 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 The black lightning obliterated the ground beneath their feet, leaving a yawning abyss. Yet Madara stood completely unharmed, as if the attack had never touched him. Down in the abyss, Madara eyed Kakashi. What did you do? Kakashi's right Mangekyo glowed. My right eye's phasing ability can also affect anything, or anyone, in direct contact with me. In the original, when Tobi was merged with Obito, he could phase through attacks with Mist Ninja. When Sasuke was slung over Obito's shoulder, he too could phase through the Raikage attacks, Kamui's shared effect through contact. Madara frowned. You didn't have to do that. I could have blocked it. Kakashi retorted, but you'd still get hurt. Not worth it. Since you dragged me into this, make use of my abilities. Think about teamwork for once. You know as well as I do, this enemy won't let us play around. At that, Madara gave Kakashi a long, appraising look. Kakashi Hatake. I think I finally understand why Obito valued you. He brushed Kakashi's hand off his shoulder. But even if we're working together, I'm still calling the shots. Boom. Azure Susanoo chakra erupted from the depths, transforming into a towering war god that soared into the sky. Indra looked up. Unscathed. That ability, looks like the silver-haired man he brought has the same eyes as Obito. Ruer. At that moment, the 10 tails roar once again dominated heaven and earth. It had reached a critical threshold, its features became bizarrely abstract, eyes, ears, mouth, horns scattered across its face. Moments later, bamboo-like legs supported its massive body as it rose from the earth. Its arms were thin, one only half-formed, but despite its frail appearance, the 10 tails chakra was now orders of magnitude greater than before. Black Zetsu was beside himself with excitement. Oh! It's already transitioned to its second form. Indra's eyes gleamed. Perfect. Let's see what this stage of the Tentails can do. Whoosh. The Tentails opened its massive, side-facing maw, condensing an inverted triangle-tailed beast bomb. The eye on its frontal face locked onto Madara's Susanoo in the sky, and fired. Boom. The tailed beast bomb traced a blazing arc through the sky, closing in on Madara's Susanoo. Kakashi's eyes widened. Here it comes. Crack. The Susanoo's massive sword materialized, cleaving down at the tailed beast bomb. Clang. The mountain-splitting blade snapped at the point of contact, sending the tailed beast bomb off course, where it exploded beside Susanoo in midair. Rumble. The earth shook. When the flames faded, only half of Madara's Susanoo remained. Indra's eyes grew deeper, more shadowed. The point of divergence is almost here. A second, then a third inverted triangle-tailed beast bomb followed in quick succession. At the critical moment, Madara's eyes sharpened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Both tailed beast bombs exploded midair, seemingly out of nowhere. To Kakashi, it looked as if the bombs had simply detonated in thin air. Everything happened too fast. What did you do? Oh. But Indra saw it all clearly. Surrounding Madara's Susanoo were other figures, gray-hued Susanoo in his vision, acting as invisible guardians. Those shadow Susanoo had blocked the attacks. Indra spoke methodically, shadow clones with the same power and abilities as the original, existing in an invisible realm, so that's your Rinnegan's ocular power. If they can withstand the Tentail's attacks, it proves that non-Six Paths powers can't touch those shadows. His gaze darkened further. So, what about Six Paths abilities? Boom. Dark purple chakra pierced the heavens, manifesting a form so immense that even the second stage Tentails behind paled in comparison. Six Paths, Susanoo. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 329, Naruto, the Otsutsuki. Chapter 329, Impregnable. Indra's Susanoo dominated their entire field of vision. Cold sweat dripped down Kakashi's face. Can that thing even be called a Susanoo? Madara's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. What Naruto mentioned, the ultimate form beyond the complete body. So this is the Six Paths, Susanoo. Whoosh. Fan-shaped structures materialized on the back armor of Indra's Six Paths Susanoo, bristling with a row of embedded spears. Divine weapon, Amano no Hoko. Whoosh. Dark purple radiance swirled in the Susanoo's left hand, coalescing into a magnificent double-eared war halberd. Divine weapon, Amano Bujai. Whoosh. Moments later, a bowstring half the length of the halberd stretched across the Susanoo's right arm joint. Divine weapon, Amano Makagu Bao. Susanoo divine weapons typically followed a standard configuration, one for close combat, one for ranged attacks, one for defense. Even someone as unpredictable as Naruto followed this pattern. But Indra's Susanoo had no defensive weapon, it was pure, unbridled offense maximized. As they say, the best defense is a good offense. Madara burst into exhilarated laughter. Ha 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 ha. This trip was absolutely worth it. To witness such a magnificent sight firsthand, I have no regrets in this life. Limbo, Border Jail, Yasakani Sky Dance. Swish. 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 The four Limbo Susanoo, twin blades in hand, slashed through the air. Wave after wave of cutting arcs descended like endless surf. Humph. Indra snorted coldly. His Six Paths Susanoo charged up the Amano Bujai for a horizontal sweep. Boom. The explosive slash from the halberd's blade shattered the incoming wave of cuts. After destroying the slash wave, the Six Paths Susanoo thrust forward with its halberd, delivering a devastating aerial strike. The massive sweeping arc instantly pulverized one of Madara's Limbo Susanoo. Swish. Swish. The war halberd sliced vertically, then swept horizontally. The intersecting arcs tore through two more Limbo Susanoo. Swish. As the horizontal sweep concluded, the halberd flicked upward diagonally. The final Limbo Susanoo barely dodged the third arc by a hair's breadth. Indra's gaze sharpened like a blade. He commanded the Six Paths Susanoo to beat its wings and soar high, then drove the halberd forward in a piercing thrust, impaling the Limbo Susanoo. But at that very instant, Madara pulled off something shocking. Limbo, instant switch. He swapped positions with his impaled Limbo Susanoo, bringing his own Susanoo along. Clang. Clang. The Susanoo's hands clamped down like vices on the wrists of Indra's Six Paths Susanoo, restraining the halberd-wielding arms. Madara roared, Kakashi. This is what they mean by, fortune favors the bold. Kakashi's mind sparked with understanding. He instantly grasped the tactic, placing his right hand on Madara's shoulder, ready to share Kemui's intangibility at any moment. Simultaneously, his left eye focused on the forehead area of Indra's Susanoo. Kamui. Crack. Kamui tore through the six-path Susanoo's defenses. Madara's eyes gleamed. Limbo, border jail. Thud. Madara's limbo shadow struck like lightning through the breach, landing the first blow directly on Indra, knocking him outside his own Susanoo. Note, the limbo's Susanoo was destroyed, but the limbo itself remained unharmed. What? This caught Indra completely off guard. Swish 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 swish. The four limbo shadows flickered alternately through the sky, launching a coordinated assault on Indra. But the truth-seeking orbs behind Indra instantly formed an omnidirectional spherical barrier, blocking the limbo attacks. Even with its wielder outside, the six-path Susanoo didn't lose control. Inside the truth-seeking orb barrier, Indra formed a two-finger seal. Swish. The six-path Susanoo lowered its head and shifted its shoulder. An Amano no Hoko shot from its back, piercing straight through the forehead of Madara's Susanoo. But thanks to Kakashi's shared Kamui intangibility, both men escaped unscathed. The six-path Susanoo used brute force to break free from Madara's grip, yanked out the embedded Amano Bujai, charged up power, then swung outward in a diagonal arc. The slash tore through Madara's Susanoo from shoulder to waist, the energy burst continuing through the armor to diagonally slice 8 mountains in the background, then carve up the earth beyond before finally dissipating. Madara's Susanoo was too severely damaged and disintegrated in midair. Madara and Kakashi fell toward the ground together. Huff, huff, huff. After landing, Kakashi gasped desperately for air. Madara glanced at him sideways. Already worn out. Kakashi wheezed, huff, huff, huff. These eyes are a heavy burden for me. Madara looked away. Rest while you can. In a moment, you probably won't even have time to catch your breath. Behind the six-path Susanoo, the truth-seeking orb barrier dissolved back into spheres, floating back behind Indra. Black Zetsu, observing from the distant perimeter, muttered, "That Indra guy looks like he's enjoying himself. He seems to really appreciate Madara, deliberately wanting to spar with him. Whatever, it doesn't interfere with the bigger picture." Rumble rumble rumble. Just then, another disturbance erupted behind them. Black Zetsu's face lit up with excitement. Is it evolving again? They saw, the Ten-Tail's stick-like forelimbs had already returned to normal thickness. Clap. The Ten-Tails pressed its palms together at its chest. Natural energy surged like a whale swallowing the ocean. Its body rapidly filled out, growing tall and imposing. This was the Ten-Tail's third form, also its final form before becoming the Divine Tree. Kakashi's breathing had calmed somewhat, but his expression grew even more grave. The Ten-Tails, it's evolved again. Indra turned to gaze at the Ten-Tails, an unusual gleam flickering in his eyes. He returned to the six-path Susanoo, then piloted it toward the Ten-Tails behind him. Kakashi, what's he planning? Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be? The six-path Susanoo stopped directly above the Ten-Tails. Indra smirked. I suddenly thought of a great way to use the Ten-Tails. Whoosh. The six-path Susanoo descended, landing directly on the Ten-Tail's back, on that garlic-shaped tumor. Kakashi looked incredulous. He's using his Susanoo to ride the Ten-Tails like a horse. Madara's gaze darkened. Oh. My original concept for the beast's difficulty was exactly like this, but the Nine-Tails was simply too frail, the Susanoo made it collapse the moment I sat on it. But with the Ten-Tails, this might actually work. Indra let out a wild, arrogant laugh. Ha 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 ha, this feels incredible. Swish. His six-path Susanoo held the Amano Bujai poised at its side. The Ten-Tails planted its four limbs on the ground. Its massive forehead eye rolled, locking onto the target. After a thunderous roar, it charged forward with murderous intent. Six paths, true beast's difficulty. Kakashi tensed like a cornered animal. Damn it, there's absolutely no way to maneuver around this. Wrong. Madara forcefully contradicted him. Listen, on the battlefield, never let the enemy's posture intimidate you. I have an idea. Work with me. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 330, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Chapter 330, Blessings and Calamities Intertwined. Boom. 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 The Ten-Tails charged across the earth, carrying the six paths, Susanoo on its back. Watching the Ten-Tails disappear into the distance, Black Zetsu seethed with rage. How dare he ride on Mother's back? That ungrateful descendant Indra. With such a formidable enemy bearing down on them, Madara activated his complete body Susanoo once more. But this time, Kakashi wasn't inside the Susanoo, instead, he stood on its outstretched palm. I hope I can still make it out alive. Kakashi prayed, closing his eyes tight. Whoosh. Azure chakra formed the skeletal framework of Susanoo. The chakra continued to burn, manifesting as muscle tissue that wrapped around the right arm bones and half the head and torso. Kakashi opened his eyes. This is my absolute limit. Swish. Madara's Susanoo spread its wings, cradling Kakashi and his miniature Susanoo as it soared into the sky. Indra looked up with interest. Oh. Changing tactics this time. Beneath the six paths, Susanoo, the ten-tails opened its massive maw and spat out an enormous fleshy tumor. The growth unfurled, transforming into a gigantic rafflesia bloom. This monstrous flower served as the ten-tails artillery platform in its current form, a living cannon for firing tailed beast bombs. Compared to its previous incarnations, the power of these tailed beast bombs had undergone a massive enhancement. But with increased power came drawbacks. The charging time for tailed beast bombs was noticeably slower, and the ten-tails itself lacked mobility. Whoosh! A Super Dreadnought-class ten-tails tailed beast bomb had already formed at the mouth of the rafflesia cannon. Seeing this, Madara's Susanoo began high-speed evasive maneuvers through the sky. The ten-tails' eye, squeezed nearly shut by the rafflesia, struggled to rotate and track its target. Enough. Indra grew impatient. The six paths, Susanoo gripped the Amano-Bujai in its left hand, skillfully hooked the ten-tails tailed beast bomb onto the halberd's tip, rested the weapon on the Amano-Makagubao in its right hand, drew the bowstring taut, and fired straight into the sky. With Indra's visual prowess providing perfect aim, missing was impossible. Using the divine Amano-Makagubao to launch the Amano-Bujai loaded with the ten-tails rafflesia-tailed beast bomb, without exaggeration, even if Madara's Susanoo were 10 times stronger, it wouldn't dare take this attack head-on. But at that very moment, a black shuriken materialized in Kakashi's Susanoo's palm and was hurled downward. Kamui Shuriken. Boom. Whoosh. Upon collision, the Kamui Shuriken exploded into a Kamui vortex, instantly transferring the ten-tails tailed beast bomb along with the Amano-Bujai into the dimensional void. Trading a musket for a cannon. Madara smirked. Excellent. The dispersed four limbo shadows manifested Susanoo once again, but this time, instead of feudal direct confrontation, Madara used limbo as relay points for spatial displacement. Limbo, instant switch. Madara, carrying Kakashi's Susanoo, appeared at Limbo Alpha's position. Swish. Another Kamui Shuriken launched, targeting the ten-tails head. If Indra used Susanoo to disengage from the ten-tails, the clumsy beast would be hit. So he had no choice but to intercept it directly. Indra muttered, playing this game, are we? Swish. The six paths, Susanoo shrugged its shoulder, launching an Amano-no-Hoko from its back. The spear collided with the Kamui Shuriken, and both were annihilated in the vortex. Madara repeated the same tactic, using limbo for spatial displacement. Each time he switched positions, Kakashi would coordinate by hurling a Kamui Shuriken downward. After several repetitions, multiple Amano-no-Hoko spears had been consumed. Truly irritating. Indra frowned, glancing at the two remaining Amano-no-Hoko spears on the Susanoo's back armor. He decided to take the offensive and break the stalemate. Swish. Swish. The six paths, Susanoo shrugged both shoulders consecutively. The two Amano-no-Hoko spears fired in different directions, piercing through the limbo Susanoo waiting in the void. This time, the spears struck the limbo entities themselves inside the Susanoo. The two slain limbo clones vanished into light along with their Susanoo, unable to reform in the short term. Indra said, now you only have 2 relay points left. Though it seems I was being overly cautious, that silver-haired hedgehog is already finished. Kakashi was severely depleted of chakra and could no longer maintain his Susanoo. I've already enhanced Kakashi with Otsutsuki power, but his foundation is still too weak. Madara frowned, directing his Susanoo to fly higher while the remaining 2 limbo Susanoo moved to different positions in the sky. Indra formed a 2-finger seal. Behind the 10 tails, 10 massive tails with palm-shaped ends wrapped around the 6 paths, Susanoo's waist. The Susanoo beat its wings, lifting the 10 tails into the sky. The Amano-Bujai reformed, skewering a 10 tails tailed beast bomb and hurling it directly at Madara's Susanoo. Without Kakashi's Kamui Shuriken, Madara's only option was to swap positions with Limbo. Swish. Madara and his Susanoo switched places with Limbo Beta. But Indra was prepared. The instant Madara appeared, the 6 paths, Susanoo violently hurled the Amano-Bujai. Limbo's instant switch had a cooldown of several seconds, he couldn't swap again. But as if anticipating this, at the moment the Amano-Bujai struck, the Susanoo suddenly threw Kakashi toward Indra, right in front of the 6 paths, Susanoo. Crack. Madara's Susanoo was obliterated by the Amano-Bujai in a single strike. Indra watched Kakashi hurtling toward him through the air. The same trick again. Forget it. Swish. Swish. He waved his hand, sending all 12 truth-seeking orbs flying toward Kakashi to disrupt his long-range Kamui. Whoosh. But every truth-seeking orb passed straight through Kakashi. Whoosh. At that moment, Limbo Gamma, having dismissed its Susanoo, swiftly darted past and carried all the truth-seeking orbs away. Kakashi shot forward, maintaining his intangible state, treating the six paths, Susanoo as non-existent as he phased into the cube where Indra stood. This entire sequence, though described slowly, occurred in the blink of an eye. Kakashi's hand reached directly for Indra. What? Indra truly hadn't expected the two to execute such an intricately linked, ethereally brilliant combination in such a short time, a display of masterful coordination that could succeed brilliantly or fail catastrophically. Swish. Indra's yin-yang six-path staff slashed toward Kakashi. Whoosh. As expected, the staff passed right through. Kakashi's arm shot out like lightning, grasping Indra's arm as both eyes simultaneously activated Kamui. Crack. Violent vortex turbulence erupted. Crack. Crack. The front and rear walls of the Susanoo shattered simultaneously. Exclamation point. Indra severed his own left arm, leaping away at the critical moment. Whoosh. His severed arm, along with the staff it held, was sucked into the dimensional void. Thud. Kakashi collapsed to his knees inside the Susanoo, his eyes completely reverting to 3 tomo. Still too slow. If it were Obito, he would have succeeded just now. Swish. At that moment, Madara's limbo flashed by, whisking Kakashi away. Indra clutched his severed arm, standing suspended in the sky. Though wounded by an opponent far weaker than himself, his face showed no shame or rage, but rather cold appreciation. Turning decay into wonder, a perfect interpretation of the art called battle. A delightful intermission before infinite Tsukuyomi. But now, it's time for the curtain to fall. Buzz. His left eye focused on Kakashi in the distance. Madara sensed something amiss. This is bad. Swish. At the last moment, Madara used instant switch with Limbo, positioning himself directly in front of Kakashi. Mokohano Shiryu. Inertia carried Madara and Kakashi out of the eye technique's range. But Mokohano Shiryu still took effect, albeit for just a brief instant. In Kakashi's vision, Madara's skin aged instantly, and his jet black hair rapidly turned gray-white. Thud. After landing, Kakashi gazed with trembling eyes, speaking with complex emotions. Madara, why did you? Madara's lips were cracked and his breathing weak, yet he maintained the supreme dignity of a warrior. I brought you out, so I must bring you back. Konoha is his village. You are Konoha's Hokage. Since we chose to walk this path together, I must answer to him. Kakashi asked, him, do you mean Naruto, or? Who it is doesn't matter. Madara spoke with a thread-like voice. Escape quickly, use Kamui to absorb yourself into the dimensional void. Tell that Naruto kid I couldn't fulfill my promise. Take care of Ari. Take care of, my child. Hatake Kakashi clenched his fists tightly. You should tell them that yourself. Buzz. His right eye's 3 tomo transformed into Mangekyo, blood vessels bursting as he squeezed out the last of his ocular power. Kamui. Whoosh. Madara was absorbed into the dimensional void. Huff, huff, huff. Looks like I've reached my limit too. Kakashi's eyes became unfocused, even the permanently active 3 tomo vanishing from his pupils. Sorry, Obito. I couldn't fulfill my promise either. Thud. The world spun around him. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Let me see you off one last time. Indra gazed intently at Kakashi. At that moment, a white Zetsu emerged beside Kakashi. Lord Indra, Kakashi, he's finished. Rumble rumble. Just as Indra frowned, the Ten-Tails suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. The Ten-Tails' entire body rooted itself in the earth. The massive seed on its back sprouted and grew, becoming a towering trunk that shot straight into the heavens. Oh! The divine tree has finally appeared. At this moment, everyone's attention, including Black Zetsu's, was drawn to the divine tree. Kakashi, you really should thank me. So much so that the white Zetsu quietly performed some manipulation, completely unnoticed by anyone. Inside Kamui's dimensional space, Madara, his life force depleted, lay within the cube. Awaiting him was undoubtedly death. Whoosh. But on the verge of death, Hashirama Senju's face on his chest began to dissolve. Hashirama's life force flowed into every cell of his body, reviving his vitality. Simultaneously, his dim Rinnegan began to glimmer faintly, some unknown transformation brewing within. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 331, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 331, Patient Persuasion. The divine tree sprouted in the wilderness of the land of lightning. 5 massive roots, like octopus tentacles, sprawled across the landscape in 5 directions. Twisted together, they formed a trunk that stretched toward the heavens, its canopy towering over 100 meters high, crowned with a single bud waiting to bloom. Indra gazed upward. That's the Ten-Tails' final form, the divine tree. It's also the source of Grandmother Kagaya's chakra fruit. Black Zetsu stepped forward eagerly. Indra, absorb the divine tree into your body and become the divine tree Jinchuriki. You'll gain chakra far beyond what you have now, plus truly immortal vitality. Indra noticed something unusual. The 10 tails evolved into the divine tree, but it's still absorbing natural energy. And that flower at the top, there's something strange about it. Black Zetsu tried to deflect. It's already sufficient. Whether that flower blooms or not won't affect the divine tree's power. Rustle. As they spoke, the outer petals began to unfurl ever so slightly. Indra's eyes narrowed. At this rate, that flower will bloom in about 15 minutes. Let's wait a bit longer. No need to rush now. Black Zetsu grew anxious. Damn it, why is Indra being so difficult? Would it kill him to just follow my lead obediently? If the divine tree's flower blooms, the infinite Tsukimi will activate automatically, consuming chakra from the divine tree itself, not Indra. If Indra isn't weakened enough, I won't be able to exploit the opening and possess him. Mother's resurrection will face new variables. No, I have to convince him. So Black Zetsu began spinning tales. Indra, as they say, when the moon is full, it wanes, when water is full, it overflows. Everything requires moderation. The divine tree's power still holds many unknowns. Absorbing the current divine tree would make you invincible, why complicate things and invite variables? Indra remained unmoved. With the world's end approaching, I want to witness the divine tree's flower in full bloom at least once. Witness your ass. Black Zetsu was screaming internally but forced himself to remain patient and speak sweetly. How about this, Indra, first absorb the divine tree and become its Jinchuriki. If you want to see the flower bloom, you can admire it leisurely after completing the infinite Tsukuyomi. But Indra's eyes remained fixed on the flower. No, no, no. It wouldn't be beautiful if forced. Right now, with the moon bright and stars sparse, it's the perfect time for flower viewing. Damn it. Stupid brute. Where did he pick up these pretentious scholarly habits? Black Zetsu unconsciously cursed every scholar and warrior under heaven, but knowing he couldn't do anything to Indra now, he could only swallow his frustration and consider alternatives. It seems he's determined to wait for the flower to bloom. The infinite Tsukuyomi won't drain his chakra, but the subsequent divine nativity of a world of trees can only be executed after becoming the divine tree's Jinchuriki. By then, Indra will inevitably suffer some depletion. I'll seize that opportunity. As the divine tree took root, in the Valley of the End, within the Six Paths barrier. After intense battle, Naruto had defeated the former Kage summoned from the Pure Land. They lay on the ground, their souls incomplete. The spirit of the Sage of Six Paths sat cross-legged in midair, hands pressed together. Buto no Mitama. Whoosh. The Kage's fragmented souls were restored, their chakra becoming whole again. Naruto frowned. At this rate, there's no end in sight. The sage suddenly sensed something. This feeling, the divine tree has already. It seems Mother's resurrection is inevitable. Sasuke chose to stand with Naruto, so the only ones who can stop Indra and Mother now. Seeing the sage's expression, Naruto spoke up. Old man sage, dragging this out benefits no one. How about we discuss something? The sage shook his head. As long as you insist on reviving Mother, there's nothing to discuss. Naruto continued regardless. You're just afraid I can't control Kaguya and will end up harming everyone on this land, right? After the sage's tacit acknowledgement, he added, it's not just about Mother. Everything you've done since returning from the future doesn't match Ashura's character. At this point, Naruto couldn't be bothered to delve deeper. How about this, let's make a bet. Whoever wins gets to write the future's script. The sage asked, what kind of bet? Naruto said, if I can persuade Kaguya to become our ninja ally, it proves my strategic vision is correct. If I can't convince her, it proves your concerns are justified. Fair enough. The sage pressed, how can I ensure you'll honor your promise? Naruto replied, even if you think I've changed, name one promise I've made that I haven't kept. The sage countered, this time is different. If Mother loses control, this world is finished. Naruto, worst case scenario, if persuasion fails, sealing her away again would be easy enough, right? Or do you think something I accomplished in my previous life is beyond me now? The sage hesitated. Naruto pressed his advantage. Continuing this meaningless stalemate might truly lead to losing control. Is that acceptable? Swish. Swish. Naruto backflipped, dodging incoming attacks, his gaze profound. Besides, this manifested spirit of yours draws power from the truth-seeking orbs that were buried with me earlier. Once those orbs' power is exhausted, your spirit will disappear and you won't be able to interfere with me again. Naruto's implication was clear, make your decision now while you still have negotiating power. The sage, despite his reluctance, saw that the external situation was spiraling beyond his control. Indeed, it was unwise to continue this stalemate. The sage said, "Everyone, stand down." Whoosh. All the Kage spirits ceased their actions. The sage continued, "You all heard what Naruto just said, correct?" The Kage spirits replied, "We heard every word clearly." The sage nodded. "Good. First Reikage, first Tsuchikage Ishiwa, first Mizukage Byakuren, first Kazakage Reto, second Kazakage Shaman, third Mizukage Weiyang, you six were all highly respected Kage in life. You'll serve as witnesses to this wager between Naruto and myself." The sage looked toward Sasuke. "And Sasuke, I haven't revoked your power because I hoped you'd reconsider. I'm still preserving the power I granted you, on the condition that you also serve as witness. How about it?" Sasuke's brow furrowed. He disliked this negotiation style, but, if possible, he didn't want the power he'd gained to be taken away for nothing. However, this mainly depended on Naruto's decision. Sasuke asked quietly, "Naruto, were you serious about what you just said?" Naruto answered frankly, "Of course. No matter when or where, I'm always completely serious." "All right." Sasuke nodded, looking up at the sage. "I'll serve as witness." The sage thought, even Naruto wouldn't be shameless enough to break his word in front of Sasuke. Buzz. The sealed barrier opened. "Since we've come this far, let's see it through." The sage of six paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, waved his hand. "Then prove it to me, Naruto. If you succeed, not only will I stop interfering with your policies, I'll even give you my hidden power. But if you fail, I hope you'll honor your promise." To show sincerity, this chapter receives additional sponsorship. Heartfelt thanks to name already taken. I've truly seen your name so many times. Deep affection can't compare to lasting companionship. Love you, love you. Special thanks to the profounding you, a certain unknown someone, Sanada Jenny Cairo, Zheng Liang who loves brown sugar taro, Uchiha Dave, Jiaming who loves secret pork cutlet, Yuangshi, Outman Slow and Steady W, Ganyu's household, Lord Chi who loves white foxes, Dream Farewell, Li Yi who loves dragon fruit shaved ice. Thank you to all the above friends for your tremendous support on September 18th. Love you all. Mwah 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 mwah. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 332, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 332, Cause and Effect Unbroken. Outside the gates of Omegakure. The Konoha ninja, who had been moving in small squads, arrived one after another. Seeing the main force stationed here, they questioned in confusion, "What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a joint military exercise with a Wagakure?" Just then, at the entrance to Omegakure, Shikaku and Konan walked out together. A member of the Aburame clan exclaimed in shock, "That woman, she's a member of the Akatsuki. She attacked alongside Pain back then. How can Mr. Shikaku be standing with her?" Shikaku stepped forward before the assembled Konoha ninja, his voice grave and steady. "Everyone, please quiet down. I need to announce the truth about this exercise." Nara Shikaku spoke in his calm yet serious tone. "About Indra, the Ten-Tails, the Divine Tree, and the Infinite Tsukuyumi. Uzumaki Naruto, he's a missing nin. How can we believe anything he says? This is a conspiracy. It's Amigakure's plot. They must want to attack our village while our defenses are down. Mr. Shikaku, you've always been brilliant. Don't be fooled by such an obvious trick." Those ninja who harbored deep misunderstandings about Naruto grew increasingly agitated. "Where's the sixth? Where did Kakashi go? Why isn't he here at a time like this?" "Ha!" Nara Shikaku took a deep breath. "Kakashi has already gone to the battlefield." The entire crowd fell silent instantly. At that moment, Yuzuki Yugao stepped forward, cradling Hana. On his way here, Lord Hokage responded to a certain great ninja's call and headed to the land of lightning to face the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki together. The Konoha ninja exchanged bewildered glances. How is that possible? Could this actually be true? If Lord Hokage has already gone to battle, is it really okay for us to be stationed in a place like this? That's right, we should be on the battlefield. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Bring him out. Exactly. Unless Naruto comes out to face us directly, we won't believe it. As the Konoha ninja argued among themselves, the Kimogakure main force arrived, their faces equally puzzled. Weren't we supposed to attack Iwagakure? Why are Konoha's ninja here too? Dodai and Shikaku, these two strategic minds, exchanged a knowing smile, helpless yet filled with mutual respect. Forces from Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure arrived in succession. Many were bitter enemies, their eyes blazing with hatred upon meeting. Outside Omegakure, the atmosphere was charged with tension, but inside the village, the mood was equally grim. Hinata Hyuga sat beneath a massive device, closely monitoring the situation on the Land of Lightning battlefield through the Tenseigan satellite. The Divine Tree is about to bloom. At this rate, Infinite Tsukuyumi will activate any moment. Sakura Haruno, Naruto still hasn't returned. Just then, Murasaki brought good news. He's back. Lord Naruto and Lord Sasuke have both returned. Excellent. With their cornerstone back in place, all the ninja present breathed sighs of relief. Beneath the Omega-kure Tower, Azura and Minato stood guard beside Obito. Obito's soul, wounded by Indra, had been restored. His summoning, impure world reincarnation body had stopped deteriorating, but he still hadn't awakened. The fourth Hokage and Naruto Uzumaki also gathered around, waiting anxiously. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Whoosh. At that moment, Naruto, having reached a wager agreement with the Sage of Six Paths, returned with Sasuke using Flying Thunder God. Everyone looked over. Seeing Sasuke obediently following behind Naruto, Tobirama teased, "Oh. The proud little Uchiha finally learned to bow his head. You really know how to cause trouble at critical moments. If it weren't for you, our deployment would have started long ago." Umph. Sasuke snorted coldly, retorting, "Second Hokage, you really are a naturally evil Hokage." "What did you say?" Tobirama was stunned, then about to explode. Hashirama warned, "Tobirama, stop it. You provoked him first." Tobirama grumbled, "I was just stating facts. If it weren't for this Uchiha brat causing trouble, we would have already." At that moment, Sasuke unexpectedly said, "I admit I was wrong. After this battle ends, I'll make amends in my own way. So can we discuss business first? Time is running short." Tobirama's expression finally softened slightly. "Now that sounds more human." Just like that, the reunion atmosphere eased. Naruto approached Obito, his eyes narrowing slightly. Minato blamed himself. "It was to protect me that Obito got hurt." Azura had dispersed part of his soul, but using the same method as Indra, he readjusted his body to fit his soul, now appearing as a slightly older child. He stared intently at Naruto, speaking in a childish yet mature voice. "You're my reincarnation in this generation, right? I have many things I want to discuss with you, but the urgent matter is stopping my brother. I will, but I'll do it my way." Naruto glanced at Azura, then turned to face everyone. "Infinite Tsukuyomi is about to activate. We need to avoid being caught in that technique." Hashirama said, "According to intelligence, those under summoning, impure world reincarnation aren't affected by infinite Tsukuyomi. Also, those who've awakened the 6 Tomo Rinnegan can use Susanoo as protection, blocking the light of infinite Tsukuyomi." Hiruzen added, "We have Naruto and Sasuke here, 2 pairs of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, 2 Susanoo. But that might not be enough to cover all the ninja." Naruto Uzumaki said, "That's indeed a problem." Tobirama suddenly had a wild idea. "How about this? All participating ninja commit suicide, then use those white setsu for summoning, impure world reincarnation. That way they'd have bodies naturally immune to infinite Tsukuyomi, and they'd be better suited for the upcoming battle, right?" "You're definitely a devil," was everyone's unanimous thought. Tobirama said, "I'm just sharing my perspective. Whether to adopt it or not is up to you. Fourth, you haven't expressed an opinion yet. Say something." "Obito." Minato let out a startled cry. Everyone looked over to see Uchiha Obito slowly sitting up. Naruto smiled with an, as expected, expression. Obito's eyes were now blazing with 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Tobirama was shocked. He actually evolved his eyes under summoning, impure world reincarnation. Obito covered his eyes. "Ah. I find it incredible myself. I guess this is what they call blessings and calamities intertwined." Azura said admiringly, "Using your dying soul to resist the backlash, perfectly controlling parts of my and my brother's souls and making them part of your own soul, Obito, your willpower is truly strong." Obito remained silent. The fierce struggle and torment in his spiritual world, only Naruto, with his Byudo no Mitama eyes, had witnessed it. But in any case, he'd endured it. His soul had been elevated, and he'd awakened these eyes that theoretically should have been impossible to obtain. Tobirama worried, summoning, impure world reincarnation isn't advanced enough to perfectly preserve the Rinnegan. Even Madara's ordinary Rinnegan couldn't be perfectly restored, let alone higher-level ocular power. How much can actually be utilized is still unknown. But Obito said casually, "It's fine. I've already rewritten the cause and effect of this summoning, impure world reincarnation." Tobirama was shocked. "You said, cause and effect." Obito made an astonishing statement. "Yes, severing the original cause and effect, bestowing new cause and effect, this Ai's dojutsu is called Danmetsu Shanti. This summoning, impure world reincarnation body will no longer be my limiter. While retaining the immortality and regeneration characteristics of summoning, impure world reincarnation, whether it's perfect restoration of this Ai's ocular power or future chakra training and enhancement, everything can be balanced." After the shock of the pattering rain, Hashirama was delighted. In any case, we now have 3 pairs of eyes capable of resisting infinite Tsukimi. No, perhaps, it's 4 pairs. Whoosh. From the vortex released by Obito's eye, Uchiha Madara appeared before them. The face belonging to Hashirama on his chest had disappeared. But the life force stripped away by Mokohanoshirya had fully recovered. More importantly, above the 3 ripple patterns of his Rinnegan eyes, Tomo were now embedded. Hashirama was amazed. Madara, you. Uchiha Madara said proudly, Hashirama, whether you acknowledge it or not, this time I really have crossed over to the other side. Whoosh. Hashirama rushed forward in one stride, embracing Madara. Idiot. I'm not talking about such trivial matters. You're safe, really, truly safe. Madara, helpless yet moved, softened his gaze. You really are impossible. Watching this scene, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged smiles. This is me and my brother in this generation, and the previous me and previous brother from the past generation. So enviable. If only my brother and I could truly return to childhood. Azura felt a mix of emotions, standing up solemnly. I heard everything you just discussed. I have a technique that might solve your urgent problem. Land of lightning, on the plains. With no interference, 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Rustle, 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 rustle. The divine tree's flower was about to bloom completely. Indra watched with complete focus. Black Zetsu clenched his fists unwillingly. Then, Hatake Kakashi, who had been lying on the ground, quietly got up. The undercover white Zetsu beside him quickly said, Hey, you should stay down. After that flower blooms, infinite Tsukimi will activate immediately. When you're hanging on the tree, at least your life will be preserved. But Kakashi completely failed to grasp the white Zetsu's intentions. He muttered in a low, somber voice, so as long as that flower is gone, infinite Tsukimi can be stopped, right? White Zetsu said, well, you can't say it's completely stopped, just temporarily prevented. It can't be activated through the flower blooming method. It seems heaven meant for me to wake up at this moment. Whether Kakashi hadn't heard or had heard but chose to selectively ignore the white Zetsu's words, buzz. His left eye instantly transformed into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, focusing on the divine tree's flower about to bloom 100 meters above. Infinite Tsukimi, I'll stop you. Kamui. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 333, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 333, Setting Things Right. Kamui. Crack. The divine tree's flower, along with the eye gleaming within, was suddenly swallowed by an erupting space-time vortex and vanished without a trace. Thud. Hatake Kakashi collapsed to the ground. Indra's gaze slowly turned, filled with anger, toward the white Zetsu who had earlier claimed Kakashi was already dead. That undercover white Zetsu threw caution to the wind. Lord Indra. Kakashi is really dead this time, believe me. Without question, he'd made himself the center of attention again. The other white Zetsu tried to connect with his mind but found they couldn't link up. Realizing what this meant, they cried out, Lord Indra. We can't receive his telepathic signals, he's an individual under Uzumaki Naruto's Koto Amatsukami control. He's a spy. Indra's eyes flickered, but he didn't act immediately. Instead, he turned unhurriedly to face that white Zetsu. Whether you're a spy doesn't matter. But you've ruined my flower viewing mood. That requires payment. Damn it, Kakashi, you bastard. You're getting me killed too. The white Zetsu hoisted Kakashi onto his shoulder and turned to flee. Pretty loyal of you. Indra smiled faintly and began his pursuit. In desperation, the white Zetsu spun around and shouted, Indra, you stepped in dog shit. Whoosh. Indra's steps came to an abrupt halt. He frowned, looking down at his feet, but found nothing unusual. So he sat down to carefully examine his soles, no signs of stepping in excrement. He raised his hand toward the white Zetsu's retreating figure, murmuring, die. But at that moment, Black Zetsu appeared before him, acting completely out of character. Indra, let it go. Heaven values life, spare him. During infinite Tsukimi, they'll suffer plenty. Black Zetsu, for the first time ever, was pleading for an enemy. He thought to himself, Hatake Kakashi, you're like timely rain, do you know how much trouble your Kamui just saved me? Indra slowly lowered his palm. Since you put it that way, I'll spare him. Black Zetsu said, it's time, Indra. Absorb the divine tree and end this world with infinite Tsukimi. Indra rose and faced the towering divine tree, his body floating upward. He pressed his palm against the trunk, unleashing tremendous suction. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The divine tree flowed, being absorbed into Indra's body. His severed left arm regenerated, and his six-path sage robe transformed, the black tomo spread not just across the collar and back, but throughout the entire garment. Whoosh. 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 Truth-seeking orbs reformed, and the yin-yang six-path staff materialized in his reborn left hand. So this is the divine tree's power. Completely different from the ten tails. I've entered an entirely new realm. Indra had become the divine tree's Jinchuriki, gaining overwhelming chakra and truly immortal vitality. Finally. I've reached this point. Black Zetsu's face showed hope as he suppressed his restless heart, speaking in a deep voice. Those who possess the power of reincarnation, when approaching the lunar surface, will simultaneously awaken the eye of the moon hidden in their forehead. Infinite Tsukuyomi will activate immediately. Whoosh! Indra ascended toward the sky, stopping at the height where the moon perfectly filled his vision. ZZZZZT. A crack appeared on his forehead, splitting left and right to reveal a blood-red base with 3 ripples and 9 tomo, the unique Rinne Sharingan of the Ten Tails and Divine Tree. ZZZT. This Rinne Sharingan projected directly onto the moon, transforming it into the all-illuminating Eye of the Moon. Illuminate the world, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Intense white light, bright enough to overshadow everything, bathed every corner of the earth and penetrated to the planet's far side. At this moment, no matter who they were, where they were, or what they were doing, the instant that white light swept over them, their eyes transformed into 6 tomo Rinnegan, proof of being caught in the genjutsu. Here it comes. In a Megakure, Naruto, Sasuke, Madara, Obito, and 4 others each took positions at corners, working together to deploy the technique Azura had taught them. This was a supreme barrier technique requiring 4 6-paths level ninja to activate, the 4-pillar divine formation, with power dozens of times greater than the 4 red yang formation. 6 paths, 4-pillar divine formation. The moment the barrier activated, Naruto, Sasuke, Madara, and Obito summoned 4 different colored Susanoo, perfect form that rose in response, standing guard on the formation's 4 sides. Then the 4 perfect Susanoo sat cross-legged and formed hand seals. Gray, purple, blue, and black barrier walls, matching each person's Susanoo colors, merged together, creating a magnificent barrier enveloping all of a Megakure inside and out. Crack, crack, crack. The scales of the Susanoo armor spread rapidly across the barrier. Once complete, the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi was perfectly blocked outside the barrier. You've got to be kidding. Those ninja who had been chattering outside Amagekyu's gates finally understood when they saw this spectacle. The letter's contents weren't alarmist at all. If Naruto hadn't gathered them here, they would now be puppets controlled by Jinjutsu, just like those people outside. In the land of lightning, the fleeing white Zetsu was still with Kakashi. Really, thank you. If not for you, I'd probably be in grave danger. Kakashi's right eye maintained its eternal Mangekyo form, staying conscious within Infinite Tsukuyomi's light. It turned out that Aim no Ohabari's Genjutsu immunity was truly absolute, even Infinite Tsukuyomi couldn't affect Kakashi with this eye. The white Zetsu said, if you want to thank someone, thank my great master, Lord Uzumaki Naruto. I saved you repeatedly for his sake. But your final action should have inadvertently assisted his plan. Kakashi questioned, Naruto has a plan. White Zetsu explained, he wants to use Indra as a sacrifice to revive Kagaya. For this, Indra must fall right into Black Zetsu's trap. If that flower had truly bloomed, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The white light from the eye of the moon gradually dimmed. Except for a very few individuals, everyone on Earth had fallen under this genjutsu. Black Zetsu said, next, we just need to hang them on the tree. Whoosh. Indra slowly descended to the ground. After releasing the yin-yang 6-path staff, he pressed his palms together. Divine, nativity of a world of trees. Crack, crack, crack. The divine tree descended upon the earth again, its roots spreading to every corner of the world. White cloth strips hanging from the branches wrapped up all those caught in Infinite Tsukuyomi, suspending them from the trunk. Thus, Infinite Tsukuyomi was finally complete. Phew, that should wrap things up. Indra slowly lowered his hands. Indeed, Indra. You did excellently. You've worked hard, rest well. At this moment, Black Zetsu quietly approached from behind, wearing a sinister grin as he reached his dark hand toward Indra's back. Crack. But something unexpected happened. Indra spun around first, grabbing Black Zetsu's arm. Black Zetsu was stunned. What? Indra turned his face, lips curved in a faint smile. Your true colors are revealed at last. You finally couldn't contain yourself. Black Zetsu asked incredulously, when did you figure it out? Indra replied calmly, anyone who spends 1,000 years accomplishing one thing must have enormous schemes. So I've been guarding against you all along, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu asked, then why didn't you expose me earlier? Indra smiled lightly, we had some common interests, didn't we? Exposing you too early would have prevented me from learning more details. More importantly, it would have been much less entertaining. Black Zetsu understood. You never actually wanted to watch the divine tree bloom. Indra, correct. What I wanted to see was just your frantic expression. But that silver-haired man using his dojutsu to transfer the divine tree's flower did put me at somewhat of a disadvantage. Black Zetsu tried to break free, but Indra's hand gripped him like a vice. He was horrified. Indra had consecutively used infinite Tsukimi and divine nativity of a world of trees. Why wasn't he weakened but still possessed such tremendous power? Indra seemed to see through Black Zetsu's thoughts. Here's my advice, there's no strongest technique, only stronger people. Crack. The half-open ring of the Yin-Yang six-path staff locked around Black Zetsu's neck, flinging him directly skyward. Smack. Indra pressed his palms together. Rest in peace here. Chibaku Tensei. Damn it. I never imagined my 1,000 years of scheming would be ruined here. Mother, your son is useless. Rumble, 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 rumble. Black Zetsu was completely buried by Chibaku Tensei. Indra picked up the Yin-Yang six-path staff again, turning his gaze toward the southwest, precisely the direction of Omega Kure. When Infinite Tsukimi activated, a mysterious force blocked the light. It seems the current era's highest combat power is all gathered in that small village. Uzumaki Naruto, huh? It's time to meet him. Boom. Indra transformed into a streak of white light, racing toward Omega Kure. Everything that happened here was also transmitted through the outer space Tenseigan satellite into Hinata's consciousness. She said gravely, Naruto-kun, Black Zetsu failed. Indra is heading this way. Naruto smiled. Oh. The 1,000-year schemer really met his match this time. Seeing Naruto's unhurried demeanor, Hashirama, Tobirama, and others were somewhat surprised. If Kaguya can't be revived, this entire operation would be completely backwards. Naruto said, it's too early to say she can't be revived. There's a video I want to show everyone. The video Naruto showed everyone was recorded by the Tenseigan satellite, the scene of Black Zetsu using summoning, impure world reincarnation on Indra. Everyone noticed a detail, when Black Zetsu performed summoning, impure world reincarnation on Indra, he actually used part of his own body as the living sacrifice. Why would he do that? There must be deeper meaning. Black Zetsu's Black Spore technique is so powerful that even 6 paths level power can barely detect it. In the past, it was unstoppable. Hearing this, Madara, Sasuke, and Obito all clenched their fists in unison. Naruto said, so Black Zetsu should still have some backup plan. We need to fully weaken Indra before that backup can activate. I see. Naruto's explanation gave everyone peace of mind. At this moment, Omega Kure ANBU squad leader Ryuko reported, Chief, the ninja gathered outside the village are getting restless. Lady Angel alone might have trouble maintaining order. Ah, it's time to be completely honest. Naruto donned his fire cloud robe, took Hinata's hand, and strode outside. Obito, Sasuke, Madara, Itachi, Shisui, the 5 Uchiha elites followed. As he walked, more and more people gathered behind him. Past Hokage, former Akatsuki members, former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Might Guy's clone army, the most outstanding ninja from every village, past and present. The 4th Great Ninja War, delayed by more than half a year, was about to break out in full force. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 334, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 334, Pre-War Rally. The uproar outside Omega Kure had reached a boiling point. Especially the ninja from Konoha and Kimogakure, their accumulated grudges left them with zero goodwill toward Naruto. They all clamored for him to show his face and explain everything in detail. After countless calls, Naruto finally appeared. The Konoha and Kimogakure ninja were ready to denounce him like sworn enemies, but when they saw the faces of those following behind Naruto, their words of condemnation stuck in their throats. Hey, you've got to be kidding, right? That's the first Hokage, isn't it? The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, they're all here. The 5th too, and even Lord Jiraiya, who's already dead. Uchiha Itachi, didn't he already die in Sasuke's revenge? That's Shisui the teleporter, right? Uchiha Obito, wasn't his body just discovered outside Konoha recently? Who's that long-haired wanderer walking with the first Hokage? He looks familiar. Wait, isn't that the men from the statue at the Valley of the End, the one standing alongside the first? Look carefully, it's exactly the same. No, impossible. That's Uchiha Madara, he died at Konoha's founding. The overwhelming information gap crashing into reality created a shock powerful enough to make them question their entire shinobi existence. Uzumaki Naruto remained completely indifferent to the varied expressions on the ninjas' faces. Holding Hinata's hand, he stopped before the massive assembly, his deep Rinnegan eyes sweeping across the entire crowd. He nodded in acknowledgement to Shikaku, Shikamaru, Hayashi, Hanabi, and his former classmates, then spoke with steady, powerful conviction. The reason I summoned you all has been clearly explained in my letter. Some of you may still harbor doubts about me, but just moments ago, Infinite Tsukuyomi was activated. Except for Omega Kure, protected by our barrier, every human in the outside world has already fallen under that great genjutsu called Infinite Tsukuyomi. Whoosh! The moment Naruto finished speaking, a Kamui space-time vortex opened, and Kakashi appeared before the crowd with the undercover white setsu. He collapsed to the ground, gasping with the relief of someone who'd survived a catastrophe. Ha, ha, ha. I never dreamed I could make it back alive. Naruto's expression paused slightly, showing just a hint of awkwardness. The Konoha crowd erupted with excitement. Lord Hokage. You finally returned. Is the outside world really trapped in a great genjutsu, as Uzumaki Naruto said? Hatake Kakashi lifted his weary face, speaking grimly, yes. Aside from myself, probably not one of the billions of humans escaped. Then that means, our village too. With ANBU support, Kakashi stood and said, everyone, this is why we lied about military exercises and insisted on passing through Omega Kure, we had no choice. If we'd hesitated, we would have been caught on the road. We understand. We get it completely. You don't need to say anything more. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Lord Hokage, your strength, wisdom, and resolve, truly worthy of being Konoha's 6th Hokage. Please leave everything that follows to us. Behind Naruto, Hashirama stroked his chin, studying Kakashi. Oh. So that's the 6th, Hatake Kakashi. Tobirama crossed his arms. Hatake. I remember that clan, famous for swordsmanship and intellect. The year I died, there was a kid named Tsukumo already making his mark. I think he set Konoha's record for youngest promotion to Jonin. Hiruzen added, Tsukumo was Kakashi's father. Years after your sacrifice, he earned the title, White Fang of Konoha. Unfortunately, he later violated a ninja taboo, and I couldn't save him. Namikaze Minato said, if Mr. Tsukumo were still alive, perhaps I wouldn't have become the 4th Hokage. But Kakashi is my prized student. Tobirama teased, oh, your prized student. No wonder he looks like he's missing a few screws. At this, Obito interjected, 2nd Hokage, don't paint everyone with the same brush. Weirdos like Minato-sensei are rare, you know. Ahem, ahem. Naruto coughed several times, trying to regain control of the conversation. But unfortunately, some Konoha ninja remained absorbed in the commotion, either not hearing him or not caring. Ugh. Suddenly, those few Konoha ninja clutched their throats and collapsed, foaming at the mouth. This scene brought silence back to the crowd. Naruto cast a meaningful glance toward the tall tower in the background. Atop the tower, a petite girl leaned on a black staff. Beneath pale purple bangs, her fair face appeared especially pale in the rain's reflection. Beside her, Murasaki, who'd left ANBU to serve as her personal guard, said, Lady Ruri, that was your ability just now, wasn't it? Amamiya Ruri, the former princess of the Land of Rain who now governed Amagekyu's affairs in Naruto's stead. She possessed remarkable administrative talents but had been frail and sickly since childhood. Under her leadership, Omega-kure had flourished, and she seemed to be conducting some unknown strategic planning. Few knew she possessed a nearly extinct Kekki Genkai. Called Sky Release, a jutsu that could manipulate atmospheric phenomena. She'd just used Sky Release to suffocate those disrespectful ninja into unconsciousness as a warning. Amamiya Ruri nodded calmly. A bunch of guests who don't know their place, without punishment, they won't understand hierarchy. Ah, Lord Naruto must have such a magnanimous heart to gather this rabble here. To speak cruelly, even I, a non-ninja, frail woman, can see their combat power offers no help in this battle. Weak combat ability is one thing, but their vision is also shallow. They're all frogs at the bottom of a well. Even someone as lacking as myself needed a full half-hour to discern Lord Naruto's deeper meaning. Lord Naruto wants to give these frogs an opportunity. Through this great war, they can either leap from their deep well to soar in a broader world, or peek over the well's edge only to fall back down hard. This is their chance. Oh, your insight mirrors mine perfectly. At this moment, a soft, androgynous voice spoke as Yakushi Kabuto emerged from the background shadows. Amamiya Ruri turned back. Is your confinement over? Weren't you too proud to associate with me? Kabuto adjusted his glasses. You visited me in prison multiple times despite your status. I do remember others' kindness. Amamiya Ruri looked away. To build the new world Lord Naruto envisions, we need people like you, those with independent thinking who aren't constrained by conventional morality. More importantly, you're a captive of Lord Naruto's Koto Amatsukami, so I can trust you completely. Hehehe. Kabuto smiled wickedly, adjusting his glasses again as he looked toward Murasaki. You must be Murasaki. I've heard much about you. Please take care of me as we work together. At Amagekyu's gates, Naruto's pre-war rally reached its climax. Everyone, Indra is about to attack. We ninja will face an unprecedented great war. We may have been mortal enemies in the past, but now we must set aside old grudges and unite against our common foe. I've prepared unified battle attire for everyone. I'll outfit you all immediately. Keh. A Juin appeared, his right eye sweeping across the crowd. Gikuso no Makoto. Everyone was instantly dressed in matching ninja uniforms. Naruto declared with conviction, these battle suits contain virtually unlimited explosive tags and ninja tools. Unleash your fighting spirit to your heart's content. Rumble. A tremendous crash shook the heavens as Indra, the divine tree's Jinchuriki, descended before the allied shinobi forces with earth-shaking presence. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 335, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 335, The World at War. Indra stood tall in the sky, gripping the Yin-Yang six-path staff, his eyes sweeping coldly across the entire battlefield. Gulp. Wherever his gaze fell, shinobi trembled uncontrollably. Some couldn't endure the suffocating atmosphere and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Even the Kage from the great villages were severely shaken. Mei Terumi clutched her chest, brows furrowed. This feeling is completely different from any powerful enemy we've faced before, nauseating, suffocating. Just standing in his presence makes it impossible to properly gather chakra. Anoki of the two scales landed from midair, his expression grave. I once thought the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara represented the ceiling of shinobi power. Then Naruto's appearance changed my understanding. But this enemy, you don't need to analyze his jutsu abilities. One look tells you he's stronger than Naruto, stronger than anyone. Gaara lowered his crossed arms. Is there only one monster like this? Or are there many more in places we don't know about? If he's not unique, then I completely understand Naruto's strategy. The fourth Raikage lay on his stretcher, bloodshot eyes glaring at the sky. Where the hell did this freak come from? Why wasn't there any warning beforehand? Don't tell me Uzumaki Naruto created this thing himself. But he immediately dismissed that thought. No, that's impossible. I've been ambushed by Uzumaki Naruto too many times, that's why I'm seeing conspiracies everywhere. If he could create monsters like this, why not turn himself into one instead of gathering all of us to fight it? What would be the point? After withdrawing his gaze, Indra focused on Naruto. So this is what the shinobi world looks like 1,000 years after Ninshu. The power gap is unimaginably vast. You must be Uzumaki Naruto, the strongest shinobi of this era. Naruto responded firmly, I am Uzumaki Naruto. What do you want? Indra said, have all the irrelevant people leave. I don't like wasting time on weaklings. You, and you, the five of you stay. Indra's gaze lingered on Naruto, Sasuke, Madara, Obito, and Hinata in turn. Naruto smiled meaningfully. Well, if they don't mind, I have no objections. How outrageous. Even clay figures have some fire in them, let alone the hot-blooded warriors present. How dare you look down on us? A hot-headed Kimogakure ninja charged forward. Mokuhana Chiryu. But he'd barely taken a few steps when his body rapidly aged, collapsing as a withered corpse. Madara said in a low voice, that's Mokuhana Chiryu, a dojutsu that can drain life with a single glance. Its effective range should be 150 meters, but after absorbing the divine tree, the casting distance has extended to 200 meters. That's already beyond our understanding of dojutsu. The shinobi present fell silent with terror. How are we supposed to fight such a monster? The ultra-long-range ninjutsu we shinobi typically consider maxes out at 100 meters. We can't even touch him, but one look from him and we're drained dry. Despair spread through the crowd. What's there to fear? Let this old man face him. At that moment, the fourth Raikage rose from his stretcher, becoming the center of everyone's attention. He looked toward the nearby Iwagakure formation. Anoki, remove the jutsu on me. Anoki thought, I've long heard that this Raikage brat was hit by Naruto's super-weighted boulder technique. It's amazing he survived these past 6 months under the jutsu's influence. Anoki formed hand seals and pressed them against the Raikage's chest. Super-weighted boulder technique, release. Whoosh. After 6 months, the super-weighted boulder technique was finally lifted. The sudden lightness made the Raikage's eyes blaze as he threw lightning-fast punches into the air, almost invisible. Sasuke thought, no wonder he moved so slowly when fighting me, Naruto had tampered with him. Crackle, crackle. Intense lightning coursed through the Raikage's limbs and every chakra point. Under the full moon, the Raikage's body rapidly transformed into a humanoid panther. Indra raised an eyebrow. Oh. That transformation, the atavistic power of the Otsutsuki clan, a branch of Asura. Crack. Crack. He clenched his massive fists and declared, you brats, open your eyes wide and watch how Kimogakure breaks through a mere Rinnegan dojutsu. The Kimogakure ninja erupted with excitement, boss. Naruto's eyes blazed. Hey, show me how much you've grown under that encouragement. The fourth Reikage strode boldly into battle. Indra focused his gaze, about to unleash his dojutsu. Crackle. But A vanished from his original position. Namikaze Minato, so fast. Sasuke, Madara, Obito, even the Rinnegan can't see him. Exclamation point. Indra saw him, but his body couldn't keep up for a moment. Ultimate, Liger Bomb. Boom. The Reikage's massive beast-like frame flashed in midair, delivering a savage elbow strike to Indra's face. Ugh. Indra was sent flying at an angle into the earth. Whoosh. The Reikage vanished from the sky. Indra sensed a chakra signature racing rapidly through the underground depths. Below me. In less than a millisecond, when he realized this. Ultimate, Lightning Battle Ninja Encounter Blade. Boom. The Reikage burst from underground, his furious fist already exploding against Indra's back. Indra was launched skyward. Whoosh. The Reikage appeared directly above, his lightning-wrapped leg raised high, then brought down with devastating force. I will pierce through the darkness with the will of raging thunder. Ultimate, Righteous Thunder Wrathful Thunder Axe. Boom. Indra was slammed back to earth by this axe kick. To think you could inflict actual damage on me. You're no less impressive than your ancestors. After standing up, the wound on Indra's abdomen healed rapidly, yet he smiled. Ha ha ha. Good. I'll add you to the list. Show me your ultimate technique. Crack. The Reikage clenched his fists, lightning exploding to its peak around him. He lowered his center of gravity, shattered the ground, and charged straight ahead. Ultimate, Thunder Lariat. Indra, a linear attack. Without my clan's eyesight, you're just seeking death. Whoosh. The truth-seeking orb behind Indra floated in front of him. The Reikage crashed straight into it, his entire head erased by the truth-seeking orb. Thud. By momentum, his arm wrapped heavily around Indra's neck. Whoosh. Indra stepped back more than 10 meters, his neck wound healing as he looked at the headless Reikage, smiling coolly. This is as far as you go. But, an almost unbelievable scene unfolded. The Reikage's headless body only paused briefly before launching a terrifying counterattack at Indra. Indra was shocked. What? Remnants of battle instinct in the body. Boom 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 boom. The dead Reikage, following pure instinct, unleashed a barrage of furious lightning punches. Indra landed somewhat disheveled on the ground. Boss. Lord Reikage. The Kumogakuer and shinobi from all villages cried out in deep emotion. Naruto said, "Go ahead, don't let him actually die." Whoosh. Uchiha Obito leaped forward. Yumudryu. Whoosh. Time reversed, the Reikage was instantly revived, but the injuries Indra sustained from the Reikage didn't disappear due to causal connection. This was Obito's Rinnegan Dojutsu, Dunmi Chanti, it could preserve favorable causality. Then, riding the fighting spirit ignited by the Reikage. Uchiha Obito shouted to all the shinobi, "Charge past me toward the enemy and fight with everything you have. No matter how many times you die in battle, my dojutsu can rewind you to your most valiant moment." Roar. The courage injected by the Reikage, now fully ignited by Obito, swept through the shinobi. They all cast aside thoughts of life and death, charging past Obito toward the seemingly insurmountable Indra. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 336, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 336, Song of the Soaring Earth. The shinobi charged past Obito, launching themselves at Indra. Yumudryu rewound time within a designated area, as long as they had run past Obito at some point in the past, no matter where on the battlefield they fell, they could all be revived together. But some clueless shinobi didn't pay attention to these details. The first Hokage shouted, "You must run past Obito first. Otherwise, reviving you will be troublesome." Humph, how annoying, acting like we're definitely going to get killed. But with their lives on the line, they still obediently complied. High in the air, Indra gazed coldly at the advancing formation. The barking of weaklings is always ugly, no matter when. ZZZT. Mokuhana Chiryu. Starting from the front ranks, shinobi died in waves, turning into corpses. Obito's dojutsu activated immediately. Yumudryu. Whoosh. From the swirling white vortex before his eyes, the fallen shinobi reappeared, their faces filled with disbelief. We really came back to life. But psychologically, I've already died once. Don't block the way. Obito frowned and simply pushed them aside. Whoosh. From that gap, the resurrected shinobi emerged like wine through wheat fields, appearing in endless layers, some even thrown into the sky. Yet this tragic scene was somehow filled with joyous atmosphere. Yabai. I think I'm getting addicted to this feeling. I feel like I'm invincible. Ha ha ha. If we can be revived after death, what's there to fear? Thus, the shinobi launched an even more fearless charge. Mokuhana Chiryu, after all, was a dojutsu. After sustained use, it would have a cooldown period. With such high-frequency usage in such a short time, Indra's ocular power soon entered cooldown. Damn. The shinobi closed in, hurling all their ninja tools and explosive tags at him. Boom 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 boom. Fire illuminated the sky. Indra swung his arms, unleashing various ordinary ninjutsu, but combined with his earth-shattering chakra, they immediately became weapons of mass destruction. Shinobi were slaughtered in droves. Whoosh. Soon, 10 minutes passed. The most frequently killed shinobi had already been revived over 100 times. Whoosh. But Obito's Yomiuryu continued without pause. Yomiuryu had a 10-minute rewind limit, but the people revived and appearing here also became part of the timeline. This endless cycle created an infinite resurrection zone. Boom 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 boom. After a stretch of mindless slaughter, Indra noticed the shinobi numbers hadn't decreased at all, they were still charging forward in a frenzy. He grew irritated. This is endless. He released the Yin-Yang six-path staff from his hands, pressing his palms together at his chest. Divine, earth-piercing stakes. Crack. From beneath the charging shinobi's feet, chaotic wooden spikes burst through the earth, instantly impaling nearly all of them. In the rear, Naruto and the others who had been observing and gathering intelligence on Indra all leaped into the sky simultaneously, dodging the wooden spikes surging from below. What? Would release attacks from underground. But those spikes extended skyward, pursuing them. Whoosh. Naruto entered six-path sage mode, his spiritual truth-seeking orbs forming a massive barrier that sheltered everyone inside. Hinata, through her Tenseigan, closely monitored the battlefield outside the truth-seeking orb. Those stakes are appearing again under the feet of people revived by Obito. But the Edo Tensei reincarnations aren't being affected. Naruto stroked his chin, analyzing. If it only works on the living, then its likely would release channeled through the divine tree. Sasuke frowned. A battlefield-wide, target-locking attack. Naruto lowered his hand from his chin, murmuring, no, if it's channeled through the divine tree, then it's probably not just targeting this battlefield, it's targeting all surviving humans on Earth. Konan's brows furrowed tightly. Then what about the villagers in Omegakure? Naruto clenched his fists. If Indra intends to kill them, they probably won't survive. But whether Naruto's analysis was wrong or Indra acted deliberately, the civilians of Omegakure weren't attacked. Whoosh. Anoki floated 100 meters in the sky, the extending wooden spikes already reaching him. ZZZT. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Whoosh. The dust release beam obliquely erased those spikes, but within mere seconds, they sprouted again. Anoki said wearily, ugh. If you don't eliminate the target, those wooden spikes will keep reappearing. Obito looked at the still struggling Kage. Stop being stubborn and get over here. Damn, what I least wanted in this life was to rely on an Uchiha, but I'm old now, can't help it. Anoki shook his head helplessly. After using dust release to flatten the spikes again, he was about to comply, but sharp pain shot through his waist. Ah, ow, 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 my back problems are acting up at a time like this. The wooden spikes pursued again. But a flash of lightning, Anoki had been rescued by a burly man. Looking closely, it was the Raikage. Anoki said, Raikage, what are you trying to be a hero for now? The Raikage replied, I just don't want to owe this old man a favor. This makes us even for you removing the super-weighted boulder technique. With that, he carried Anoki to the safe zone where Obito could easily cast Yomiuryu. Whoosh. The truth-seeking orb protection disappeared. Naruto and the other main fighters landed together. Obito swept his gaze around, all the wooden spikes targeting them froze, then retracted underground. Obito said, I used Domi Chanti to sever the cause and effect of that jutsu for you. Those wooden spikes won't attack you anymore. He turned to look at Indra reigning in the sky. With that kind of terrifying wood release, numerical warfare has lost its meaning. Time for the Edo Tensei forces to take the stage. Rumble. Thus, 10,000 Might Guy clones made their grand entrance, their earth-shaking steps thundering across the ground as they ran. So many identical people, all supposedly Edo Tensei. But why? Indra, being from ancient times, had no concept of cloning technology. Among Konoha's Edo Tensei ranks, the real Might Guy was also shocked. What is going on here? Asuma said, I only heard about this recently from Shikaku. Kabuto Yakushi apparently used your blood to create this batch of clones. Initially there were about 20,000, he used half as living sacrifices to perform Edo Tensei on the other half. Through this back-and-forth process, it became the current scale. The other Edo Tensei shinobi were all outraged. How despicable. Kabuto is simply a demon, what does he take human life for? Hey, there's no need to rush to condemn me. With an androgynous laugh, Kabuto Yakushi approached. Might Guy turned around, his gaze cold. Clearly, he had no favorable impression of Kabuto either. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and dropped his smile. Mr. Guy, regardless of how you view me, I consider you the highest quality human in the shinobi world. Yes, you are the human emperor, truly deserving of the title. So honestly, I'm quite reluctant about returning you to Konoha. Might Guy said, at this point, what's the meaning of saying such things? Kabuto replied, no, it has meaning. After my failed uprising, I've already promised Lady Tsunade that I won't interfere with your power anymore. But in this kind of situation, my contact with you is legitimate. You should know that your Edo Tensei is special. I recreated blood-producing organs for you. As long as there's blood in your body, you can open the death gate of the 8 gates at any time. And because it's an Edo Tensei body, you won't truly die. Slurp. Kabuto licked his tongue and produced a blood-red scroll. Wind whistled as he knelt on one knee, presenting the scroll with both hands. This is your blood that I recreated using hematopoietic technology. Please, let your youth bloom once more. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 337, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 337, Song of Peace and Prosperity. On the battlefield, as they charged forward, brilliant blue energy waves erupted from the bodies of 10,000 Might Guy clone Edo Tensei warriors. 7th Gate of Wonder, 10,000-man formation. Then, torrents of daytime tiger shockwaves, trailing endless afterimages, surged forth like a raging tide. This was the collective, afterimage daytime tiger, the very technique that once pushed a Megakure to the brink. Whoosh! Indra immediately deployed truth-seeking orbs as a defensive barrier, blocking the afterimage daytime tiger assault. He murmured, compressed air released as shockwaves through punching. 100 or so wouldn't amount to much, but with thousands upon thousands, this taijutsu achieves overwhelming scale. I don't know their origin, but this is no weak army. Unfortunately, while their attack frequency is sufficient, their concentrated power in a single instant is lacking, therefore, they cannot break through truth-seeking orb defenses. The earth-piercing stakes won't work on Edo Tensei bodies either. So how should I deal with them? A cruel smile curved his lips as inspiration struck. Whoosh! The truth-seeking orb protective barrier reversed course, approaching the Guy army's position. Then, the 11 idle truth-seeking orbs behind Indra floated upward, penetrating through the top of the barrier with a sharp crack. They fused into a massive triangular form with irregular blades protruding from its edges, finally descending at terrifying speed, spinning through Guy's formation and reaping lives without mercy. Yin-Yang release, truth-seeking orb blood guillotine. ///. The Guy clone Edo Tensei bodies were ruthlessly shredded, annihilated under the Yin-Yang release attack. Watching the horrific scene at the front lines, Minato Namikaze sighed, I never imagined that the Use Final Curtain multi-Guy demon army that once drove us to desperation would be so casually eliminated by Indra. Whoosh! 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 From the intense vortex before Obito, the slain Guy clones appeared one after another. In other words, everything Indra had done was still futile. The truth-seeking orb barrier dispersed. Indra observed this scene with a frown. As expected, the biggest problem still lies with that Obito. He endured my great soul-shocking sword and not only survived but awakened the Rinnegan, definitely Ashura's doing. He's currently pouring all his power into reversing time, so penetrating abilities won't be effective. His lips curved upward, time to use the technique again after so long. Mokaburai, body flicker technique. Boom. From the lightning descending from the sky, Indra materialized before Obito and launched a direct charge. What? This caught everyone completely off guard. Especially Sasuke, Mokaburai can combine with body flicker. Whoosh! Minato Namikaze reacted and rushed forward to intercept. You're not the small fry I'm after. Slash. Indra's staff cleaved off Minato's arm, then kicked him flying with a follow-up strike. Whoosh! Naruto flashed out from behind Minato, catching him. Minato urged desperately, Naruto, protecting Obito is crucial. Naruto reassured him, don't worry, Dad. We have so many reliable allies now. Boom. A terrifying sonic blast sent Indra flying backward with tremendous force. Whoosh! His feet scraped against the earth, sliding hundreds of meters before finally stopping. Looking up, he saw Uchiha Madara approaching. That attack just now was limbo. Indra's eyes swept the surroundings. Oh! That shadow dojutsu utilizing spatial displacement effects. But compared to our previous battle, your shadows have increased to 8. Madara's 6-tomo Rinnegan gleamed with an otherworldly radiance. I'm different from before. Indra laughed, you are different. That nauseating face on your chest is gone. Madara's brow furrowed deeply. You said something you shouldn't have. Indra smiled, I've always been straightforward, never beating around the bush. Also, I've always been dismissive of those I look down upon. You should feel honored that I'm speaking to you, it means you've caught my attention. Finished speaking, Indra ignored Madara's increasingly cold gaze and said indifferently, speaking of which, your confidence in facing me comes from those 8 shadows. At this point, that changes nothing. Madara declared resolutely, whether it changes anything or not, we'll find out by trying. Indra replied, unfortunately, you won't have the chance to prove it. ZZZT. The ocular power of Mokuhana Chiryu had recovered, he focused directly on the advancing Madara. Whoosh. Madara's body instantly began withering toward decay. But Madara, who should have died, suddenly appeared intact in his original position, continuing forward. However, one limbo shadow was missing. Indra was shocked, could it be, after his dojutsu evolved, those shadows gained a death substitution effect? Madara's gaze was profound as he thought, after awakening the advanced Rinnegan, Limbo's ocular power was completely unleashed. Not only did the number of shadows increase, but Limbo no longer needed to periodically return to the body. When the caster is killed, a shadow will temporarily die in the caster's place. Indra's lips curved upward, that's simple enough, just kill him several more times. He used Mokuhana Chiryu again. Madara still didn't die, and this time, not even a shadow disappeared. Indra was shocked, why, didn't a shadow disappear this time? No, did my technique fail to take effect? Madara's gaze darkened, after a shadow temporarily dies, it grants the caster a protective effect similar to Izanagi. For 1 minute, I absolutely cannot be harmed or killed by any attack. Unless, precisely during my unprotected period, in the window when my shadows are recovering, all shadows are eliminated, otherwise, I absolutely will not die. Thump. 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 7 shadows launched a coordinated assault. Indra's gaze turned cold. I roughly understand the mechanics of his dojutsu now. Though I don't know how long that Izanagi-like effect lasts, prioritizing the elimination of his shadows is definitely correct. Crackle. Jet black lightning erupted in Indra's left hand, stabbing directly toward an approaching Limbo. Whoosh. I won't let you succeed. But Madara instantly appeared in the position of that targeted Limbo. Whichever one you attack, I'll switch places with it. Either way, I can't be killed. After taking the lightning attack without harm, he delivered a point-blank fire release, majestic destroyer flame. Boom 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 boom. Fire engulfed Indra completely. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 Limbo shadows attacked in alternating strikes. Madara retreated slightly. At this moment, Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Minato, and Sai arrived behind Madara. Hashirama, you mentioned there was another technique to try. Madara glanced sideways at Sai. It's Limbo's hidden ability. Limbo, border jail. Whoosh. Everyone except Sai and Madara's Limbo shadows turned gray, even Madara himself became gray. Tobirama frowned, what did you do? Madara didn't respond, as if existing in 2 different worlds. Whoosh. One of Madara's shadows appeared before Sai. I'll keep this brief. I've transported you all into Limbo's inner world. This world is invisible from the outside, but those with Rinnegan or 6-path sage techniques can observe or sense it. Additionally, only those possessing 6-paths yin-yang power can attack entities existing in the Limbo world, namely, the observable shadows. Tobirama interjected, if we can attack them, then what's the purpose of transporting us here? Madara's shadow was displeased. Don't interrupt. Hashirama agreed, exactly. Madara never does anything pointless. Tobirama muttered, hasn't he done plenty of pointless things? Madara's shadow continued, in the Limbo world, there are no constraints from the outside world's physical laws, so teleportation-like movement is possible. Also, dojutsu cannot be cast directly from the outside world onto entities within the Limbo world. Furthermore, and most crucially, truth-seeking orbs, those black spheres Indra manipulates, while they can strike you in the Limbo world, can only cause physical damage and cannot directly erase you. Sai understood. I see. Madara's shadow warned, but still be careful. He has the ability to directly harm those in Limbo. One mistake and you'll still die. At this point, Madara's shadow glanced at Tobirama. But whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. It'd be better if you did die. Whoosh. With that, Madara's shadow drifted away. Tobirama shook his head helplessly. What a nasty personality. Come on, Madara's sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, you know that. Hashirama was eager to try. Besides, fighting in Madara's dojutsu world, don't you find it fascinating? Minato floated into the air. Indeed. I don't feel gravity's constraints. Hiruzen pressed his hand against the ground, marveling, even friction has disappeared. Tobirama lowered his arms from his chest, gazing at Indra being besieged by shadows with a dark expression. Well then, let's do some backstabbing. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 338, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 338, Heaven and Earth lose their color. While Indra battled the limbo shadows, he eliminated 2 of them. Just as the reduced pressure gave him a moment to breathe, he caught sight of Sai approaching. He focused his gaze. That's not Sai's usual appearance. One of them is that golden-haired hedgehog they call the Yellow Flash. Whoosh! At that moment, Madara's remaining 5 shadows immediately retreated, giving Sai and his team space to act. Madara thought, when shadows are destroyed, recovery takes a long time. In a war of attrition against immortal bodies, I'll be at a disadvantage. Better to pace myself. Within the limbo world, Minato launched his first charge, a raise-non forming in his palm. Moving at near teleportation speed, he appeared behind Indra. Limbo, raise-non flash trial run. Boom. Indra took a hit to his back, his body lurching forward. He sneered, I see, so it really is the golden hedgehog. Madara must have transferred him into that shadow world. Seeing his raise-non work, Minato was amazed, a raise-non without sage art can actually affect his yin-yang release. Madara murmured, of course. Limbo itself is a technique equivalent to 6 paths power. Otherwise, only 6 paths abilities could strike anything within it. Indra swung his truth-seeking orb staff behind him. Whoosh! Minato spread his arms wide, his destroyed arms had already been healed by Naruto, and drifted gracefully away. Just as Indra tried to pursue, Tobirama struck. I heard the god tree Jinchuriki is supposedly immortal. Let's see if you can survive having your head twisted off. Limbo, flying thunder god slash. Slash. Grey blade light flashed, but failed to cut through Indra's neck. Slash, slash, slash. Tobirama's blade trembled in his hands. I see. Your body's durability is quite impressive. What do you think you are? Though he couldn't hear Tobirama's voice, Indra read his lips and understood the meaning. His gaze turned cold. What do you think you are to judge me? He swung his staff toward Tobirama, but just as it touched his cheek, it stopped. Limbo, twin dragons. 2 crimson wooden dragons rose from Indra's feet, biting precisely onto his wrists and preventing him from completing his swing. Tobirama felt the burning on his cheek. As expected, through the limbo world, these troublesome truth-seeking orbs can only cause physical attacks without that erasure effect. Hashirama, in sage mode, maintained his hand seals and commanded sternly, Monkey. Your turn, coordinate with Tobirama and take his head. Yes. First Hokage. Hiruzen circled behind Indra, his Nioi staff whistling through the air as he struck with full force at Indra's nape. Simultaneously, Tobirama increased the pressure in his grip. Limbo, mighty Nioi slash. Slash. With this powerful pincer attack from front and back, Indra's head was severed from his body, spinning up into the sky. As his head flew through the air, he muttered coldly, these people are truly insufferable. Tobirama laughed, ha ha ha. Lost your head, serves you right. Even Madara never received such treatment. Count yourself lucky. Suddenly. His expression changed drastically. Slash. Slash. Indra's headless body reached out with both hands, grasping Tobirama's and Hiruzen's heads. Tobirama frowned, Flying Thunder God won't activate, is this yin-yang release? Whoosh. Whoosh. Small holes appeared in each of Indra's palms. 2 truth-seeking orbs flowed into them, transforming into attack mode. Indra's spinning head said coldly, even if truth-seeking orbs can only cause physical damage under spatial displacement effects, once they take drill form, there's still enough to puncture your skulls. Tobirama's face changed drastically. This is bad. Indra's airborne head grinned wickedly. Die. At the critical moment, Minato flashed over and rescued Hiruzen. But it was too late to save Tobirama. Madara's eyes narrowed, and he immediately formed seals. Limbo, mutual substitution. 1 limbo shadow swapped places with Tobirama. Bang. That shadow's head was shattered by the truth-seeking orb weapon, disappearing into nothingness. Tobirama, saved by Madara, looked at the gray-toned Madara in the outside world with complex feelings. He thought, as expected, soft-hearted after all. Really, can't you just be honest about it? Whoosh. Vine-like white tendrils extended from Indra's neck, connecting with his severed head and pulling it back onto his shoulders. Hiruzen said, Lord Hashirama, his abilities are too terrifying. We need you to take the lead. Hashirama's gaze was stern. That's exactly my intention. Limbo, sage art, true several thousand hands. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the limbo world, the 1,000-armed cannon statue rose majestically. Indra murmured, oh, so you're Ashura's other reincarnation. No wonder you carry such a nauseating aura. Whoosh. Truth-seeking orbs formed an omnidirectional defensive barrier. Hashirama stood atop the true several thousand hands, palms pressed together. In the Tenseigan satellite footage, Indra used Mokuhana Chiryu to drain Ashura's true several thousand hands with a single glance. I can only survive now because we're in Madara's limbo world. Moreover, in this limbo space, the true several thousand hands feels lighter, and its punching speed might be even more ferocious. Plus, Sage Art itself can counter truth-seeking orbs, perhaps breaking through isn't impossible. Limbo, Buddha's crown strike. Boom 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 boom. Gray and white interwoven chaotic punches formed a killing curtain, bombarding the truth-seeking orb barrier. Those outside without Rinnegan or Tenseigan couldn't see the true several thousand hands in the limbo world, they could only see sparks erupting from Indra's truth-seeking orb barrier. Slash, 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 slash. As the killing curtain intensified, the sparks grew increasingly chaotic, reaching tens of thousands of impacts per second. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared on the truth-seeking orb barrier. Crack. Crack. Finally, at a certain critical point, the truth-seeking orbs were about to shatter. But the true several thousand hands' fists were nearly exhausted too. Hashirama gritted his teeth. Damn, if I could just last a bit longer. Fine. I'll go all out with you. Uchiha Madara smiled brilliantly. Limbo, border jail. Whoosh. He himself appeared in the limbo world, activated Susanoo, and formed a seal. Limbo, heavenly obstruction meteor. Whoosh. A meteor invisible to the outside world streaked across the sky, descending from above. Madara shouted, Hashirama, catch. Hashirama looked up. Just like when we used to throw stones across the riverbank as kids, but this time it's a meteor. Slash. Slash. The true several thousand hands separated its clasped palms, steadily catching the meteor overhead. At the precise moment the truth-seeking orbs completely shattered, it seamlessly hurled the meteor at Indra. Limbo, great monument slam. Rumble, 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 rumble. Indra was smashed deep into the earth, a broken horn flying a kilometer away. Whoosh. Limbo was dispelled. Madara, Hashirama, and Sai returned to the outside world. Huff, huff, huff. Not being an Edo Tensei body, Madara was severely drained, crouching and gasping for breath. Tobirama gazed at the deep crater before them and murmured, if only he could be finished off by something of this magnitude. Sorry, but Konoha's Crimson Beast doesn't bloom for unclear reasons. Might Guy refused Kabuto's offer, then turned to walk toward Naruto, asking directly, Naruto, what's the real truth behind this war? Given your approach after the Pain battle, you would never allow such an uncontrollable enemy to emerge in the ninja world. But I also believe you're not someone who does meaningless things. So tell me, and I'll decide my stance in this battle. Who? Naruto took a deep breath, his heart filled with admiration. Bushibrao sensei, as expected, beneath that hot-blooded exterior lies extraordinary clarity, perceptiveness, and unwavering righteousness. Naruto spoke in a voice only Might Guy could hear, this is both actual combat and a drill. Beyond that, it's also a necessary path for me to gain a powerful ally. That's all I can explain right now. I'll reveal the full details to the public after this great battle ends. Might Guy looked deeply into Naruto's eyes. So I can trust that you're doing this for the ninja world's future. Naruto nodded with utmost sincerity. Of course. Might Guy clenched his fists. Good, in that case, I believe in you. Whoosh. He turned around, took the blood-red scroll from Kabuto Yakushi, and pressed it directly into his chest. Slash. His thumb pressed forcefully against his heart. On the battlefield, a storm of blood and carnage immediately erupted. 8 Gates Formation. Hey, there's something exciting I don't know if I should mention. Last night I dreamed that Uchiha Madara and I gave me a shot, and my fever broke. I woke up this morning feeling mysteriously energetic, so I just wrote 3 chapters worth, matching my usual daily output. I'm hoping I can get shots every day, hee. September 21st, Mid-Autumn Festival, Uchiha Madara with 10 divine certifications, drunk with power over the world, drunk with X-Beauties X. Wan's dog, 1 show-off, 3 love letters, true friends exist across the seas, distance means nothing between kindred spirits. Shadow Moon Wind Snow, character summoning, incredible power. Wandering, character summoning, grateful for your presence. Duan's mother who loves fried fish, inspiration capsule, blade love letter, combining kindness and authority. Deep as the sea firefly jade, inspiration capsule, effective healing. Dance King, inspiration capsule, miraculous cure. Only you don't understand, inspiration capsule, you understand best. Itachi-san loves sweets, inspiration capsule, overflowing inspiration. September 22nd. Uchiha 1 against 7, 15 love letters, supremely handsome. Special thanks here to the best Jianqian, Dream Parting, Super Itachi God Spiral Roar Light Triple Style, Professor Zhou who loves lotus seed braised pork, Sure Yiming from Wana Cemetery, Akatsuki behind the scenes boss Obito, Sunset Dreamless Nank, Pang Huafeng, Black Horse Club Jin Show. I've reviewed all the names one by one, space is limited, so I'll stop here. Belated mid-autumn blessings, and thanks to all readers for your care and protection during my illness. On this long Naruto journey, we walk together. Tomorrow, fiery updates continue as always. Good night, big brother, good night Minna. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 339, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 339, Peerless Through the Ages. Boom. Indra rose from the depths of the abyss back to the sky, his wounds completely healed, except for the single broken horn on his head, which hadn't regenerated. He looked down at the 5 below with mockery. That last hit wasn't bad, made my whole body tingle. Can you keep it up? Hashirama was stunned. This guy, he's truly no longer human. ZZZT. Madara's eyes narrowed, and his limbo shadows appeared again, but this time, only 4. Indra laughed. Ha ha ha, looks like your destroyed shadows recover quite slowly. Even the first one that died for you hasn't come back yet. Actually, that wasn't quite right. Each time a limbo shadow dies, it resets the recovery time for all previous shadows. In other words, if no more shadows are destroyed for a period, all dead shadows will recover simultaneously. Hashirama couldn't stand seeing Madara mocked and immediately said, Madara, send us into limbo again. This time I want to give him a proper beating. Sensing something, Madara glanced behind him. No, there's no need for that anymore. Boom. A beast wreathed in blood-red light descended before the 5. Hashirama gasped, this is. Minato exclaimed, Gai-sensei. Might Gai greeted them, honored Hokage and Lord Madara, I am Might Gai, a ninja of Konoha. Tobirama observed, so you're the original behind that beast army. If the clones were that fierce, the real thing is truly extraordinary. Even in the Warring States era, there were a few who opened the final gate of the 8 gates, but all were limited by their physical foundations and performed poorly. To achieve such intensity after opening all gates, you're the first. You're too kind. Might Gai withdrew his gaze, his whitened eyes turning skyward. Indra was also studying Gai. So he's the leader of that identical army from before. Clearly an Edo Tensei body, yet blood flows within. Why is that? Indra noticed the mysterious scroll embedded in Gai's chest. I see. He retained his blood circulation organs, and that scroll contains a vast amount of stored blood. But the technique that enhanced his chakra to this degree, could it be? Indra's gaze wavered. In his era of dominance, the secrets of the 8 gates hadn't yet been discovered. Indra was the ninja who first created hand seals. With seals, chakra manipulation entered the proper path, giving birth to the systematic use of jutsu. Undoubtedly, Indra was an irreplaceable pioneer. Even in his later years, he devoted himself to inventing and improving ninjutsu. He discovered that within the chakra pathways, there existed 8 gates that limited chakra intensity to protect the human body. At the time, he had a wild idea: if those 8 gates could be opened, perhaps he could gain power beyond common sense. But when he proposed this initial concept, before he could put it into practice, his time came and he passed away. It remained one of his life's greatest regrets. Looking at Gai now, Indra's wavering gaze grew increasingly bright. So the technique to unlock the 8 gates was developed by later generations, and you're the one who perfected it. Actually, earlier when Gai's clones all opened the Gate of Shock together, Indra had found it strange. But the Gate of Shock's power was too weak, so he hadn't thought much of it. Only now, seeing the real Might Gai, did emotion surge in his heart. He laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, I am not alone in my path. Whoosh. He slowly descended from midair, driving his 6 paths yin-yang staff into the ground with a clang. Unfortunately, after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, my body became a uniform vessel of life force with no concept of organs or chakra pathways, so unlocking the 8 gates is impossible. Otherwise, I'd love to try it myself. But no matter. Indra grinned wildly. Let's fight, using only taijutsu. What? Even Madara was shocked by such audacity. Might Gai's gaze darkened. Are you serious? Even with my naked eye, I can see that the Ten-Tails and God Tree's enhancements to their Jinchuriki are specialized. Your jutsu are godlike, but your taijutsu is far from that level. Indra laughed proudly. What I lack innately, I'll make up for through creation. I don't look down on the weak, I just can't stand those who are weak yet love to parrot others. He touched his broken horn. Like just now, when this horn was broken, I conceived of creating a new technique. Now I can't wait to try it. He clenched his fist, bang. The upper half of his six paths robe dissolved, revealing his refined physique. Whoosh! 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 The dozen or so truth-seeking orbs floating behind him surged into his back one by one, their jet-black color spreading across his skin. In the distance, Naruto watched the scene with undisguised shock. Hey, what am I seeing? He's merging the truth-seeking orbs with his body. Crack! Crack! When the last truth-seeking orb penetrated his back, the blackness perfectly covered his final inch of skin. Hiss! Indra opened his mouth, releasing scalding steam. Crack! Crack! Indra clenched his explosive fists, producing a unique crisp sound. He said casually, so this is what combining truth-seeking orbs with taijutsu is like. Doko ageryu. Might Guy said sincerely, compared to you, I truly am just following others' footsteps. Indra smiled. There's nothing wrong with learning from predecessors. The key is whether you can elevate it to new heights. Might Guy asked, may I make a presumptuous request? Indra replied, let's hear it. Might Guy looked back at the background where ninja were continuously revived by Yamasa Hirasaka, only to be repeatedly pierced to death by wooden spikes. He turned back. Could you stop that wooden attack? It seems inhumane no matter how you look at it, and such repetition serves no purpose beyond adding death experiences, right? Indra said, you mean the earth-piercing stakes? How about this, if you can make me acknowledge your strength, I'll stop that technique. Might Guy said solemnly, it's a deal. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato all stepped back in unison, leaving the stage to these two peerless warriors of past and present. The wind howled. Indra called out, come. Whoa. Might Guy roared and charged forward with terrifying killing intent. Evening Elephant, Consecutive Strikes. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 340, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 340, Supreme Might Across the Land. Guy leaped into midair, his fist cutting through wind, boom. An elephant foot-shaped air cannon tore through space and split the earth. But Indra dodged it in an instant. Guy was shocked. He evaded Evening Elephant. Guy's Edo Tensei body felt no pain, and with ample blood stored in his chest scroll, he could maintain the gate of death for extended periods. The side effects of Evening Elephant were minimal. Boom. 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 Guy threw 3 consecutive punches. Indra dodged 2, and when the third connected, Indra stood amid the chaotic airflow as if enjoying a spring breeze. Indra sounded bored. If this is all you've got, it doesn't even count as a warm-up. Rather than attack blindly, Guy analyzed Indra's so-called Doko Ageryu truth-seeking orb taijutsu. If it were just coating his skin with those truth-seeking orbs to boost physical defense, that'd be one thing. But it shouldn't cause such massive improvements in reaction speed and movement speed too, right? Guy recalled a detail. After Indra activated Doko Ageryu, steam had poured from his mouth. Could it be? Watching from behind, Uchiha Madara voiced that very possibility. Indra's making chakra flow at incredible speed inside his body, while the truth-seeking orbs covering his skin completely seal his pores, preventing the chakra's heat from escaping. It's all locked inside, creating terrifying internal heat and pressure. Though invisible to the naked eye, his body's interior is like a furnace. Hashirama was horrified. Is such a thing possible? Any normal person would have exploded by now. Madara's gaze darkened. But he's the god tree's Jinchuriki, he won't die. Without question, this is a taijutsu style only he could use. And to create such a technique after just one exchange with us. I have to admit, he's a genius. A true genius. Hashirama had never heard Madara praise anyone like this. Madara glanced at Tobirama. Tobirama, in the field of jutsu creation, Indra is undoubtedly the strongest, even surpassing you. Tobirama shrugged. Yeah, your ancestors bringing you glory. Humph. I'm just stating facts. Stop being sarcastic. Madara looked away, secretly pleased. Tobirama was helpless, after all, he couldn't deny what Madara said. Though Guy realized it somewhat later than Madara, he gradually grasped the essence of Indra's ability. It's probably not just reflexes and movement speed. His body's defense from inside out, every aspect related to taijutsu, has likely undergone a qualitative leap. No wonder Evening Elephant's air cannon was like scratching an itch. I'll have to use my fists to attack his body directly. Though he's fast, with Gate of Death open, I still have the advantage. With a plan formed, Guy immediately put it into action, stepping on air to launch close-quarters combat. Thanks to his speed advantage, close combat quickly ensued. Indra was excited. Good, now we're talking. Let me see what your hand-to-hand combat is like. Whoa. Guy drew back his arm, channeling the power that created Evening Elephant, and struck hard at Indra. Bang. His fist slammed into Indra's chest, the air cannon exploding, but it didn't pierce through Indra's body, instead spreading in all directions, creating a powerful shockwave field. Seeing Indra's unchanged expression, Might Guy was stunned. He's this strong. Indra looked up. I did feel a slight pain. Hiss. A charcoal red color appeared on the struck skin surface, but vanished instantly. Oh whoa. Might Guy roared, raining evening elephant fury punches like bullets on Indra. The terrifying sonic booms could be heard clearly from kilometers away. Even Sasuke was amazed. Monster, that ninja called Might Guy is simply a monster. Remembering when he'd once faced this guy, his scalp went numb. Fortunately, he'd survived, thanks to Kabuto and Itachi. Naruto's expression was calmer. In fact, compared to Guy, he was more amazed by Indra. Indra. I'd only heard of him, never met him, yet chose him as Kagaya's vessel. I never expected him to possess such terrifying talent. He couldn't help wondering, shouldn't someone like this be recruited rather than sacrificed? But he immediately dismissed the thought. Once you draw the bow, there's no turning back. Some choices, once made, can't be undone. Starting with the intention to use someone, then wanting to recruit them just because they're powerful, that's just bullying. As they say, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. The strong all have their dignity. Ajuin, go prepare. Hee sure thing, Pops, Ajuin grinned and burrowed into the earth. Naruto said, get ready. Once Bushibrow Sensei's battle ends, it'll be our turn. Thud. Under Guy's assault, Indra seized an opening, grabbed Guy's wrist with one hand, and chopped down hard with the other. Crack. Guy's arm snapped. Thud. Indra spun and kicked Guy to the ground. Looking down from above, Indra asked, don't you have any defensive techniques? Might Guy rose one-armed. I never imagined the 8 gates formation would need defense, so I have none. But if I survive this battle, I might need to fill that gap. Shoo. Guy's severed arm dissolved to ash in Indra's hand. Indra smiled. 8 gates, huh? Sounds impressive. Release your hidden power completely. Then I'll do as you wish. Guy crouched low, the scroll in his heart completely melting, its blood surging and burning. Crack 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 crack. His Edo Tensei clothes actually dissolved, revealing a torso covered in cracks. Soon, blood-red chakra burst from his body. Oh whoa. Accumulate. With Might Guy's roar, that chakra condensed into the form of a raging dragon. Boom. The shockwave forced Hashirama and the others back. Hashirama shielded his face. Hey, this is 10 times stronger than the original 8 gates user, Fanai Shakyanen. Uchiha Madara stared into the wind without blinking. Worthy of being Might Dewey's son, the student surpasses the master. In taijutsu, I acknowledge him as the strongest. Standing at the storm's eye, Indra declared magnificently, ha 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 ha, excellent, truly excellent. You haven't disappointed me. Even in my era of conquest, you'd be among the elite. Good, I acknowledge you, promise fulfilled. He formed hand seals. Earth-piercing stakes, release. Whoosh. Those endless stakes piercing the living finally stopped. Whoosh. All ninja returned to Earth with this wave of Yamatsu Hirasaka. They stood their ground, witnessing this unprecedented scene. Oh whoa, Night Guy. After charging to his limit, Might Guy launched forward with that blood-red fury. Just then, Uchiha Obito suddenly turned back. He vanished through a space-time vortex. Guy had just launched his attack, that overwhelming airflow locked onto Indra, preventing any evasive movement. Bring it on. His eyes fierce, Indra clenched his fist and met the attack. Boom. But the instant his fist contacted Guy's foot, his truth-seeking orb-covered arm twisted bizarrely. Indra's pupils constricted. Space is twisting. Crack. His arm broke. Oh whoa. Thud. Night Guy landed solidly on Indra's chest. Whoosh. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Obito emerged from the Kamui vortex, eyes focused on the collision point. Since we were always aiming to weaken Indra, let me elevate this single moment. Yamatsu Hirasaka, triple reversal. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 341, Naruto, the Otsutsuki Naruto Chapter 341, Where are the Mighty Warriors? Yamatsu Hirasaka, triple reversal. First, using Danmetsu Sentai to break the cause and effect connection of injury negation, caused by time reversal, then continuously rewinding the moment of attack 3 times, with damage retained and stacked together. The original strike plus 3 more, that's 4 total. To put it bluntly, Night Guy's decisive kick became 4 decisive kicks. Whoosh. The instant Night Guy's foot connected with Indra's chest, Yamatsu Hirasaka's white vortex appeared. Guy was pulled back slightly to just before contact, then struck again, pulled back, struck again, pulled back, struck again, pulled back. On the final contact, the accumulated force of 4 strikes exploded all at once. The entire process seemed slow but happened in one fluid motion. Boom, 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 boom. Night Guy's dragon carried Indra, blasting toward the distance. The external impact threw his internal pressure out of balance. The furnace-like heat and internal pressure desperately sought an outlet, trying to burst through Indra's body, bringing with it annihilating agony. Bang. Bang. Indra's eyes burst directly from their sockets, the empty holes spewing flames. Indra screamed in agony. Starting from his struck chest, the black of Doko Agaria turned to charcoal, instantly spreading across his entire body. Crack. 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 Seconds later, his truth-seeking orb-covered skin exploded into fragments, and his screams ceased abruptly. Oh whoa. Might Guy roared, his foot stomping on a burning skeleton as he continued charging forward. Crack. 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 During the process, the skeleton continuously broke apart and disintegrated. Along the kilometer-long path, Indra's remains were scattered everywhere. Boom. A second before Night Guy reached his limit, Indra's skeleton completely crumbled, his entire being turned to dust in the air. Whoosh. The blood-red steam around Might Guy burned away completely. His right leg, used for the kick, turned to dust and disappeared as he crashed heavily to the ground. Whoosh. A Kamui vortex appeared, Kakashi landed beside Guy, helping him up. Well done, Guy. Leave the rest to Naruto and the others. Whoosh. He took Guy off the battlefield, leaving the stage to the main forces. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A sapling burst through the earth. Fragments of Indra's body and bones, scattered within several kilometers, spun through the air and converged toward the sapling, reforming into Indra's body. Whoosh. Whoosh. His eyes, which had been blasted even farther away, answered the call, flying back with optic nerves trailing behind, and he stuffed them back into his sockets. Whoosh. His 6 paths robe reignited, wrapping around his form. Indra extended his hand toward the front. Universal pull. Whoosh. Gravitational force pulled the yin-yang 6-path staff that had been driven into the ground from the beginning, drawing it into his grasp. He. The regenerated Indra chuckled darkly, then threw back his head in laughter. Ha 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 ha. If I hadn't absorbed the god tree, I'd be completely finished. Excellent, absolutely excellent, perfect. His laughter gradually subsided, and Indra's expression returned to its cold sternness. He turned toward the black-clad Obito, murmuring, though, this was only possible because a certain someone tampered with time just a bit. Obito's gaze was calm. As expected, his power has weakened considerably. He's the god tree's Jinchuriki, but he's not the god tree itself. Whether it's large-scale jutsu or regeneration after injury, the consumption is shared between him and the god tree at a certain ratio. With the god tree maintaining the infinite Tsukuyomi, the consumption ratio leans even more toward Indra himself. At the rear lines. Incredible. With battles at this level, what can we do besides charge like machines? What does it even mean to be a ninja? Thud. 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 The ninja who had been revived and standing guard began collapsing one after another. Though Uematsu Hirasaka had forcibly revived them by reversing time, the memories and experiences of being killed repeatedly, the tearing pain of their bodies being wounded, the mental exhaustion, none of that could be reversed. In such high-intensity combat, it all accumulated. Those with weak willpower couldn't endure it, collapsing from exhaustion. Only those at least at the elite Jonin level could still stand. Naruto looked at the fallen ninja and murmured, seems their witnessing ends here. I hope it'll have a positive impact on the future. Drawing back his gaze, Naruto said, Sasuke, Hinata, it's time for us to take the stage. Yes, Naruto-kun. I've been waiting. Whoosh. 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 The three moved out together. Wind ruffled pink bangs as Sakura Haruno watched their backs, her gaze somewhat complex. But in an instant, she collected herself. Lady Tsunade, with a battle of this scale, the collateral damage will inevitably be massive. Let's summon Katsuyu together to protect the ninja. Tsunade stared at Sakura somewhat blankly. Lady Tsunade, what's wrong? No, nothing. Let's act immediately. Tsunade thought, Sakura, she's truly, genuinely grown up. Former master and student released their strength of 100 seal together. Summoning jutsu. Boom. Katsuyu's massive form descended behind the lines. Passing by Madara, Naruto said, Uncle Madara, rest for now. Wait until all your limbo clones recover before rejoining the fight. Madara turned away. Passing by Obito, you've been maintaining jutsu for so long. Though your chakra isn't depleted, you must be mentally exhausted. Rest and restore your spirit, have some soul vegetables. Obito replied, understood. By the way, there's something I brought from the Senra cave, it might be useful to you. He produced one of the strange fruits he'd taken from the Senra cave that could replenish life force, tossing it to Naruto. Tap. Naruto caught it. This is. Thanks, huge help. Obito said, be careful of Indra's Mokukuchiryu, that's deadly. Ah. I was just worrying about how to deal with that dojutsu, but now I have a solution. Naruto gripped the strange fruit. Ominanushi. 300 meters in the void above, thousands of strange fruits were directly replicated. Hinata was shocked. So many. Naruto took out the amber purifying pot from his scroll, removed the lid, held it against his chest, and set an Ominanushi beacon. The fruits whooshed into the bottle. Naruto sealed the pot and stored it safely in his scroll, gaining confidence. Yoshi, if I get absorbed, I'll just eat a fruit. No more worries. With that, Naruto stuffed the strange fruit he'd used as a sample into his mouth, stopped walking, and chewed heartily while greeting, sorry to keep you waiting, Indra. Indra, having witnessed everything, gradually furrowed his brow into a shape, seeming to ask both Naruto and himself, this is the strongest ninja of the current era. Naruto straightened his Omega-Kure forehead protector and flashed a brilliant smile. Yeah, I never change my name when walking or my surname when sitting, Uzumaki Naruto it is. Indra thought, not quite what I expected. I can't read what kind of person he is. Black Zetsu didn't tell me his background either. Better test him first. He released his staff and formed hand seals. Summoning, martial beast descent. Bang. 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 Accompanied by summoning circles, hundreds of massive, ten-tailed splinter bodies appeared ahead. Indra gripped his staff, raised 2 fingers, and his eyes blazed with light. Crack. Hundreds of weaponized Susanoo armor sets materialized on these ten-tailed splinter bodies. Ten-tails, splintered armored warriors. Oh, playing that game. Naruto's gaze shifted as he formed hand seals and pressed them to the ground. Sasuke thought, animal path summons. No matter how you look at it, they can't match those things, right? Naruto looked ahead. Time to bring out those 3, one of them should be familiar to you, Indra. Summoning jutsu. Bang. 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 3 clouds of white smoke appeared ahead, nearly obscuring all vision. Sasuke shielded his face. This chakra, what's going on? As the smoke cleared, 3 colossal beings appeared before Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. That's right, they were the ones Naruto, Konan, and Hinata had painstakingly subdued in the realm of reincarnation, the Monkey King, 9-headed sage serpent, and golden-eyed toad. Sasuke was awestruck. Summons of this caliber, when did he find them? He never used them at the Valley of the End. Indra gazed at the central figure, his eyes growing increasingly dark as he gripped his staff tighter. Oh. This is truly unexpected. Clang. He struck his staff to the ground. A woo-woo. Hundreds of ten-tailed splintered armored giants charged forward with raised blades. Happy reading, everyone.